Chapter 1 Viridian Forest Bounty Mission. Viridian Forest, the largest virgin forest in Kanto, spans Viridian City and Pewter City, and even borders the Johto continent at its southernmost point. There are hundreds of millions of various Pokémon living in an area of more than 3 million square kilometers. At this moment, in an uninhabited corner in the depths of the Viridian Forest, a young man with a height of about 1.7 meters and a black slender ponytail was running fast on the grass. His slightly childish but handsome face was full of excitement. With fear, he couldn't help looking behind him, and saw a purple shadow galloping from the bushes. His stout body easily avoided the dead wood and rattan blocking the road at a flexible speed that did not conform to the laws of nature, and the grass was covered with purple. The phantom pressed over and left a winding and long snake road. The lofty body is half the height of a human being, and the wings on the swollen neck are symmetrical and terrifying pattern, like the eyes of a devil, making people feel the chill spread from the bottom of their hearts just by looking at them. This is an adult wild Audibook, with a length of more than 5 meters, a sturdy and powerful body, and a terrifying venom that can kill you. This kind of creature can hardly find any natural enemies in the wild. If it wasn't for this guy's shedding of skin, which made his body a little weak, I'm afraid he would have been caught up by it long ago. Hearing the hiss that was getting closer and closer behind him, a wry smile appeared on Hisoka's face. If he had a choice, who would want to provoke such a monster? But fortunately, he had already planned everything. Although this operation is a little dangerous, as long as everything develops according to the plan, there will be no problem. Similarly, the heartwarming return after the completion of this plan. Thinking of this, the expression on his face, the last trace of worry vanished, replaced by a poignant and confident look. Lulu, how long will it be before I can use teleport? Hisoka asked the little guy tightly in his arms, bowing his head. Suddenly, a small green head appeared from the collar of the camouflage jacket that Hisoka was wearing. Green hair covered half of the little head like a pot lid, and there were 2 red horns on top of his head, which is a Pokemon that looked very similar to a little human girl. There are 10 breaths left before Lulu can use teleport. The milky lowly sound resounded in Hisoka's mind. This is Ral's special ability, telepathy. It can directly use mental power to link with human brain waves so that it can communicate freely with human beings. In 10 seconds, Hisoka said something silently in his heart, and pressed the little head in his chest again, took a deep breath and used all the strength of his body to run wildly towards the northeast corner. At the end of the bushes there is a cliff gap about 103.2 meters long, which is the result of Hisoka's entire day's calculation to the centimeter, because these numbers are related to his life. No matter how careful you are, 10 breaths passed by in the blink of an eye, and the figure of Audibook behind him was almost only 30 meters away from him. Since he had to be careful of this guy spraying poison sting, Hisoka always ran in a small S shape, and he was in the forest again. Among them, the strong body that is usually hard work can't play 100% of the speed at all. He rushed out of the last bushes, and a bottomless cliff appeared in front of Hisoka without the slightest pause. He had already rehearsed the situation in front of him a dozen times. His right foot stomped hard on the rock on the edge of the cliff. With this power, Hisoka stretched out his body like an eagle and soared toward the sky ahead. Lulu, teleport! Hisoka almost roared out in a roaring tone. Before his body fell down, a mysterious force wrapped around his body. Feeling the tearing caused by spatial confusion, Hisoka's face showed the joy of the rest of his life. The next second, his entire body suddenly disappeared in midair, and when he reappeared, he was already on the opposite side of the cliff. Ha ha ha! He fell heavily on the grass. Hisoka rolled over and sat up, disregarding the pain in his body, and let out a cheerful laughter, and raised his middle finger fiercely towards Audibook, who was roaring with his head up on the opposite cliff. The limit distance of Lulu teleport is 100 meters, while the middle distance of the cliff is 103.2 meters. The distance shortened by his own sprint jump just makes up for the missing 3.2 meters, and this bounty mission is a perfect ending. Lulu, we will have a lot of money after this mission is completed. Tell me, what do you want to eat? Riding a cross-country bike. Riding on a rare forest path. The oncoming breeze blew lightly on his face. Hisoka, who was already in a good mood, couldn't help squinting his eyes comfortably. Ral, who was sitting on his shoulders, waved his small hands excitedly and said, Lulu wants to eat vanilla-flavored pocket puff, strawberry-flavored rare candy, and chocolate-flavored Pokeblock. Bye, I'll buy you whatever you want. Hisoka glanced at the little boy who was bouncing on his shoulders, and then stepped on the pedal hard, facing the setting sun and heading towards Viridian City. Drive in the direction. Chapter 2 Trade. It has been 15 years since he came to this magical world without realizing it. Pushing his bicycle to stroll through the lively Viridian city center, Hisoka couldn't help but feel a little loneliness in his heart. He felt that he was still so out of tune with this world. In his last life, he was a top student majoring in mathematics and economics. After graduation, he refused high-paying employment from foreign companies. I chose to start my own business, and I have been working hard for more than 20 years in the business. I have failed, succeeded and sunk, fallen. In the end, end, I chose to sell all the shares of the company and become a travel friend who liked to travel around the world and explore everywhere. A plane accident ended everything in his previous life. When he opened his eyes again, he found that he had become a baby, and he was still a poor creature abandoned at the gate of the orphanage. This magical world that once seemed to exist only in animation is now so real. Fortunately, the humanities and technology in this world are highly developed, so social welfare is also very comprehensive. Orphans will start 6 years of basic knowledge education after the welfare dean reaches the age of 3, followed by 4 years of vocational knowledge education. Orphans in the orphanage can choose their favorite occupation knowledge so that they can have basic survival skills after leaving the orphanage at the age of 13. The mathematics and technology in this world are roughly the same as in the previous life, but the direction of development is different. It can even be said that the world is far more advanced than the Earth in some science and technology. Hisoka's elective expertise in the orphanage is drug identification and tree fruit planting. Although modern medical technology in this world has developed to the point where cancer can be easily cured, however, ancient medicine has not been eliminated because of this. Many rare diseases can only be cured by ancient medicine formulas. Therefore, the market for medicinal materials in this world is very prosperous. In particular, Vidian City is adjacent to the Vidian Forest, and there is such an endless library of natural medicinal materials, which also leads to the fact that the trade of medicinal materials in Vidian City can be said to be the most developed in the entire Kanto region. Spring and summer. Hisoka parked his bicycle at the door and strode inside. This is a century-old pharmacy in Vidian City. This time the bounty task was commissioned by the old pharmacy to release the Pokémon Center. All trainers who think they are good can be accepted, and the reward can be said to be very generous. Tis the best Audiobooks snake shed. It won't take more than 3 days to shed. It's superb. A middle-aged fat man with a spherical body gently cut out a small piece with small silver scissors and put it in his mouth, chewing, his face full of intoxication. The taste is bitter, but there is a fishy sweetness gushing out of the throat. This Audiobook is definitely in his prime and in good health. Boss boo, don't make these fall. Hisoka sat on the swivel chair and tapped the counter with his fingers lightly. I can sell you all this snake flu, but one thing, you must pay me now. Quote, hee. The middle-aged fat man surnamed Fu rubbed his hands when he heard the word, and said with a hilarious smile, look at what you said. We have cooperated so many times. You still don't believe my rich and gold character. Wild Audiobook. The market price of snake flu is 200 alliance coins per gram. The snake flu that has not shed more than 5 days is the best. I will charge you a quarter of the premium. The whole piece of snake flu is 1,200 grams, plus the previously promised 5W block reward, so a total of 35W alliance coins will be paid to you. Quote, as the fat man said, the reputation of the century-old store, coupled with the experience of many cooperations, still knows the character of the drugstore owner, Zisuo, although some profiteers also like to pick up leaks and bargain prices, but the integrity is true. Nothing to say. He took out a green hard card with a red and white Pokeball pattern from his arms and threw it away. This is the most common of several credit cards issued by the Pokemon Alliance Commercial Bank. The maximum savings limit is only 100W and it still cannot be overdrafted. Third chapter. Initial setup of the team. Walking out of the gate of the spring and summer hall, it was completely dark outside. Vidian City is a city suitable for retirement and vacation. There are no high-rise buildings in international metropolises and no continuous traffic flow. Most of the local residents here are old people with gray hair. However, due to the prosperity of the medicinal herb market, many herbalists and bounty hunters who come here to provide a unique and lively atmosphere for this forest-surrounded city. After buying some Lulu's favorite snacks and some daily necessities in the department store, Hisoka rode an off-road bicycle back to his house in the suburb, which is a European-style villa with a backyard. Vidian City is vast and sparsely populated, so the housing prices here are really cheap compared to Saffron City, a metropolis in the Kanto region, especially for suburban houses. You can only buy a toilet in Saffron City for the money you can buy in the suburbs of Vidian City, to a duplex villa with a garden. After taking a bath, Hisoka walked into the study with Lulu in his arm, and coaxed the little guy to play on the side. He himself sat on the chair and opened the laptop on the desk. As a top student in mathematics and economics in his previous life, Hisoka was very sensitive to numbers, and made full use of his advantages in numbers when training Pokemon. Opened an encrypted folder and double-clicked one of the files. The first thing that appeared on the desktop was a scaled-down 3D model of Roll, and on the left was a unique six-dimensional data map. Open black lens bracket Roll, close black lens bracket. HP D. Physical attack D. Defense D. Special attack B. Special defense C. B. C++. Ralts was hatched from an unknown Pokemon egg that Hisoka bought from a poacher group 2 years ago. This kind of Pokemon egg of unknown origin is usually much cheaper than the market price, but it also cost him a whole lot of money. 1 year of funding. Of course, course, it is God blessing. This kind of Pokemon egg that may even hatch a dead pet has finally hatched the psychic Pokemon Ralt, which is quite rare even in the Hoenn region. With the assistance of Ralts after that, Hisoka also embarked on the path of bounty hunter. From the simplest collection of herbs and tree fruits at the beginning, to going deep into the Viridian forest and risking life to search for all kinds of rare medicinal plants with extremely high value. One person and one pet cooperated seamlessly, and in just 2 years, a large amount of money was accumulated. Fun, no matter which world it is. Although money is not omnipotent, it is absolutely impossible without it. Money not only refers to money, but also represents resources and the economy. Even elementary school students know that the economy is too high to a certain extent can win the game. Now that he has embarked on the path of a bounty hunter, and is the most dangerous lone ranger among them, Hisoka must be the most thoughtful in every aspect, not only for himself but also for the innocent child. Thinking of this, Hisoka couldn't help but look back at the happy little guy in the corner of the study who was using confusion to control a ball. The corner of his mouth raised lightly, and he turned around and started typing on the keyboard. First of all, a powerful and comprehensive bounty hunter must have 6 Pokemon with different functions, and in terms of selection, it must not be like a trainer who is only restrained according to attributes or even just the appearance of beauty and ugliness, because the bounty hunter profession is more faced with the dangers of nature and the threat of wild Pokemon populations. So the Pokemon lineup selection must function differently, but complement each other to form a well-rounded and perfect small battle group. Hisoka divided these 6 Pokemon into 6 types according to their respective duties. 1. Quick Attacker, has powerful physical attack and excellent agility speed, but lacks defense, can kill people but is easy to be beaten. 2. Tinker, has a huge size and amazing physical defense. Special defense, is the team's meat shield, but lags behind in agility, easy to be kited. 3. Artilleryman, has enough single-hit terror skills and area damage skills. 4. Investigator, generally, it will be played by flying Pokemon. They are unique in this regard. 5. Auxiliary Hand, temporarily served by Ralt. 6. Team Doctor, Pokemon that can learn healing skills. The best choice is Blissey. These 6 Pokemon with different functions but complementing each other are the perfect team combination in Hisoka's mind, and the second Pokemon he desperately needs right now is the first type of Quick Attacker. I haven't cultivated a second Pokemon before because of lack of fun. Cultivating psychic Pokemon is far more expensive than other Pokemon. He cultivate Pokemon as his partner who fight side by side, or never choose. Once you choose, you will definitely provide them with the best environment and treatment they can provide in every aspect. Hisoka has been thinking about the quick attack for a long time. What his team urgently needs right now is a Pokemon with the main output. The lack of this aspect also prevents him from taking some lucrative but risky missions. Scyther out. Hisoka deleted an image, and replaced it with a picture of a black, pointed-eared, claws cat-shaped Pokemon that remained on the computer desktop. Chapter 4 Perfect Beat Attacker. Sneasel. Sneasel. Attribute: Evil, Ice. HP: C. Physical Attack: A. Physical Defense: D. Special Attack: D. Special Defense: C. Speed: A+. Based on some memories from previous lives and what he has learned in this life, Hisoka will shorten the detailed data of some Pokemon into a 6-dimensional 3D map. The advantage of this is that the data can be compared at a glance. From the above data, it can be seen that Sneasel is a Pokemon that almost perfectly matches everything: a quick attacker, a perfect assassin, high physical attack, high speed, and a crispy skin at the same time. In terms of skill selection, Sneasel itself can learn the dark high attack skill, Tree Trial, followed by Ice Punch and Brick Break that can be assisted by using the learning machine, plus an additional attack buff skill Swords Dance, which has been it as the most suitable skill combination for Sneasel after many data comparisons of Hisoka. As the last letter was typed, Hisoka put his hands together on the tip of his nose. His eyes fell into contemplation. Pokemon are actually not much different from humans. They have IQ far beyond that of ordinary animals, and rich emotions comparable to humans. Like humans, the analogy gap between individuals and between races is huge. The energy of each Pokemon is limited, and they can indeed learn a lot of skills, but there are few that can really exert a powerful power or even surpass the power of the skill itself. Therefore, in terms of training Pokemon, the Alliance has experienced decades of experience. It is recommended that trainers focus on training the 4 main skills, even though this is just an ordinary training suggestion, but it can bring the combat ability of an ordinary Pokemon to the limit. Practice makes perfect is never a simple idiom. In the early morning, the soft south wind blows the entire Viridian city with the breath of the forest, and the rising sun heralds a new day. It was May, and the weather was the most comfortable. Hisoka slowly walked into his back garden wearing a black high-necked short sleeve with a Pokemon ball pattern on the back. The 120 square meter garden is planted with many tree fruits and various medicinal plants. There are no precious varieties, but they are all in great demand in the market. In addition to the superb cultivation and grafting technology of Sasuo, these fruit and medicinal plants are of great value. The quality is also much better than most of the same products on the market. Lazily stretched his waist. Then Hisoka's legs were slightly bent, and then the whole body stretched upward like a spring. With a swoosh, I saw him leap almost 2 meters high, and with a slight fold of his right hand, a peach-like fruit was picked from the tree beside him. This is sweet peach, which has a very good detoxification effect. If the trainer is accidentally poisoned in the wild, and there is no antidote on his body, then the wild sweet peach is their life-saving medicine. Of course, if you are bitten head-on by the toxic king-like Arbok, don't expect sweet peach to work. There's no Pokémon Center around, or you don't have a top-notch antidote on you, so you'd better just die in peace. When you bite into it, it is full, juicy, with strong sweetness and even some milky fragrance. Sweet peach is not only a good antidote, but also an essential ingredient for some famous snacks and Pokéblock. It is also very nutritious when eaten raw. Hisoka was an extreme sports enthusiast in his previous life, and he had very high requirements on personal physical fitness. It happened that people in this world were born with far more physical fitness than people on Earth. Coupled with active exercise since childhood, he jumped more than 2 meters high in the air. It was just trivial to him. A qualified bounty hunter not only has sufficient knowledge of wild survival and a professional team combination, but also a strong body, because it will save your life at a critical moment. Breakfast is ready. Hisoka, hurry up and eat. The milky low lean sounded in her mind, and when she looked back, she saw that little Lulu walked in from the door step by step, and the funny thing was that there was a plate of food on top of her head. Hot steak and a glass of cow milk. Speaking of this Hisoka, sometimes he has to admire himself. He spent more than half a year teaching Ralts how to cook. When cooking, since Ralts doesn't have human-like flexible fingers, she has to multitask, using her confusion to control the knife to cut vegetables, control the stir-fry, control the seasoning, and more. At the beginning, making food was a huge challenge for Lulu, who was still in Earl Dervish form, because her mental strength was still too weak. But as the number of failures accumulated, this food-making training method was really short. In time, Lulu's mental power has been greatly increased. The steak is very fragrant and tender, just medium cooked, and the cumin and pepper are just right. In terms of food, as long as the conditions allow, Hisoka will never treat himself badly. This glass of Miltank cow milk is worth it. 500 Union coin, because it was just airlifted from a famous farm in Johto this morning. The cow milk produced by Miltank has a very high nutritional value, and long-term drinking has great benefit for physical fitness and brain development. Chapter 4: The Perfect Aggressor. Sneasel. Attribute: Evil, Ice, HP, C. Physical attack, A. Physical defense, D. Special attack, D. Special defense, C. Speed, A+. Based on some memories from previous lives and what he has learned in this life, Hisoka will shorten the detailed data of some Pokemon into a 6-dimensional 3D map. The advantage of this is that the data can be compared at a glance. From the above data, it can be seen that Sneasel is a Pokemon that almost perfectly matches everything: a quick attacker, a perfect assassin, high physical attack, high speed, and a crispy skin at the same time. In terms of skill selection, Sneasel itself can learn the dark high attack skill, Tree Trial, followed by Ice Punch and Brick Break that can be assisted by using the learning machine, plus an additional attack buff skill Sword Stand. This and it is the most suitable skill combination for Sneasel after many data comparisons of Hisoka. As the last letter was typed, Hisoka put his hands together on the tip of his nose. His eyes fell into contemplation. Pokemon are actually not much different from humans. They have IQ far beyond that of ordinary animals, and rich emotions comparable to humans. Like humans, the analogy gap between individuals and between races is huge. The energy of each Pokemon is limited, and they can indeed learn a lot of skills, but there are few that can really exert a powerful power or even surpass the power of the skill itself. Therefore, in terms of training Pokemon, the Alliance has experienced decades of experience. It is recommended that trainers focus on training the 4 main skills, even though this is just an ordinary training suggestion, but it can bring the combat ability of an ordinary Pokemon to the limit. Practice makes perfect is never a simple idiom. In the early morning, the soft south wind blows the entire Viridian city with the breath of the forest, and the rising sun heralds a new day. It was May, and the weather was the most comfortable. Hisoka slowly walked into his back garden wearing a black high-neck short sleeve with a Pokemon ball pattern on the back. The 120 square meter garden is planted with many tree fruits and various medicinal plants. There are no precious varieties, but they are all in great demand in the market. In addition to the superb cultivation and grafting technology of Sasuo, these fruit and medicinal plants are of great value. The quality is also much better than most of the same products on the market. Lazily stretched his waist. Then Hisoka's legs were slightly bent, and then the whole body stretched upward like a spring. With a swoosh, I saw him leap almost 2 meters high, and with a slight fold of his right hand, a peach-like fruit was picked from the tree beside him. This is sweet peach, which has a very good detoxification effect. If the trainer is accidentally poisoned in the wild, and there is no antidote on his body, then the wild sweet peach is as their life-saving medicine. Of course, if you are bitten head-on by a toxic king like Arbok, don't expect Sweet Peach to work. There's no Pokémon Center around or you don't have a top-notch antidote on you, so you'd better just die in peace. When you bite into it, it is full, juicy, with strong sweetness and even some milky fragrance. Sweet Peach is not only a good antidote, but also an essential ingredient for some famous snacks and Pokéblock. It is also very nutritious when eaten raw. Hisoka was an extreme sports enthusiast in his previous life, and he had very high requirements on personal physical fitness. It happened that people in this world were born with far more physical fitness than people on Earth. Coupled with active exercise since childhood, he jumped more than 2 meters high in the air. It was just trivial to him. A qualified bounty hunter not only has sufficient knowledge of wild survival and a professional team combination, but also a strong body, because it will save your life at a critical moment. Breakfast is ready. Hisoka, hurry up and eat. The milky low lean sounded in her mind, and when she looked back, she saw that little Lulu walked in from the door step by step, and the funny thing was that there was a plate of food on top of her head, hot steak and a glass of cow milk. Speaking of this Hisoka, sometimes he has to admire himself. He spent more than half a year teaching Ralts how to cook. When cooking, since Ralts doesn't have human-like flexible fingers, she has to multitask, using her confusion to control the knife to cut vegetables, control the stir-fry, control the seasoning, and more. At the beginning, making food was a huge challenge for Lulu, who was still in Earl Dervish form, because her mental strength was still too weak, but as the number of failures accumulated, this food-making training method was really short. In time, Lulu's mental power has been greatly increased. The steak is very fragrant and tender, just medium cooked, and the cumin and pepper are just right. In terms of food, as long as the conditions allow, Hisoka will never treat himself badly. This glass of Miltank cow milk is worth it. 500 union coin, because it was just airlifted from a famous farm in Johto this morning. The cow milk produced by Miltank has a very high nutritional value, and long-term drinking has great benefit for physical fitness and brain development. Chapter 5, Early Morning Training. After a good breakfast, Hisoka started the morning training, not only for the Pokemon training, but also for his own physical training. Hisoka never failed. From the rows of professional fitness equipment in the yard, it can be seen how much energy he usually spends on physical training. After the simple warm-up exercise, Hisoka began to squat, leaning forward with his arms and making a standard push-up position. He raised his head and glanced at Ralts, who was not far away. Without word, the little guy knew what his master meant. "Come on, Lulu." All I could hear was Ralts' cheerful cry, jumping from the dining table to the ground, and then a few ups and downs, landing firmly on Hisoka's back, kneeling on her lovely short legs in a ladylike manner. At this moment, the red eyes hidden under the hood of Ralts' green bowl glowed a faint blue light, and with a wave of her little hand, the light blue glow instantly spread to Hisoka's whole body. Feeling the pressure coming from all parts of the body, Hisoka showed a pleasant smile at the corner of his mouth, and said softly, "Too light, increase the force." Lulu got it. Ralts snorted softly, his hand stretched out. The light blue light of confusion burst into full bloom, and a huge force that was enough to bounce ordinary people instantly pressed Hisoka's whole body. "Huh." Hisoka sighed lightly. The pleasant smile on his face had long since disappeared, replaced by a firm look. His sword brows were raised, his leg slowly rose in the air, and his arms started to move up and down. Very standard Russian push-up. The Russian push-up is more than 10 times more difficult than the push-up of an ordinary person. Ordinary people can't even do this posture at all, but Hisoka easily completed this action under the comprehensive pressure of confusion. When Hisoka was exercising, Ralts' training did not fall because of this. She has been carefully controlling her confusion so that every strength of it is evenly distributed on the owner's body. The force should not be too large, otherwise it will hurt the owner's body. It can't be too small, otherwise the effect of the exercise will be flawed, and the strength required by each part will be different. This series of requirements made Ralts not dare to be distracted at all, and concentrate all his energy on manipulating his confusion. During this process, Ralts' mental power consumption would be 3.56 times as much as usual, which was the conclusion that Hisoka had calculated many times. Just like exercising muscle, you need to tear old muscle to grow new muscle. The same is true for exercising the mental power of psychic Pokemon. The original mental power is quickly consumed, and then slowly recovered. Over time, the mental power of psychic Pokemon will become stronger and stronger. With careful operation and control, it will also make Lulu handy in using skills later, as subtle as a needle. After the 2-hour physical exercise, Hisoka took a cold shower and returned to the garden, while Lulu temporarily rested in the room due to excessive mental exhaustion. Wearing only a pair of black shorts and eating a naked upper body, it is hard to imagine that this will be the body of a 15-year-old boy, with a perfect 6 chocolate abs muscles, a male dog waist, a mermaid line and 2 strong shang muscles. Interestingly, there is a Q version of the Ralts tattoo on his left mouth, which made people not only grim. Hisoka had the habit of tattooing in his previous life, but at that time the tattoo was a black dragon jade pattern. In this life, in order to commemorate the first Pokemon I also got this hue version of Raul tattooed a year ago. Vidian was happy for several months at the time. Every time I took a shower, I always wanted to see my own tattoo on the owner's body. Scrub white. Turn on the computer and enter the website dedicated to bounty hunters. Trainers with qualifications for bounty hunters can receive or post tasks on this website. Of course, ordinary people can also log into the hunter website to publish tasks, but the premise is that they need to pay an expensive deposit, and due to the strong monitoring of the Alliance, the tasks published on the official website of the bounty hunters must be legal. Therefore, the big hunters on the official website, the bounties for some quests are actually not that high. If you want to make a lot of money as a bounty hunter, you have to go astray or go black, and the amount of bounty for those tasks is really appalling. Hisoka didn't have the idea of making a lot of money for the time being. He didn't even have a second Pokemon at the moment. Taking on that kind of gray-black task would undoubtedly lead to his own death. People may not be smart, but they must be self-aware. I entered the word Sneasel in the search bar of the official website, and hundreds of search results appeared in the next second. The main habitat of Sneasel is in the empty silver vein of Johto, but since the Viridian Forest spans the two major regions of Kanto and Johto, sometimes there will be native Pokemon from the Johto region accidentally breaking into the Viridian Forest, and those who accidentally entered the forest. Most of the baby's fate is not very good, either by being attacked to death by other wild Pokemon, or captured by a poacher team. After all, Pokemon in other places can often sell for a lot of money in other regions. Chapter 6 Sneasel's message. Really, as the information from the search was eliminated one by one, Hisoka really found the information that he was interested in. Sneasel is a cunning, vicious and aggressive Pokemon, or most dark Pokemon are of this nature. And since Sneasel family is a group of Pokemon, there are often a dozen or 20 together when hunting or migrating, so Sneasel family can also be regarded as a small tyrant of the empty silver vein, especially when there are too many of them. Even empty Tyranitar, the real overlord of Silver Vein, dare not provoke them easily. I found traces of Sneasel, a rare Pokemon that only exists in Johto region, in the southern region of Viridian Forest, and the other party was still injured. The detailed discovery address is now sold at the price of 5,000 Alliance coin. Interested parties are quick and refuse to bargain. Close double angle bracket. A picture of Sneasel is attached below. It may be that the sky was a little dark when it was taken, and the picture looks a little blurry, but you can still see a black cat-shaped Pokemon sitting on a tree pole. Two pieces of Caterpie's body were caught in his hand. The news was released at 5:15 a.m. yesterday, and the number of sales was still 0. However, it was certain that Sneasel was right, but Siso could not say whether he was injured or not. The authenticity of the news released on the official website of the bounty hunter is beyond doubt, but it is acceptable for the seller to make some exaggeration or simple modification in order to sell the news more smoothly. One-click purchase directly. The price of 5,000 Alliance coins is not too expensive for Hisoka, and it would be a real regret if someone made the first move because of a short-term hesitation. Almost at the moment of payment, an email popped up in the lower right corner of the desktop, which contained the detailed coordinates of the last time the seller saw Sneasel in the southern region of the Viridian Forest and some pictures of reference scenes. He directly shared these data synchronously to the handheld computer on the side. Hisoka was going to wait for Ralts to wake up and leave immediately. He also took advantage of this time to prepare some corresponding tools. If you can meet Sneasel and attach a retrofit device to him, it will be the biggest reward of this trip. Food, purified water, antidote, good potion, camping tents. This time, I'm tracking down a wild Pokemon that may spend several days in the Viridian Forest, so these things are essential. Due to the highly developed space technology in this world, it only takes an ordinary space foldable backpack to hold so many field, outdoor equipment, and you will not feel any weight, which can be said to be very convenient. This camouflage color space folding backpack from Hisoka is an enhanced version, and the price is 3 times that of ordinary folding backpack. At present, the biggest disadvantage of Ralts is Psychic Pokemon. Her current main output skill is Confusion, and Psychic skills are completely ineffective against Dark Pokemon. Of course, if the strengths of the two sides are vastly different, they can break the natural restraint of attribute, but obviously Lulu's strength is far from reaching that realm. Therefore, considering how to use some not too excessive means to win when the complete attribute is restrained once it is necessary to fight head-to-head, Hisoka couldn't help but smile slightly and took an iron with a key from the warehouse shelf. Box. Open the tin box. All kinds of silver steel objects come into view, including steel balls with a diameter of 8 mm, slender steel needles, thick big steel nails, and the most frightening steel cone. These small things are custom made by Hisoka. The materials used are all cold steel, which are very high in hardness and toughness. With the exposed Confusion control, these steel balls, steel needles, steel nails, and steel cone cones or bullets, sniper rifles, bazooka. Sneasel is to be conquered rather than killed, so you only need to use steel balls. Since confusion is ineffective, use confusion to control steel balls to output it remotely. Of course, in order to prevent some accident, you also need to bring some steel needles and nails, and put these small killers into the multifunctional tactical belt that you carry with you in turn. With the last tactical folding knife chasing into the boot, this mission the preparatory work is also a success. Chapter 7 Tracking Start. The camouflage jacket is a must-have for adventure in the forest. It not only deceives the eyes of human, but can often deceive the eyes of some Pokemon. Hisoka got on the off-road bike. Rolf, who had just woken up, hit a cute yawn and then used confusion to control his body and swayed to the owner's shoulder. The green bull hood rubbed against his neck. The multifunction sports watch is connected to the handheld computer, and the Sneasel coordinates that have just been bought are entered into the watch. The system starts to navigate automatically. Hisoka straddles his feet, and the off-road bicycle start to drive towards the Viridian Forest ahead. Viridian Forest is a paradise for bug-type Pokemon, and the number of bug-type Pokemon living here can be calculated in units of billion. In particular, the Kanto region's iconic bug-type Pokemon, Caterpie. Almost as soon as you step into the forest, you can see a few Caterpies crawling on the branches of the surrounding trees, lazily devouring the leaves. Caterpie is the most abundant Pokemon in the Viridian Forest, but it is also the Pokemon at the bottom of the food chain, compared to the equally weak Weedle. Because the other party is a bee larva, hundreds of adult Beedrills will protect their larvae around them, and Caterpie is not such a good parent. Butterfree will not care about these larvae after giving birth, so Caterpie has also become the best prey for Pidgeotto and Spearow. Flow action, Weedrank, coupled with the natural restraint of bird Pokemon against bug Pokemon. This is simply a fat lamb at your fingertip for Pidgeotto and Spearow. Hisoka found a hidden corner, made a mark around it, and covered the off-road bike with a piece of camouflage canvas, then covered it with some weed branches, and continued to go deeper into the forest, where there were dense vines and bushes, and the off-road bike. It is difficult to ride in it and can only be placed in this place temporarily, and then come out and take it out after the task is completed. There is still some distance from the coordinates where Sneasel was found. He had to speed up and put Ralts into the collar of his jacket. Hisoka jumped up to the tree trunk beside him, and then immediately jumped violently. Strong physical coordination. He gallops between trees like a live-action Tarzan, and when the trees are too far apart or there is a small canyon crack, Ralts uses teleport directly. Finally, it was dark and the sun was about to set. Hisoka dragged his already tired body to the location of the coordinate. According to the scene in the picture, there is a small water pool 30 meters away on the left. Hisoka looked around and saw a water pool exactly like the one in the picture. At the same time, he also found some remains of Caterpie's body under a big tree. The accidental word should be the residue that the Sneasel left after eating. Have you fallen to the point of hunting Caterpie? Hisoka squatted down and looked at the wreckage on the ground, with a strange look in his eyes. Sneasel is a carnivorous Pokemon, but not every carnivorous Pokemon like to eat Caterpie, whose signature V-shaped tentacles emit an unbearable stench when attacked. Therefore, except for some bird Pokemon, Caterpie is not on the menu of other carnivorous Pokemon, and the research data also clearly records that Sneasel never hunts Caterpie. There is only one exception, and that is when a Sneasel cannot obtain higher quality meat. In order to survive, it can only hunt and kill the most accessible meat in the forest. Sneasel is a gregarious Pokemon. Their habits are very similar to those of the African hyenas on Earth in the previous life. When they are large in number, they dare to challenge Tyranitar, but don't underestimate Sneasel's individual fighting ability. Combined with a cunning and fierce character, Viridian, there aren't many Pokemon in the forest that can threaten it. It was already too late, and the body was already in a state of fatigue after a long journey. Hisoka prepared to rest for a while, replenished food and then went to track Sneasel. When camping in the wild outdoors, keep in mind that the tent must not be placed near the water source. Otherwise, when you rest at night, you will be easily attacked by wild Pokemon who come to drink water. Sylph's tent is an inflatable camping tent recently launched by Sylph. It does not need to be installed manually. It is made of special rubber and can adapt to various terrains in the field outdoor. After being inflated, a large tent covering an area of about 10 square meters stood up, with an air mattress and an air mattress inside. Chapter 8 Drone Reconnaissance. Hisoka ordered Lulu to make dinner, while he took out a black box from his backpack, opened the box. There were various parts inside, and skillfully took out the main body. Hisoka began to assemble. It took about 15 minutes, and a pitch-black drone appeared on the grass. This is a field outdoor reconnaissance drone that Hisoka spent a lot of money looking for a heavy industry company under the Sylph Group. He named the drone the Falcon Drone, and installed solar charge panels and infrared reconnaissance drone test camera. He needs to use the drone to detect the surrounding terrain first, so that the next plan can be implemented. Of course, if he can directly capture the trace of Sneasel, it will be more perfect. As the Falconer drone slowly took off and flew forward under the shroud of night. Hisoka opened his laptop to connect with the drone. In an instant, a bird's eye view of the green forest appeared in front of Hisoka. Finding a specific Pokémon in such a large area is undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack, but with modern technology this difficulty can be greatly reduced, but if you lack some luck, you still won't be able to get the results you want. It had been an hour since the Falconer drone set off. Hisoka had entered Sneasel's picture into the built-in terminal computer of the drone. Once it found a biological computer with a similar figure, it would immediately prompt, but it was a pity that the most perfect the result did not happen. However, the main task of the drone this time is to draw the surrounding terrain map and some dangerous Pokémon group. It is best to find Sneasel directly, and it is harmless to find it. Drone detection revealed that a group of Menkeys lived at the eastern coordinate point 1,274,654, led by 2 Primi. There is a Nidoking and a Nidoqueen at the western coordinate point 1,745,693. The northern coordinate point 1,534,765 is a group of Rhyhorn, and only the southern region is a large area of rocky canyon mountain terrain, and there are no wild Pokémon that are life-threatening except for some Geodudes. Seeing the data from these drones, Hisoka fell into contemplation. He began to think in a different position. All creatures have the nature to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. Sneasel will not be inferior to human beings around 10 years old in terms of emotion and IQ. Children, for example, this Sneasel is in a weak or injured state. The east is Menke's territory, plus 2 Primate leaders. Fighting Pokémon just restrains Star, and the natural restraint makes Sneasel the last place to go as the eastern area, followed by Nidoking and Nidoqueen, 2 kinds of Pokémon that attach great importance to the territory. They are almost the overlords at the top of the food chain in the Viridian Forest, and creatures with a little brain will not provoke them. The rest are the northern and southern region. The southern region is the safest, but the environment is dangerous and lack food sources. Although there is a group of Rhyhorns living in the northern region, this creature is vegetarian and or eating, and its character is of a relatively docile type. Overweight and slow, it is difficult to pose a threat in the face of an overly agile Sneasel, so it is not surprising that this Sneasel is likely to be in the southern or northern area of this forest. Then use the stupidest method of elimination now, Hisoka murmured, and then controlled the computer to put the drone in automatic cruise mode. He was going to go to the nearest northern area first, and if he didn't find it, he would go to the southern area. With the guidance of the drone, Hisoka quickly came to the area where this group of Rhyhorn lived. There seems to be something wrong with the situation. Hisoka looked around and found that many trees in this area were severely damaged. He came to one of the trees and stroked the pit on it with his palm. The wound spread and cracked all around. This should be the damage done by the horn attack. Hiso, I found something. At this moment, Lulu's milky voice sounded in Hiso's mind. With a wave of her little hand, a black shadow suddenly flew out of the bushes beside her, and then landed heavily on the grass in front of her. This is Rhyhorn's corpse. Hisoka glanced at him. There were many hideous claw marks all over Rhyhorn's body, but these were not fatal wounds, because in the middle of his forehead was a cobweb-like mass the size of an adult palm. Crack. Hit the forehead hard. Kill with one hit. The claw marks on this Rhyhorn's body have already told who the murderer is. The hardest part of Rhyhorn's body is its head, and the trauma that can cause such a heavy blow also proves that the Sneasel is extremely possibly learned some powerful fighting skills. Hisoka asked Lulu to use confusion to put the Rhyhorn's body back into the bushes, and at this moment his desire for the Sneasel was even higher. Chapter 9 Great Matchup. Sneaselvsnik. About 2 kilometers to the south, there is a strange rock canyon that is deserted and devoid of any green plant. It seems that there is no life here except for the gray-black ward. However, this world is often so magical. This seemingly unlivable area is the favorite living environment for rock-type Pokémon. These luo-exposed stones rich in mineral elements are the best food provided by nature for them. But tonight, an uninvited guest broke the silence of the canyon and mountain. This cat-shaped creature that walked upright accidentally broke into the boss's territory in this area, and also injured its younger brothers very arrogantly. Aang! A huge rock snake raised its head and howled, and its eyes the size of a copper bell were full of rage fire. At this time, several Geodudes with claw marks and cracked were lying down not far from it. These are the 2 iconic rock-type Pokémon in the Kanto region. Onix is a solitary Pokémon, and there will be no second one in a sight. Onix, who can occupy such a large rock canyon as a site, must not be weak in terms of strength. This Onix is more than 10 meters long, and its eyes is almost a circle thicker than other ordinary counterparts. Its white pupils stare at a raised rock in front of it, and on it is standing a black man with claws. Unknown Pokémon. Sneasel. This black Pokémon let out a sharp neigh, stretched its arms forward, and bent its claws inward a few times, actually making a taunt action that only humans can do. Onix, who was already in anger, was instantly detonated by the opponent's taunt behavior. With With a long whistle, the giant rock tail flashed a metallic light and slapped the rock in front of him. Boom! The rock smashed. The rocks were scattered, and the smoke and dust that filled the air temporarily covered this small area. Onyx, whose body length is more than 10 meters and weighs more than 500 kg, is using Iron Tail to attack at the time. Only relying on the transformation of the body's potential energy can exert a terrifying destructive ability. It really took no time, but this Sneasel has a really aggressive personality. Hisoka and Ralts hid behind a hidden cliff, carefully observing the fight that broke out below, just above the rocky canyon. At a height of tens of meters, a drone is silently parked in the air. A gust of night wind blew, and the smoke gradually dissipated. The condescending drone immediately used the infrared camera to capture the trace of Sneasel. This cunning guy took advantage of the short time when the smoke blocked Onyx's sight. The strong and streamlined body is high splash. The right claws are raised at 45 degrees. A metal light like Onyx's tail completely wrapped Sneasel's right claws with a hint of excitement and cruel smile. The right claws are fierce. Slapped hard on the spine of Onyx, who didn't react at all. Clang is the unique sound of metal tackle, and it is also accompanied by Onyx's painful roar. Sneasel's blow just now actually made 2 deep dents on its back. Alloy claws. Hisoka, who was observing secretly, nodded his head. As a steel-type skill, Onyx used to deal with rock-type skills has the effect of doubling the damage. Sneasel tilde. Sneasel, who easily landed on the ground, hummed softly, revealing a humane smug smile. Her pointed, bright red left ear trembled slightly, and at the same time, her agile body jumped to the right to avoid Onyx's iron tail again. But still before Sneasel became complacent again, a boulder the size of an adult head roared from behind it. Sneasel's expression was stiff, and its long sensitive ears had already heard the movement behind him. But at this moment, his body had no time to dodge this cobblestone that was attacking at the perfect time. At this time, Sneasel used all his strength to pounce forward, but unfortunately the cobblestone still smashed into its right shoulder. With a click, a crisp bone crack sounded in the silent night sky. A pull. Sneasel clenched his teeth tightly. His bright red eyes bulged with blood. The severe pain made his whole body tremble, shake. His right hand was broken. Sneasel is an agile assassin, and his defense is too weak. If it hadn't been the last he jumped out to make amends, I'm afraid that the boulder hit its head. It's amazing. Hisoka couldn't help but applaud if he wasn't afraid of disturbing the 2 Pokémon below. Such a wonderful showdown could actually be seen on Wild Pokémon. Don't say yes to Onyx's move just now. Wild Pokémon is something that many superior trainers fail to react to for a while. Chapter 10 Shock. Being hit by the opponent's restraint skills, but relying on strong defense and sufficient physical strength to resist, and making an unbearable pain to numb the opponent's mentality, and then a bluff Iron Tail uses to cover up the rock throw skill that followed. Hisoka couldn't help touching his chin and sighed. This set is really deep. It seems that this Onyx is also an experienced driver, who can come up with such a set in such a short period of time. It is conceivable that this Onyx is what a wealth of combat experience. Hisoka wants to conquer it, so he has a tanker all of a sudden, and the strength of Onyx evolution after becoming Steelix is quite good. Onyx shook the huge stone head. The burning pain in the back made it very uncomfortable, but the result was good. The intruder who dared to invade its territory and injured its little brother was already lying in front of it, and the rest was to put the enemy as completely eliminated. Thinking of this, Onyx and Bai's eyes showed a bit of killing intent. The giant tail was raised high, and everything was over after it fell heavily. Lulu, prepare to save people, Hisoka said to Ralts beside him, tightening his neckline. Norman came all the way, and finally saw how this Sneasel would allow Onyx to kill it directly. Lulu understand. The little guy nodded, and with a wave of his little hand, 5 8mm steel balls were already floating in the air, and they all aimed at Onyx's most fragile, weak eyes, waiting for Hisoka's order to let the other party have a good taste of this Italian gun. Although the little guy has never understood the meaning of the Italian gun that the owner often talks about, the crisis of life and death is imminent, and the sickle of the god of death has been raised high. Because of the severe pain, Sneasel's lip had been bitten with blood. Niu pulled, with a harsh and sharp neigh. This bloody growl made Onyx's body tremble violently, and a trace of fear could not help spreading in his heart. At the critical moment, Sneasel used Roar to stop Onyx's movements for a moment. Taking advantage of the short period of time, he saw that the guy raised his left hand and smashed his broken right hand. It was a dull click. Suddenly, Sneasel's right hand softened like noodle. Hisoka couldn't imagine how painful this kind of pain was. He was completely shocked by the scene in front of him. No matter he had suffered many injuries in his past and present life, it was a little worse than this. He seemed to be in that petite figure. I saw an upright man. Sneasel was half kneeling on the ground. Its body was shaking all the time. Maybe the fate of its death with such serious injuries may have been foreseen, regardless of the outcome. Roar's negative effects ended. Onyx couldn't help but be furious when he recovered. This little worm dared to resist. Iron Tail suddenly pulled out, and swept forward with the sound of breaking the sky. With a stomping landing of both legs on the ground, the figure suddenly disappeared. This is agility. Sneasel dragged the broken arm and jumped steadily onto the giant tail swept by Onyx. At this time, it concentrated all its attention and began to fully utilize its agility advantages. Onyx madly tackles the rocks around him, trying to knock the little bug off him, but it was always in vain. Agility and quick attack were used one after another. Sneasel successfully came to the rock horn in the center of Onyx's head, and then splashed high. His left arm was slashing, and with the use of this skill, Sneasel's left arm muscles almost well cracked. The sound of the rock shattering, Onyx's huge snake body suddenly tensed, and the copper bell-sized pupils lost all vigor at this moment, and then the body fell forward weakly and heavily, flashing up to a jong-high dust. Sneasel jumped off Onyx's head and leaned back on it, his left hand pressing firmly on his badly injured right arm. Its consciousness is also gradually disappearing, and its body seems to be likely to fall down at any time. At this time, all the Geodudes who were hiding around came out. Seeing that the boss was beaten so badly by the invaders, they were also burning with anger, perhaps in full bloom. The Sneasel of the period did not dare to provoke them, but the Sneasel who seemed to have only one breath left, they still dared to fight in groups. Pong, pong, pong. After several muffled noises, the three Geodudes that were about to approach Sneasel flew out backward, temporarily losing their fighting ability, and each of them had a steel ball inlaid on their forehead. If you don't want to be beaten, get out of here. Using Raw teleport, Hisoka suddenly appeared in the encirclement of the Geodudes. Seeing the fate of the three same kind of birds just now, the surrounding Geodudes stopped in place for a while, blinking each other's eyes, not knowing what to do, but they were a little unwilling to let the intruders swagger away. Chapter 11 Rescue. Hisoka bent down and picked up Sneasel, who had lost consciousness, and couldn't help but sigh. The guy's last reversal made him admire him. To be honest, he didn't want to take advantage of others' danger, but if he let it go, Sneasel, who was so seriously injured, would never survive in the wild. 3 days. Seeing the Geodudes who were still reluctant to leave, Hisoka showed a playful smile, and snapped his fingers with his right hand. Lulu, it's over to you. No problem. Ra's petite small body slowly rose. 2 small hands stretched out one by one, and 5 steel balls were floating above each hand. Then the left and right hands were forced to one side. Flop, puff, puff, puff. With the sound of breaking through the air, the 10 surrounded Geodude immediately lost their ability to fight, and the remaining few fish and shrimp saw all their companions rushing to the street and immediately used the rollout skill to attack. Run deep into the canyon. After 2 years of mental training, Lulu could actually evolve into Kirlia, but in order to help her lay the foundation, Hisoka had always asked her to suppress the urge of evolution, and waited until the current mental strength exercise to the limit before performing evolution, which would have a great helping hand for her future strength improvement. With the support of strong mental power, Lulu's power of using confusion skills is about 3 times that of the same kind, which is also the result obtained by Hisoka after many data comparison. With such a powerful confusion as a launching device, the potential energy of these ejected steel balls is not weaker than some powerful pistol bullets. Touching Sneasel's severely injured right arm, Sneasel, who had already passed out in a coma, trembled slightly and let out a whimper. He was seriously injured. The helping hand, a Sneasel without human medical technology, would be disabled for the rest of his life. Moreover, the Pokémon Center alone is not enough to treat such a severe injury. Hisoka also needs to find some precious bone setting and bone strengthening drugs for adjuvant treatment so that this Sneasel can return to its prime without leaving any sequelae. In fact, it was just that the original Onyx's rock throw would not have caused such trauma. At most fractures, the serious ones were bone fractures. The Pokémon Center could completely treat it. After a sleepless night, Sneasel with a comminuted fracture of his right arm was admitted to the intensive care unit of the Pokémon Center in Vidian at more than 3 o'clock in the morning last night. Speaking of which, that guy is also a weirdo. Nurse Joy called Yun out of the intensive care unit, and the operation for more than 3 hours in a row made her very tired. It's obviously a wild Pokémon that hasn't been conquered yet, but she's willing to spend it so much money for such expensive medicinal material. Quote, that handsome young man seems to be called Hisoka. Nurse Joy murmured. She had met this young man several times at the Pokémon Center. He was a native of Vidian City, and he was born an orphan. Although he often came to Pokémon, the center has received some bounty tasks, but I think the economic conditions of coming home should not be good. But if he can afford so much money to treat a wild Pokémon, he will be a good boy with a good heart. Thinking of this, Nurse Joy's tired spirit seemed to be relieved a lot. Marowak's bone stick, Keel, strong bone succulent. Seeing the 3 medicinal herbs in front of him, Hisoka couldn't help but bleed. None of the 3 are cheap. If EPUB's bone stick is cheaper, Marowak's bone stick is 3 times its price, a full 150,000 yuan. Union coin. Dragon bone. The bones left behind after the death of dragon Pokémon. Not just any bone can be used as medicine, it must be the vertebrae. Fortunately, this keel was not bought by Hisoka, but was accidentally obtained from from a cave while completing a mission. This thing is quite precious. The market has always been out of stock, so Siso has never been willing to sell it. The market price of this 2 kilograms heel should not be lower than the 80W Alliance currency. The strong bone succulents are relatively cheap because they can be artificially farmed, but Sisuo bought wild succulent. Even if Chungxiatang gave the friendship price, it still cost him 50,000 ocean. It cost almost a full 100W. Hisoka was boiling the medicine while looking at the black shadow lying in the room. Maybe it was because of the serious injury. This guy still didn't show any signs of waking up. Maroweg's bone sticks are scraped into powder and bone-strengthening succulent herbs are boiled into ointment for external application, while Kyo is boiled with some meat and medicinal herbs into healthy soup for oral administration. Hisoka walked into the room with 2 bowls of boiled medicinal soup, looked at Raltz who was sitting beside Chuang bored with his calf cross, and said, "Lulu, go to the garden to play first. I'll take care of it." "No, Lulu wants to accompany Hisoka." Lulu shook her head vigorously, then controlled her body with confusion and floated to Hisoka's feet, her little hands pulling on his trousers, with a cute look of being beaten to death. Putting the bowl on the bedside table, rubbed the head of Raltz. Bowl dotingly, "Just watch from the side, don't make trouble for me." Lulu got it. "Hisoka, you're so awkward." Raltz shook his head, patted off his big hand on her head, and snorted, "It won't grow taller. Don't rub my head all the time." Chapter 12 Wake Up, Get Acquainted. After pouring the last bowl of dragon bone soup into Sneasel, today's treatment is over. After that, I only need to change the ointment every 3 days. Nearly 100W of precious medicinal materials are smashed down. After this Sneasel fully recovers, its bones will be stronger than in its heyday. While this guy was still awake, Hisoka took out a self-made data detector and placed it in front of the bed. The detector was similar in shape to the large video cameras used by reporters, but it had a high-definition lock-on installed inside. Probes and dynamic trackers. The data detector will be linked to the laptop, and Hisoka sat on the chair beside the bed and started related analysis and data monitoring. Drop. The 3D virtual image of Sneasel was quickly formed on the computer software, and then the 6-dimensional map of the properties began to appear. Sneasel. Height, 1.1 meters. Weight, 31.5 kilograms. Attribute, Evil, Ice. Category, Claw Pokémon. HP, C+. Physical Attack, A+. Physical Defense, D+. Special Attack, D. Special Defense, C+. Speed, A+. In addition to the special attack, the data displayed in the 6-dimensional map has a plus sign behind the other attribute. Compared with the average Sneasel data value compiled and calculated on the internet, the overall data of this Sneasel is completely superior to EPUB. The average height of Sneasel is about 0.9 meters and the average weight is 28 kilograms. And this guy's height and weight are completely higher than those of his peers. The previous battle with Onyx also showed that Sneasel's amazing fighting will, and his attributes surpassing his peers would not surprise Hisoka too much. A pull. Sneasel, who had been lying on the bed, suddenly let out a soft cry, slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of ruby-like pupils. His eyes were stunned and seemed to have lost focus. Of course, it only took a few seconds, and Sneasel's eyes immediately returned to that classic feline savvy on the hunt. Looking sideways, the right arm that was in severe pain seems to have returned to normal except for some soreness and numbness, but it was wrapped in a circle of unsightly white cloth thread. Suddenly a slight whisper caught Sneasel's attention, and when he looked around, he saw a guy who seemed to be called a human being doing things that Sneasel couldn't understand not far from him. Sure enough, as I thought, this Sneasel's physical fitness and muscle strength are very good. No wonder it can inherit the skill of brick break. Hisoka excitedly looked at the relevant data displayed on the computer. This situation also indirectly proves that the parents of this Sneasel may also be very good. Genetics is the university of this world. Excellent and healthy parents can often give birth to better offspring. This is especially the case in Pokémon. It is more obvious in reproduction. Of course, due to the uncertainty of gene, this situation does not happen 100%. After all, dragons have 9 sons, each of which is different. In fact, the most interesting thing is that this Sneasel is actually left-handed. Its left arm is about 3 millimeters thicker than its right arm, and most of the musculature of the left hand is stronger than that of the right hand. This kind of situation is not unusual among humans. After all, although there are not many left-handed people, it is not rare, but if it happens in Pokémon, it would be a good research topic. Don't rip off the gauze in a hurry, and tie it for 2 days to make your body absorb more medicine, which is good for you. Sneasel, who was secretly biting the bandage on his right hand with his teeth, suddenly shuddered, looked up, and saw that the human being who was not far away had walked in front of it, looking down at it with a smile. Pokémon often have more sensitive perception than human. When Sneasel sees the environment he is in and his right hand is almost restored, he knows that this human has saved it, and it cannot feel any negative emotions from the human in front of him. Threat. As a dark Pokémon, Sneasel is cunning but will not attack the human who rescues it. The gift of gratitude can only only exist in humans, unless it is the kind of Pokémon that has been abandoned and hurt by humans because there is a lesson from the past. Then this kind of Pokémon is hard to trust with other humans. Let me see how you're recovering. Hisoka put his hand on Sneasel's right arm and gently stroked it up and down. You're recovering well. You should rest here during this time, and don't exercise vigorously. Sneasel was a little overwhelmed. This was the first time it had been cared for by others. The ruby-like eyes stared at the busy figure like this, and a strange feeling gradually spread in my heart. Chapter 13. It is confirmed that it is confirmed. Time passed quickly, and a week passed by in a blink of an eye. Early morning. Villa. Dining room. Hiso. Lulu doesn't like Sneasel. Ralts lay on Hiso's head and complained in a telepathic voice. Sneasel is a bad boy, always stealing Lulu's peaches. At the other end of the table, Sneasel taunt glanced at Ralts on Hisoka's head, and then used the sharp tough claws to slash the sweet peach on the plate a few times, only to see that the sweet peach was evenly divided into 5 pieces in an instant. Claws into the largest of them, then leaps in front of Hisoka and places the sweet peach on his plate. This action made Lulu's head smoke, and before Hisoka wanted to taste the peaches cut by Sneasel, the little guy immediately controlled the sweet peach and floated in front of him, opened his small mouth and took a hard sip. Bit into it. Sneasel rolled his eyes humanely, ignored Ralt's actions, and concentrated on dealing with the beef on his plate. In fact, it is a pure carnivorous Pokémon, and he is not too interested in things like tree fruit, as it was before. The action is entirely for taunt Ralt. It is best to do it, so that it can teach this little thing who only hides behind that human every day. Hisoka couldn't help laughing when he saw the simple actions of the two pets. They didn't like each other. After all, one was psychic and the other was dark, and the two attributes were inherently mutually exclusive, so the two pets always felt uncomfortable when they met. Of course, there may be a secondary reason. Same-sex repulsion. Both pets are female. That's right, this Sneasel is actually the mother's. This was only discovered when Hisoka was helping her with her medical examination. At the beginning, Hisoka's strong fighting style made Hisoka preconceive that this Sneasel was a young man, but in the end he didn't expect it to be a female man. After a week of cultivation, plus millions of precious medicines, Sneasel has fully recovered to its heyday, and even his energy is far stronger than his previous self. After all, it doesn't need to worry about food this week. It eats the most nutritious and most comprehensive Pokémon food. From time to time, it has to add good Wagyu beef, and it is also very protein-rich Miltank milk. Standing in the garden, one man and one pet looking at each other, Hisoka took off the bandage from Sneasel's right arm, and said softly, "Try it, it might be even better than you were before." Nihu tilde. Sneasel nodded, walked over to a hanging sandbag, and shook his right arm. Immediately, the right claw was raised high, without using any skills, just the simplest claw strike. Whoa tilde. A cold light flashed, and the half-human thick sandbag was directly divided into 2, and the iron sand inside was all scattered. Sneasel scratched his left ear a little embarrassed when he saw this, and looked back at Hisoka blankly. This guy is actually embarrassed. Hisoka grinned and said with a smile, "Lulu, I'll leave it to you." "I know." Lulu waved her little hand, and the iron sand all over the ground floated from the ground like a black whirlwind under confusion as control, and finally slowly floated into the trash can in the corner. "How about it? Would you like to be my Pokémon?" Hisoka squatted on the grass, looked at Sneasel's eyes, and raised a yellow and white Ultra Ball in his hand. Sneasel was stunned for a moment after hearing the word, then nodded, but then shook his head again, feeling a little excited, and pointed his claws at Ralt. Hisoka was confused by these actions, frowned and asked, "Lulu, what is it saying?" This guy said it could be your Pokémon, but as the dignity of Sneasel family, it's going to fight me and prove that it's the strongest, and it's going to protect you." "Fuck you." Lulu shook her head in anger at Sneasel's word. Hisoka didn't know what to say. Compared to humans, Pokemon's emotions were sometimes so simple and sincere. They didn't know how to deceive. "Do you want to protect me? I'm looking forward to it." In the center of the garden, a standard battlefield made of rock and soil. Sneasel and Ralt stood on opposite sides, and the battle seemed imminent. "Damn it." Lulu telepathically sent the words into Sneasel's mind. Nihu tilde. Sneasel raised his claws, his black hair exploded, and the red clover tail behind him stood up like a sharp blade. Sneasel is dark, and the fight with Psychic-S Ralts is completely Tion. Dark-S skills against Ralts are double bonus, and Ralt only attack ill confusion is completely ineffective against Sneasel. Hiso, I don't want to restrain myself anymore. I want evolution. It was rare that Lulu communicated with Hisoka in a serious tone. It's been 2 years in a blink of an eye. Hisoka sighed and said, "You don't have to suppress yourself. Evolution. I also want to see how beautiful you will be after evolution." Chapter 14 Evolution. Join Kirlia. In this mysterious world full of infinite possibilities, there are 3 evolution modes for Pokémon. The first is a natural evolution that comes naturally, and the second is a breakthrough that requires a naturally formed evolutionary stone. ITE is a primer for key breakthroughs, such as the famous the Eevee family is among them. them. EV evolution Jolteon needs Thunderstone, evolution to Flareon needs Firestone, and evolution to Vaporeon needs Waterstone. The third evolution method is that some specific Pokemon need specific prop to produce evolution. This prop may be formed naturally, or it may be artificially created and induce the changeable genes of Pokemon, leading to a new evolution that no one has ever seen before. Ralts is the first natural evolution that comes naturally. As long as the strength and growth reach a certain predetermined level, it will trigger the evolution factor deep in the cell, but due to the super spiritual power of psychic Pokemon, she can suppress and regulate herself. Let the evolution desire in the depths of the cell stop temporarily, but this stop cannot be infinite. The laws of nature are irreversible. Just like human beings will eventually grow up, grow old, and die, the evolution of Pokemon also proves that she is growing up forcibly. Not evolution is actually a kind of destruction to the future growth of Pokemon. Ralts is no longer using mental power to suppress the desire deep within the cell. This moment of white and dazzling light darted from her chest and gradually spread to the whole body. She is like a pure white and warm angel, waiting for the breakthrough of life level. Hisoka folded his arms around his chest and watched the scene on the field. An inexplicable feeling spread in his heart. I don't know if it was excitement or emotion. It was like seeing a child who had worked hard to take care of her since childhood, and finally ushered in her release today. The white light became more and more dazzling, until the light reached a peak, but it quickly recycled, and Ralph, who was wrapped by the clean light, quickly began to deform, and his body gradually elongated. With a tender drink, a pair of pure white hands stretched out first from the white light, instantly dissipating the dim light, and the white light disappeared in the air like little stars. At this time, a girl-type Pokemon that was about half the height of Ralts appeared on the field. She had emerald green shoulder-length hair, and the two red tentacles in the center of the top of Ralts' head came to both sides of her head. It was like two beautiful red hairpins embellished on the beautiful green hair. Her upper body is like wearing a tutu, and the lower body is a pair of slender green leg. Ralph, no, it should be Kirlia. Hisoka looked excitedly at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure. His fist clenched slightly. His first Pokemon was also his first family member in this world. Lulu. I've always been Lulu of Hisoka. Since you gave me this name, it's been the mark of my life. No longer a milky voice of Lolita, with a hint of ethereal harmony, a little cold girl's voice sounded in Hisoka's mind. His big red and beautiful eyes looked at the surprised Hisoka. His hands were folded on his waist, and he made a standard ladylike appearance. With a slender waist, let the concubine now win this victory for the master, and in future battles, your concubine will bring you countless honors. Quote, it is said that the evolution of Pokemon will greatly affect the previous character and behavior of Pokemon. At first, Hisoka was skeptical about this research conclusion, but seeing Kirlia's performance today, he finally believed this conclusion. Although the feelings between the two have not changed or affected in the slightest, but the Lulu who is Kirlia now and the Lulu who was Ralts before is indeed a world of difference. Kirlia turned to look at Sneasel, who couldn't wait. It starts with you now, and the concubine will teach you a good lesson, you rude person. Sneasel shook his right paw in disdain, and swiped his paw lightly across his throat, making a taunt smearing his neck. It is a dark Pokemon, and it is born to restrain psychic Pokemon, and the opponent's most powerful psychic skills are all ineffective against it, so what should I worry about? Adhering to the unchanging natural survival theory of first strike first and then strike at harm, Sneasel immediately sprinted to Kirlia with a quick attack, and first raised his right claw to make an indomitable tearing and grasping posture, but no one noticed. His left hand was secretly enveloped by an invisible haze. If it weren't for the help of the high-speed camera, Hisoka would still be very difficult to see Sneasel's movements with the naked eye. It seems that he is far from the top trainers in terms of experience and eyesight, and he can't even see the movements of Pokemon. This will be a big loss in the future when you face trainers and Pokemon who are stronger than yourself in actual combat. This is Sneasel's feint move. The Dark Gill first uses a certain fake action to attract the opponent's attention, and then the feint hidden in the left hand immediately kills. To a certain extent, with Sneasel's ultra high speed, theoretically it is almost certain to hit. A skill. Chapter 15 Kirlia. The surprise attack of the magical leaf. Of course, there are exceptions to everything. Indeed, with Sneasel's speed and the secrecy of a feint move, even if Lulu has evolved into Kirlia, it will be difficult to react. Once hit from the front, the Dark Gill will double damage to psychic. Kirlia, whose physical strength and physical defense are not high, is likely to be instantly killed. However, following Hisoka for 2 full years and completing numerous bounty missions during this period, Kirlia, who has accumulated a lot of experience, did not panic in the face of this almost sure-to-kill attack, and did not even lift her eyelids. Silently, at the moment when Sneasel's left hand was about to hit, a brief ripple visible to the naked eye occurred in the space where Kirlia was, and then her entire figure disappeared in place. A pull. This is the first time Sneasel has seen such an instant disappearance trick. The skill is empty and makes it a little confusing for a while. Why such a big object disappears in the blink of an eye? Huh. A burst of air came from behind. Sneasel's long and sharp left ear trembled slightly, and then his body immediately flipped to the right to dodge, and a purple sword shadow blinked at Sneasel's position just now, and finally brought it with him. A dull sound hit the big tree directly opposite. Looking around, the so-called sword shadow just now was actually a purple leaf, and the first half of the purple leaf had been inserted into the tree. Sneasel can be regarded as dodging in time. The extremely fast purple leaf still left a slight scratch on the left side of the face. If it weren't for its keen hearing and agility, once it was hit in the back by the terrifying leaf just now, I am afraid that he did not lose his combat ability immediately, and the next battle is estimated to be needed. Seeing that her attack didn't work, Kirlia didn't change her emotions at all. Her expression remained calm. Her pure white right hand was gently raised and then moved backward. The purple leaf nailed to the tree seemed to be enchanted. Immediately it flew backwards at high speed, all the way back to the top of Kirlia's palm. The rapid spin's leaves rubbing against the air making a series of humming noises. Magical leaf. Hisoka recognized the trick Lulu used at a glance, which should be a new skill she learned after evolution became Kirlia. However, thanks to a lot of training in manipulating mental power, Lulu can master this skill as soon as he learns it. The better the foundation is, the more quickly he can master the skyrocketing strength after evolution. I have manipulated steel balls, steel needles and steel nails countless times before. After mastering magical leaf skills, I can use one method to master all methods. The controls of the two are very similar. Coupled with the explosive increase in the spiritual power of evolution, magical leaf the power has been qualitatively improved. The left hand is also raised, and immediately another purple energy leaf slowly formed. One left and one right. Both hands flick, accompanied by a buzzing sound. The two purple leaves are like flying swords in Shenxia novel. Generally, within 100 meters, take the person's item on the first level. Sneasel didn't dare to show weakness, and immediately used agility to greatly increase his speed to avoid the magical leaf attacking one after another. As long as there is enough mental power to back it up, Kirlia's magical leaf attack will continue to grow, and Sneasel will be seriously injured once hit. It has always wanted to get close to Kirlia, because once its skills hit Kirlia, it is also a one-hit kill effect, but in the face of Kirlia with teleport, this beautiful idea can only become a distant dream. Kirlia's performance gave Hiso an infinite surprise. He had always been preparing to train Lulu as an auxiliary hand, but this training unexpectedly created such a perfect mobile turret. Teleport cooperated with magical leaf to add that with a huge mental power that is more than 3 times that of the same kind. Hisoka felt that Lulu's future seemed to be extremely bright. A quarter of an hour passed in a blink of an eye, and it seemed that the battle had already been divided into this level. Sneasel is constantly rough, and the sweat dripping from his body has already wet the rocks and soil on the ground. It really can't think of any way to win. Maybe it has the strong wildness and unyielding will of wild Pokémon, but in the face of Kirlia, who was trained for 2 years by a transmigrator who was a math student in his previous life, his whimsy and flexible response in combat were much worse. Perhaps Kirlia is tired of this kind of game. The powerful confusion controls the leaves in the garden to fly in the air, forming a leaf storm that rushes towards Sneasel. Purple shadow. The storm hit, and the scene was a mess. With Sneasel's scream, the battle officially came to an end. Kirlia didn't show any mercy. Hisoka was helpless and picked up the severely injured Sneasel. Fortunately, it was all trauma, but he didn't need to go to the Pokémon Center. He used his own medical methods and some external potion to rest for a night and almost recovered. Chapter 16 Terrible Skill Set. If a Pokémon wants to have a qualitative improvement in its strength in a short period of time, in addition to evolution, it is to use a lot of money to find a superior sparring partner registered with the Alliance to play against you every day with all-round coaching for you. The former is beyond your control, while the latter requires considerable financial resources. Of course, there is also a way to let the Pokémon learn a powerful skill in a short period of time. However, each Pokémon has different talents and aptitude, and the length of time it takes to learn and master skills is also different. However, technology has changed the fate. In recent years, with the learning machines developed by many world's top group companies such as Syrif Heavy Industry Group, Devon Production Company Limited and so on, they have gradually entered people's lives. It's not as difficult as it used to be. Of course, the so-called skill learning machine cannot allow Pokémon to master a certain skill immediately. It just leaves a seed in Pokémon's brain, and then continuously inspires Pokémon in the following time, thereby greatly speeding up Pokémon learn and master a certain skill. Therefore, Pokémon with excellent talent will learn skills faster, and Pokémon with less talent can also learn powerful skills that were difficult to master before. The price of a skill learning machine varies greatly depending on the power and rarity of the skill, and the price of a few rare and terrifying skill learning machines is enough to bankrupt some rich family. 10 to 30 power value is about 1W to 3W. The price of the skill learning machine with 35 to 60 power power value is about 5W to 10W. The price of the learning machine with 65 to 80 power value is about 15W to 30W, and the price of the learning machine with 65 to 80 power value is about 15W to 30W. The learning machine is about 40W to 90W, and the learning machine with a power value of more than 100 will never be sold alone. It is only auctioned at the auction house, or the champion of some large events may have a learning machine with a power value of more than 100 as the champion. Award. Sneasel will automatically master the dark skill of street testing after evolution becomes Weavile, but if the Sneasel has excellent talent and qualifications, it can also be mastered in advance with the usual hard and scientific training. Hisoka sat on the chair and looked at two CD-like objects in his hand, about 10 centimeters in diameter. These things were learning machine, one for Ice Punch, and the other for Swords Dance machine. The former cost him 35W of Alliance coin, and the official rating of Ice Punch as power value is 75, but due to the use of berry, it has a wide range of hit, especially for dragon-type Pokémon, resulting in the price of the Ice Punch learning machine compared to the learning machine with a power value of 80 even higher. Sword Dance, as a status skill that greatly enhances physical attack, is also a move that many trainers like very much. When used well, sometimes it can defeat the weak and even push the opponent's entire team. The market price is 25W. The 600,000 Alliance coins passed by like running water again in the blink of an eye, but Hisoka didn't feel the slightest distress. Money was originally spent, especially the money spent on enhancing the strength of his team was worthless. Only when his own strength becomes stronger and stronger will he transfer more money. Sneasel has the attributes of the ice element. It cannot naturally master Ice Punch. It can only be learned after a long period of training. The same is true of Swords Dance, which Sneasel cannot learn by himself. Hisoka first picked up the Ice Punch learning machine and put it into the income tray of the notebook, then put the Ultra Ball with Sneasel in the groove on the notebook. The use of the learning machine is very convenient. It can not only be used in the transmission machine of the Pokémon Center, but also computers with a price of more than 8,000 Alliance coins on the market can transmit the learning machine. Click the weather button popped up on the desktop. The data transfer of the learning machine officially start. 1%, 5%, 25%, 85%, 99%. The four commonly used skills developed by Hisoka for Sneasel are Street Trial, Ice Punch, Brick Break, and Swords Dance. The first three attack skills cover the double damage bonus of Pokémon with 11 attributes, including Ghost, Psychic, Dragon, Flying, Grass, Ground, Normal, Rock, Steel, Ice, and Evil. This kind of attack can be said to be very terrifying, especially once the Sneasel Swords Dance is activated. With her super speed, she can almost push various team combinations horizontally. Of course, all this can only be achieved in the most ideal state, but now, just thinking about it, Hisoka is excited. Chapter 17. Time to go for the money. Time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye, another month passed quietly. I have to say, Hisoka's vision is not bad. This Sneasel's talent is really outstanding. In a month, Sneasel has completely mastered Ice Punch and Swords Dance. The learning of the skills is still a little late. In theory, Pokémon will be easier to master when learning the skills of this department, but the speed of the street test is extremely demanding for the user. If Sneasel can't learn it for a while, it's not because the talent can't keep up. It's just a lack of physical fitness. If Sneasel can evolve into Weavile at this time, it must be able to learn this trick on the street in an instant. Sneasel, use Swords Dance. Hisoka shouted to Sneasel on the training ground, and then use Brick Break. Nihu tilde. Sneasel nodded slightly. His claws were clasped in front of his chest, and his body quickly rotated on the spot. This is the preparatory move before Swords Dance use. Dancing the dance of battle, the body will be in a state of immobility for a while, so when the Swords Dance is actually not very practical in the trainer competition, because no trainer will wait for you in Swords Dance, or even push the team directly after Swords Dance many times. However, this move can exert unimaginable power when fighting with the team combination. With his teammates on the side to assist and cover, Sneasel can perform multiple Swords Dances and increase his attack power to the limit. Sword Dance ended. Sneasel's expression became obviously a lot more excited. The hair around his body was also standing up slightly. His right paw was raised in a fist-like shape, and in front of it was a marble table with a thickness of more than 20 centimeters. It fell as fast as lightning, and with a click, the 20-centimeter marble countertop instantly split into two pieces. Ice Punch, Hisoka commanded again. Sneasel immediately flipped to the front of a wooden dummy. The wooden dummy was just the size of an adult's weight. A handsome straight punch, with a cold ice punch, bombarded the wooden dummy. A dull cracking sound, a cobweb-like crack appeared in the middle of the wooden dummy pile, and with the continuous spreading of ice chip, the entire wooden dummy pile was finally wrapped in ice chip. On the surface of the wooden stake clattering, the ice chips and wood slag all over the place told the horror of this trick. Hisoka nodded with satisfaction, then looked at Kirlia, who was ready to go on the other side, and said said loudly, "Lulu, magical leaf." Kirlia nodded lightly, opened her hand. 10 purple energy leaves began to circle over it. Lulu stood in the center of the field, and 10 half-human high targets surrounded her at a distance of 30 meters each. Ha! With a squeaked ring, the slender hand stretched out instantly, and 10 purple magical leaf flew away like shooting stars, with an incomparably neat thumping sound. The next second, the red hearts of the 10 targets surrounding Kirlia were chasing each other. I picked up a magical leaf and scored 3 points. Due to the great strength, there were also tiny cracks around the target red heart. After a month of training and running in, both Kirlia's and Sneasel's strengths have improved qualitatively. Kirlia not only completely mastered the spiritual power that evolution has increased, but also can control magical leaf at will. And Sneasel has mastered 2 key skills, and the 3 attacks have a wide range of attack. The strength of the team has greatly increased, and Sneasel's position as a fast attacker is enough at this time. With Kirlia's support, some difficult tasks with attractive bounties can also be taken up. Viridian City is a great place to recuperate, take a vacation, and there won't be many good assignments awarded in this city. Only big cities like Saffron City, Celadon, Rainbow City have those top bounties posted. It's also time to leave this city where I've lived for 15 years. Hisoka sighed a little, and was a little reluctant to part with it. After all, Viridian City can be regarded as his second hometown, but to be honest, he is already facing an economic crisis. In order to make Sneasel enough combat power in a short period of time, his investment this month is not small. Whether it is Pokeblock, food, training equipment, etc. He has invested a lot of money, especially the 2 learning machines Ice Punch and Sword Stand, coupled with the precious medicinal materials worth millions. When Sneasel was injured, the funds that Hiso had saved for 2 whole years were really on the verge of emergency. Now there are about 20,000 yuan left in the bank account, and it is estimated that it is only enough for 1 person and 2 pets. Monthly food bill. For other trainers, 20,000 yuan may be enough to raise 6 Pokemon for 3 months, but for Hisoka, it is far from enough. There is an old saying in a previous life, 3 points of training and 7 points of food are good. If you want to improve the strength of Pokemon, training is essential, and the food should not be bad either. Both Pokeblocks and Pokemon food, Hisoka, can be made by hand, but the ingredients used to make them are all top quality products available on the market. In this way, Hisoka costs more than other trainers just for eating. Many. Chapter 18 The Law of This World. Hisoka is a prudent but full of risk-taking gene. The 2 contradictory character elements make up for each other in one body. Lulu, this house doesn't belong to us anymore after today. Sitting in front of the dressing table, looking at the handsome young man full of heroism and straight nose in the mirror, Hisoka couldn't help but let out a sigh. This face in this life, but he's much more handsome than his previous life, and it's almost like he's about to forget what he looked like in his previous life. The house is just the house, as long as we are with Hisoka, wherever is our home. Lulu floated behind Hisoka, combing his long hair carefully, and said softly with telepathy, "I'm just a little emotional." Hisoka said, "After all, we lived in this house for 2 years, and we left a lot of memories during this period. I sold it for 20W. I feel very bad. This suburban villa with a garden cost 15W when Zisuo bought it 2 years ago. The house in Viridian is not very valuable, let alone the suburban house. Fortunately, the real estate form has been better in the past 2 years, which only increased $5W. The white little hand moved towards the dressing table, and a silver-carved dragon headband immediately flew into Kirlia's hand. Confusion moved, and the long black hair that was originally a shawl was instantly tied into a long braid, and then the silver hollow carved dragon hair was used. The hoop passed through the tail and was tightly tied into a refreshing ponytail. Okay. After helping Shisuo to tie the ponytail, Lulu stepped aside, took a red casual tie from the hanger, came to the front of Shisuo, sorted out the messy hair and tied it lightly tied. A black turtleneck jacket with a snow-white shirt inside, a red casual tie, matching black canvas trousers, and a pair of black high-top military boots. Black hair, black pupils, full of heroic spirit, angular face. As the saying goes, people rely on clothes, and Buddhas rely on gold clothes. At this time, Hisoka felt that he was handsome again. The luggage has already been prepared. A large space foldable backpack and a space foldable box are enough, and the rest of the electrical appliances and furniture are not ready to be asked by Sasuo, so I will give it to the buyer. He took Kirlia and Sneasel's baby balls and pinned them to the tactical belts around his waist, and walked to the garage of the house. A handsome motorcycle with a dark body and a streamlined sci-fi style had been waiting in the driveway for a long time. This is the 3rd generation new model of the Sheniao motorcycle series produced by Syrif Heavy Industry Group just last year. It can be seen that this black motorcycle full of sci-fi style has a carved eagle head printed on the side, which looks like a Pidgeot but has a different shape. There is a look. Step on the motorcycle, put on the helmet, twist the right hand, and the engine sound that makes every man excited suddenly sounded. With a bang, the divine bird motorcycle galloped towards the center of Viridian City like a wild horse. The motorcycle stopped at the gate of the Pokémon Center. At this time, the men and women coming and going outside the door stopped one after another. The men all looked at the handsome motorcycle, and some sharp-eyed people had already recognized it. The 3 generations of the Divine Bird series. But thinking about the damn price, I can only shake my head helplessly. The woman was attracted by this handsome motorcycle knight. His height of 175, a strong and upright figure, and a handsome and heroic face. Hisoka, who is 1 year short of 16 years old in this world, does have the capital that any woman will love. Hisoka is not a registered alliance trainer. According to the laws of this world, an ordinary person who wants to travel to other places must apply for a pass at the local Pokémon Center. Because this world is municipal self-government, and the alliance is the immediate boss, it is usually never asked. Unless there is a major event in the city, a city is basically decided by the mayor and the local gym leader. Alliance trainers who own a Pokédex don't need to be so troublesome, because the Pokédex that entered their personal information is a worldwide passport, and with this, trainers can stay and eat for free at any Pokémon Center around the world. Sounds great, but not everyone qualifies as a league trainer. First of all, the parents of a family must have no bad deed. If your parents have been in prison and have a criminal record, then sorry, their children are not eligible to register. Secondly, starting from the 100th day after the child is born, parents need to pay the so-called training fee of 10W Alliance currency for the child every year until the child receives the Earl Dervish Pokémon at the age of 12. That is, it has to pay for a full 12 years, a total of 120W Alliance currency. From this point of view, an Alliance registered trainer must have a clean family background, and must be born in a wealthy family with a certain income. Otherwise, you think that the Alliance is running a welfare home, and there is no benefit. Why do people let so many registered trainers get free medical treatment, meals, and accommodation at the Pokémon Center? Chapter 19 Go to Cerulean City. Interesting task. Second update. Nurse Joy, please help me get the pass. By the way, it's a 3-year pass. Thank you. Leaning on the front desk, Hisoka held the helmet in one hand and tapped lightly on the marble countertop with the other. Okay, sir. Nurse Joy nodded with a smile. The 3-year pass requires a processing fee of 3W Alliance currency. Just wipe the card. Hisoka handed over the bank card with the Pokemon ball pattern on it, and 10,000 a year wasn't too much. The longest application period of the region pass is 3 years. With the pass, you can get free food and lodging at the Pokémon Center in each place, but you do not enjoy free medical care, and you still have to pay for the treatment of Pokémon. All they eat are buffets, and they live in collective dormitories. Unless it is absolutely necessary, Hisoka will never go to the Pokémon Center to eat. Cerulean City is a coastal city in the northern part of the Kanto region. The city is adjacent to the estuary of the river to the north, Saffron City to the south, and Mt. Moon to the west. Cerulean City is one of the only 2 cities in the Kanto region that are connected by roads on all sides. The other is Saffron City. After all, as a world-famous international metropolis, Saffron City's urban roads can be described as the most developed and the most developed in the Kanto region. Comprehensive. Cerulean City is a medium-sized city, much larger than Vidian City. As a good seaside resort city, Cerulean City is a shopping paradise. Beaches and bikinis are the symbols of the city. Sheniao motorcycle was driving on the road to Cerulean City at high speed. Growls of various Pokemon were heard from the forest on both sides of the road from time to time. In the sky, Bobo and Spearow crossed the sky to the forest on the other side. The world has always been vast and sparsely populated. To be honest, it's been almost an hour since I set off on the road in Pewter City, and Hisoka has not seen a second car on this road, except for the truck that delivered the goods not long ago. Did not see any people. The area of this planet is about 3 times that of the Earth in the previous life. Each region is equivalent to a continent. Compared with the entire world, the civilized society developed by mankind is only a very small area. In addition, people in this world pay attention to coexisting peacefully with nature. Destruction of forests and pollution of rivers are both serious crimes stipulated by the laws of the Union, and they are serious crimes that are enough to put you in jail. I went to Cerulean City this time because Zisuo received a very interesting bounty task last night, which was released by Cerulean City's official gym, Cerulean Gym. The content of the task is to go to Cerulean Gym to be a temporary leader for 3 days. Every day, there will be 3. A salary of 10,000 yuan is 90,000 yuan in 3 days. To be honest, the 90,000 yuan cash reward is not too tempting, but another special reward is quite coveted. That is, the water attribute skill, Surf Learning Machine. The Surf skill has a power value of 90 in the official rating of the Alliance, and the market value is between 65W and 80W. This price will fluctuate greatly due to different regions and different urban geographical environments. Since the quest rewards are very attractive, once this quest is released, there are many trainers and bounty hunters who receive it. Therefore, Cerulean Gym plans to conduct practical assessments on the trainers who who come to apply on the 15th and 16th, that is, today and tomorrow. The last winning trainer or bounty hunter will become the actual executor of this quest, but the quest also has a premise that in the 3-day defense mission, the quest executor is not allowed to lose any gym challenge. If the trainer loses any challenge and the Cerulean Gym drop badge is leaked, he will immediately get paid for the day and get out. Hisoka is still only the lowest bronze hunter in the bounty hunter official website's rating. In fact, his number of tasks and completion rate can already become a silver superior hunter, but he still lacks an official superior training issued by the Alliance home license, so he has been stuck in this level. Bronze rank hunters can only accept bounty quests below B rank, while silver rank superior hunters can accept a rank quest, and saffron hunters above it can accept S rank bounty quest. Bronze, silver, saffron. It's the official rating among bounty hunters. Cerulean City is the water capital of the Kanto region. You can see all kinds of pools or small lake both inside and outside the city. The domesticated wild water type Pokémon play in the pool, presenting a different kind of breath. Cerulean Gym is a landmark building in Cerulean City. It covers an area of more than 10,000 square meters. It looked like a circus tent. The top is covered by a 7-color canopy. There is a giant dugong statue directly above the gate. Should I consider catching a water-type Pokémon myself? Hisoka thought while standing in front of the Cerulean Gym gate. After all, if there is a task that needs to be carried out at sea or in a river environment in the future, then a powerful water-type Pokémon will help him quite a lot. Chapter 20 Cerulean Gym. The trial start 3 shifts. Sorry, Cerulean Gym will be closed for 2 days today. Gym challenge and water ballet will not be held for 2 days. A middle-aged security guard at the door stopped Hisoka, who was about to knock on the door. Hisoka shrugged and said, I'm a bounty hunter, and I'm here to apply for a temporary leader. Understood. I understand. The middle-aged security guard nodded again and again with a smile. Young man, the front door is not open now. You have to go through this side door. Leader is already waiting for you there. The middle-aged security guard stepped aside and was on his left. The place has a small half-open iron gate. Thank you. Hisoka nodded politely, then strode towards the small iron gate. Walking through a long corridor, there is light in front of people. This is a venue similar to a performance stage. In the center is a huge swimming pool, surrounded by empty auditorium. This should be the place where the 3 gym leaders perform the water ballet. Hisoka leaned against the wall with his arms around him, observing the surrounding situation. There were about 20 people standing scattered around the huge stage venue. Candidate trainer. Pong, pong, pong. The sound of a string of salute, along with the ribbons dancing. A black shadow appeared in the sky, and a large elevator slowly descended with 3 beauties with different hair colors. Seeing 3 beauties in sexy camisole appearing on the stage, the trainers who were originally sluggish all came back to their senses, and some guys were even more excited and their faces turned red. Whistling and applause for a while never stopped. These are the 3 famous leaders of Cerulean Gym. Hisoka has to admit that these 3 are indeed stunning beauties, with Snow White plump, big, leg, and a charming gorgeous face. Paired with that sexy camisole is enough to make her any man is moved by it. Everyone, you should all understand the requirements of this mission. The girl standing on the left with long blonde hair and a cherry blossom decoration on her hair held the microphone and said loudly, I'm Cerulean Gym 3. The eldest sister, my name is Sakura. I believe many of you should have heard my name. With a narcissistic tone, the whistles and applause from the field did show that this beauty is not small in the hearts of men in the Kanto region. Okay, no more nonsense. Big sister Sakura continued. We only need 1 temporary leader for gym, and there is only 1 reward, but there are so many people present, so we have to decide one among you. The strongest trainer will serve as the temporary leader. You can rest for an hour first, and the trials will officially start after an hour. Quote, please use your full strength. The 3 sisters walked to the middle of the stage together and blew kisses towards all the trainers present. After the words fell, the 3 sisters walked into the backstage and disappeared in front of everyone, followed by a sigh. You must know that everyone present is here for the generous reward. Once you can stand out and become a temporary gym leader, you can spend 3 days with the 3 beautiful leaders. The leader's heart. Doesn't Cerulean Gym have its own share? I have to admit that there are not a few guys who have this idea. You can see what they are thinking by looking at the expressions on the faces of the middle-aged uncles who are in their 30s and 40s. The trial method is the easiest way to draw lots. 3 venues are divided into 3 venues to be held at the same time, and it happens that 3 beautiful leaders who have already changed their clothes are the referee. Hisoka drew lot for the first match on the 3rd court. The referee was the youngest sister of the 3 sisters, Chenghu, the beauty with long purple hair. Boy, if I were you, then hurry up and admit defeat. The big man with a beard and a full face saw a trace of jealousy in Hiso's eyes, who walked slowly to the front of the stage. This kind of little white face is simply the natural enemy of our tough guys. Did you see that the little sister named Chenghu was already staring at Xiaobai's face with straight eyes? What the use of being handsome? Strength is king. The big man continued to shout, out in front of my Uncle Yanshin. Your small body can't last 2 rounds. When I was young, I was in the top 8 of the Kanto Core Conference. Beauty, can the match start? Hisoka ignored the opponent at all, but smiled at the Calamus who had been staring at him. Oh, alright. Calamus came back to her senses. There were 2 blushes on her cheeks. She was a little embarrassed, and then she shouted, the rules of this competition are one-on-one challenge trials, and a certain Pokemon loses its ability to fight. The game is over. Come on, Raiden. The big guy named Yanshin couldn't hold it anymore, and immediately took out a Pokemon ball and threw it out. Roar. A huge figure that was over 2 meters in size and looked somewhat like an ancient dinosaur appeared in the center of the field. He screamed in the sky, immediately giving people an unstoppable aura. The sharp single horn at the tip of the nose. The whole body was wrapped in gray hard armor, and a long thick big one slapped the ground from time to time, making a dull thud voice. Chapter 21 Instant Kill. This kind of behavior that thinks he is handsome is an idiot in Hisoka's eyes. He has never been a trainer, or not a regular trainer. He is a bounty hunter. In his eyes, as long as he can win and complete the task, use any means is not enough. Like this, without the referee's confirmation, throwing the Pokemon first by himself is either looking for a target or having a brain problem. In the battle with the gym trainer must use Pokemon first because of the rules of the gym game, so that the trainer who comes to challenge has a chance to come up with a Pokemon that restrains its attribute. The strength of the gym trainer is generally higher than that of the gym trainer. The challenger is strong, but the duty of the Alliance Gym is never just to defeat the challenger, but to evaluate the potential of the trainers who come to challenge so as to make different degrees of water relief. Unlike the other party's exaggerated attitude of seeking performance, Hisoka calmly took a shrunken Pokemon ball from his belt, pressed the button, and the ping-pong-sized baby ball instantly swelled to the size of an apple. Sneasel, come out and breathe. A red light flashed in the yellow and white Ultra Ball, and immediately after the red light hit the ground, it turned into Sneasel's black figure, with a vigorous and streamlined figure, and exaggerated and aggressive 2-fingered claws. Niu tilde la tilde. Facing an opponent who was much bigger than himself, Sneasel not only did not have the slightest fear and hesitation, but wiped his nose and made the iconic taunt behavior. When Dayan Yanshin saw Shisuo take out Sneasel, he could not help secretly relieved, and then laughed loudly. Boy, are you kidding me by taking out this little bitch? My Raiden can break it all over within 3 rounds. Quote, how did this idiot get so big? The taunting of the other party is like a clown jumping in the eyes of Hisoka. Is the strength of a Pokemon only judged by body size? How did this guy make it to the top 8 at the so-called core conference? Raiden has the attributes of ground and rock, and the defensive power of his thick armor is really amazing. If it is just a normal Sneasel, it may be difficult to deal with it, but Hisoka's Sneasel has learned Ice Punch and Brick Break. Both skills, and Raiden have double damage bonus. Boy, for the sake of this beauty being the referee, I'll let you take action first. Dayan Yanshin continued to show what he thought was a gentleman, and put his arms around his chest as if he was winning or losing. Hearing this, the corner of Hisoka's mouth twitched and smiled. You are courting death yourself, don't blame me. Sneasel, sword Dan. Niu tilde. Sneasel responded with a light drink. His claws were crossed across his chest, and his body immediately spun like a ballerina. After a few seconds, the battle dance gradually stopped, and his blood-red eyes revealed a brilliance that made people dare not look at him. The hair is standing upright, and after the swords dance, Sneasel's state has almost reached a peak. After several comparisons of data by Hisoka, as well as the corresponding information found on the official websites of major research institutes, the Pokemon swords dance is about 2 levels of physical attack at a time, and the percentage is about 20%. Sword dance will quickly stimulate the Pokemon's own muscle tissue, greatly enhancing its strength to achieve the effect of increasing the physical attack. According to the research record, the number of swords dances that can be performed varies according to the physical fitness of the Pokemon, usually once or twice, but there are some physically powerful Pokemon that can reach the theoretical limit of 3 swords dances. Sword dance greatly stimulates muscle tissue, so many body muscles are too weak, such as psychic Pokemon, or no body at all, such as ghost-type Pokemon, can't learn swords dance. At this moment, Dayan Yanshin felt a slight threat from the cat-like little point in front of him, but what he said was the water that was poured out. It would be fine if no one saw and heard, but he has already said such words beside the beautiful woman, so he can only recognize it. Ice Punch. Niu tilde stared at Raiden, who was a little restless in front of him. The moment he heard Hisoka's order, a quick attack rushed to the bottom of Raiden's belly at a speed that ordinary people couldn't see with the naked eye. The fist hits Raiden's belly with an uppercut. Raiden only felt a chill in his abdomen, followed by a sharp pain with chills from his stomach, and his body immediately stumbled backward a few times, and then fell heavily on the rocky ground. Binkiti itself is a double damage bonus, especially since the opponent trainer is a melon skin. He dares to make a move first without knowing the strength of the 2 sides. After Sneasel's swords dance, his excellent physical attack has reached it in a state of of terror. An ice punch after quick attack accelerated was enough to instantly kill this mid to mid-strength Raiden. The game is over. The winner is Hiso from Vidian City. Calamus was naturally overjoyed to see the handsome guy who admired him winning, and immediately announced the result of the game loudly. The big man Yanshin seemed to be unable to believe the result of the game for a while. His eyes stared like copper bells, and his mouth was wide open for a long time and could not be closed. Chapter 22 Feebas of Cerulean Gym, 2 more. The first game on the third court was the fastest to end. It didn't take more than 3 minutes from the referee's announcement to the end of the game. Hisoka was free for a while, and did not crowd into the 3 courts like other competitors. After observing the so-called opponent information, he wandered around Cerulean Gym leisurely by himself. These trainers who came to apply for the temporary leader, Hisoka had already seen it thoroughly, except for a few that were a little bright. The rest were half buckets of water that couldn't go up and down, and they were out of the level of novice trainers, but still a few notches away from the superior trainer. Before he knew it, Hisoka had left near the lobby stage and came to the pool area. This seems to be the place where Cerulean Gym trains water-type Pokémon. There are a lot of water-type Pokémon living in the rectangular pool. Most of them are water-type Pokémon that are common in the Kanto region. Staryu, Poliwag, Tentacool, Seal. Wait, this child is... Hisoka's attention was suddenly drawn to a small khaki figure in the far corner of the pool, with blue forefins and pitted yellow-brown spot covering his body. The huge eyes have been in a sluggish state, and the small figure just stays in the pool motionless. If it weren't for the occasional bubbles from the corners of his mouth, he couldn't help but think of whether the fish was dead. This is an ugly-looking fish, similar in shape to Magikarp, but much smaller and much uglier than Magikarp. Without smart eyes, the pitted khaki skin is enough to make everyone who sees it for the first time have an indescribable disgust. Feebas. Hisoka was very surprised why such a Pokémon appeared in Cerulean Gym. Feebas like to live in certain waters, that is, places that are overgrown with aquatic plants, and there are far fewer Feebas than the examples found in Magikarp's waters all over the world. Because it looked really ugly, even if a trainer catches a Feebas, they seldom choose to subdue and cultivate it, and just throw it away as an ordinary fish. Also, few people know that in Hoenn region, the local people call the Pokémon with the beauty of Mew, melodic. Her degenerate form is the ugly Feebas in Hisoka's eyes today. The truth may always be hard to believe, why a silly fish that has always been so ugly has become such a beautiful melodic in evolution. Melodic, Venus, is only one word worse than the goddess of beauty. If he hadn't had some memories of his past life and knew that Feebas could evolve into melodic, Hisoman asked himself that he would never have the slightest interest in the little things in front of him. At most, he would take a second look because of his ugly appearance. This is human nature and it doesn't matter right or wrong. You must know that melodic is even rarer than the quasi-god Pokémon in each region, with a peerless beautiful appearance and mysterious and powerful strength. Feebas is not very large, and there are very few Feebas that can evolve into melodic. It's true that melodic's evolution conditions are too hard. Even those trainers who know the way of evolution are very lucky to get melodic. Hisoka knew about melodic's way of evolution, but wasn't sure if the memory of the past was valid in this real world. If you want evolution to become melodic, the trainer is not to exercise the strength of Feebas, but to cultivate its beauty. But even if the so-called beauty meets the requirements of evolution, the trainer still needs a special item as an introduction to induce evolution as beauty. Light. That's the prism scale. Prism scale is a mysterious scale that shines with colorful luster. It is said that it was formed by the outrage that fell off of melodic's neck after his natural death. This text is a part of the data obtained by Ciso after hacking into the main computer of a water-type Pokémon research institute in Hoenn region. This means that every time a Feebas evolution becomes a melodic, another melodic will wither, so it is difficult to find a natural evolution melodic in the wild outdoor. The conditions required in the middle are too hard, and it is not easy to meet a wild melodic. Yayu encounters a legendary Pokémon. Hey, do you know this Pokémon? A girly voice full of energy sounded. It's you. Hisoka looked back. It turned out to be the purple-haired beauty who had just served as a referee for herself, and her name should be Calamus. You haven't answered my question yet. Calamus put her hands behind her back and walked to Hisoka with a sly smile. I see you've been standing here for a long time. Are you interested in this little thing? I am not interested, and I don't know each other. Hisoka said the lie without blinking, and said calmly, I just saw a Pokémon I've never seen before, and I'm a little curious. Actually, it's because it's so ugly. Calamus said softly. At first I thought it was a Magikarp with a skin disease, but after I asked Nurse Joy, I found out that this little thing is a Pokémon from another region. It's called Feebas. The name is really apt, and if it look ugly, it's called Feebas Luck. Huh. The sharp-eyed Hisoka obviously saw Feebas under the water, showing indignant eyes when Calamus said these words aloud, and his blue tail swam deep into the pool. Little thing, I'm still angry. Calamus also noticed the movement underwater, but still said indifferently, this little thing was accidentally discovered discovered by my younger sister when she was playing at the beach, and it was because of fish. The fin was injured and stranded on the beach. If it weren't for the kind-heartedness of my younger sister, this little thing would be in danger of life. Chapter 23. The so-called protagonist does not exist. Open black lens bracket 3 more close black lens bracket. After Hisoka won 3 more races, all of them eliminated the competition at the fastest speed. Sneasel's performance today was perfect. At this time, it was already evening, and Cerulean Gym, which had been noisy during the day, only had the last 4 reserve players. The 4 of them will decide who will be the last one to be the temporary gym trainer tomorrow morning. Cerulean Gym prepared a sumptuous seafood dinner for 4 people. As the official gym of a city, gym has very rich financial resources because the official gym is eligible to get a part of the city's tax, and the alliance will also have a large amount of money every year. Funds are allocated. If the gym is very famous, the leader can draw a lot of sponsorship from major group companies. The 3 sisters went to the beauty salon to go to SAP, and they had no time to entertain the 4. At this time, in the luxuriously decorated restaurant, in addition to the 4 reserve players, there were only 2 security guards left. Sitting on the other side of the dining table, the 2 young trainers were silently eating seafood, their eyes from time to time looking at the handsome boy with black ponytail opposite, destroying opponents at a very fast speed. The Sneasel with amazing speed is too terrifying. Hello, my name is Dinky. I have watched all of your battles. The Sneasel under your command is really powerful. At this time, a man with short curly green hair wearing overalls and growing horizontally was seen. The spherical creature approached Hisoka, who was drinking by himself. Hisoka turned to look over and said with a smile, "Hello, my name is Hisoka, and your golem is also very good." Hisoka had also seen a game of this little fat man before, and the Pokémon he used was Geodude's final evolution type golem. Hey, Dinky scratched the back of his head embarrassedly and said with a smile, "It was all a fluke. The main reason is that the opponent is not strong. In fact, I am not as strong as you said." Did this guy think something was wrong? Hisoka couldn't help laughing at the little fat man who was in narcissism. He just said that golem was good, but he didn't say that you were amazing. Hisoka felt that the little fat man was a little interesting, so he chatted with him a few more words. "My family lives in Saffron City, and this time I came to Cerulean City for a trip. By the way, I came to see the famous water ballet in the Kanto region, but I just heard that Cerulean Gym was going to recruit a temporary leader, so I wanted to come over and try it out and feel what gym leader is." What a taste. Dingy explained his origin and purpose in a few words. Judging from the behavior of the other party and the words just now, this little fat man should have a good family background. Hisoka nodded and said, "I came here for the surf learning machine. By the way, my pockets are a little tight recently, so I want to come here to earn some extra money." Quote, after dinner, gym security arranged a room for each of the 4. After taking a shower, Hisoka lay on the white bedsheet with his back to his hand. His thought flew, and he remembered something Iris said to him during the day. Ayame's younger sister, Misty, went on a trip after saving Feebas 3 days ago. With the name Misty, Siso, who has memories of past lives, of course knows who it is, the first female protagonist of the Pokémon series. In this case, according to this timeline, Ash, the so-called protagonist of this world, has just left Pallet Town for a short trip. Interesting. Playing with the silver headband in his hand, Hisoka's mouth evoked an intriguing smile. Many years ago, after learning about the world he was in, he searched the internet for some related characters in his memory and place name. The pure white town of Pallet Town does exist, as does Professor Oak, and the Dragon Elite Land Crossing also exists, but Ash's information cannot be found. It may be that this kid has not yet been born, or has just been born. Main character, non-existent. Hisoka wasn't going to look for the so-called protagonist. This world was a real world. The planet wouldn't stop spinning because there was no one person, and no one had ever been the protagonist of the world. Putting aside the distracting thoughts in his head, Hisoka was still brooding about the Feebas he saw during the day. From the inadvertent behavior of that Feebas, it can be seen that this little thing is not as dull as it seems on the surface. It also has emotion, will care about other people's evaluation of it, which proves that the little guy is still a little IQ. Unlike Magikarp, the IQ of this group seems to be really no different from ordinary fish, except for instinct. It seems that they can't see the wisdom and emotions that a Pokémon should have. Feebas can evolve into melodic. Although the process of evolution may be difficult, it can't resist Hisoka's coveting salivation for Feebas. How can I get Feebas? This is Cerulean Gym, as Pokémon after all. How to get Feebas without resorting to extreme means? That's the question. Hisoka can be sure that the 3 Cerulean Gym sisters, including Misty, don't know that Feebas can evolve into melodic, because it can be seen from their attitude that they don't say they hate it, but they also turn a blind eye to Feebas. Therefore, it should not be too difficult to get Feebas, but the premise is to defeat everyone to become this temporary gym trainer before the Neckland. Chapter 24 Trials on the last day. 4 more. The next morning at 6 o'clock in the morning, there was no need need for the alarm clock to remind him. When the time came, Hisoka opened his eyes immediately. The biological clock, once developed, is much more useful than an alarm clock. After washing up, he put on a blackboard vest and walked out of the room with Sneasel, who had just woken up and was playing young. When rest at night, Hisoka will release the Pokémon from the baby ball. Although the baby ball will not have any adverse effect on the Pokémon, and even has a certain effect of restoring physical strength, rest is still comfortable in bed. Lulu continued to rest in the room. Psychic Pokémon do not need intense exercise, they only need to rest calm mind quietly, and their strength will steadily increase. The plan of the day is in the morning. Sneasel's current physical fitness and muscle strength are still a bit poor, so he has been unable to master the street test of this department. Sword dance can only be done once. Forcing the second sword's dance is not to stimulate the muscles but to force the injury. After the warm-up exercise, the sky was only slightly bright at this time. Of course, while the people in this city were still immersed in their sleep, a boy and a Sneasel had already started the morning run around Cerulean Gym. From the trot at the beginning, until the 3 laps after that, the running speed almost reached a sprint. Sneasel put his arms behind his back, and followed the owner to start a frantic sprint. Pokemon's physical fitness has always been far superior to that of humans, especially Sneasel's agile Pokemon. With explosive power and super speed, Sneasel lacked just stamina. 5 lap, 8 lap, 10 lap, 15 lap, 20 laps an hour and a half later, when the sun completely shone on the earth, Hisoka and Sneasel were already soaked and panting in the shade. The feeling of sweating profusely after strenuous exercise is really comfortable, and people who exercise regularly know that when this kind of thing becomes a habit, it can be addictive. After going to the room and taking a cold shower with Sneasel, Hisoka brought the 2 pets to the restaurant. The restaurant was empty, and there seemed to be no one in sight except for the food that had been prepared. Looks like we're the first. Hisoka Joe picked up 3 plates and started cooking. Beef and eggs are essential, and some broccoli and tomatoes. Lulu is a vegetarian, so Hisoka just brought her some tree fruits and vegetables. It wasn't until 8 o'clock that some people walked into the restaurant one after another. Some were gym staff members and some were gym interns. Seeing that Hisoka, who had already eaten and drank and led the 2 pets out of the restaurant, revealed one after another curious eyes, Hisoka admired that little fat man named Dingxi, who could eat and sleep. If it weren't for the selection competition at 10 o'clock, he would probably still be able to sleep. I was almost late, Dingxi said breathlessly, patting the fat on his chest. Brother Sisso, do you think we'll be together in the first game? Dingxi, the little fat man, is 2 years younger than Hisoka. He is 13 this year. After chatting yesterday, he called Hisoka a brother very familiarly. Now the first round of the knockout round will begin, with Viridian City's Sisso playing against Lamplu City's Luki. The elder sister Sakura said loudly through the microphone, please come to the pool here. Today's competition venue is no longer the standard rock and soil venue of yesterday, but replaced by a battle on the water, which is also Cerulean Gym's iconic battleground for water-type gym. There are 2 white floating boards above the pool, each with a width of 1 person, which are used for standing Pokemon that are not water-type. Trainers without water-type Pokemon are undoubtedly at a natural disadvantage in this arena compared to trainers who use water-type Pokemon. The blue-haired young trainer named Lucci was still a little nervous. After all, he met an opponent who showed such a strong performance yesterday. It would be a lie to say that he was not nervous, but seeing this kind of swimming pool venue, there was a glimmer of joy in his eyes. The game begins. Seeing that the other party refused to throw his Pokemon for a long time, Hisoka was a little funny. Is he so scary? Shaking his head silently, he threw his hand, and the baby ball flew high. With a bang, the baby ball opened, and the red rays fell on the white floating board on the water. The light dissipated, and Lulu's beautiful figure appeared in front of everyone. As a rare Kirlia in the Hoenn region in her hometown, it is naturally very rare to appear in the eyes of the Kanto people. This is a kind of Pokemon that has never been seen or heard of. Wow! Calamus couldn't help but shouted loudly, and immediately shook the arm of the second sister Peony beside her, shouting, Sister, look, this Pokemon I have never seen before is so beautiful. It looks as small as a human being. The girls are exactly the same, like a little princess. Quote, the pink-haired second sister Peony did not beat, but her twinkling eyes also told her mood. Kirlia's beautiful figure is indeed easy to conquer these sensual women. Lucci was relieved to see the Pokemon used by the other party, although he had never seen it, but he knew it was not a water-type Pokemon. Then, perhaps feeling that his previous behavior was too cowardly, he immediately threw it away. Get your own Pokemon ball. A red light flashed, and a Pokemon that looked like a jellyfish fell into the pool. Chapter 25 Telepathic Command. Open black lens bracket. One more close black lens bracket. A huge blue pot-lid-shaped head, with an agate-shaped object the size of a watermelon on the left and right sides of the top of the head, and an oval agate-shaped object the size of a duck egg in the center of the forehead. There are a pair of ferocious eyes under the black and strange head, and the position of the mouth, including the back back of the head grows a blue hard shell substance similar to pliers. From a distance, it looked like a sharp scimitar, and about 80 tentacles with the thickness of vine distribute around this long pliers. Tentacruel, the evolution type of tentacruel, has the dual properties of poison and water, and mainly lives in the ocean far away from land, so few examples of tentacruel are found in inland rivers. Sometimes some information is often the key to winning the game. Hisoka knows the opponent's Pokémon very well, but this young trainer named Lucci knows nothing about Kirlia, which often leads to the opponent's inevitable at the beginning of the game. Disadvantage. It is true that Tentacruel is like a duck in water in this kind of pool venue, but Kirlia, as a psychic Pokémon, has a great advantage in terms of attributes. Psychic restrains the poison system and still has double damage bonus. Lulu doesn't rely on speed to eat at all, and with teleport she doesn't care what kind of venue she is fighting on. Even if there is no floating board above this pool, Lulu can still use confusion to float herself in the air. Lucci waved his finger and shouted loudly, Tentacruel, strike first, use poison sting. Puff, puff, Tentacruel's tentacles fluttered, and one after another, black poison stings pierced through the air. Teleport. Hisoka's mouth remained motionless, and no sound was made. The cooperation with Kirlia is the most comfortable, because the two are telepathically connected to each other, and Hisoka can give commands directly from the bottom of his heart, because the speed of thinking is often the fastest without making a sound. The command method that does not need to speak out is very beneficial to one's own side, but it makes the opponent completely confused. Looking at Kirlia, who had no intention of evading at all, Lucci couldn't understand why the guy on the opposite side didn't command his Pokémon to dodge, or make some resistance move. Was it just so stupid to stay in place and let Tentacruel's poison sting all hit? The poison sting in the sky was close to the sky above Kirlia, and the next second it was about to hit. There was a ripple in the air, and there was no sound at all, and Kirlia just disappeared in place. It's the teleport of the psychic Pokémon. The little fat man Dinky shouted, that Pokémon that I haven't seen before is actually a psychic Pokémon. As soon as these words came out, everyone present knew that it was so. It was teleport. No wonder it suddenly disappeared in place. But when Lucci heard these words, a drop of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Attribute restraint was a must-learn knowledge for a trainer, and he also knew that psychic restraint poison. The disappearing Kirlia appeared on the opposite white floating board just behind Tentacruel. The distance between the two was only an arm's length away. Lulu made a small move, and the powerful mental force formed a substantial pale red confusion that instantly wrapped Tentacruel's body, pulling Tentacruel out of the water abruptly amid the neighing of the opponent's pain. The pervasive confusion is like a continuous cotton needle, constantly invading Tentacruel's body, destroying the tissue inside its body. It's over. Seeing this situation, Lucci lowered his head in despair, and the game seemed to have an ending from the very beginning. Tentacruel was finally smashed against the wall by the pool with Lulu's confusion, and with a bang, the match officially ended. The second game was Dingji, the fat boy, against another youth trainer from Cinnabar Island. The youth trainer from Cinnabar Island seemed to be specializing in fire-type Pokémon. Yesterday's first hand on the rock field Magmar played well, but suddenly changed to the pool venue today, and he was confused. This is the disadvantage of specializing in one type Pokémon. Although it is easy to cultivate combat power, and because they are all Pokémon with the same attribute, it is easier to take care of without being too distracted, but it is also extremely easy to be targeted by opponents. Just like the famous Kanto, Johto region, as Dragon Elite Land Crossing, he is the strongest elite recognized by the two trainers, but in the face of the Ice Elite Lorelei from the Orange Islands in his hometown, he was only 55-50, and sometimes he lost more and won less. Hisoka has seen the only few battle videos between the two elites. The overall strength of the Dragon Elite Land Crossing is indeed higher than that of the Ice Elite Lorelei, but in the face of all aspects of stat being restrained, even the recognized Land Crossing, the geniuses can't think of too many ways. Besides, it's not a vegetable abuse bureau. The two trainers are both Alliance Elite level strength. Even if there is a gap in strength, there won't be too much. After detouring and returning to the competition venue, this time the young man from Cinnabar Island did not take out the Magmar with raging firepower from yesterday, but took out a hand of Eevee's fire-type evolution Flareon. The Magmar is much more flexible, smaller and lighter, so there's more room to move around on the float. No one is an idiot, only to know that the other party only has a fire-type Pokémon, and he still doesn't come up with a Pokémon to restrain it. Fatty Dingji's Golem is even worse than Flareon. Its tonnage is too terrifying, and it is impossible for the floating board to support the weight of Golem. Hey, fortunately I still have a hand. Dinky let out a complacent laugh. Seadra, it's your turn to play. Woo. The red light flashed, and a Pokémon with an ice blue body and a look similar to a seahorse appeared in the swimming pool. It had a cylindrical mouth similar to a barrel, and its back was covered with hideous barbs. Chapter 26 The Dust Settles. Open black lens bracket. Second update. Close black lens bracket. This game is completely unplayable. The location is all bad, and the attributes are suppressed. Cedra's straight-line sprint speed in the water is like a speedboat, and whenever the trainer on Cinnabar Island directs Flareon to counterattack with flamethrower, the little fat Dingy always lets Cedra dive into the water. You have no way of thinking about this kind of floppy strategy of using the field. Of course, if the Pokemon is strong enough, and a few flamethrower shots will burn the pool into a boiling state, then Cedra, who is hiding in the water, must be doomed. It is even more exaggerated to use fire-type trick to evaporate the entire swimming pool, which is definitely a one-hit kill. But unfortunately, the strength of this Flareon is far from reaching that level. After more than 10 rounds of flamethrower, although some water has evaporated, it is only a drop in the bucket for a swimming pool of more than 200 square meters, but it is exhausting. Panting, his physical strength fell into a slump for a while. Then the little fat man Dingy asked Cedra to use a trick twister to smash Flareon into the water, and finally used a trick of hydro pump to knock Flareon out of the pool. Double damage. Flareon hit the street. I heard it right. You have to give up the neck game. Big Sister Sakura looked at the little fat man who said this sentence in disbelief. You have to figure out. You will play until the last game. In case you win the handsome black-haired guy, you can be a temporary gym trainer for 3 days at our Cerulean Gym. Not only will you get 30,000 yuan a day, but you only need to keep the gym for 3 days, and no one who comes to challenge will be allowed. When the trainer gets the water drop badge, they can get a surf learning machine worth more than 65W. Quote, I figured it out. Dinky nodded and said, Brother Zisuo is definitely stronger than me. I still have self-knowledge about this, and I am the most afraid of trouble, so I will definitely lose the game. Why do we still have to fight? Sakura was a little dumbfounded by this little fat man's word. You have reached the final. Whether you win or lose, you have to try it. What if you win? Sakura shook her head helplessly and said, well, since this is your own decision, the contestant who won the final victory today is the handsome guy named Hisoka. As for you nasty little fat man, come back wherever you come from. Where to go? Understand? Understood. Understood. Dinky nodded again and again. Anyway, Cerulean City is no fun. As for Cerulean Gym, as badge, I also got the badge. Speaking of which, this is the easiest time for me to get the badge. The name of the weakest gym in the Kanto region is really good. Well-deserved reputation. Quote, you little fat. Sakura was instantly enraged, but before Sakura could rush to do it, Dingy immediately ran towards the gate of gym at a speed that did not fit his body shape, shouting loudly as he ran, Brother Siso, that's it, I'll go to Pewter City to get it first. Badge. Anyway, I also have your information. I will invite you to dinner when I have time. Bye bye. Say, who lost the gym badge to that damn little fat guy? Sakura turned her hands on her hips and turned her head to stare at the two nervous sisters. Akalamus or Peony? It's me. Calamus raised her hand embarrassedly and said, didn't you and the second sister happen to go out for shopping at that time? And then the little fat man came over. His Cedra was too fast, and my mosquito coils were too fast. Frogs are not opponents at all. Quote, sister, it's not the first time anyway. Peony quickly came up and persuaded. The water drop badge of Cerulean Gym is indeed the most widely recognized badge to obtain. All of you. Sakura's pretty face flushed. Can't we be a little bit ambitious? We Cerulean Gym can't be the strongest gym in Kanto, but we can't be the weakest either. Look. Sakura grabbed Hisoka's arm and said, now I have found such a powerful and handsome trainer for you. I want him to name a Cerulean Gym within 3 days and let him every trainer who comes over to challenge can't eat and walk around. Agree. Agree. Calamus and Peony looked at each other and nodded. Is this a fake tiger prestige? Hisoka on the side can only look at other places awkwardly. How long are the brain circuits of these three sisters? Instead of thinking about how to increase their strength, they temporarily replace them by recruiting temporary gym trainers. The three of them would be a good water ballet dancer, but never a good trainer. Fortunately, the three of them also have a young girl with excellent potential, who can support Cerulean Gym in the future and completely get rid of the name of the weakest gym in the Kanto region. Walking on the aisle covered with clear glass tiles at Cerulean Gym, Sakura introduced Hisoka about his network. After all, taking people's money and people to eliminate disasters. As a bounty hunter who considers himself a professional, a good word of mouth must be made so that there will be more repeat customers, and those satisfied customers will also introduce more customers. Our Cerulean Gym game rules are 3vs3, and there must be a water-type Pokémon in it. Sakura stopped in front of a large pool and pointed to the many water-type Pokémon playing in the pool and said, but since you don't have a water-type Pokémon in your hand, you can choose anyone in it. If the child is willing to follow you later, you can also take it with you after the mission, but the premise is, don't let any challenger get the water drop badge. Hisoka said this sentence first, and smiled. You can rest assured that no one will get the water drop badge and a bounty within 3 days. The hunter is also a man's promise. Chapter 27 Get Feebas 3 Update. Happiness came so suddenly. Looking at the red and white baby ball in his hand, Hisoka was still in a trance. Yesterday, he was still thinking about how to get Feebas, and now this little thing is in his hand. When When Sakura said that he could choose an unowned water-type Pokémon, Hisoka's first reaction was Feebas in the small pool. After that, the progress was very smooth, although the three sisters were surprised that Hisoka chose a Pokémon with almost no owner. Any fighting vase? No, it should be said that it is not even a vase. After all, Feebas' appearance is too contrary to human aesthetic. Anyway, this Feebas was just picked up by my little sister from the beach, so it doesn't matter if I give it to him. Bulbasaur, use Rattan. A young voice full of enthusiasm sounded in Cerulean Gym. Feebas, water splash. Hisoka commanded indifferently. The Rattan weaving smashed through the air and hit Feebas, who was splashing from the water. Grass beats the water. Feebas' weak physical strength was as thin as paper in front of Bulbasaur's Rattan weaving. Feebas is incapacitated. The referee's voice suddenly rang out. Haha. Seeing that he won the first ride, the hot-blooded rookie who just came out for a trip excitedly wiped his nose and said carelessly, "Wow, Cerulean Gym is really so weak. I didn't really believe it at first. Bulbasaur will continue to work hard and win the first gym badge of our life." Quote, Danai tilde Danai tilde. When Bulbasaur heard his master's voice, he stretched out the vines and danced in the air with excitement. One person, one pet seems to have completely ignored the net game because of the good start of the first game. Hisoka took out the baby ball and took back the dizzy Feebas. Looking at the excited rookie opposite, he couldn't bear to play the net game, because the following game might be completely different for a novice trainer who just debuted. A confidence-shattering nightmare. Hung tilde. The red light morphed in the air, and Sneasel landed firmly on the floating board with a handsome somersault. With his arms around him, he lost some of the wildness he used to have, and added a mature attitude. Hisoka found that Sneasel seemed to like to learn his own behavior more and more, because at the moment he was in the posture of his arms around his chest, and one person, one pet, at this moment, reflect what is perfect consistency. Bulbasaur, we won this game in one go. Seeing that there is a new opponent on the field, the hot-blooded boy immediately commanded, continue to use the Rattan to attack the opponent. The Rattan weaving came with the sound of breaking through the air. Sneasel did not dodge or evade. With his sharp claws, he grabbed the Rattan weaving in midair. Sneasel, with excellent dynamic vision, wanted to grasp the Rattan weaving with such speed and strength. This is the natural advantage of feline. Pulling back with great force, Bulbasaur was pulled into the air at once, and flew straight in the direction of Sneasel at a very fast speed. Danai, Danai. Bulbasaur was astonishing in the air, uttering a terrified growl. However, the young man who was still full of enthusiasm just now was full of confusion. Why did the situation on the field suddenly reverse to this? Can Bulbasaur's Rattan weave be picked up empty-handed? Bulbasaur was pulled in front of Sneasel, grabbed a section of its Rattan and held Bulbasaur in front of him. Since there was no place to borrow, Bulbasaur could only shrink into a ball in fear. At this time, it felt what is terror. It has a natural aura that scares other Pokémon. Bulbasaur, don't be afraid. Keep this move with the Razor Leaf. As a freshman trainer, it is not bad to be able to react in such a situation. Unfortunately, in front of Sneasel, this kind of behavior was futile. Before Bulbasaur was ready to make a move, a cold uppercut hit Bulbasaur in the face, and with a scream, Bulbasaur immediately flew upside down. Gym referee immediately waved the flag and shouted, Bulbasaur is incapacitated. Bulbasaur, you'll be fine. The hot-blooded teenager took the fainted Bulbasaur back to the baby ball, then took out another baby ball from his pocket and threw it out. Oddish, it's up to you now. Watching Oddish land on the floating board, he couldn't even stand still, and this little guy was obviously not used to the environment surrounded by water, and he was afraid to move. Although grass is better than water, it will drown when there is too much water. This kid won't conquer a bunch of grass-type Pokémon just to challenge Cerulean Gym. This situation caused Hisoka's mouth to twitch slightly. Although this method was a bit straightforward, I had to admit that it was still very useful. If you didn't meet yourself guarding the gym, the three sisters might really lose the game. There is no suspense in the net game. In the face of Sneasel's destructive strength, this novice trainer who has just debuted will not have the slightest chance to fight back. Oddish was caught in seconds again. At this time, Hisoka could see that the emotions on the other side were already in an unstable state, but he still bravely threw the third Pokémon, which was exactly the same as what Hisoka guessed. It was still a grass-type Pokémon. Weepinbell. At the end of the game, all three Pokémon of Xiaoyang from Celadon, Rainbow City lost their ability to fight, so Cerulean Gym won this gym challenge. With the referee's final verdict, the challenge came to an end, and the rookie trainer named Xiaoyang walked out of the gate of gym with 3 Pokémon balls in his arm. Chapter 28. Meet Gary for the first time. This time the bounty mission went unexpectedly smoothly. It was already the third day of Hisoka serving as the temporary leader of Cerulean Gym. As long as today was passed, his mission would be complete. During these 2 days, most of the trainers that Hisoka met who came to challenge were rookies who had just traveled. Most of them were challenging gym games for the first time, and a small number of them had a badge. In fact, you will know why when you go to the official website of the Kanto League. The official website website recommends 2 gyms that are most suitable for rookie trainers to challenge for the first time. One is Pewter Gym and the other is Cerulean Gym. In addition, the ranking of Pewter Gym is higher than that of Cerulean Gym. Persimmons are all soft-touching. As the weakest gym recognized by the Kanto region, it is naturally the best choice for rookie trainers who have just left their hometown and are ready to show their talent. However, there are exceptions to everything. Just yesterday at around 2 p.m., Cerulean Gym came to a superior trainer with 6 gym badges. Since his hometown is in Fuchsia City, the order of challenging gym is from strong to weak. It was this challenge that caused Hisoka to almost overturn. The opponent himself was a veteran, experienced and strong, and Hisoka, in the 3-on-3 challenge match, Feebas is a complete cannon fodder, which is equivalent to 2-on-3. The other party is good at insect type and poison type Pokémon. You must know that insect type can restrain psychic. If Lulu hadn't used Confusion's enhanced version of Psybeam in her last move, which severely damaged the opponent's Golbat, the car might have really turned over. The opponent Golbat is very flexible, and he also has Dark's crunch skill. With Kirlia's physical strength and physical defense, he can't take a crunch at all. After lunch, Hisoka lay unusually leisurely on the reclining chair by the pool, while Lulu sat quietly behind him, put her small hand on Hisoka's shoulder, closed her eyes and stimulated the muscle tissue with mental force, thus awakening to the effect of deep massage. This mental massage method helps activate muscle cells, and long-term use will make muscle tissue stronger and stronger. Sneasel swims in a straight line at the fastest speed in the large swimming pool. Swimming is the most perfect exercise for exercising the muscles of the whole body. The resistance of the water will make the lines of the whole body more streamlined. Sneasel must raise his body strength to a level very early. To learn that trick Deadly Street Test, this tingling feeling made Hiso feel so comfortable that he almost fell asleep. The experience life of a gym trainer in the past 3 days made him feel very comfortable and relaxed. As long as he is a rookie every day, he can do his own thing in the rest of the time, and he can get a lot of money from the league every year. This kind of life is a dream for most people. If you say that the only bad thing about being a gym leader is that you can't leave the city for a long time, after all, you don't know when a trainer will come to challenge you. If a gym leader doesn't accept the challenge for a long time, the trainers have complained many times, will be disqualified from the official gym by the league. When you have enough money, find a city with a good environment to build a gym. As long as you become famous, and then go to the alliance to apply for the official gym qualification. As long as you pass the alliance assessment, you can become another new official gym. But think about it. What Hisoka fears most is trouble. It's good to experience this kind of life once in a while. You let him stay in the gym every day and wait for those trainers to come and challenge him. If this goes on and on, it's estimated that after a month, Hisoka feels that his gym has to be dismantled. When the time comes to evening, as long as it is past 7:15 tonight, Hisoka's mission will be successfully completed. A total of 14 trainers were challenged in 3 days, with a record of 14 wins and 0 losses. Bah! There was a screech caused by the friction between the tire and the ground. With a bang, the door was kicked open from the outside. At this moment, a young man with a red-brown spiky head walked in with a proud look. He was wearing a blue sweater and jeans. A pendant in the shape of a baby ball hangs around his neck. Gary is the best. Gary is the best. Woman's tip growl. What an exaggerated formation. Hisoka pushed off the sunglasses on the bridge of his nose and glanced sideways, only to see 5 girls in sexy cheerleader clothes standing behind the spiky-haired boy. Hey, are you Cerulean Gym's trainer? The boy called Gary asked arrogantly with his arms crossed. Gary, a very familiar name. Hisoka stood up from the reclining chair. As a world-class Pokémon researcher, Professor Oak is naturally well known on the internet, so his family's information is also easy to check. Combining the memory of the past life and the data of this life, the spiky head named Gary can be 100% certain that he is the grandson of the professor. Hisoka walked up to him in a few steps and said condescendingly, "The 3 leaders have gone out beforehand. I am the temporary leader of this gym. Of course, if you want to play a gym challenge, I can also accompany you." Gary stepped back, not used to being watched like this. "It's the same anyway. As long as you defeat you, can you also get the Cerulean Gym badge?" "That's right." Hisoka nodded lightly. Chapter 29 Feebas, 15th defeat and 0 wins, 2 more. Now, from Cerulean Gym trainer Ciso and challenger Gary from Pallet Town, we will start an official match with water drop badges as bet. There are 3 Pokemon that can be used. It's over. The referee began to announce the rules of the game, and then shouted, "Are both players ready? Quick fight." Gary curled his lips in disdain and said, "Anyway, Cerulean Gym is the weakest gym known, so let it be this young master's second stepping stone on the way to Pokemon Master." Gary took off the baby ball he was carrying around his neck and tossed the Pokemon ball in a bowler's pose. "Go, my baby." A fairly well-developed Squirtle appeared on the floating board of the pool, with big black eyes, a sea blue glossy round skin, and a hard turtle shell. Squirtle is bigger than that. As expected of the Sanyu family, family who came out of the Oak Institute. This appearance is simply perfect. The three royal families prepared for new trainers in the Kanto region are Charmander, Squirtle and Bulbasaur. Most of the habitats of these three kinds of Pokémon in the wild, outdoor are controlled by the Alliance, and are also assigned by the Kanto Alliance to the Earl Dervish Pokémon as the new trainer of the region's Research Institute. As the saying goes, what is rare is more expensive, and the more the Alliance controls it, the more the price of the Sanyu family in the market will remain high. The Sanyu family are all two-stage evolutions with excellent potential, and the final evolution types are all powerful Pokémon, and they are hard to come by in the wild outside. So in recent years, I have often heard that there are bold poachers organized by the Alliance to strictly control them. Sanyugia habitat poaching. From the professional eyes of Hisoka bounty hunters, the Squirtle in Gary's hands is sold on the black market by virtue of its appearance, and the price will not be lower than 260W. Very arrogant boy. His attitude really made Hisoka a little unhappy. Shrugging his shoulders, Hisoka threw his first Pokémon. With a thud, Feebas successfully entered the water. The little guy has lost 14 games in the past 3 days, and basically all of them have been tricked by the opponent. No way, Feebas is too weak, without any offensive skills, and weak in physical strength. After swimming for a long time, he will be unable to bear it first, so you can't blame the Feebas family for always staying motionless at the bottom of the water for a long time. Gary glanced curiously at this Pokémon he had never seen before, and then couldn't help laughing. What kind of Pokémon is this? It looked really ugly. Hey, you won't use a random one. Just a deformed Magikarp to fool me. Strange to say, although Feebas was beaten badly in the past 3 days, he didn't have any rage emotions because his opponent attacked him, but whenever the challenger laughed at him for being ugly, this little thing would always wrinkle. When the eyebrows are lowered, the mood will also be temporarily unstable. Hisoka has never let Lulu use telepathy to make him and Feebas communicate deeply, but has been observing Feebas with an indifferent attitude. After all, the road from evolution to melodic is full of uncertainty. No one dares to guarantee a Feebas evolution to become melodic, so Hisoka must be fully prepared. There was no accident in the first game. Gary let Squirtle dive into the water, and a skull bash directly knocked Feebas out of the pool. Feebas hit the street again. 15 losses and 0 wins. What? Gary shook his head in dissatisfaction. They say Cerulean Gym is weak, but it shouldn't be so weak. I don't even use 10% of my strength. Gary, you're awesome. Gary, you're so handsome. The Nympho cheerleader started screaming again. Thank you for your hard work. Hisoka picked up the unconscious Feebas, stroked his swollen head with his hand, and then retracted the Pokémon. The game has only just begun. Muttering, Hisoka snapped his fingers handsomely with his right hand. With the crisp snap of fingers, the water surface in the swimming pool on the other side began to surge wildly, and then a black shadow rushed out of the water surface, flashing high at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye, but fell steadily. A slight ripple floated away quietly from the floating board under Sneasel's feet. At this time, any discerning trainer would find that this Sneasel has a very good grasp of its own strength. Another Pokémon I haven't seen before. Gary scratched his ears, still disdainful. Perhaps it was the first match that killed the opponent in second, causing the already arrogant Gary to instantly swell to the extreme. Hisoka found that sometimes showing the enemy to be weak often always has this effect, especially these new trainers who have just traveled, are not afraid of the sky. Let them kill one of their own Pokémon first, and they will immediately swell up, feeling that they are very powerful and handsome, but they don't go to the bottom of why a gym trainer would use this kind of Pokémon without any attacking skills. A rookie who has been playing for 3 days, how to deal with these young men with high heart. Hisoka has long figured out a routine, and the next step is to let the other party experience despair. Chapter 30 Gary's Ether. Squirtle, keep using Skull Bash. The easy victory in the first game made the arrogant Gary think that the next game will still be easy, and he actually relaxed in command. Jenny tilde. Squirtle nodded vigorously. The smooth and round turtle head shrank into the hard shell instantly, and then launched from the water like a jet of rocket, hitting the floating board where Sneasel was standing. Sneasel, stop. Sneasel is not a power-type Pokémon. It is still very easy to block a low-level Squirtle with its current strength. Crossing his hands in front of him in an X shape, Squirtle's Skull Bash just collided. Sneasel only felt his arms sink slightly, and a force was passed from the little turtle's head. The right leg moved back slightly, and the left hand wrapped around Squirtle's neck in an upper loop position, and the force of the impact was easily dissipated. As I mentioned earlier, Hisoka's Sneasel is left-handed, and his left hand is much stronger than his right. Squirtle's neck is tightly bound by her, and he can't even move. Squirtle's body was held in Sneasel's hands in such a funny way, and Gary's eyes widened in disdain just now. Blow up its turtle head and use alloy claws. Without giving the opponent a chance to react at all, Hisoka directly issued an attack order. Sneasel's right claw slowly raised, and a silver metallic luster enveloped the shark claw, and the shark claw slammed into Squirtle's head with a thud. Because his neck was stuck, Squirtle couldn't even even sleep in the hard shell. To defend Jenny, with a scream, Squirtle, who was thrown into the water by Sneasel, was completely incapacitated and slowly sank down with bubbling bubbles. Damn it! Gary clenched his fist hard and quickly took out Squirtle's Pokemon ball to retrieve the fainted little guy. This sudden loss made Gary not dare to underestimate the other party, and quickly took out the Pokédex that his grandfather gave him, and used the camera above to aim at the Pokemon he had never seen before. Sneasel, Hooklaw Pokemon, is a dark Pokemon but also an ice Pokemon. It has a bad personality and like to play prank. It mainly lives near Johto MT Silver. Close black lens bracket. The Pokemon Pokédex made a mechanical male voice and told all the information about Sneasel. Although Sneasel is the Pokemon of Johto region, because the two regions are connected, Sneasel often comes to the Kanto region, so it is not surprising that Gary's Pokédex can read Sneasel's information. Do you have the attributes of dark and ice? Gary began to think in his mind which of the remaining main forces is the attribute that restrains the opponent. In the Pokemon Showdown, the trainer uses the Pokemon that restrains the opponent's attribute for joint defense, the most basic and most important tactic. Unless there is a huge difference in strength between the two, the combination of attributes will always be one of the keys to winning. Graveler. No. Gary shook his head. Although the rock eel can restrain the ice element, it is obvious that using a Graveler in this kind of cool venue is looking for a loser. Nidorino. No. Too slow, and doesn't have the skills to restrain the opponent. Have it. Gary's eyes lit up. He remembered the powerful Pokemon he captured in the Vidian forest not long ago, and the bug-type skill happened to restrain Dark. It's just one win and one loss, and the game is still going to be played. Gary regained his previous confidence again, and solemnly took out a strange baby ball with a dense mesh on the surface from his pocket. This is Netball, which is much easier when catching water-type and bug-type Pokemon. Of course, the market price of this kind of Pokemon ball with special effects is not cheap, and ordinary trainers can't afford it at all. It's your turn to act, my samurai. Hey Tilda. The worm wings fluttered, and a mantis-shaped Pokemon with a green body and two huge sickles appeared on the floating board. The four worm wings on the back were spread out at a 45-degree angle, and the waist was slightly bowed, as if it was a man who was soaring up. Warriors ready to go. Scyther. The corner of Hisoka's mouth couldn't help evoking a smile. It was indeed a very good Pokemon, and it was considered one of the top existences among the bug-type Pokemon. When considering choosing a team's quick attacker, Hisoka once listed Scyther in the list. Has been considered. Scyther's movement speed is fast, and it can perform short gliding flight. The water-type field does not help it but does not affect it. Scyther, use quick attack. As soon as he got up, Gary started a quick attack, as if he wanted to compete with Sneasel in speed. Hey Tilda. With a loud bug buzz, Scyther leaned forward, and the four blade-like worm wings behind him began to swing at high speed, and then his entire body disappeared on the floating board, and the recoil brought by the high-speed forward charge made the floating board float into the distance. Sneasel, watch your left side. The trainer stood above the podium and could see all the situation on the field. Hisoka clearly saw a green shadow coming from Sneasel's left hand. After more than a month of running in, Sneasel and Hisoka had already cooperated tacitly. The moment the order was issued, Sneasel jumped away from the floating board. The next second, there was a swoosh, chopping sound. Click. The floating board Sneasel was standing on was cut into two pieces by Scyther, who appeared. Scyther, who stopped attacking, was standing on one of the cut floating boards. Sneasel used several somersaults in the air to stabilize his balance. It also landed on another cut floating board. Chapter 31 Mission completed. Second update. Although I don't like the character of the other party, I have to admit that as a trainer who just debuted, Gary performed well enough. To be honest, Gary is much better than the so-called protagonist Ash in terms of trainer talent, but now he has just set off for a trip and has not experienced any setback. Just a nasty little boy. Gary didn't want to give the other party any chance to breathe, and waved his hand and shouted, Scyther, use Fury Cutter. Hey Tilda. Scyther's worm wings spread out again. With the advantage of flying, it takes up a lot of space in the first attack. The sharp sickle arms cross and slash, and every fall seems to have the momentum of cutting everything. Sneasel, dive in. Hisoka commanded. Sneasel is not a water-type Pokemon, but that doesn't mean she can't swim. One fell back into the water just as Scyther's Fury Cutter was about to slash. Scyther's Fury Cutter failed, but it cut into pieces the floating board Sneasel was standing on. Taking full advantage of all the advantages of the field is an essential quality for a good trainer, but it is also a key element for a bounty hunter to complete the task at home. Insects are not afraid of water, but hate it. Scyther could only use the high-speed waving of its wings to stay in the low air for a short period of time. It did not dare to enter the water like Sneasel. Once the wings were soaked in water, its methods were basically useless. Don't you know how to hide like this? The deadlock in the scene made Gary's emotions start to get irritated. He understood that Scyther couldn't fly in the air for a long time like a bird-type Pokemon, and the high-speed waving insect wings were were also at a point. A drop consumes Scyther's stamina. Gym leader had already assumed the role of coaching rookie trainer. Hisoka said loudly, "You are too impatient. You want to fight quickly, but you can't see the situation on the field. Today I will teach you a good lesson." Sneasel dragged Scyther into the water. Hey tilde. Scyther sensed that there was danger under the water, but before it could dodge it, Sneasel, who had submerged in the water, rushed out from directly below it. The claws hooked on Scyther's leg, and he threw it down hard, and the whole person fell into the water with Scyther. Scyther fell into the water. He began to struggle frantically. At this moment, it was very uncomfortable. The thin insect wings began to be soaked in the pool water. The unique exoskeleton of insect Pokémon made Scyther unable to swim at all. Sooner, on the other hand, Sneasel hugged Scyther's slender waist and swam towards the depths of the pool. Gradually Scyther's figure completely disappeared from the water's surface. Biro is incapacitated. The referee held a red flag high at Gary, who was in a state of dismay, and announced, "The challenger Gary's 3 Pokémon are all incapacitated, so the winner of this match is Cerulean Gym." Gary's second gym challenge ended in a complete defeat and was crushed in all directions. This sense of loss and frustration was not a big blow to a 12-year-old boy. Is it too much? Hisoka wiped Sneasel's hair with a dry towel and looked at the spiky-haired boy at the gate who was swaying while walking. The 5 cheerleading girls behind him even lowered their heads. Intermittent sobbing sounded from time to time. "But I have to say that the feeling of teaching others to be human is really good." Hisoka narrowed his eyes, enjoying the short-lived peace and beauty of the sunset. "Yeah, see who dares to say that our Cerulean Gym is the weakest gym in the Kanto League." The most lively Calamus among the 3 sisters held up a red wine glass and said, "Come on, Hisoka, I toast you. It's all yours." Credit. Giggle. Guess what we heard when our 3 sisters went to the Pokemon Center today? Quote, "What did you hear?" Hisoka toasted her. Calamus said proudly, "Those trainers said Cerulean Gym is not the weakest gym at all. We were all deceived. No trainer has successfully challenged for 3 days in a row, and there is one from Fuchsia City who already has 6 gym badges. The master was also defeated by the leader." Quote, "There seems to be nothing to be proud of." Hisoka was very embarrassed. It was him who won those trainers, not you. When he left tomorrow, wouldn't you still be the weakest gym in Kanto? At this time, the elder sister Sakura also came over with a smile, holding a plate in her hand, which contained 3 stacks of cash and a blue CD. "Here you are. This is the reward we promised at the beginning." Hisoka didn't count, but simply touched the stack of cash, and found that the number was a bit wrong. He asked curiously, "Didn't you say 30,000 a day? So there are 50,000 in each stack here. That was rewarded to you by the eldest sister." Peony on the side leaned in and said, "Your performance is so outstanding that our 3 sisters can make a big splash outside. Don't be under psychological pressure. We are not bad for money. A casual performance of a water ballet will cost hundreds of thousands of tickets alone." Quote, Hisoka almost forgot that the 3 sisters were wealthy women. The Alliance allocated funds on the one hand, and part of Cerulean City's taxes on the other hand. Their own water ballet performance project also made a big income. He accepted the salary of 150,000 yuan for these 3 days with peace of mind. Hisoka plans to give himself a good vacation after that. If he earns money and does not enjoy it, he will be a salted fish. Hisoka will never enjoy himself. Treat yourself badly. Chapter 32 Beach Vacation 3 Update. Cerulean City, Syrif Heavy Industries Branch. "Master, is what I want ready?" Sitting in the spacious workshop, playing with the cruise ship model on the table, Hisoka smiled and looked at the middle-aged man striding forward. Gray hair, a full beard, and arms as thick as Hisoka's thighs. Bang! The middle-aged uncle put the small box in his hand on the marble table at once, but it was obviously a small box, but it made a sound of heavy object falling to the ground. The middle-aged uncle opened the box and said with a smile, "Hey, everything you want is here, boy. It's really not easy to make what you want. If it weren't for me having 30 years of processing experience, I could replace it with ordinary people. Little things never do well." Quote, the box was wide open, and Hisoka saw 4 pairs of silver-white circular metal mechanical rings, and the edges of these metal rings were semicircular grooves of uniform size. "This is a gravity bead process from super heavy stone." The middle-aged uncle spread out his hand, and a black stone bead appeared in his hand. "This gravity bead is 10 kilograms, and I have attached a magnetic force to it, which can be combined with the grooves of the metal mechanical ring or perfectly absorbed. There are 10 grooves in total, and you can adjust the weight according to your need." Quote, these 4 sets of metal mechanical rings are the training equipment made by the master, Sisabe. The weight-bearing mechanical rings can be freely adjusted in size and weight, and can be used to train the Pokemon's muscle strength and speed explosion. A mechanical ring with 10 gravity beads is 100 kilograms, and 4 mechanical rings are full of 400 kilograms, which can be worn on the limbs of the Pokemon, with a maximum weight of 800 kilograms. After the trained Pokemon is fully adapted to this weight, it can still move freely, so when it take down the gravity mechanical ring, how terrible it will be. The endless green sea. The the beautiful snow-silver beach, and the seabird flying freely in the sky in the distance. Looking at an all-wooden holiday villa in front of him, Hisoka couldn't help opening his arms and inhaling the slightly salty air. This was his chosen vacation spot, a private beach located in the north of Cerulean City. Siso rented it for a week. He is not a lively person, so he would not go to those developed public beaches, but chose to spend a lot of money to rent a private beach. Looking from a distance, there is a tall cliff at the northeast corner of this beach, and on top of the cliff there is a lighthouse that is emitting direct light. That should be Bill's lighthouse. Hisoka rubbed his chin and thought for a while. Forget it. Anyway, he came here for a vacation. By the way, he gave special training to Pokémon. Other things are none of his business. Hisoka never does anything good. Don't do it. After simply tidying up the villa, put on a pair of black swimming trunks, wearing flip-flops and black super glasses, Hisoka walked to the beach with his upper body naked. Come out, Lulu and Sneasel. Hisoka threw his hand, and the two Pokémon fell in front of him. Hisoka squatted down, rubbed Kirlia's long smooth green hair, and said with a smile, "Hey, Lulu, let's make dinner first." "Okay." Lulu took a step back calmly, preventing the master's hateful big hand from rubbing her hair, then glared at Sneasel who had been watching her, and then walked towards the villa in small steps. "Listen." Seeing Lulu's figure disappearing into the doorway, Hisoka focused on Sneasel and said, "Little guy, this week, I will have a special training for you, no longer from a month ago. That kind of normal training, but a special training that requires one's life to complete. We must learn that trick in the street within a week. This is my request of you, understand?" Niu tilde. Sneasel nodded vigorously, clenching his claws as if ready to go. Seeing Sneasel's serious look, Hisoka couldn't help but burst out laughing, rubbed the little guy's head, and said with a smile, "But today doesn't count. Don't care about anything today. Have a good day. Special training will not be until tomorrow. We'll begin." Sneasel opened Hisoka's arm in dissatisfaction, with a cute and angry look on her face. She felt that she was deceived by her master, and she wasted her feelings just now. Haha, whoever swims to the opposite side first, whoever wins. Let Lulu feed whoever eats dinner at night. Hisoka strode towards the sea, while Sneasel followed closely behind with a coquettish snort. "How about this little thing still ignoring you?" Feebas floated quietly in the water-filled bathtub. His eyes were dull, and his mouth was bubbling from time to time. Kirlia on the side closed her eyes and tried to use telepathy to talk to it. "No, it doesn't communicate with me at all." Lulu shook her head in discouragement. Since she got Feebas 3 days ago, Hisoka has always asked Lulu to communicate with it telepathically, but no matter how hard Lulu tries, it's abominable, the little thing just ignores her. This little thing definitely has intelligence and emotion. Hisoka is sure of that. A Pokémon is a Pokémon, and no matter how stupid a Pokémon is, it is impossible for a real fish to have only 5 seconds of memory. In the end, what method can arouse Feebas' mind? Hisoka kept thinking about it and kept making fun of it, but Hisoka was reluctant and didn't dare to try, because it would seriously affect the favorability of both parties. Chapter 33 Special Training Start. Lean forward and keep your balance. Hisoka yelled at Sneasel, who was standing on the surfboard. "Don't fight against the wave. You can't stop the power of the ocean. Get used to it, and conquer it." Niu tilde. Sneasel struggled to control the surfboard under his feet, trying not to let himself fall into the water in the rough wave. At this point, mechanical gravity rings are attached to her wrists and legs. Hisoka just put a gravity bead on each mechanical ring, which is 10 kg, and the 4 together weigh 80 kg. If it is on the flat ground, the weight of 80 pounds is still acceptable for Sneasel, but now he is standing on the surfboard with a mechanical gravity ring to fight the wave, and if he is not careful, he will be thrown into the water by the big wave. Hisoka was not only a top student in mathematics and finance in his previous life, but also an extreme sports enthusiast. Skateboarding, parkour, surf are all proficient. Especially surf is his favorite. Surf can not only train people's physique, but also cultivate people's courage and courage to move forward in the face of adversity. The weather is fine today. The sea wind is strong, not suitable for swimming, but it is the best time for surf. At this time, along with the sound of the surging tide, a huge wave with a height of 3 stories formed behind one person and one pet. Hisoka's expression is slightly solemn. Surf is not only a thrilling experience, but there is also a great danger behind every extreme sport. If this big wave of nearly 10 meters hits the back of a person, it will be enough to cause you to bleed internally. Shooting into the water, the bubbles surging up the bottom of the water are easy to suffocate. Unable to resist, he had to learn to take advantage of the situation. Hisoka's body began to lean forward slightly, and his leg squatted down to stabilize his body's center of gravity. Sneasel followed suit, squatting down to stabilize his weight. Huge waves roar. Hisoka sensed the direction of a wave, and immediately shouted, "Lean back, lean to the side." The giant wave rushed forward with a destructive momentum like the palm of the god of the sea, but Hisoka and Sneasel stood firmly in the center of the palm, and slid forward rapidly with this force, and the waves wetted them. Their bodies and hair can't hide the excitement of conquering the wave. cave. Perfect. Hisoka and Sneasel high-five each other, then lie on their backs on the beach panting heavily, looking up at Green's wash-like eye, hearing the unknown seabird growl from time to time. Weight training goes hand in hand with surf, an extreme workout developed by Sisso for Sneasel. I'm still getting used to it. After all, Sneasel has just learned how to surf. When I first started teaching her in the morning, this strong little girl ate a lot of seawater. With the gradual improvement of proficiency, Hisoka will start to increase the load on her. The only goal in this week is to learn to try the knife on the street. Eating. When it got dark, Lulu's huge head came over to cover Hisoka's sight. What? One person and one pet didn't say a word, just staring at each other like this. Hisoka was thickened anyway, with his hands behind his head, staring straight at Lulu's ruby-like pupil. A trace of blush appeared on Lulu's snow-white face, and the little girl finally couldn't bear this kind of gaze. She used confusion to control a handful of sand and slapped it at Hisoka's face, and then a teleport disappeared in place. Sisso, the most annoying thing. The girl's indignant voice came from a distance. Ah, my eyes. Hisoka rolled around on the beach in various ways. Just now, his eyes were so wide, and Lulu suddenly threw a handful of sand. It felt like a dog. Lunch is very rich, and it is natural to eat seafood feasts on vacation by the sea. Lulu's craftsmanship can be said to be top-notch. As a psychic Pokémon, she has a huge mental power, and she can learn any skills very quickly. Baked, fried, boiled, stuffed, dim sum, seafood soups are all kind, filling a whole long table. Hisoka never slack off himself while training Pokémon. Instead, train with Pokémon so that not only can you develop goodwill and tacit understanding between the two parties, but more importantly, when the owner accompanies Pokémon to train, they will feel the incomparable attention and give full play to their simple and direct thoughts. Strength to work hard, will be ashamed and sad because of not meeting the master's requirement, and will be overjoyed for a little praise from the master. This is the Pokémon of this world, the darling of the world. Therefore, the more people I meet, the more Hisoka like to spend time with Pokémon. The high-intensity training in the morning can make Hisoka and Sneasel exhausted. The seafood dinner at this table seems to be a lot, but it is not enough for the two guys who are going to starve to death in front of them. Sneasel stepped forward and grabbed the big prawns grilled on the oven. The prawns were about the thickness of an arm and were roasted red by the charcoal fire. Sprinkle some cumin and sauce to match the original umami of seafood. That was really fragrant. The sharp claws gently swiped across the head of the big prawn to the tail, and then peeled it left and right with both hands, and the crystal clear prawn meat came into view. Sneasel looked at the food in his hand, thought for a while, and held back the screaming stomach of the hungry hoot-hoot, carefully placed the peeled prawns on the plate, and then brought it to the owner who was struggling to peel the shrimp shell. For me, Hisoka put down the messy prawns that were peeled off in his hand, looked at the neat prawns on the plate, and his face rarely turned red. One. Thank you, Sneasel. Nihu tilde. Sneasel waved his hand coldly, and went back to the oven to pick up a grilled prawn. It was still lightly slashed with sharp claws. The prawn was full of meat and fell into the plate in one bite. It was tender and smooth. The full-flavored taste made Sneasel close her eyes happily. When I was wandering alone in the wild outside, I never thought that there would still be the present time. Eat tree fruit when you are hungry, or hunt and kill Pokémon weaker than yourself, and drink rainwater and river water when you are thirsty. Competing for territory with powerful opponent, injury is more commonplace. It feels so good to be cared about and valued by others. Sneasel feels that life is so happy and beautiful now. Although he is a little tired from training every day, but his master is always by his side, this tiredness gradually disappeared. Chapter 34 The New Champion of Hoenn Region, 2 more. It's really annoying. Hisoka patted the keyboard of the laptop hard, and leaned back on the reclining chair. He felt as if someone had deliberately turned against him. He has been searching for 2 full hours on major trading websites and auction websites on the internet. Although Prism Scale is very rare, it is not non-existent. Hisoka has found the trading records of Prism Scale from some large trading website. Just now, a small auction site with very little traffic held an online auction, and there was a Prism Scale in the auction. The IP address of the small auction site is in Johto region, and according to the information provided by the auction site, this colorful and strange scale was accidentally discovered by an ordinary fisherman in Cyanwood City, Johto region, while fishing this morning, and then was caught by his son. Thrown on this auction site for auction. 3 million yen. 3 million is directly won, which is really rich. Looking at the display on the website, Hisoka was angry. But there is no way. The other party has the money to directly win it at a price. You have nothing to say. The fisherman's son had no idea what the colorful scales were and what they did. It just feels very beautiful, and the online auction should attract some netizens who like to collect, so the starting price is just 3W Alliance coin. But online auctions have a rule that is different from real auctions, and that is the buy-in price rule. This rule is specially prepared for those who are rich. They can directly kill auction items at a price 100 times the starting price. After calming down, Hisoka regained his sanity, put the keyboard back in front front of him, and inserted the USB flash drive on the desktop into the notebook. Let me see how holy this tyrant is. His hacking skills were never bad, and this USB flash drive was filled with programs that Hisoka had written over the years. Sometimes, in order to verify some conjectures in his heart, but lacking some important data as corroboration, Hisoka would use this method to hack into the main computers of some research institute to obtain the data he wanted. Hisoka found that the hacking technology in this world is still in its infancy, and network security does not seem to attract the attention of the regional alliances. Of course, he didn't dare to be too reckless. In fact, sometimes there is a shortage of money. Hisoka can directly sell some important information of some large research institute to some underground organizations to get rich remuneration. Of course, the money will come quickly, but once an accident occurs, it is not what Hisoka can do. Bear the consequences. When you can't change the rules of the world, just adapt to it. IP addresses from the Hoenn region. Hisoka saw that the red dot representing the Hoenn region in the program was constantly flashing. After lock on the big region, he started to search for the detailed city where the IP is located. Hisoka pursued this IP until he stopped at this place, Zootopolis City, Zootopolis Gym. It was him. Hisoka's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a clear smile. Open Hoenn region's official website. The home page has the most eye-catching photo of a person. That is a beautiful man with turquoise hair, turquoise eyes, wearing a hand-cut white suit with a black dress lying behind him. Cloak. As a homepage character on the official website of the Hoenn Alliance, the origin of this beautiful man is naturally extraordinary. Wallace, the former Zootopolis Gym leader, became the champion of the Hoenn Region Alliance in January last year, becoming a symbol of this big region. There are 4 in the Alliance Elite, but only 1 in the Alliance Champion. Only the strongest trainer in a region will have the title of representing the number 1 and become the symbol of a region. The new Hoenn champion Wallace is a very strange person. He is not a Pokémon trainer, but a Pokémon coordinator, a master in the coordinator family. Logically, the coordinator is to instruct Pokémon to use gorgeous moves to create a unique beauty or to play the original beauty of the Pokémon itself. Therefore, in the eyes of most people, the coordinator should be far inferior to the trainer specializing in Pokémon combat in terms of actual combat, and it has the taste of a vape. But it was such a Pokémon coordinator who became a region's Alliance champion. Hisoka remembered that the news of Wallace becoming Hoenn champion last year caused quite a stir. Wallace and Hoenn's predecessor champion Stone Steven are good friends. It is said that the news circulating on the internet said that the two had a 6v6 duel in private, and the result was that Wallace, who was the coordinator, won. Therefore, Stone Steven was beaten and discouraged. The position of champion was given to his friend Wallace. Of course, this is only the most widely circulated news on the internet. As for whether it is true or not, Hisoka does not know or is interested. A guy who is not a trainer and has no experience as a Region 4 elite but suddenly became a Hoenn champion, which can only mean that Wallace is unfathomable, or that the forces behind him are equally unfathomable. This opponent couldn't afford to provoke him. Hisoka immediately gave up the idea of planting a destroying virus on the opponent's main computer. The wrath of a Hoenn champion was not something a small bronze bounty hunter could afford. However, some interest still has to be charged. Hisoka secretly copied a copy of various top-secret videos and materials in the other party's main computer, and then disconnected the link after erasing all traces. Chapter 35 Upcoming Evolution. Open black lens bracket 3 more close black lens bracket. Time passed quickly. 5 days had passed since Hisoka came to this beach for special training, and there were still the last 2 days, and the 1-week vacation was coming to an end. Today is still sunny, the sea breeze is howling, and the tides ebb and flow. Looking from a distance, on the sea surface not far from the beach, there are 2 shadows rising and falling on the wave. After 5 days of high-intensity training, Sneasel has completely mastered the main points of surf, and he can surf as well as the veteran Siso. Sneasel has dynamic vision far beyond that of human, and his body is more agile. Learning surf, it has a talent bonus in itself. 2 more gravity beads were added to the mechanical ring. At this time, Sneasel's body weight had reached an astonishing 240 pounds. This is based on the comparison with Sneasel's weight. You must know that Sneasel's weight is only about 60 pounds, and the weight of 240 pounds is 4 times its body weight, and she has to complete various difficult special training under this weight. It's really not easy. Crack! Hisoka unlocked the mechanical rings on Sneasel's hands and legs. Hisoka squatted down and looked at Sneasel, who seemed to be relaxed, smiled and said, "Let's move around and try to feel what it feels like." Niu tilde Niu tilde. Sneasel moved his wrist and jumped on the spot a few times, with a look of joy on his face, and kept tweeting towards Hisoka. Sneasel said she felt lighter and her arms seemed to be stronger. Lulu translated, floating in midair. Niu tilde. Sneasel's expression became more and more excited. His knees began to bend greatly, and then he took off with all his strength. Boom. 2 shallow pits were blown out on the beach, and Sneasel Sneasel was like a rocket toward the sky. Rush away. Hisoka covered his brows with his hands and looked up into the sky, only to see Sneasel rushing to a height of about 15 meters and starting to fall. Sneasel, who was falling at a high speed, quickly adjusted his body shape, used somersaults and sideways to ease the falling gravity, and finally rolled his body sideways to remove all the strength when he landed on the beach. 15 meters is already the height of a 5-story building. If you don't do anything to fall vertically from such a high height, unless it is a Pokémon with amazing defense, it is extremely easy to get injured. Concentrate. Carefully mobilize the restless, moving power in your body. Encore. Use the street test. Hisoka encouraged loudly, standing behind Sneasel, facing the rock formed by the wind and the sun in front of him. Sneasel let out a sigh of relief, then opened his eyes that had been closed. Bloodshot streaks in the whites of his eyes, and the blood-red vertical pupils carried an indescribable expression. This is the manifestation of the high concentration of dark energy. Nihu tilde la tilde. A hissing sound erupted from the depths of his throat, and Sneasel did a somersault and quickly retreated behind him. After about 6 meters away from the rock, his leg muscles burst out immediately, and his body rushed up again like a black lightning bolt, his left claws raised high. From then on, the black malevolent energy turned into obsidian in an instant from the foggy form at the beginning. A dark meniscus appeared from Sneasel's sharp claws, and the body rushed forward at high speed. The dark meniscus swept across this one-person high rock, silently, like the sharpest knife cutting tofu. Bang! The upper half of the rock cut by the black moon slowly fell on the beach, and the remaining half of the rock was left as smooth as a mirror. Is this the power of the street test knife? Hisoka felt a little unbelievable while stroking the smooth incision. He thought that the street test knife would be very powerful, but he didn't expect it to be so cutting. Unlike Fire Blast, Hyper Beam has all-destroying burst, but it has the spirit to cut everything. This is Dark's aggressiveness and cutting power. Nice. Hisoka couldn't help but gave Sneasel a thumbs up, panting slightly. Aussie tilde. Sneasel happily imitated her master's tone and pointed her finger at Hisoka, but she only had 2 claws, and it felt like she had raised her middle finger. A strange Pidgeotto with a postman hat and a satchel flew out of his holiday home. Hey, I'm out of money again. Hisoka sighed and opened the package on the table. The Pidgeotto just now was a courier, taking advantage of flying Pokémon to deliver newspapers and some small packages was the norm in the world's logistics industry. Just 3 days ago, Hisoka accidentally bought a very important item for Sneasel on an auction site. The package was opened, and a shark finger claw lay quietly in a small box covered with cotton. Shark claws. It's the name of this claw, an offensive item that makes it easier for Pokémon to hit the opponent's vitals after carrying it. Such naturally formed special props often carry some kind of metaphysical power. Similar to the property restraint between Pokémon, the special effect hidden by certain items seem to be one of the rules of this world, but many people don't know that the shark claws are not just that simple. In fact, this thing is still a key item necessary for Sneasel evolution. This secret is only known by a small research institute in Sinnoh region. Researchers at Kanto and Johto region have always believed that Sneasel is a Pokémon without the evolution type. Sneasel carries shark claws, and at midnight when the dark energy is the most abundant, he can evolve into a Weavile. Chapter 36 Dragon Slayer. Join Weavile. Open black lens bracket 1 more close black lens bracket. The silent night sky is full of stars. Looking up at the sky at this time, the halo of the Milky Way is beautiful and fascinating. This world is very good for nature protection, so every night Ciso can see the beautiful starry sky that was rarely seen on the earth in the previous life. The moon in this world seems to be very large, and when you reach out and touch it, it seems like it is within your reach, just like a huge pale yellow roulette hanging above the starry sky, emitting a soft and attractive halo. If the sun is a straightforward man, then the moon is a gentle and charming woman. A pile of fire was blazing on the beach, and a small casserole hung on the fire bubbling hot. Hisoka sat on the beach, beckoned to Sneasel beside him, and said, Sneasel, come, lie down. Nihu tilde. Sneasel tilted his head and glanced at his master curiously, not knowing what he wanted to do, but he still lay obediently on the cushion in front of Hisoka. Don't move no matter what you feel, you know. Hisoka's voice became serious. Nihu tilde. Sneasel nodded vigorously and patted his chest to indicate that there was no problem at all. Hisoka put both hands on Sneasel's shoulders and started to massage and relax her. At 12 o'clock tonight, Hisoka was going to let Sneasel start evolution. Since he has learned to try on the street, it proves that Sneasel can evolve into Weavile, at least as to have the qualification of evolution. You know, generally speaking, street trials are skills that Weavile can only learn. Hisoka's Sneasel can now be learned. First, she has excellent talent. Second, the precious drugs and a lot of training a month ago have greatly improved her body in the recovery period. Finally, these 5 days of high-intensity training weight-bearing training finally allowed Sneasel to break through the limits of his body, and thus learn to try on the street. Hisoka is a perfectionist since he decided to make Sneasel evolution tonight, then take Sneasel Sneasel's body state to the PP. Smear Sneasel's whole body with carefully formulated medicated oil, and then use professional massage to help her relax. Niu tilde. Sneasel closed her eyes comfortably. She felt her body warm and very comfortable, and the master's hands seemed to have magic power, making the whole body come alive. In Sneasel's quiet enjoyment, time passed little by little. Glancing at his watch, it was almost 11 o'clock. Hisoka asked Sneasel to turn over and lay down on the cushion. Then he took out a small cloth bag, opened the cloth bag, and there were neatly inserted snow-white silver needles. Let Lulu bring a bowl of bubbling black medicinal mud from the small casserole on the fire, and insert the silver needles into the medicinal mud one by one, and let the silver needles absorb the medicinal power of the medicinal mud as much as possible. In his previous life, because of his hobby of extreme sport, it was common for his body to get injured during training. For this reason, he went to learn Chinese massage, bone setting and acupuncture. The body structure of Pokémon is very different from that of human beings. Hisoka would never take acupuncture alone. Lulu must be there to assist. After all, acupuncture is not a joke. Minor injury. Lulu's super mental power can easily find every acupuncture point. After the silver needle absorbs the medicinal power, Hisoka is ready to start the needle. Here, this, and this. Lulu kept pointing at the acupuncture point behind Sneasel, while Hisoka followed the needle with concentration. By the end of the acupuncture, Hisoka was already sweating profusely. This kind of meticulous work that dare not relax is really more tiring than high-intensity training. The key is that he is too sad. Sneasel felt a hot, spicy pain behind his back, but remembering what his master said before, he gritted his teeth and didn't dare to move. The effect of these slimes will greatly increase Sneasel's blood flow, keeping her body in a state of hyperactivity. Some are similar to stimulant and stimulant effect, but there will never be any side effect. Take this. Hisoka handed the sharp claws into Sneasel's hands and said softly, "You are the best Sneasel and the strongest child I have ever met. I am glad to be your partner. Tonight will be enjoy the most important moment of your life." Quote, Niu tilde. Sneasel tightly held the sharp claws in his hand, and looked up at the moon wheel in the sky. The bright moon was reflected in the blood-red vertical pupil. Drop, drop. The screeching bell of the sports watch on the silent sand is proof that midnight has finally come. Dark energy will reach a certain peak at 0 of the day, and the sharp claws, as the most critical primer, will change the changeable genes in Sneasel so that the light of evolution will appear. Sneasel without sharp claws will have a relatively stable evolution gene in his body throughout his life. No matter how he trains or grows, Sneasel will not evolve. At this time, the dark energy around Sneasel was highly concentrated, and even formed a mist that could be seen by the naked eye. If ordinary people approached these hazes, they would feel a kind of fear that directly reaches their heart. Dark energy will invade the central nervous system of people. As one of the most aggressive attributes, dark is the natural energy that does the most damage to human beings. The white and dazzling light of evolution finally appeared, and the light became more and more dazzling and finally completely wrapped Sneasel's whole body. At this moment, the dark energy in the fog state was all gathered into Sneasel's body. Hisoka clenched his fists excitedly. Once Sneasel's evolution is completed, it means that his planned quick attacker can be said to be perfectly formed. With Weavile's attack power and speed, he will become his strongest main force for a long time. The mysterious light of evolution finally dissipated, and what appeared on the beach was a brand new Pokémon, but also a Pokémon unknown to the public. Sneasel period have disappeared, replaced by a pair of dazzling ears. The fan-shaped red hairstyle gives Weavile an exotic style. The most important thing is that the former two-fingered claws have become today's three-fingered claws, which will make Sneasel's hands more flexible, and one more claw will make her more aggressive. Mao tilde. Feeling the explosive power in his body, Weavile observed this brand new body excitedly, tapped the sharp claws that seemed to cut off Orber, jumped in place, and finally looked at Hisoka, who was not far away. With a hint of anticipation and covet, Hisoka squatted down with a smile and opened his hand. Maju tilde. With a slight movement of her legs, Sneasel instantly disappeared in place, and in the next second, she appeared in Hisoka's arms, hugging Hisoka's body tightly. She has always been extremely proud, and now there is a drop in the corner of her eye. I don't know if it was tears of excitement or other emotion. Looking at the scene in front of her, Lulu secretly revealed a beautiful smile. It was the greatest luck in her life to meet Hisoka. Chapter 37 Melodic's Evolution Video, 2 more. Sneasel's successful evolution into Weavile made Hisoka excited for a whole night without falling asleep, which means that his current overall strength has been improved qualitatively, and he can temporarily remove his energy from Sneasel and focus on Feebas. Lulu just had an evolution not long ago. She is a Pokémon with a 2-stage evolution. In the end, the evolution is the Gardevoir, who is called the Psychic Queen by the Hoenn region. To complete the final evolution, Lulu still needs a lot of battle experience and adequate training. Her evolution does not require any prop. It is just a natural process of accumulation of of drink. Hisoka was ready to devote all his energy to Feebas, not sure if his efforts would be in vain. After all, not every Feebas can evolve, but when you think of Melodic's gorgeous and powerful figure, all these efforts are necessary. Even if the final result is failure, Hisoka will not be discouraged. At least try hard yourself. Feebas also has an alias in the Hoenn region called Stupid Fish. Feebas is its official name, and Stupid Fish is the local name. Ugly is not the key to it, stupid is the key. Feebas was placed in a 1-meter-long fish tank by Hisoto. A laptop was placed in front of it. The video player on the computer was turned on, and inside was a precious video that Hisoto obtained from the Sutopolis gym leader computer. In the video, it is a middle-aged man wearing a blue Chinese dress with a neatly splayed mustache, and his 2 iconic white bangs are raised high. The origin of this middle-aged man is also quite unusual. His name is Adam. He is the leader of Sutopolis gym, and he is also the teacher of the champion Wallace in Hoenn. He himself is not only a strong trainer but also a master coordinator, both roles, and taught Wallace the Hoenn champion. Although he is not well known in various regions, he is by no means an ordinary person. It's just that Wallace is better than Blue, completely suppressing this teacher. Adam in the video is smiling and communicating with Feebas in the pool. This Feebas seems to be no different from ordinary Feebas, but it still challenges people's aesthetic. But Hisoka found the biggest difference among them, and that was Feebas' eyes. It's not sluggish all the time like other Feebas. Instead, there is some kind of excited mood in it. There is no inferiority, no timidity, but full of spirituality, just like a pampered eldest lady. That's right, that's what Hisoka saw in Feebas' eyes in the video. Adam crouched down and stroked Feebas' little head. Then, with a solemn expression, he took out a 7-colored love-shaped tail from his arms and gently handed it to Feebas. In the video, Feebas' expression became more and more joyful. His tail jumped out of the water with a forceful swing, and he swallowed the colorful scales into his belly. Feebas, who fell back into the water, was stunned for a while, as if he was thinking about something, and then he swung his fish tail and swam towards the bottom of the pool. Evolution began to shroud the entire pool, and Adam's expression gradually relaxed. His mustache curled up, telling the owner's good mood. The last few seconds of the video will end when a Mew-like Pokémon in the shape of a beautiful snake appears in the video. He has an amazing beauty that make human beings look at him and be intoxicated. Not the beauty of the opposite sex, but a charm generated by the most beautiful things in the world. Elegant and slender snake body, cream-colored skin. When reaching the tail, it was wrapped in red and blue scales. Her tail is a 4-leaf fan, which is somewhat similar to the tail of the previous Shenlong. The red tentacles that stretched from the brow to the top of the head seemed to carry a crown with her. In addition, Melodic's fins actually showed the shape of long red hair, just like the red shoulder-length hair of a human girl. The entire video is 7 minutes long. It is unimaginable that Feebas, who was so challenging to human aesthetic 7 minutes ago, can evolve into such a Mew creature in just 7 minutes. Hisoka was sure that if he streamed this video online, it would definitely be a sensation. Feebas, the Pokémon, will double in value in a short period of time, and poacher teams will frantically go everywhere to catch Feebas. Because the beauty of Melodic is something that the ladies can't refuse, and Melodic is the most suitable Pokémon to participate in the gorgeous contest. As long as it is released to stand on the stage, it does not require any action to get a high score. Pokémon coordinator's dream. There is no doubt about having a Melodic of your own. Can I become like that? A faint timid voice sounded in Hisoka's head, and this was the 5th time Melodic's evolution video was played. The telepathy that Lulu had been using for a long time finally returned. Hisoka, who almost fell asleep on the sofa, stood up suddenly, stared at Feebas in the fish tank and asked, "Are you talking?" Yes. Feebas seemed a little frightened, but no longer had the same unresponsiveness as before, nodding hard. Lulu used telepathy to link the brain waves of Hisoka and Feebas so that one person and one pet can understand each other's meaning directly in their minds without speaking. Chapter 38 Fish Raw Fish Snake Raw Fish Open black lens bracket 3 more close black lens bracket. The communication between Pokémon and trainers is a very important part. Although Pokémon have IQs and rich emotions far beyond ordinary animals, they can also understand most of the commands and orders of trainers, but they cannot think of Pokémon as human. There are also many races in Pokémon that belong to a category with very low IQs, and they can barely understand the simple instructions of the trainer. Humans don't understand the language of Pokémon at all, and they can only cultivate a tacit understanding through the accumulated time. A good trainer can often understand the heart of his Pokémon. The telepathy mastered by Lulu is simply a cheating weapon for Hisoka. He can easily communicate directly with the new Pokémon on the spiritual level, and can establish the needs of others with the Pokémon he has just conquered in a short period of time. A tacit understanding that can take years or even decades. Hisoka tried his best to keep his expression as amiable as possible, staring at Feebas, who was blowing bubbles in the fish tank, and said softly, "Don't ask if you can, just say if you want to." you. Feebas' state of inferiority is too low. Hisoka must support it and make it self-confident. Looking at the freeze frame in the video, Feebas nodded hard. Yeah, I want to be like my mom. Mom. This word made Hisoka stunned for a moment. There is no doubt that melodic is the evolution type of Feebas, but it does not mean that Feebas must be born from melodic. According to the data obtained from the Suitopolis Gym leader computer, it is very difficult for melodic to conceive. No matter which world the more powerful life form, the more difficult it is to reproduce. On the contrary, it is the weak life that has an unimaginable advantage in reproduction. This is why the number of powerful Pokémon with the title of quasi-god in the major regions is extremely rare, and some legendary Pokémon have only existed for hundreds of thousands of years from ancient times to the present. In contrast, each forest has Caterpies, Weedles who exist. Melodic and Feebas are completely two levels of life form. It can be said that 99% of Feebas in the world are born from Feebas, and only a small accident causes melodic to become pregnant and give birth to Feebas. This is one of them. Do you remember things from your childhood? Hisoka asked curiously. Feebas swung his tail and turned his head, as if remembering some sad past. After a while, he replied, remember a little bit. Mom doesn't seem to like me. Hisoka pointed to melodic in the video. Does your mom look exactly like her? A joy and excitement appeared on Hisoka's face. God help me, this Feebas is actually a descendant of melodic, not a descendant of Feebas. What does this represent? It means that it has far surpassed those of its kind from the birth level. As long as this Feebas has the self-confidence of evolution and the help of a prism scale, it will basically be stable from evolution to melodic. Suitopolis Gym, which is the definitive result of countless attempts since the establishment of Suitopolis Gym for 100 years. Hisoka took Feebas out of the tank, stared into its eyes, and said aloud in his mind, if you want to, and if you work hard, I can guarantee that you will be more beautiful than your mother. Feebas shook the tail whip uncomfortably and asked dumbly, is it true? Really? You can become melodic, and even that's just your starting point. In order to build Feebas' self-confidence as soon as possible, Hisoka didn't care. He blurted out what he was talking about, and no one would say anything about the future. Not allowed. From Feebas' mouth that it was born of melodic, Hisoka's confidence was at its peak. The most important thing now is to make money, and make enough 300W or even 500W in a short period of time, because Hisoka is sure that once the prism scale appears on the online trading website and auction website, Suitopolis Gym will never let it go. Compared with the wealthy Suitopolis Gym, Hisotopolis Gym's financial resources are not even a small shrimp. In reality, the auction is definitely not competitive, but he can still use some small means on the internet, which will make the other party uncomfortable, but will not make the other party have a revenge mentality. Without waiting for the rental time to end for another day, Hisoka had already packed his luggage and was ready to go. He had to go to Vermilion City first to pass the Superior Trainer's qualification test, and then he could apply for the Silver Hunter's dog license. A-level quests are more rewarding than B-level quests. If you want to earn enough money in a short period of time, you must improve your hunter qualification. Missions that pay more often represent the degree of danger of the mission, but if you want Feebas to evolve into melodic as soon as possible, Hisoka can't manage that much at all. Danger and benefit coexist, and he has the confidence to protect himself and the Pokémon. Safety. He is not the kind of person who can't do anything. If he can't finish the big deal, he will run away. Although it will affect his credit rating, money is not enough to fight for his life. Chapter 39 Vermilion City. Saint Anne. Open black lens bracket 1 more close black lens bracket. Vermilion City is an important port city in Kanto. It is located at the south estuary of the Kanto region. It is a natural deep water port, so it has become a major city where major shipping groups compete. At 6 o'clock every morning, more than a dozen cargo ships of tens of thousands of tons will slowly open or leave the port of Vermilion City. The goods and product from other cities are shipped to Kanto, and the goods and specialties produced in the Kanto region are shipped to other regions. As soon as he entered the downtown area of Vermilion City, Hisoka felt an extraordinary atmosphere. There are a lot of pretty girls in sexy sailor suits handing out some sort of flyer to passers-by on the street. They do the hot dance while handing out flyers. This attitude attracted passers-by to stop and watch together. Of course, the male passers-by were the most excited, and it was a joy to watch, while the female passers-by were unhappy. There are not a few people who are too fascinated and repaired by their female companion. Because there are too many pedestrians on the road, for safety, Hisoka can only try to reduce the speed of the motorcycle to a minimum at this moment. A beautiful red-haired girl suddenly jumped out from the side. She was also dressed in exactly the same clothes as those girls. Sex sensation sailor suit. Hisoka was blocked on his way, so he could only step off the motorcycle, took off the helmet from his head, looked at the beauty in front of him, and asked, what's wrong with the beauty? Hello. Originally, I just wanted to send a flyer casually, but I didn't expect to stop a handsome young man. The sexy girl girl's face was reddish. She mustered up the courage and handed over the flyer that looked like an invitation letter. "Hello, I'm the waiter of the San Annuo. You can take a look at this flyer. Our San Annuo passenger ship is a world-renowned luxury passenger ship." San Annuo. Hisoka revealed a playful smile when he looked at the flyer and a beautiful ticket in his hand. No wonder Vermilion City is so lively today. The San Annuo is a world-famous luxury liner. Since it was launched 3 years ago, this passenger ship will only stop at Vermilion City in Kanto once a year, and today the official cruise ship San Annuo will organize a parade to celebrate in Vermilion City, thus attracting more people's attention. The shipping company spends a lot of money to build this luxury passenger ship to make money. After all, top VIP customers are a minority, and some mid-end customers cannot give up. Only in this way can they maximize their benefit. Find some beautiful girls or models, plus a sexy sailor suit, as long as the men who are entangled by them on the street, unless there is really no money in their pocket, under their soft and hard bubbles, more than 80% are I gritted my teeth and bought the expensive ordinary ferry ticket. Only a very few local tyrants who are not poor will pay for that kind of VIP ticket. Hisoka didn't spend a penny on the ticket, and he had no interest in the San Annuo. The purpose of his coming to Vermilion City is to test for a superior trainer certificate, and to go to the Pokémon Center in Vermilion City to see if there are any suitable bounty tasks. After all, as the largest port city in the Kanto region, there should be some lucrative mission. As for the ticket in hand, the girl gave him. The shipping group issued an internal ticket to each of the girls who came out to solicit customers. They could give it to their friends or family members, and they could board for free, the Saint Anne's, and enjoy all the perks of a regular ticket. It can only be said that there will always be such a small group of people in the world who can indeed rely on their faces to buy tickets and eat. There are only 3 cities in the Kanto region that have a trainer employment assessment center. One is Vermilion City, where Hisoka is located. The other is Saffron City, the central city in Kanto, and the last is a developed city second only to Saffron City in scale and development. Celadon, Rainbow City. Some Alliance trainers are too late for some special reason, or unable to collect all 8 gym badges, but want to participate in the Quartz Conference that year. They can apply for the conference qualification test at the Career Assessment Center 2 months before the conference. If you all pass, then you can participate in the Quartz Conference without a badge. The Trainer Career Assessment Center is just south of Vermilion Gym, not far from the city's Pokémon Center. Unlike the Pokémon Center, the official logo above the gate of the Trainer Career Assessment Center is a giant white open hand in a fisted state, holding a red baby ball tightly, and the Pokémon Center is a simple white baby ball pattern. Passing by Vermilion Gym, Hisoka glanced curiously at the open door. He has not officially challenged Gym, but has 3 days as a gym leader. When he first came to this world, he also wanted to become an Alliance trainer, challenge Gym step by step to get the badge, and then win the champion at the region conference, making his reputation known throughout the Kanto continent. But gradually, due to the compulsion of life and some practical problems, this idea gradually faded away, and now I think about it, I have lost the enthusiasm at the beginning. Maybe one day when you get tired of being a bounty hunter yourself, you can also consider traveling to an unfamiliar continent and become an official Alliance trainer to challenge Gym and participate in competitions like those children. P.S. If I am reviewed normally, it means that I am really handsome. Sometimes the web page is reviewed, but the Filu app on the mobile phone can be viewed. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 40 Trainer Employment Assessment Center. Open black lens bracket. Second update. Close black lens bracket. Raichu, give this boy the final blow. Thunderbolt. A voice as rough as thunder came from the open door of Vermilion Gym. Even Hisoka, who was still a long way from the gym gate, heard the roar, and couldn't help but scratched his right ear with his little finger. This guy's voice is really loud. After every moment, a teenager wearing green short-sleeved and black shorts ran out from the gate of Vermilion Gym crying, holding a charred black Rattata tightly in his hand. Rattata is a rodent with super reproductive ability, and it is also one of the most distributed Pokémon in the Kanto region. Due to its cute appearance and the ability to learn a powerful trick after evolution becomes Raticate, the Nirvana Incisor, it has become the first choice for many families with moderate or poor economic conditions to prepare Earl Dervish Pokémon for their children. After all, not every family has the ability to pay an annual Alliance training fee of 10W for their children from birth, and the number of Sanyu families is not enough to supply so many new trainers every year. Rattata, hold on, I'll take you to the Pokémon Center right away. The little boy cried and ran quickly past Hisoka, rushing towards the Pokémon Center not far away. With a sideways glance, Hisoka knew that the Vermilion Gym leader was still showing mercy. The injury of this Rattata does look serious to the naked eye, but it is not enough to endanger life or leave any sequelae. As long as it is treated in time and the Pokémon's recovery ability is far beyond that of humans, it can be alive and well after resting for at most 2 days. The injury looks serious and scary, and that's That's because Cerulean Gym is an electric gym. The destructive power of electrical skills is also among the best in the ranking of skills of various departments, not to mention the first, but definitely the top 3. Therefore, electricity-type tricks often appear scars more terrifying than other types of skills when hitting Pokémon. As a gym leader, you can have a personality, or you can use your full strength to beat up the new trainer who comes to challenge one day when you are in a bad mood. But there is one taboo that must not be violated. That is, the challenger's Pokémon will lose his life if he strikes too hard. Once this kind of thing happens, the Alliance will immediately cancel your leader status, and you will also face huge fines and compensation, which can basically be said to be ruin. Compared to the lively and relaxed atmosphere of the Pokémon Center, the Trainer Employment Assessment Center was much quieter. The hall was very empty, and there was only a reception desk except for a row of seats for people to rest. The assessment center will only be more lively in the last 2 months of each year. At that time, because the court conference is approaching, many chief students and outstanding students of the Pokémon School will form a group here to obtain the qualifications for the court conference. Hisoka came to the front desk, looked at the little girl at the front desk who had been dozing with her head down, and said loudly, "Hello, I'm here to take the Superior Trainer Qualification Test." Okay. The little girl at the front desk raised her head abruptly, revealing a face with some freckles, but a slightly delicate face, and said with a serious face, "No problem, you need to fill out this registration form first." Taking a look at the form handed over by the other party, Hisoka couldn't help laughing. "Miss, did you get it wrong? I'm here to take the Superior Trainer Qualification Test, not the Court Conference Qualification Test." Ah. The front desk lady slapped her crotch instantly with a pretentious expression, and said apologetically, I'm sorry, I was too negligent." Name: Ciso. Sex: male. Age: 15 years old. Birthplace: Kanto Region, Vidian City. Professional license: Tree Fruit Cultivation Level 3. Medicinal Material Identification Level 4. Pokeblock Production Level 4. Current occupation: Bounty Hunter. Bronze. Number of mission: 152. Number of successes: 152. Number of failures: 0. Mission completion: 100%. Employer positive rating: 98.5%. All of Hisoka's current information has appeared on the registration system of the other party's computer. The little girl at the front desk was surprised to see the completion of the above task. It was actually 100%. This young boy, who does not seem to be old, has completed 152 bounty missions, although most of them are C/D level, and a few are B level. That is quite remarkable. The emerging profession of bounty hunter is not very good in the eyes of trainers and the general public. People who hate them call the bounty hunters hyenas, which means hounds who will do anything for money, a symbol of greed and crime. People who like them, or who often need bounty hunters to do things for them, call the bounty hunters black eagles, which means the eagles under them, and they can throw their heads and blood with a little money. The profession of bounty hunter has actually existed since ancient time, but it was always in a gray area at that time. As long as the employer spends enough money to kill people and set fires, poach and rob tombs, shepherd sheep and weed, fight crime, and save people from misery, it depends on which side gives the most money. The Alliance has rectified this profession for more than 20 years, and it can be regarded as pulling the bounty hunter above the white road and becoming a regular profession. Although there are not a few bounty hunters who secretly do dirty work, at least they are not as blatant as they used to be. However, it will not happen overnight to make the general public give up their previous concept. For Hisoka, bounty hunters are just a career to earn a living and earn resources. What do others think of them? Chapter 41 Written Test plus Practical Assessment 3 Shift. There is only one table and one chair in the empty and quiet examination room. Hisoka sat alone on a chair, with an A4 paper test paper with questions on both sides placed on the table. There are 2 levels in the Superior Trainer Occupational Assessment. The first level is a written test, and the second level is a practical exercise. There are no invigilators in the test room, but a circular monitor can be installed in the upper right corner of the room. The first topic: Charmeleon's evolution. This is too simple. Hisoka thought it would be a difficult question. After all, this is the professional assessment of a superior trainer, so he quickly wrote 3 words Charizard, and then quickly read the question below. As a scholar in his previous life, Hisoka, who was born in an exam atmosphere since childhood, was not afraid of taking a written exam. 3 evolution types of Eevee: fire, thunder, water. In fact, Ciso has a more clear answer to this question. In addition to Flareon, Jolteon, and Vaporeon, there are 5 other branches: Evolution, Espeon, Umbreon, Glaceon, Leafeon, and Sylveon. However, Shisuo doesn't want to be too showy. At present, the Kanto region researchers have only found 3 evolutions of fire, thunder and water for the evolution branch of Eevee. Naturally, the standard answers of the Kanto test paper are only these 3. If it is just to pretend to be forced to write the other 5 kinds of evolution, it is simply stupid behavior. But the written test must reach 85 points or more to enter the second second round of actual combat drill. The problem became more difficult as it progressed. Fortunately, Hisoka did not lose his thirst for knowledge of this world when he was learning vocational skills since he was a child. It took about half an hour to finally fill in this test paper with questions on both sides. It took a little time for the computer to check the papers, and Hisoka could only wait quietly in the hall. "Ziso, congratulations, your score in the written test is 98. The freckled little girl ran over happily with the test paper. "Isn't there a full score?" Hisoka was surprised and took the test paper. "Let me see what went wrong. Guess the name by looking at the picture." The picture on the test paper is a black silhouette of a complete circle. Hisoka wrote the answer as Electrode, but the standard answer given by the computer was Voltorb. "Damn it." Hisoka uttered a rare foul language and threw the test paper. "I'm going to hack the guy who took out the test paper. Tell me, how can I tell whether it is Electrode or Voltorb from this black circle? It's amazing to be able to score 98 in the test." The freckled little girl didn't care about Hisoka's foul language, but felt that he was more handsome than just now, and said with a star-filled eye, "This kind of question is actually deliberately created by the league, for the sake of the point is not to let people get full mark, but also to dissuade the trainers from being complacent." Hisoka understood that this question was a must-have. "You write Voltorb, then Electrode is the correct answer. Write Electrode, Voltorb is the correct answer. No matter how you write it is wrong." The freckled little girl picked up the test paper that was thrown on the ground again, and said with a smile, "Wait here, I'll go to help you arrange the battle teacher for the actual combat assessment soon." "Well, thank you." Hisoka nodded politely. The actual combat test of the superior trainer is 2 verses. 2 inches. An uncle wearing a blue and white striped sweatshirt and an Alliance referee cap introduced the test rule. The first Pokémon you used was provided by the official Alliance. "Here are 3 Pokémon balls. You can choose any one." The uncle in the sweatshirt walked over to Hisoka with a plate on which were 3 identical red and white baby balls. Hisoka glanced at the assessment teacher with a calm face, and his index finger gently stroked the 3 baby balls, just like playing a piano, knocking out a crisp thumping sound on the surface of the baby ball. "Choose one quickly. It's the same no matter which one you choose." Clap tilde. Just when the other party started to become impatient, Hisoka grabbed the precious ball on the far left. "Okay, it's time to start." Hisoka shrugged, showing some innocence. "Come on, let me see what Pokémon you are." Hisoka threw the precious ball in his hand, and with a bang, a red light suddenly appeared, and a 4-legged beast-shaped creature with a gray body and a body covered with armor appeared on the playing field. Moog tilde. The bull-like growl has a stout single horn above the tip of his nose, and a piece of armor with a curved notch on his back. Rhyhorn. Hisoka encountered many times during his mission in the Viridian Forest, and the Weavile in his hand had killed a Rhyhorn in the wild, outdoor during Sneasel's time. Looking at Rhyhorn who appeared on the field, the uncle in the sweatshirt showed an imperceptible smile. "Then, my Pokémon is it. Just incomparably fierce sidekick, full of explosive rolling kick. This is a humanoid Pokémon with spring-like leg, white pupils, black edges, and eyes full of fighter aggressiveness. Hitmonlee, a fighting Pokémon that is good at leg work, is said to be powerful enough to knock down a tree as thick as an adult's waist with a sidekick. Fighting versus Rhyhorn with rock and ground. I knew it wasn't that easy." Hisoka somewhat understands what this kind of assessment is for. It tests the trainer's ability to react on the spot, how to quickly get started with unfamiliar Pokémon, and the opponents facing the assessment are still Pokémon that restrain you, which increases the difficulty. It is not a small test for the storage and allocation of the trainer's skills and knowledge as well as the psychological endurance. The uncle in the sweatshirt put his arms around his arms and sneered in his heart, "Boy, this is the actual combat test of a superior trainer, not a gym game like that." Chapter 42. The drill that decides the winner. Open black lens bracket. 1 more close black lens bracket. In theory, the public Pokémon provided by the Employment Agency Assessment Center for the actual combat test can listen to anyone's orders. Of course, this must be based on the authority given by the assessment teacher. If you want to do something else, the assessment teacher will give an order, and the public Pokémon will immediately turn a blind eye to your order. To be honest, this game is a bit uncomfortable. Hisoka quickly thought about the next strategy in his heart. If it was Rhyhorn's evolution type Raiden, the game would not be so difficult. The opponent is already in the final evolution form, and the attributes are restrained. In the eyes of many ordinary trainers, this kind of game no longer needs to be played, because this is a game that must be lost. Hitmonlee, serial leg. The assessment teacher didn't give Hiso much time to think. This first game was to test how the trainers responded in a disadvantaged environment. What if they didn't have an excellent and strong mentality? Can have the title of superior trainer. Cha. Hitmonlee sprinted with long leg, like a sprinter. In the blink of an eye, on a field of more than 20 meters, a heavy kick slammed into Rhyhorn's most vulnerable flank. Dodging is impossible. Rhyhorn's short distance dodge speed is almost equal to 0. Once he is hit by the opponent's first heavy kick, he will definitely be hit by the combo of his chain legs under the pain. As a result, under the double damage bonus, this Rhyhorn is not seriously injured and almost loses most of the fighting ability. Rhyhorn, use the stomp on the ground around you. Hisoka had to defuse the opponent's first round attack before continuing to look for loophole. Moo. Rhyhorn raised his stubby forelimbs high, and when Hitmonlee's kick was about to strike, he stepped heavily on the ground paved with rock and soil. With a bang, the ground shook slightly, especially the area around Rhyhorn shook. Terrific. Cha tilde. The ground shook violently so that Hitmonlee, who was closest to Rhyhorn, was unable to stand still with his left leg supporting his body. He could only immediately retract his kicked right leg, and then his body flipped backwards and left the violent shaking area. This is Hitmonlee's own conditioned reflex, and it doesn't dare to gamble, because even if it kicks Rhyhorn, it will fall to the ground because of the instability of the bottom plate. At that time, the heavy corner of Rhyhorn, which was close at hand, hit the top, and it also had some cannot bear. Hisoka didn't relax for a moment because of Mac's hand, and immediately ordered, Rhyhorn, dig. If you want to win this game, you must make a quick decision, and the longer you delay, the worse it will be for your side. As a ground-type Pokemon, Dig's move is simply a natural ability, but because of Rhyhorn's larger size, it is much slower to dig a hole than the professionals like Diglett and Sandshrew. Hitmonlee, stop it. Use jump kick. The assessment teacher obviously understands the principle of quick battle. Since it is a superior trainer assessment, there is no concept of releasing water. Once Rhyhorn dig enters the ground, it is all Hitmonlee with close combat skills will become powerful. Cha tilde. Hitmonlee screamed, his spring-like leg flat high from the ground, a very handsome high raised leg. His right leg was straight like a long knife, and a knife leg was in the air towards the man who had already drilled halfway into the ground. Rhyhorn attacked. Moo tilde. With a painful growl, although Rhyhorn had done his best in dig, just when his whole body was about to go down, that thick big ass still ate a Hitmonlee jump kick. Rhyhorn was in a lot of pain from this kick, but it wasn't enough to disable it, and the wounded iron butt swayed and disappeared into the huge hole. Damn it. The expression on the assessment teacher's face was a little unsightly. I didn't expect this kid to get started with a strange Pokemon so quickly. Not only did he not disrupt the opponent's rhythm with a quick attack, but he was also taken advantage of by the opponent. The scene was embarrassed for a while. The skills Hitmonlee could use were close combat, without any long-range skill. If he changed to water-type and fire-type Pokemon, he could use water gun or flamethrower to force Rhyhorn out of the hole. In fact, to deal with Dig's Pokemon, the best choice is to use Earthquake. Once the Earthquake goes down, the Pokemon in the cave will be more severely injured than the surface. It's a pity that the Hitmonlee property restrains Rhyhorn, but it's completely powerless in this case. The assessment teacher said loudly, boy, I admit that your reaction ability is good, but do you think I can't do anything about it? Hitmonlee gathers gas, then uses Mega Kick continuously around the hole. Hitmonlee nodded, stood on the spot and put his palms together on his chest, only to see Hitmonlee's whole body trembling with the use of Chi, and the sinister blue veins began to cover his right leg. Chi, Light Sword Stand, is a special skill that adds a bonus state to Pokemon. The difference is that Chi uses the high concentration of the spirit to mobilize all the muscle strength of the body at one point, and then burst out in an instant. Under the gain of the gas gathering state, Hitmonlee's right leg is a whole circle thicker than before, and it is covered with blue vein, which made people understand the terrifying strength contained in that leg at a glance, and the right leg is raised high until it exceeds Hitmonlee's head is in a straight line with his entire body. Boom! The right leg slammed heavily on the ground with a deafening roar, and the ground around the entrance of the cave even appeared spider web-like crack, and even spread toward the surrounding. The ground shook violently. Collecting Chi and Mega Kick can simulate an earthquake-like effect under Hitmonlee's terrifying leg. Moo tilde. Rhyhorn's painful voice came from the cave, and it was obvious that the vibration wave from the Chi and the Mega Kick kicked Rhyhorn badly. Seeing that his strategy really worked, the assessment teacher seemed in a good mood and shouted loudly, Hitmonlee, encore, Mega Kick. It's now. Hisoka, who had been silent for a while, commanded decisively when Hitmonlee raised his right leg above his head for the second time. Rhyhorn, rush out of the hole and use the horn drill. Impossible. The assessment teacher's face changed greatly when he heard Shisuo's order. How dare you bet like this? Hitmonlee's muscles in the gas-filled state are all concentrated in his right leg, and with the high leg raising action, at this moment he has no energy to let his body dodge. A dusty Rhyhorn with several cracks on his armor jumped out of the hole. The single horn on the tip of his nose was like a rapid spin drill, hitting Hitmonlee's soft abdomen. Just. Rapid spin made Hitmonlee growl in pain. His body retreated frantically, and finally fell to the ground holding his stomach. His body trembled slightly, and then he lost his ability to fight. Chapter 43. Treatment of Superior Trainers. Second update. The power of horn drill alone is terrifying, and it is said that as long as it is hit from the front, the opponent will immediately enter a near-death state. Of course, this is just an exaggeration, but it also shows how aggressive horn drill is. However, this skill also has a very big flaw. That is, the activation speed is too slow. Basically, it can be said that as long as it is seen by the opponent, it can be easily avoided unless the opponent is standing in place and letting you fight. Rhyhorn didn't get too far from the hole after using the dig skill, so the shockwave generated by Hitmonlee's mega kick bombarding the ground also did a lot of damage to Rhyhorn. It was the first time for Hisoka to cooperate with this Rhyhorn. It can be said that there is no tacit understanding between one person and one pet, and luck is also part of the cooperation that shocked the assessment teacher. Of course, the most important thing is that Hisoka bet he could probably guess the opponent's mentality. Rhyhorn on the surface would not be Hitmonlee's opponent. As the saying goes, if he defends for a long time, he will lose. The longer Rhyhorn drags on under Hitmonlee's violent kick, the more likely he will lose. The second game is for trainers to use their own Pokémon for assessment. A qualified superior trainer must have a powerful Pokémon that matches it in addition to excellent command ability and excellent on-the-spot reaction. Hisoka directly played Weavile after evolution, and the opponent sent the final evolution shape of the grass-based Anu family Venusaur. There is no doubt about the result of the game. Under Weavile's terrifying fast break, Venusaur lacked effective countermeasures. After 2 Ice Punch, he lost his ability to continue fighting. With 2 victories in 2 battles, Hisoka successfully passed the superior trainer job assessment. Actually, this Rhyhorn is capable of Earthquake. After the game, the assessment teacher said with some emotion, the reason why Hitmonlee used a very flawed combo is because you are afraid that you will direct Rhyhorn to use Earthquake underground. In this way, the final result is likely to be a lose-lose, because once Rhyhorn uses the Earthquake skill in the burrow, not only Hitmonlee will be damaged but also Rhyhorn in the burrow will suffer a lot of damage. Both loses, the challenger wins. This is the competition rule of the superior trainer assessment. I just didn't expect you to gamble so much, and the result that surprised me. Although there is some luck, I have to admit that you cooperated very well just now. You are very good, and you are qualified to be a superior trainer. Walking out of the door of the trainer's recruitment assessment center, Hisoka remembered what the assessment teacher said. To be honest, he did not think that Rhyhorn actually learned Earthquake. From this, it can be seen that the employment agency provides training first of all, the Pokemon used at home are of high level, and secondly, as an important branch of the Alliance, the supply of skill learning machines should be very sufficient. After all, it is not easy for Rhyhorn to learn a skill with a power rating of 100 such as Earthquake. I played with the beautifully made career card in my hand. This hard card is the certificate of superior trainer issued by the career center. On the back is a red baby ball with white wings, and on the front of the hard card is Hisoka's profile picture and some basic identification information. You must know that this card is not just a proof. Once you become a superior trainer officially recognized by the Alliance, you can enjoy very considerable benefit. All items in the Pokemon Center are free. The airports and shipping companies controlled by the Alliance are all free of charge. The Alliance will also put 20,000 yuan on your bank card every month, which is called the living allowance. But Hisoka is most interested in that he can use this superior card to log into the superior forum on the league's official website in the future. The so-called superior forum is a network area strictly controlled by the Alliance, and only those with superior trainer qualifications can log in. Superior trainers in the entire Kanto region can speak freely in it, express their training experience and what they have seen and heard, and every once in a while, 4 elites will give online lectures in this forum, including some well-known researchers. The professor will also give lectures in it. Okay, your bounty hunter rank has been upgraded to silver rank, and you can take a ranked quest from now on. Nurse Joy smiled and handed over a necklace that seemed to be made of silver. Hisoka took the necklace. Of course, this thing couldn't be made of silver. It was just plated with silver on the surface. An oval silver metal piece was hung under the necklace. The metal piece had Hisoka's name and his bounty hunter's serial number engraved on it. This thing was what bounty hunters called a dog tag, and he threw it into his pocket and took the copper dog tag he'd had for years. Also to Nurse Joy, the dog tag is just a simple proof of the bounty hunter, and the really important information has already been entered into the bounty hunter's official website. At this point, the goal of going to Vermilion City is considered complete. Hisoka lay on the sofa in the hall of the Pokemon Center and stretched leisurely. Let me see what worthwhile tasks have come up lately. Hisoka took out his handheld computer and first linked it with the main computer of the Pokemon Center to view local tasks. Bounty Mission 1. The San Anu recruit 5 bounty hunters as escort bodyguard. Requirement: possess a certificate of superior trainer qualification. Treatment: 25,000 per day. Hisoka remembered that the girl who sent her the ticket had said that the San Anu would continue sailing for a week, and the final destination was the most famous resort in the Kanto region, the city of Lampuru. This is an A-level escort mission. If nothing happens within 7 days, then it is equivalent to taking 175,000 yuan in vain, and you can also enjoy a 7-day luxury cruise for free. This task is not bad. Hisoka hurriedly clicked to accept it. After having the title of superior trainer, it is different. The speed of making money is completely different from the previous one. Bounty Task 2. The Eevee family in Stone Town has recently produced the best quality evolutionary stone, ITE mine, which seems to be occupied by an unknown powerful Pokémon. Now there is a reward of 50 W Alliance coins and a set of high quality evolutionary stone, ITE. Hisoka took it without hesitation. A set of high quality evolutionary stone, ITE include Fire Stone, Grass Stone, Water Stone, Thunder Stone, a total of 4 evolutionary stone, ITE, and the market price of ordinary quality evolutionary stone, ITE is all. It will not be lower than 5 W Alliance coins, so the total reward for this task is almost over 1 million. Chapter 44. The Conspiracy of Team Rocket. 3 changes. After a night of rest at the Pokemon Center, Hisoka boarded the San Anu early the next morning. He boarded the ship for free as a security guard, so he did not use the ship that the beautiful girl gave him. Ticket. There were only 4 bounty hunters and Hisoka who came to apply for the job. They were a big bald man in a vest, a young man with a long pointed mouth and monkey cheek, and a hot but ordinary looking royal sister in tight leather clothes. Everyone, please wait a moment. The captain will be here soon. A young sailor-like youth led the 4 to the lounge, then closed the door and walked out. Several people in the lounge looked at each other and didn't speak, and seemed to be thinking about the next task. Only the hot-looking, ordinary-looking leather-clad royal sister threw a wink at Hisoka. Pat, pat. There was a sound of leather boots touching the floor from far to near. The door of the lounge was forced open, and a white-bearded old man who was almost 2 meters tall walked in resolutely. Introduction. My name is Tai Shin, and I'm the captain of the San Anuo. The white-bearded old man said in a strong voice. Take out your respective superior trainer career card. I need to verify it here. The 4 people here are all human beings. Although the old man spoke very rudely, the other party was obviously his boss in the next week. As a bounty hunter, it's enough to make money. As for the attitude of the employer, it's their business. No problem. The sailor with the laptop looked at Captain Ironheart. Taishin nodded, then looked at the 4 of them and said, now I announce that all 4 of you have been admitted to the San Anu. Originally, I wanted to recruit 5 bounty hunters as security guard, but unfortunately only 4 came. The treatment issue must be clear to several of you. You can use all the facilities on the passenger ship for 1 week for free on 2W5 a day. If nothing happens, you are equivalent to playing for a week with high salary. But I want to warn you, once if something unexpected happens, you must give me all your strength, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Don't worry, Mr. Captain, we still have this kind of professional ethic, the young man with sharp mouth and cheek said. 3. Do you think so? The scene fell into silence, and the bald-headed strong man, the fur-clothed royal sister, and Hisoka didn't pay any attention to him. When this guy was talking, his eyes didn't leave the leather-clad woman, and Hisoka looked a little funny with that standard lust wolf-like demeanor. Okay. Captain Taishin waved his hand to interrupt the young man's dance, and said solemnly, Shao Hai, take these 4 to their respective rooms, and inform the first officers and the executives that I have an emergency meeting is going on. Okay sir, please follow me. The young sailor who had received 4 people before smiled at everyone and walked out of the lounge first. The 4 of them also walked out of the room after seeing this obvious rushing attitude. Little brother, how old are you this year? Hisoka, who was walking in the front, was bumped on the shoulder by the fur-clothed sister. My sister's name is Lisa. Let's get to know you. Hisoka scratched the back of his head, looking like a sunshine boy, and said, Hiso, 15 years old. Wow, Lisa said in surprise, covering her red lip. Little brother is really amazing. He was admitted to the position of superior trainer at the age of 15. He is really a genius. I just took the test in Vermilion City. Hisoka looked embarrassed by being praised. My sister's room number is 902. You can come and take a seat when you are free. Lisa walked to the corner, suddenly leaned out half-body, gently wiped her red lip with a jade hand, and threw a fly at Hisoka. Tis tis. I don't know when. The young man with pointed mouth and monkey cheeks appeared next to Hisoka, and said with a coveted face, Little brother, I am sure this bitch wants to fuck you. It's really old Tauros eating tender grass. Although the growth is a little ordinary, this body is absolutely superb. As long as you go, it will be absolutely cool. God. The young man with a face of why opened his eyes, and found that the figure of the stinky boy was about to disappear around the corner, so he quickly chased after him. Hey, little brother, don't go so fast, mate friend. Meeting room. Captain Taishin, are you telling the truth? A middle-aged man with a fat head and big ears said eagerly, Team Rockets will really do something to the San Anu. I don't know exactly what it is. Captain Taishin didn't even look directly at the director who spoke up first, and continued, according to the information we have obtained, there are actually some Team Rocket's eyes and ears on the San Anuo, but in order not to cause cause panic among the guests, we did not conduct a large-scale search. Quote, why not, sir? At this time, another executive couldn't help but clap the table. Rage said, Captain Ironheart, do you understand that once Team Rocket carries out any damage on the San Anu, our loss will be just got bigger? Quote, boom. The iron-hearted fan-like palm slammed on the conference table, causing the angry executive to shrink back all of a sudden. I'm the captain of the San Anuo, and I'm in charge here. HMPH. But anyway, something happened. You have to take full responsibility. The executive muttered tremblingly. Captain Ironheart lit the pipe in his hand and took a deep breath before continuing. I have informed the Alliance of this matter, and the Alliance is very concerned about this Team Rocket's action. Therefore, several investigators have been dispatched to assist us. The Alliance has issued an order that before and after the action of the investigator, no one is allowed to start a panic, otherwise they will be charged with the Team Rocket conspiracy theory. Quote, now let me introduce you. Captain Tai Shin pointed at the shawl-haired young man in a suit and leather shoes and said, this gentleman is the chief search officer of the Special Action Team. The young man with drab hair put down the pencil that had been spinning in his hand, revealing a fox-like face. His eyes narrowed into two lines. My name is Bai Jia. Please take care of me. Chapter 45. What is investment? When they came to the room arranged by the crew, Hisoka threw the backpack on the bed, then took off his black turtleneck jacket and hung it on the hanger, put on slippers, and only wore a white shirt. Although this kind of room is not the best VIP suite on the San Anuo, it is not a room that can be enjoyed by ordinary ticket, but a room for internal executives to rest. With an area of more than 60 square meters, there is also an oversized bathtub made of marble, and a solid gold faucet carved into the head of Dragonite. No doubt how rich the shipping companies behind the San Anuo are. Come out, everyone. Hisoka opened all the 3 Pokémon balls buckled at his waist, and with continuous bang-bang, Kirlia and Weavile appeared in the room. Pump, plop, and of course that Feebas, which, being a fish Pokémon, can only sway over and over on the carpet. Hisoka picked up Feebas and looked at the 2 pets who were in front of him, and said with a smile, you guys go to rest first. I feel that the atmosphere on this ship is not simple. Something may happen in the next 7 days. You should take good care of yourself, in order to deal with any emergency. Quote, Lulu and Weavile nodded together to show their understanding, and then Lulu a teleport occupied the luxurious big round bed in the center of the room, kneeling on the snow-white sheets with both legs, placing her hands lightly on her abdomen, closing her eyes and starting to use it. Calm mind. S method replaces rest. Weavile pouted when she saw Lulu's action. She originally wanted to rest on the big round bed, but unfortunately she was always preempted by the other party. Dark Pokémon and Psychic Pokémon were not born to be compatible. Although the 2 pets are both Pokémon under Hisoka, harmonious coexistence is already a good thing for Hisoka, and it is basically impossible for the 2 pets to be as close as sisters. Weavile found several red sofa cushions, threw them on the ground and piled them into a small nest, and then crawled across the nest just like an ordinary little house cat, and hit yawn leisurely. He scratched his stomach with his hind legs and let out an unusually comfortable meow. Although Weavile is a high-level creature like Pokémon, it still cannot change the natural habits of cats. 5 minutes, the marble bath was filled, and the water temperature was controlled by Hiso to a normal temperature of 22 degrees. Wearing only a pair of black boxers, Hisoka jumped into the water with Feebas and a splash. With a thud, water splashed everywhere. Comfortable. Hisoka touched the water droplets on his face and leaned against the edge of the bathtub in a comfortable manner. There were 8 small holes behind him spraying, shooting tiny streams of water to help him massage. Feebas seemed to be startled by the diving action just now, and a tail swam towards the far corner, sinking to the bottom of the pool and daring not to approach the area on Hisoka's side. Hisoka closed his eyes in the bath for a while, then got up and went to his backpack and took out a white lacquered box about 25 centimeters long. He walked to the pool again and opened the box. There were all kinds of things inside, which seemed to be only women. Bottles and jars that will be used. Charmed Power Blue Water Type Pokemon Skin Care Oil, Beauty Scale Powder, Crevice Cleaner, Deep Sea Volcanic Mud, Red Sea Salt. According to the information obtained from Sutopolis Gym, in order to make Feebas evolution melodic, in addition to the external help of Prism Scale, it is also necessary to improve the beauty of Feebas itself. This so-called beauty is a general word. Beauty and ugliness are only based on the aesthetics of different lives, and cannot be generalized at all. Some people like thin people, and some people like fat ones. Except that some people like ugly. Feebas does not meet most people's aesthetic concept, but the planet created this kind of life, and naturally gave it its own original beauty. Beauty is not only the appearance of the appearance, but also the blossoming of the soul. Hisoka not only has to cultivate the self-confidence of the Feebas, but also to make its appearance perfect, at least the best appearance in the Feebas family. These bottles and jars are all top-level a good, but the price is not cheap. Fortunately, Vermilion City is the most developed port city in the Kanto region. Basically, most foreign goods are first shipped to Vermilion Cerulean City. Otherwise, it is not easy to buy these things in a short time. Little guy, come here. Hisoka beckoned Feebas in the corner. Feebas blinked, and after hesitating for a moment, he plucked up the courage to swim closer to his host, who felt a little unreliable. Hisoka picked up Feebas again and touched its head a few times to calm it down. Sorry, I scared you a bit. The gentle voice gradually relaxed Feebas' mood, leaning against Hisoka's chest, gently swinging the blue fan-shaped fishtail up and down. Hisoka first took the bottle of crevice cleaner, which is used to clean the swag and parasites between the scales and carapaces for Pokémon with scales or carapaces. There is a very thin plastic long tube on the bottle mouth, and the cleaning agent is gently injected into the gaps of the Feebas scale. After a while, the surface of the scales that seemed to be clean turned out to be black stain, and even some of the scales were seen by the naked eye. Indistinct tiny live insect. Puff tilde pa tilde. Feebas closed his eyes comfortably, bubbling happily as all the scaly crevices on his body were washed with the detergent. After rinsing Feebas' booty and parasites with water, Hisoka began scrubbing his body with the box of red sea salt, then used deep sea volcanic mud to wrap it in a layer, and stick and wash out the deepest flute. Dab some beauty scale powder on a small brush and carefully wipe Feebas' clean scales, and finally apply a layer of famous brand water-type Pokémon skin care oil, and you're done. This oil is water resistant and won't dissipate as quickly as Feebas swims in the pool after application. After this whole process, Shizuoka was very tired and wiped the sweat on his forehead. Physically not tired, but this kind of meticulous work is too exhausting. However, the result is still very satisfying to Hisoka, because after this treatment, the difference between the current Feebas and the previous one may be a bit exaggerated, but the glossy scales and the neatly repaired fins at the moment make Feebas more than a few points beautiful just now. Hisoka believes that as long as he persists like this, once the prism scale succeed, then Feebas evolution will become melodic just around the corner. Chapter 46 Economic Crisis. Ledger. Shark Claws 15,000. 7-day holiday villa plus private beach 50,000. Living expenses 45,000. Feebas input cost 5,000. This is the consumption of Hisoka within a week, and the total cost is about 38W. Before selling the villa in Vidian City, he got 20W of deposit, and the task of guarding the pavilion in Cerulean City received 15W. Before he knew it, Hisoka found himself facing another challenge. Economic crisis. If it wasn't for the position of a superior trainer who had been admitted to the position of a superior trainer before, and the so-called subsidy fee of 20,000 yuan was called from the alliance, Hisoka felt that he might not even have the money to eat. But fortunately, there won't be any major expenditure items in the recent period. After the end of the escort mission for a week, you can get 17W yuan, and you can barely solve the economic crisis. It seems that I have to speed up the speed of the task, Hisoka thought as he closed the ledger. He has to make more money as soon as possible, in case the next time he sees a prism scale for sale on a trading site or auction site, he won't be eaten by Sutopolis Gym. In fact, most of the prism scales discovered in the wild outdoors are basically at the seaside. The elderly melodic, who is about to end his life, will find a hidden cave in the depths of the sea, and then wait quietly for death inside. With the passage of time and the ebb and flow of the sea, when the beautiful figure of Mew turns into a pile of bones, some prism scales that fell off melodic are likely to be washed up on the beach because of the ocean current. Superior. If someone picks up a prism scale on the beach one day, there's a good chance it's the outrage that melodic, who died decades or even hundreds of years ago, shed. Prism scale. Such a magical item about Feebas evolution is inevitable for Hisoka. I was fortunate to meet it. If it can't be solved by means of money, then he doesn't care about using some special means. With the sound of a huge ship whistle, the San Anu liner, which had stayed at the port of Dry Leaves for a whole day, was about to set sail again. The terrifying metal anchor that was as high as 2 floors was slowly pulled from the sea pull-up. Hisoka looked at the time. He got on the ship at 7 o'clock and applied for security. Now it is almost 8:30, and he has rested for almost an hour and a half. At this moment, it happens to be the offshore time written on the ticket. It's boring to stay in the room anyway, so why don't you go for a stroll on the passenger ship? After all, it's a luxury passenger ship that is famous all over the world. How can you not have a good time if you come here? 1. Put on a crisp white blouse, sky blue ripped jean, and red and white canvas shoes. Tie your hair with a silver cutout headband, and finally put on a black pea cap. After the ponytail boy in the mirror is dressed up, he is so handsome and sunny. How about you two? Are you honored to invite you to join us on a luxury cruise? Hisoka said with a smile as he leaned back against the door and watched Claire staring at his two pets. Lulu is going. Kirlia telepathically responded, teleported to Hisoka's right leg, and stretched out her pure white hand towards Hisoka. Hisoka was taken aback, smiled lightly, stretched out his right hand and took the pure white little hand. Weavile is not used to this kind of intimacy, or should I say cats are arrogant. He jumped up from the den and jumped to Hisoka Hisoka's left leg, pulled the unique red scarf on his neck, and then folded his arms around his chest. After taking Feebas from the bath and taking the baby ball, Hisoka opened the door and strode out. He was completely uneasy about leaving Feebas alone in the room. He had a hunch that something was bound to happen on the so-called luxury liner during its 7-day voyage. Otherwise, the captain of one of the world top passenger ship would never recruit bounty hunters as foreign security, because these mercenary guys are themselves a factor of instability. Hisoka felt that in the eyes of the resolute captain, including the 3 bounty hunters who came to apply, the cannon fodder might have more meaning. Anyway, the soldiers will come to cover the water and the soil. If something goes wrong, Hisoka will definitely go up and help. However, once it is beyond the scope of his ability, he still has to escape. For the sake of hundreds of thousands of lives, that is what a fool would do. The 3 colleagues who came to think of it should also think like this. After all, hyenas have the sharpest sense of smell. The central deck hall of the San Ano is luxurious, with a huge crystal ceiling shining in colorful light. As is customary on the San Antonio, there is an early morning party on the first day people board the ship. Unlimited free drink, delicate and fragrant breakfast snack filled the long table after table. Trainers and tourists from all over the world flow freely in the hall. Those who know each other and those who don't know each other are discussing this trip with each other or exchanging their training experiences. Of course, some businesses will not miss such a good opportunity. The tourists who can board the San Annuo passenger ship are definitely relatively well off in terms of economic condition. The outermost booth area officially divided by the San Annuo is even more popular. If a merchant wants to set up a booth in such a place, they have to pay a large amount of rent to the San Anu. Hisoka was walking among the crowd, and from time to time he brought some delicious snacks on the table, 2 strawberry-flavored Pokémon puff, and 1 for Lulu and Weavile. As for himself, he was a carnivore, and he came up with that thick circle of chicken rolls. Hi! Hisoka was suddenly patted on the shoulder, turned around to look. A pretty young face appeared in front of him. What a coincidence, and thank you for your ticket. Hisoka smiled and raised the cocktail in his hand. Would you like a drink? The person who came was the red-haired girl who gave him the ferry ticket in Vermilion City, but she did not wear the sexy sailor suit today, but changed into the waiter clothes of the black suit. Bag hip under the skirt as a pair of black silk with 5 cm high heels. The dress is not as exposed as yesterday, but it is more sexy. P.S. Today is the start of the 4th shift. Chapter 47. Meet again. 2 more. You can't drink alcohol. The girl blinked her cute big eyes and said, I will be deducted from the salary when the foreman sees it, but the juice is fine. The girl picked up a glass of orange juice and Hisoka's from her tray. The wine glass touched. The girl stole a piece of dessert, then quickly wiped her hands and said, by the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Maggie, and I'm 16 years old this year. Hiso, 15 years old. So you're not an adult yet. Maggie suddenly realized, and then whispered, minors are not allowed to drink in public. If you don't tell me, does anyone know that I'm underage? Hisoka asked back with a smile. That's right. Maggie nodded. You are so tall and mature. You look like an 18-year-old boy. Dad, Mom, look, the Pokemon next to the big brother is so beautiful. Just as beautiful as the baby. Just as Hisoka and Maggie were chatting happily, Lolita let out a milky voice. The sound rang not far from them. Looking up, I saw a blonde little girl wearing a white princess dress with double ponytails pointing at Lulu with bright eyes. Okay baby, it's very impolite to point at the other's Pokemon like this. A young woman with curly blonde hair and a luxurious red dress hugged the excited little girl. Remember, you are a lady. Understood. The little girl was taught a lesson, and lost her head. But it is indeed a kind of Pokemon that I have never seen before. The mature man in a black suit said. The baby is also excited for a while. Dear, don't be too harsh. Think about whether I encountered it when I was a child. The Pokemon I have seen are much more exciting than the baby is now. Quote, The little blonde girl nodded happily when she saw her father supporting her. Your father and daughter are really. The young woman shook her head with a wry smile. Very cute little girl. Maggie looked at the family of 3 who were far away with admiration. Let me introduce you. Siso took Lulu's little hand and came over. Her name is Lulu. She is my family, a kind of psychic Pokemon from Hoenn region. People in Hoenn region prefer to call her Kirlia. Quote, this one, called Weavile, is also my family. Are you family? Meichi seemed a little dazed when she heard the word, but she quickly recovered. She crouched down happily, stretched out her hands with a smile, and said, Lulu, and Weavile, how are you? It's nice to meet you. My name is Maggie. Majud Tilda. Weavile folded his arms and took a step back, his head arrogantly looking elsewhere. Weavile doesn't like to be in contact with anyone except his owner, Hisoka. Lulu calmly stretched out, pushed her small hand and tapped her palm. Meichi, hello. Hello. Maggie responded habitually, but then she responded with wide eyes and said, can you talk? Lulu didn't pay any attention to Maggie's question, but returned to Hisoka's side. In fact, she didn't like to be in contact with strangers. It was just politeness as a lady lady before. This is telepathy, and only a small number of psychic Pokémon can learn. Hisoka helped her explain the doubt. It's amazing. Meichi sighed in a vague way. Meichi, where are you? This girl. We were busy jumping, but you went on a date with the handsome guy. If the foreman sees it, you will have to deduct your salary again. A play rough sound came from the walkie-talkie on Maggie's waist. Meichi Chow blushed, quickly took out the walkie-talkie, and whispered, come on, you nasty guys are making fun of me again. This sister can't be. Meichi looked around awkwardly, and she was relieved to see that no one was paying attention. Sorry, I have to go to work first. Well, go ahead and do your work first. I'm also going to go out for a walk and visit this so-called world's top passenger ship. Don't worry, the San Anu will never let you down. Maggie tidied up her hair and bow tie, picked up the tray, and walked towards the distance with a beautiful figure. Wow, my scalp is numb. A sleazy voice sounded familiar again, and the sharp-mouthed monkey gill colleague appeared next to Hisoka at some point. Don't you look a little more handsome than me? It's only been a long time, and I hooked up with another one. She's still such a high-quality waitress girl. You can see from the gap between her leg. It's definitely the first time to come out with this girl. No matter how hard you work, you must not miss this chance to come out on top. Hisoka almost laughed out loud when he was robbed by his meal. The voice was so loud that all the tourists around looked over, especially the female tourists all looked at the two with contempt. Idiot. After a low curse, Hisoka was ashamed to be in the company of such people, and hurried towards the door. Hey, kid, don't go. Everyone is a man. Isn't it normal to discuss this kind of topic? The wretched man wanted to keep up, but found that his body suddenly became heavy, and his leg couldn't get out no matter how hard he tried. Lulu, who was walking in front, flashed blue light in his eyes, waved his little hand lightly, and with a thud behind him, the wretched man squatted heavily on the ground. Interesting. It's actually Kirlia from Hoenn region. The wretched man looked at the figure that disappeared at the door and showed a weird smile. As for the other Pokemon, it should be Sneasel's evolution type Weavile. This kind of Pokemon is only found in Sinnoh region in a small amount. This kid is not easy. Chapter 48 First Encounter Trio. Raticate, use Sucker Punch. Starmie, use the Rapid Spin. On the empty deck outside the door, a fierce Pokemon showdown was heating up. This kind of competition will never be absent for as long as Pokemon trainers exist. Everyone was eager to join in the fun. Hisoka put Kirlia and Weavile away first. Two Pokemon, which are extremely rare in the Kanto region, rush into the venue where many trainers gather as easy to cause a commotion. On the deck field divided by the white line, the Pokemon on both sides are a Raticate and a Starmie. Raticate's trainer is a mature man in his 30s who wears a gentleman's hat, tuxedo, and mustache, and his opponent was an ordinary-looking teenager wearing green short sleeves. Under the order of the trainer, Chi-Chi launched an attack, but unfortunately, because it is not a water-type venue, Starmie's high movement speed in the water can't be used at all, and Raticate's Sucker Punch hit the back first. Starmie let out a pained cry and rolled down from the air. He suffered some minor injuries, but not enough to render him incapacitated. Raticate, chase after victory. Attack with your fangs of rage. Before the opponent's Starmie was fully established, the trainer in the gentleman's hat immediately launched an attack order. Raticate's short-distance sprint speed is very fast, opening his mouth per bar to reveal the two iconic front teeth and biting on the octagonal gem in the center of Starmie's body. Starmie was hit hard, and his body trembled in pain, but Raticate's pair of claws firmly grasped Starmie's corners, making it impossible to escape. The red octagonal gem in the middle was forcibly given to Crunch by Raticate. After completing this dire hit, Raticate quickly retreated to prevent the opponent from facing a deadly counterattack. The ability to do this without the trainer's order proves that this Raticate's subconscious mind and talent are not bad, and the usual training is also in place. Starmie, who was severely injured, fell on the floor after being stunned in place for a few seconds. At this time, two huge red words of victory were displayed in the center of the electronic screen on the gentleman's side. It's okay, Starmie. The green-shirted boy squatted down and hugged Starmie with a rather disappointed expression, not only resentful for his loss but more worried about Starmie's injury. Looking at the lost boy in front of him, the man in the gentleman's hat leaned on a gentleman's cane and said with a victorious attitude, "This is just a small mock battle. It can only be said that the goddess of victory is partial to me." At this time, a beautiful lady wearing a pink long dress and brown hair tucked behind her head stepped on a pair of red high heels and walked slowly from the crowd to the gentleman man, with her left hand on his shoulder, and her right hand lightly he stroked his chest and said with a look of admiration, "You are so strong." "Thank you, Madame Eji." The gentleman gave a gentle glance at the sweet, loving female companion, then looked at the green-shirted boy who was about to leave, and said, "Go and take your Starmie workout stronger." Quote, "Don't worry, Starmie will be fine. Although the injury looks serious, the gems in the middle position of Starmie can be regenerated. As long as you go to the Pokemon medical room on the ship for treatment, you will recover soon." A girl with orange hair, wearing wearing a huang-colored vest and ultra-short overalls approached the green-shirted boy. "Well, thank you." The green-shirt boy gave the girl a grateful glance, then picked up Starmie and ran out of the crowd. The gentleman stroked the iconic mustache with his fingertip, looked around, and said aloud, "Okay, does anyone else have the courage to challenge my Raticate? This guy's first-hand Raticate is really strong." That's right, plus the game just now. This Raticate has already won 3 games in a row." The whispers from the surrounding audience made Hisoka feel for a while. A Raticate is only strong enough. It is true that Rattata's overall strength will increase geometrically after evolution becomes Raticate, especially the 2 kinds of raid, S-teeth and sure kill front teeth. Raticate is a unique trick, which can cause huge damage as long as it is hit. For Raticate, in fact, as long as the Pokémon of the Steel and Rock types are used. It is a pity, however, that the San Anu officially prohibits the use of heavy Pokémon in the competition on the deck. After all, this is not like being on land. Once a trainer uses Raiden to use the earthquake skill on the deck will be cracked if it is not good. This kind of damage to the hull on the sea will undoubtedly make tourists their lives and safety are not in sight. "Wow, I'm going to burn." A teenager wearing a red and white pea-cap rushed out of the crowd, ran to the opposite side of the gentleman, and threw the brim of the pea-cap behind him, saying confidently, "My Butterfree be your opponent." "Okay." The gentleman smiled comfortably. He liked these hot-blooded young competitions the most. Really, this guy Ash gets excited when he sees a game. The orange-haired girl who comforted the green-shirted boy earlier was helpless with her hands on her hip. Ash. The name caught Hisoka's attention, and he took a closer look at the hot-blooded boy in front of him. No matter how he dressed or looked, he was indeed very similar to the protagonist in the animation, but it was only Pikachu who should follow him like a shadow. Looking closely at the audience around, Hisoka really found a squinting, dark-skinned young man with a black spiky head, and the huang-colored electric mouse was standing quietly at his feet. This guy must be the gym leader Brock from Pewter City, and the orange-haired little girl who spoke just now should be Misty, the youngest sister of the 3 Cerulean Gym sisters. Chapter 49 First-Hand Butterfree. The head is iron. Open black lens bracket 4 more close black lens bracket seeking wave collection. Skirt number. You can add it. If you have any opinions, you can directly say it in the skirt. Butterfree has the advantage of flying, if it is deliberately flying high. In fact, Raticate's attack is very difficult to hit it. If it's Hisoka, he'll let Butterfree take advantage of its flight perfectly, and then use paralysis powder, poison powder, and sleep powder to kill the Raticate below. The physical defense and stamina of insect-type Pokémon are never very good. Once they are jumped up by Raticate and use their deadly front teeth bite, the game may end in an instant. However, it is a pity that Ash, who has just debuted at this time, still lacks actual combat experience, and his brain is also a muscle. He has no idea of detouring and taking advantage of Pokémon. Ash waved his hand and shouted confidently, "Butterfree, use the shock trick." This command made Hisoka look bewildered. With Butterfree's physical strength, who could it hit? Raticate, jump up. The gentleman tapped the floor lightly with his cane. Raticate splashed high and collided with Butterfree, who was whooping in midair. Raticate is unable to use force due to his body in the air, and therefore loses his agility on the ground. The two favorites continued to tackle in midair, and the bang-bang sound of flesh-body collision was incessant, and the blood of the surrounding audience was boiling. Ash's Butterfree might not be able to beat that Raticate, Misty said with some concern. No, Brock on the side hugged his chest and said with a smile, the two of them are evenly matched. Raticate, use the deadly front teeth. The gentleman man couldn't stand this stalemate, and immediately let Raticate use his unique move. Ash has a strong head. He is not without brain. He is still a little bit of the power of Raticate's sure kill front teeth. Butterfree dive down, dodge. This command is very spiritual. It is easier to avoid the opponent's melee skills by taking advantage of the natural advantages of flying, descending and ascending. Butterfree's butterfly wings are waved upward, and the whole body suddenly falls downwards and easily escapes the Raticate. The gigantic teeth biting from the mouth. Ash clenched his fist with confidence. Well done, Butterfree, with numbing powder. Butterfree's wings turned and flew to a high place again. His wings began to flutter quickly, and for a while, the continuous pale yellow phosphorus powder attacked the Raticate on the ground. The surrounding spectators saw the paralysis powder appear, and they all changed color and began to disperse toward the rear. This thing can't touch it. Once the paralysis powder blows on the body, the painful feeling of being so numb and unable to move is not easy to endure. The paralysis powder fell from the sky and covered almost half of the field. Raticate had no choice but to let the paralysis powder fall on the fur. The originally calm expression immediately closed his eyes in pain. His body became more and more numb. His legs trembled, and he almost fell. Bug-type Pokémon have a very short life cycle, so their evolution speed is very fast. For example, it takes only 3 weeks for a wild, raw Caterpie to evolve into Metapod from the day of birth in a well-fed environment, and only 1 week from Metapod evolution to Butterfree. The time to complete a a two-stage evolution is no more than 1 week, will be more than a month. If it is carefully cultivated in the hands of a trainer, then this evolution time can be shortened. For the Royal 3, it's just a month's time from infants to toddlers, and they are still far from completing the first evolution, let alone the final evolution. And because the evolution is very fast, the hard power of the bug-type Pokémon in the early stage of the new trainers often occupies a large proportion. Evolution represents a significant increase in strength, and as a result, a unique group has been born among new trainers, and people call those children who love bug Pokémon the bug catcher. Butterfree, S-Paralysis Powder, Poison Powder and Sleep Powder are commonly known as the 3-powder series by trainers. In the early low-end game, these 3-powder strategies can often make many rookie trainers feel sick. Even if some veterans do not have special restraint, it is easy to be tricked if you are not careful. The Raticate in front of him is, perhaps, the 3 previous victories made this gentleman a little slack, and now he is in a dilemma. Once Raticate is completely paralyzed, then this game will not be played again. The gentleman's right hand clenched his cane tightly, his mustache trembled from time to time, and his eyelids rolled, indicating that he was very uneasy now, because he knew that if he didn't do anything, the game would be over. Okay, now, use the whirlwind. Ash wiped his nose excitedly, ready to give his opponent the final blow. Hey, isn't this guy great? Wasn't he easily defeated by this uncle? This is Ash's inner activity at the moment. But just as Butterfree was about to attack, the gentleman covered his mouth and nose with a towel and walked quickly to the arena, picking up the immobile Raticate. So far, it's a draw. After finishing speaking, the guy walked into the crowd with Raticate in his arms, and the female companion dressed as a lady also gradually disappeared into the crowd with him. What? Obviously I won. Ash's actions made him feel as uncomfortable as eating flies. It was obvious that Butterfree was only one last move away from winning the game, but his opponent gave him this set, and he directly picked up the incapacitated action. Raticate turned his head and left, giving Ash no chance to refute at all. Now that the game is over, the tourists have no fun to watch, and soon left one after another. Hisoka didn't go up to greet Ash and the others. Now is not the time to know them, and there will be opportunities in the future. He is very interested what kind of connection he will have with the so-called protagonist. It is really worth looking forward to. Chapter 50 Alliance Investigators hide horse ginseng on 1 update Chubo Collection. The San Annuo cruises through the waves on the sea. As a giant at sea that can accommodate thousands of tourists, and as the pride of human technology, it seems that no wind, waves and shipwreck can destroy him. In fact, in this mysterious and unpredictable world, the technological power of human beings is not the mainstream. It's just that most of the powerful marine Pokémon like to live in the deep sea. If humans don't provoke them, they naturally won't attack humans. Hisoka stood on the highest part of the deck, leaning on the guardrail with both hands, squinting his eyes slightly, enjoying the sea breeze blowing in front of him. The weather is good today. The sea breeze is mild and comfortable, and it blows on people's faces like a light veil. At this moment, a pair of figures caught Hisoka's attention. At the corner of the front deck, the leather-clad woman who seemed enthusiastic to apply for the ship with her seemed to be talking to the bald man. The expressions of the two are very calm, making people unable to perceive the relationship between the two sides for a while. Hisoka didn't know the bald-headed guy with a tattoo on his neck. As for the hot, explosive leather-clad woman, he remembered what Lisa should be called. When did the two hook up? Hisoka was a little curious. Although the two looked calm during the conversation, they did not give up their observation of the surrounding situation. When they saw a familiar figure on the deck not far away, they immediately stopped communicating. The bald man seemed to exhort him a few words at the end, then glanced at Hisoka again, and strode off the third deck. Lisa, the leather-clad girl, drew a charming smile, swaying her sexy figure towards the west. Sue went in the direction. Little brother, I didn't expect to meet again. We are really destined. Before anyone arrived, the voice came first. Lisa stretched out a jade hand to hold Hisoka's shoulder, but was dodged by his slight straight back movement. Hisoka came back to his senses and replied with a smile, I went up to see the scenery and let me breathe. I didn't expect to meet Sister Lisa here. By the way, what's the origin of that bald uncle? Sister Lisa seems to be here. Get to know him. Lisa didn't panic because she was exposed. She still said with a smile, his name is Mundo. He was acquainted by my sister in a previous bounty mission. This time I happened to meet the escort, so we made an appointment. Come and have a chat. Speaking of this, Lisa turned her words and stared at Hisoka's handsome and sunny-side face. Her eyes twitched, and she said with a coquettish and charming face, Brother Hisoka, elder sister has a very good impression of you. Those stinky people men are too rude, and it is still the favorite of your little handsome sister. How about you? Are you interested in going to my sister's room for a drink? I can also teach you some skills that men must learn. A skill that a man must learn. An abrupt shout broke the ambiguous atmosphere on the deck. The young man with flat glasses and a wretched face appeared out of nowhere. Excitedly, he ran to Lisa's side and said, Sister Lisa, I'm interested. interested. I also want to learn. Idiot. Lisa gave him a white look, ignored him, and stepped off the deck step by step on long black high-heeled shoes. Hisoka adjusted his cap, glanced at this guy, as covetous expression, smiled, and prepared to leave this place. Boy, wait for me. It was no longer the wretched and mean tone of voice before, and the voice became steady and powerful in an instant. Hisoka looked back and saw that the guy was leaning against the guardrail with his back on the guardrail, his arms folded, and his head slightly lowered in a contemplative air. Introduce yourself. The wretched young man pushed his glasses and said in a deep voice, my name is Zangma, and the bounty hunter is just my sub-professional. In fact, my real identity is the Alliance Superior Investigator. Oh, Hisoka nodded. Aren't you surprised at all? Zangma, a wretched young man, saw the reaction of the other party, and he couldn't keep his steady attitude. Then, Mr. Investigator, do you have anything to do with me? Hisoka stretched out, looked sideways at him and said, if there is nothing else, I will go back to the room to rest. Zangma looked around and saw that there was no one else on the deck except the two of them, so he leaned over to Hisoka and said in a low voice, boy, let me remind you, that woman named Lisa is not easy to mess with. You have to stay away from her. After investigation by this inspector, it was found that the teammates who teamed up with this woman to complete the bounty mission in recent years did not end well. They either disappeared mysteriously or were seriously injured. They stopped when they were sent to the hospital. Breathe. Speaking of this, Zangma lowered his tone again and said mysteriously, and I also found out that this woman is involved in underworld activities behind her, and she has a lot to do with Team Rocket, a dark organization in Kanto. After listening to Hisoka, he gave him a thoughtful look, and said, if you say it like that, the bald guy who has communicated with her is likely to be from Team Rocket. That's right. Zangma nodded affirmatively. We have long received accurate information that Team Rockets will carry out some kind of terrorist activity on the sailing San Anu, and now this ship may have been mixed with a lot of Team member of the Rocket. Quote, but what's the use of you telling me this? You're not afraid that I'm from Team Rocket too, and I'll turn around and sell you. Hisoka felt a little amused. Oh, young man, this kind of thing is the difference in life experience between the two of us. Zangma said with a narcissistic look, I am still very confident in how I see people. You are new at first glance, the good boy of the century, the future star of the league. As long as you work hard, the future Title 4 elite of the league will definitely have a place for you. Quote, after Hisoka heard it, he turned his head and left. Okay, I'll tell the truth. Zangmara grabbed Hisoka's arm and said pitifully, the truth is that this operation was too rushed, and the Alliance didn't arrange too many people, so our boss let him. We have private access to excellent trainers. When Team Rockets are in action, we can use these trainers to help us. Quote, it's a good idea. Hisoka calmly put aside the guy's hand, but unfortunately, I'm a bounty hunter, and there are no good things. Why should I help you? Zangma was choked and said with a face full of rage, hey, you stinky boy, do you still have the basic morality of being a citizen of the Alliance? Isn't it the duty of every citizen to assist the Alliance investigators in fighting evil forces? Chapter 51 Condition Open Black Lens Bracket Second Update Close Black Lens Bracket. This stinky boy, it's really interesting. Looking at the back that gradually disappeared around the corner, Zangma pushed the frame on the bridge of his nose again. A child who grew up in a welfare center has an excellent IQ, is good at analyzing the situation, and has a first-class grasp of other people's emotion. He has been among the bounty hunters since he was a child. The strength of the trainer is outstanding for his age. Not long ago, he was admitted to the position of superior trainer. Is a good talent, completely worthy of the Alliance to cultivate. If an Alliance investigator wants to find the personal information of an ordinary citizen with no background, it is very simple. By directly logging into the network within the Alliance, he can go through all the personal information he needs to obtain from small to large. Zangma just looks unreasonable and speaks a little crazy, but his IQ is definitely not low to become an Alliance investigator, and it is absolutely impossible to find a guy with unknown details to help him. Asking the captain of the San Anu to recruit 5 bounty hunters as foreign security was the idea of his own boss. He deliberately sold a flaw, and as expected, he caught 2 big fish. Then the big guy named Mundo thought that if he shaved his head and got a tattoo on his neck, no one would know his identity. Team Rocket, mid-level superior cadre, known in the underground for his one-handed fighting Pokémon and crazy fighting style. As for the woman named Lisa, she is indeed not a member of Team Rocket, but she does not have 1 or 2 swear words in her hand. Lisa is the kind of pure hyena who dares to do anything for money, including work for a dark organization like Team Rocket. Back in his room, Hisoka lay on the bed and thought about the conditions he had just discussed with the Alliance investigator Zangma. It's okay to ask him for help, but as a bounty hunter, he'll never do a job without money. This is the professional ethics that a bounty hunter should have. Hisoka will not do things that hurt the world for money, and will never help people work for free. There are 3 conditions in total. 1. Zangma will give him all the wages for the 7 days as an escort. 2. Help Shisuo to issue a temporary search officer's certificate, which does not require any real power. 3. I hope to help him apply for the right to cultivate a chancy from Joy family. Don't look at the news that there will be terrorist attack by dark organizations from time to time in this world, or that the research institute in some places are robbed by dark organizations, and you think that dark organizations are very powerful. Yes, compared to individuals, those dark organizations are indeed behemoths. Strict organizational divisions, huge financial resources, and powerful enough to be comparable to the senior cadres of the Alliance elite. But compared to the Pokémon Alliance, the world ruler, those dark organizations are the weak ones. They can only hide in the darkness and survive the game at the top of the Alliance. Once the Alliance of each region wants to take a ruthless solution to the region's dark organization, with an order, countless superiors that have been cultivated for hundreds of years, plus the elite and champion that other regions have come to support, which dark organization has been hit so hard. However, this kind of politics has never been suppressed and eliminated. In the eyes of the true master, the way of checks and balances is always the right mean. As long as there is light, the darkness will never disappear. Just like the United States, the most powerful country on earth in the previous life, with such a powerful army and such advanced equipment. Is it ironic that such a country has the most gangster organizations in the world? So, you agreed to his 3 conditions. In the conference room, the silver-haired youth with a face similar to a fox sat in the first seat, and his hands in white gloves tapped lightly on the table. Yes, boss. This time, Zangma didn't show the usual sloppy, vulgar and mean-spirited attitude. He sat in the lower seat very seriously, with his hands on his knees, like a primary school student waiting for the teacher's education. Vidian was silent for a while after listening, and when the atmosphere became a little dignified, he suddenly smiled and opened his eyes slightly. It is indeed a very interesting guy. According to you, his potential is very good. So for the Alliance it doesn't hurt to cultivate a bit. There is no problem with the first 2 conditions, but the 3rd condition depends on his own performance. If he performs well, I will sell my face and go to the Joy family to apply for him. If the performance is not good, then I can only I am sorry. Hearing the boss say these words, Zangma couldn't help but secretly let out a sigh of relief. The boss can say these words, which basically means that he has no disgust for the young man he is optimistic about, but has a slight interest in it, so it is easy to handle. Being able to become an Alliance chief investigator at the age of only 20 years, by Gia's own excellence is beyond doubt, but perhaps the more critical reason is his grandma, Kanto, who has been an Alliance elite for nearly 30 years. The title elite of the Alliance Ghost Department, Agatha Mother-in-Law. Chapter 52 First Acquaintance with Ash. 3 Update Seeking Wave Collection. St. Anne Concourse. As a world-famous luxury liner, the buffet in the Central Hall is available 24 hours a day, and it is already 11:30, which is lunchtime. Ash and his party couldn't afford a ticket for the San Annuo, even if it was a regular ticket, because once the living expenses are spent, the next journey will not be easy. If you ask your family for living expenses, the 3 of you will not be able to save yourself. Fortunately, just before boarding the boat, a well-meaning young couple gave 3 of their ferry tickets to Ash for free because they were in a hurry. As for why the 2 of them bought 3 tickets for the 3 of them, I didn't delve into it. There is such a good cheap thing. Why do you think so much? The 3 of them gathered around a table full of food, holding a plate full of food in one hand, but swept wildly across the plate with a fork in the other hand. Because of the way the 3 of them starved to death, other tourists around were embarrassed to sit at the same table with them. It delicious. Even though his mouth was full of food, Ash was still eager to eat. Hey, are you having a good time here? At this moment, the gentleman who had just bought Ash walked slowly to their table with a cane and a beautiful female companion. Introduction. My name is Ron, and I was born in the ancient Heidelberg family in the Kanto region. This is my girlfriend, called Madameji. Ash stopped eating when he heard the sound, but what made people laugh was that this kid was holding 2 chicken legs high in both hands. It's the uncle who just admitted defeat. Cough cough. Ash's words made the smiling gentleman's face darken. He glanced around and said in a low voice, it's just a draw. A draw is a draw. Anyway, encore. My Butterfree will definitely win. Ash looked indifferent, but what he said was indeed quite irritating. Fortunately, this uncle dressed as a gentleman wanted to maintain his best gentleman etiquette, so he did not show any dissatisfaction, and still said with a smile, to be honest, your Butterfree is very good. That's right. The lady, whom the gentleman called Madame, also stepped forward to meet her. It's so beautiful. Brock on the side was so fascinated by the beauty of the mature woman that his face was flushed red, and he didn't notice that the sandwich in his hand accidentally fell on the ground. Since he was naturally squinting, no one could see what was hidden in the boy's eye. What? Hey, wake up. Misty shook his hand in front of Brock, only to find that the guy didn't respond at all, and he kept talking about how beautiful, so beautiful. Cut, I can't stand it. Misty couldn't help complaining. I am such a perfect beauty girl. What did I think at the beginning? Traveling together with a hot-blooded idiot and a sister fetish who likes the big sister. Because that's what I trained hard for. Ash immediately became interested when he was praised by others. I think back then, in order to make Butterfree so strong, I suffered a lot. How do you like my Raticate? Gentleman Ron interrupted what Ash wanted to continue. Ash nodded his head and said, it's okay, I feel pretty good. Excellent, it's easier to talk about this way. Gentleman Ron bent down and put his head close to Ash. How about you exchange with me? Exchange. Ash seemed a little confused when he heard the word for the first time. People who own Pokémon encounter a Pokémon they like and can exchange with each other. This is common sense. The Gentleman Ron still didn't understand Ash when he saw that. He clapped his hand on his shoulder and said, just like this, exchanging with friends and exchanging, the friendship will become wider and deeper. This is the possession of Pokémon. The friendship of the people is to expand the Pokémon friendship circle across the country, which is a very good thing. Quote, Madam Gia also stepped forward, patted Ash on the shoulder, and said softly, it's also a pleasure to meet more friend. Brock, what do you think? Ash always liked to ask the more mature Brock when he is in trouble. Brock has long been fascinated by this lady, and said with eyes full of confusion, this must be exchanged. It must be. A person who likes to constantly exchange Pokémon is also worthy of talking about what friendship is. The originally harmonious atmosphere was instantly disrupted by this sudden voice. Hisoka put his arms on his chest, looked at Ash who was hesitant, and said loudly, boy, you should have nurtured that Butterfree from Caterpie step by step. For Butterfree, you are his family, his brother, you used to fight side by side, and what do you want to do now? Give it to a stranger. Since it was taken over by you, Butterfree was the only family member like you. This sentence suddenly exploded like thunder in Ash's heart. Shook his head fiercely and said, yes, Butterfree is not a tool for exchanging friendship. It is my friend and my relative. Ash took a step back and said decisively, sorry, Mr. Ron, my Butterfree will never be exchanged. That's such a pity. Gentleman Ron was not too disappointed because of this. For him, exchanging Pokémon was just a hobby. Turning around, looking at the uninvited guest who disturbed his interest, he said in a deep voice, young man, Pokémon is just a communication tool for humans, and exchanging Pokémon with each other can deepen the friendship between people. Isn't it great? So you're always a rookie when it comes to Pokémon battle. Hisoka said bluntly. What did you say? Gentleman Ron was a little annoyed by such direct contempt, and good family upbringing couldn't calm him down. He said in a slightly sharp voice, if that's the case, why not let the two of us have a fight and use the trainer's method to decide whose words are the wise word? Hisoka twisted his neck when he heard the word, and smiled coldly. Haha, I will beat you to the point where you won't dare to say this again. You can add a bounty hunter skirt. We will organize on the 20th to play the Pokémon Sun and Moon mobile game together, and set up a union competition area server. Chapter 53 Mysterious Egg. Mystic Water, 1 update. Seeking Wave Collection. Everyone, please be quiet. Captain Taishin's iconic thunder sound suddenly exploded in the crowd. I saw the gray-haired captain with a height of nearly 2 meters riding onto the high platform at the front of the central hall with a microphone. Taishin glanced at the scene that was gradually quieting down, then picked up the microphone and continued. Now there is an urgent notice to tell you that we are officially planning to hold a Pokémon showdown on board with several sponsors. The competition rules adopt a 1-to-1 elimination mode, and the final winner can enjoy the generous prizes jointly provided by our two sides. Now I have the biggest sponsor of this competition, Mr. Baigia, come to the stage to speak. Everyone welcome. Wow, awesome. Okay, I want to participate. There was applause for a while, and whistles were heard incessantly. Most of the tourists present are trainers, and Pokémon battles are the eternal theme in this world. The charm of this activity in today's world is more than 100 times more popular than the world's #1 sport, football, in the previous life, and it is a true participation of all people. It is a rare experience for every trainer to be able to enjoy a large-scale duel match during this journey. Baigia, who looks like a fox, took the microphone from Captain Taishin and said with a smile, first of all, I am very grateful to Captain Taishin for making me the chief sponsor of this event. As for what the prizes are, everyone must be very concerned. Being able to climb the St. Anne's proves that all of you here are not short of money, so talking about money is too vulgar. Baigia gently fanned the tip of his nose with his right hand, wearing a white glove, showing a contemptuous attitude, which made everyone laugh in unison. Crack, flap. Baigia patted his hand, and in the next second, a waiter with a tray covered with red cloth came out from the curtain at the back. The person who came had long red hair. The pretty face is the same girl who had a chat with Hiso before, Maggie. Maggie walked to the front of the stage weighing in a sexy figure that didn't belong to her age, and looked generously at the eyes of everyone in the audience, especially when she saw Shisuo Ren, who seemed to be arguing with others not far away. I couldn't help blinking my eyes. Seeing that the prizes of this competition were brought out, everyone in the audience could not help but stare at the red cloth with wide eyes. Everyone is curious, not to mention that the San Annuo is officially provided by several sponsors, so it must be a prize for champion. Vidia snapped his fingers handsomely, and immediately took off the red cloth head cover. The first thing that catches people's eyes is a sky blue Pokemon egg covered with a circle of black line, and secondly, a drop-shaped necklace is placed directly in front of the Pokemon egg. Everyone must be curious about what kind of Pokemon egg is. Vidia touched this Pokemon egg with a solemn look on his face, which made everyone below think that it was a precious Pokemon. What kind of Dratini? The egg? Larvitar's egg? All kinds of thoughts began to fill people's hearts and couldn't disperse. I'm sorry, but I actually don't know what kind of egg this is. Vidia spread his hand, shrugged, and said innocently, a trainer who has experience in breeding Pokemon eggs must know that Pokemon egg hatching is full of uncertainty, and you can't tell what kind of breed it is just from the color and appearance of the egg. Unless you can be sure that it is an egg laid by some kind of Pokemon, there is a natural genetic lock inside the eggshell to protect it. X-rays are impenetrable. Quote, but there is one thing I can tell you very clearly. Vidia sold a pass and revived people's curiosity. That is, this egg is not from Kanto or Johto, but from the distant Sinnoh region, so no matter what kind of Pokemon hatches in the egg, it must be something you have never seen before, I can guarantee. After listening to this explanation, there was an uproar at the scene. The curiosity about the unknown Pokemon instantly made the trainers who wanted to participate in the event feel hot. In case this Pokemon egg just hatched that region. As for the rare Pokemon, no one can deny that there is such a possibility. PFF. In the corner of the backstage, Zangma spit out all the red wine he was about to swallow after listening to Vidia's long speech, and the red liquid body flowing out of his nostrils added a bit of wretchedness to him. Haha, the boss is really good at fooling people. Never seen it may be true, but it's only for the people in Kanto and Johto region. In fact, this Pokemon egg is just the last time they supported the Sinnoh police against the poacher group, accidentally in a big tree in Sinnoh MT Coronet, found by accident in the bird's nest. So the Pokemon that finally hatched from this Pokemon egg is most likely a Starly. Starly is the native bird Pokemon of Sinnoh region, and there are a large number of them, whether in forests, mountains, wetlands or electricity poles in cities. There are traces of their life. In fact, it is similar to the native bird Bobo in Kanto and Johto. Like the Spearows, there are a large number of them. They are the most common Pokemon, and there are rare ghosts. As for the second prize, Vidia picked up the delicate necklace in the shape of a water drop and said with a smile, it is not a necklace for women. Mystic water, provided by the official San Annuo, has the mysterious water power, can greatly enhance the release power of water-type skills. Quote, if the previously unknown Pokemon egg with a hint of mystery just aroused people's fantasy, then this necklace called Mystic Water really touched the last batch of trainers who were still hesitating. The magical prop that can enhance the power of skills are always the most valuable hard currencies in the trading market. For example, Millennium Charcoal can enhance the power of fire-type skills, Miracle Seed can enhance the power of grass-type skills, Unmelted Ice can enhance the power of ice-type skills, Dragon Fang can enhance the power of dragon-type skills, and so on. Among them, Dragon Fang, which enhances the power of dragon skills, is the most expensive, and once there is a Dragon Fang waiting to be traded on the market, the ancient family of Johto Blackthorn City, Yulong family, will be instantly bought out at a high price. An ancient family that has been passed down for hundreds of years. One can imagine how terrifying the wealth they have accumulated over time. Ordinary rich families don't even want to compete with them, and they don't even have the qualifications to take a look. And large consortiums or multinational group that are richer than Yulong family don't want to offend this powerful family for such a trivial matter. So the Dragon Fang on the market has always been monopolized by this family, resulting in the current situation of price and no market. Chapter 54 Conversation with the Trio, 2 more. Although the market price of Mystic Water cannot be compared with Dragon Fang, it is generally a high price around 200W. The trainers who can board the San Annuo passenger ship generally have good family conditions, but a prize worth 200W is still an irresistible temptation for them. The sudden announcement of the event made the match between Hisoka and Gentleman Ron somewhat difficult to continue. Ron patted the dust that didn't exist on Xiang's front suit pocket, and said proudly, it is a disgrace for a gentleman to settle grievances in a private fight. Since the San Annuo officially announced that there will be an event soon, why don't we put our grievances aside? In the upcoming game, let everyone judge the right and wrong of both sides. The winner will always be right. I don't care. Hisoka shrugged. It's a pity I don't know if a certain man can persist until he fights against me. Isn't it a pity that he will be eliminated by others halfway through? Then we'll wait and see. After speaking, the gentleman Ron didn't want to worry about how the other party responded, so he took his female companion's hand and turned around and left the place. After seeing the other party leave, Ash and the others breathed a sigh of relief. If they caused an irrational confrontation between the two sides because of their own reasons, it would make them feel bad. Hee hee. Ash smirked and leaned over to Hisoka, scratched the back of his head with his hand, and said a little embarrassedly, "Thank you. If it wasn't for your reminder, I might have exchanged Butterfree in a daze." Out. Hisoka rolled his eyes at him, ignoring Ash, but looked at the orange-haired girl who had been peeking at him, smiled, and said, "By the way, is your name Misty, from Cerulean City?" Yes. Misty nodded excitedly when he saw a handsome guy talking to himself first, but then he thought about why the other party knew his name and also knew that he was from Cerulean City. Misty's doubt didn't last long, and Hisoka continued, "My name is Hisoka, and I used to be a temporary gym trainer in Cerulean City for 3 days because of the missions your sisters posted." I remembered it, Misty suddenly realized, and then excitedly said, "So you are the excellent Pokemon trainer that my sisters said. No wonder I kept hearing people say that when I returned to the Pokemon Center in Cerulean City. Cerulean Gym has become super strong after switching leaders." Quote, "Then Gary challenged Cerulean Gym to be defeated by you." Ash suddenly rushed forward. "Since you can defeat Gary, it means that you are very strong. Please be sure to fight with me. I want to prove that." Misty pushed Ash, who had not finished speaking, came to Hiso and said hesitantly, "What happened to the Feebas that my sisters gave you? By the way, don't get me wrong, I didn't want to return it. Ideas. Quote, "Want to look at it," said Hisoka softly. "After all, you rescued this child from hell." Seeing that the other party didn't have the dissatisfied look he imagined, Misty nodded happily. "Yeah, come out, Feebas." The red light characteristic of Pokemon balls flashed, and just as Feebas was about to fall to the ground, Hisoka reached out, armed it in time. "Wow, this Pokemon looks so ugly," Ash said exaggeratedly. "It looks a bit like Magikarp, but it's a Pokemon I haven't seen before." After speaking, he took out the Pokédex and aimed it at Feebas. "Ash, you are so annoying." Misty is a person who really likes Pokemon, especially for water-type Pokemon. Her dream is to become a water-type Pokemon master. Seeing Ash say Feebas like this, the little girl is naturally unhappy. No information, no display. A mechanically synthesized male voice came from the Pokédex. "Boy, come here." Hisoka waved at Ash, who was still confused. Ash didn't understand what was going on, but walked over anyway. Ash was only as tall as Hisoka's chest, picked up Feebas, and put his arms in front of Ash's forehead. Puff, puff. Feebas let out a bubble, then frowned and slammed his head into Ash's forehead. Boom. Ash squatted down with his forehead covered, took a deep breath, and exclaimed, "Wow, it hurt, it hurt." Giggle. Misty was almost breathless when he saw Ash's unfortunate appearance. "You really deserve to laugh at Feebas." Misty's right. Brock nodded in agreement. In front of the trainer, it's really impolite to say that other people's Pokemon are ugly, even though this fish Pokemon is really ugly. Misty gently touched Feebas' smooth and clean scales and sighed, "You really put your heart into Feebas, and it may be the best destination for it to follow you." Feebas apparently knew the savior too, and didn't resist when Misty touched it, instead rubbing his head against her palm to show his gratitude. Misty didn't ask the other party why she wanted to take Feebas. After all, even someone like her who liked water-type Pokemon said she would not want to take such an ugly Pokemon, so she kept Feebas in gym. Middle. Chapter 55 White Gengar 3 Update Seeking Wave Collection. The San Annuo, the lowest warehouse. "Hey, when are you guys going to start? The other party is going to hold some event. You can tell at a glance that you want to gather the strongest trainers on the ship, and those little guys under your command will not be able to deal with them. Excellent trainer." Quote, the woman named Lisa was leaning against the container, with a lady's cigarette on her sexy red lip, looking at the sturdy shadow in the corner with some dissatisfaction. "Just those things you have in your hand. It's not that you don't understand. I really don't understand that you are thinking about attacking the San Anu." The sturdy shadow walked out from the corner. It was the bald man with a tattoo on his neck, and the middle-level cadre of Team Rockets that the Alliance investigator Zangma said, "Mundo." Mundo looked at the woman calmly, and said coldly, "Take your money and do your business well. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. You should understand that the more hyenas like you know, the more dead they will be. Quick." Okay, I won't ask." Lisa threw the lady's cigarette on the ground and stomped it out with her boot. "But you also have to tell me when our support will arrive." "The day after tomorrow at the latest." Mundo still had that stern expression, and said in a deep voice, "The passenger ship is still too close to Vermilion City. Once something happens, the support of the Alliance will arrive soon. We have to wait for 2 more hours. God, when the time comes, Chen Yi will personally take action." It turns out that Chen Yi did what that guy did. Lisa suddenly realized, and then said with a playful expression, "You guys are not secretly doing private work without the knowledge of Boss Giovanni. HMPH, if that adult finds out, what will happen to you?" Tis. Mundo, who had always looked the same, immediately became a little nervous when he heard the name of the boss of Giovanni, and his voice became a little high-pitched. "You do your thing well. This is not something you can ask about. Since we dare to organize this action, it must have been approved by the superior." Quote, cut. Lisa raised her middle finger contemptuously, then took her long legs and walked towards the door of the warehouse. Mundo looked at the retreating back of the other party, and his face became more and more cold. This woman is a little unstable. Chen Yi's boss is right. After this action, the other party should disappear forever. After all, she has still mastered a lot of Team Rocket's secrets after cooperating many times. Maybe she will be turned against by the Alliance one day, and she will give up all of herself and others. As the bald man also disappeared into the warehouse, the dark place became extremely silent again. But the two did not find that after they left, a white ghost fell off the wall of the container. Gia Gia. The white ghost made a strange laughter that made people terrified from the bottom of his heart. It has a pair of dark purple eyes, white body, human-like limbs, a short and sharp tail, and a series of barbs on the back. From the outside, this is actually a Gengar, but it doesn't have a black body and blood-red eyes like a normal Gengar. The appearance is the same, but the color of the body and eyes are all different. While Lisa was talking to Mundo, the white Gengar used the unique dull skills of ghost-type Pokémon to hide in the container, and the two of them didn't notice in the middle. It was still the same conference room used for meeting. Vigia crossed Erlang's legs and kept turning a pencil in his hand. I saw that this pencil seemed to have a magnetic force. No matter how the other party turned around, or even flipped it up and down, there was no sign of falling. White ghosts appeared in this conference room directly through the layers of wall. When the white Gengar was fully revealed, the temperature in the conference room seemed to plummet a lot at once. Vigia was not surprised by the appearance of this white Gengar, and still turned the pencil in his hand. Seeing that there was no one around, the white Gengar floated to Vigia's ear, covered his buddy Hoot Hoot with his hand, and spoke a long language that people couldn't understand at all. Bai Gui, you're saying that they're going to take action the day after tomorrow. Vigia sat up straight from the chair, and the pencil in his hand began to draw something on the paper in front of him. Gia Gia tilde. The white ghost nodded and let out a gloomy smile. Very good. Vigia threw the pencil in his hand into the pen holder, stood up and smiled. It seems that Team Rockets has really encountered an economic crisis. They seem to be secretly doing something big, and that so-called big move, and it costs a lot of money. Now, Chen Yidu, a powerful general under his command, is dispatched to do the dirty work of robbing cruise ship. Quote, Bai Gui has worked hard for you. Vigia took out a pure black special treasure ball and put away the white Gengar. This operation is very important to him, and once it is done, no one can attack him in terms of seniority. Vigia admitted that being able to become the chief search officer of the Kanto Alliance at this age, his strong grandmother occupied a large factor. There is never a shortage of geniuses in this world, let alone for an alliance that has mastered an entire continent's resources. What is a genius? A genius is just a league, the kind that can grow again after being cut. There are not a few young trainers in the league who are comparable to Vigia, and there are also a few who are stronger than him. But why did he become the chief investigator in the end? He wouldn't say that he was too good, although his own goodness did account for a very small part. After all, it was impossible for a clan to be the chief investigator of the alliance even if a family was wrong. Everything is ready and only owed to the East Wind. Vigia is very much looking forward to the duel with the Team Rocket Superior in 2 days. The bait has been put down, and now the big fish is waiting for the bait. Chapter 56 Lulu's Confusion Massage Open black lens bracket Seeking Wave Collection Close black lens bracket. The sun is setting, and twilight is coming. Watching the sunset on the sea is a unique taste. The huge orange fireball illuminates the entire sea level into orange. The passenger ship slowly drives towards the sun. You stand on the deck and look around. The sunset seemed to be within reach for a while. Haiso and the other 4 were employed as security guards. They had nothing to do during the day. They just mixed among the tourists to monitor some guys with suspicious actions to prevent some possible risk. At night, one group followed the sailors to patrol all over the passenger ship. Since they were paid high wages, and they were still paid every day, they had to work hard when it was time to contribute. So the equivalent exchange was like this: 1 person and 1 shift patrol for 2 hours. On the first day, a lottery is drawn to determine who will be the first to patrol. Hisoka was lucky to get the first one, Zangma was the second one, Lisa was the third one, and the bald man Mundo was the last one. The last person to draw is the worst, as he has to patrol from 1:30 until 3:30 midnight night. Hisoka's patrol time starts after 7:30 for dinner and ends at 9:30. The San Annuo has a total of 6 floors, with 4 flat decks including the bottom 2 warehouses. All patrols from start to finish, almost exactly 2 hours. Hisoka walked alone in front, followed by 2 burly young sailors. They didn't have any communication with Hisoka along the way, and the attitude they showed was not friendly, not like a patrol team member who cooperated together, but more like a whistle monitoring itself. It seems that Captain Tai Shin has no confidence in the bounty hunter he recruited. Hisoka knew it, and some conversations with Zangma allowed him to roughly infer that Captain Tai Shin was not planning to hire outsiders as Saint and slave number security. This idea may be more about the so-called boss of Kurama, that is, Vigia, who announced the Pokémon contest in the hall in the afternoon. Hisoka doesn't actually have the noble sentiments of fighting crime and saving the world, currently working with Alliance inspectors because they can bring more benefit. And it has an advantage in name. No matter in which world a teacher is famous is not a simple sentence. Of course, if Team Rockets can bring more amazing benefit, Hisoka will not include some proper cooperation with them. A bounty hunter is a gray hyena that swims, walks in black and white. He wants to eat the food of the White Road and the meat of the underworld. The 2-hour patrol time passed quietly under Hisoka's boring patrol. When he returned to the room, the sky was already shrouded in darkness, and the dense stars flashed in the night sky to his heart's content. He released Lulu and Weavile from the baby ball, then opened the pure gold faucet and filled a pool of water. The water used for the bath was very hot, so Hisoka didn't let Feebas out. While helping Sneasel take off the mechanical rings on his limb, Hisoka said with a smile, "Let's take a good rest today and keep your spirits up. There will be a game tomorrow." Majud tilde. Weavile nodded, then moved around. Since evolution became Weavile, the number of gravity beads that Hisoka brought her has increased to 5, and the 4 mechanical rings are a total of 20 gravity bead, with a load of 200 kilograms. Remember, this is just Weavile's daily load, and this gravity will be increased once special training is carried out. After Sneasel evolution becomes Weavile, it is a complete sublimation of life level, physical agility, muscle strength, and Achilles tendon toughness have all been qualitatively improved. Hisoka has tested it, using only muscle strength as an example. At this time, Weavile's strength is about 2.25 times that of Sneasel's period, which is already a terrifying increase. In terms of speed, it is 0.77 times that of Sneasel's period. There is no strength increase, because Weavile is much bigger than Sneasel after evolution, and these are not Weavile's limit. With the accumulated training, her strength and speed will have huge room for improvement. Hisoka roughly calculated that according to Weavile's current rate of progress, it would take about 2 years of uninterrupted high-intensity training to reach one of her limit. At that time, if you want to have a big breakthrough in strength, one is to evolve again, and the other is to use some external force. It could be a magical prop, or some highly cherished herb. Hisoka lay on the edge of the bath, the warm water washing his skin. It's one of life's great joys to be able to take a good scald bath after a tiring day. Weavile didn't like taking scald baths because of the ice attribute, so she crawled into her own nest to rest early. A pair of small white hands slowly touched Hisoka's shoulders. Hisoka didn't need to open his eyes to know who was behind him. Aren't you going to rest yet?" Hisoka said softly. "Ziso has been tired all day. He should give him a massage to relax." Lulu's ethereal girly voice sounded in her mind. "Thank you then, little girl." The massage that Lulu mentioned is naturally her original confusion massage method, which uses the powerful spiritual power of psychic Pokémon to stimulate the cells, muscles and skin of the human body, so as to achieve a true all-round massage from the inside to the outside. Years of training can allow Lulu to control her mental power to be finer than the pores, and it can crush and expel all the oil stain, dirt and parasites that are usually difficult to deal with under the skin of Hisoka, so that the body will always maintain the healthiest state. Ordinary people can't stand this confusion massage at all, because the feeling of numbness all over the body is unbearable for ordinary people. Hisoka has also been slowly honed over the years before he can now be treated with an attitude of enjoyment. Chapter 57. The game started. Kobo collection. The next day, 8:30 a.m. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the large-scale Pokémon event officially held by the San Annuo. A host who could drop a fly on his head was shouting excitedly in the center of the stage with a microphone. This time a total of 320 trainers participated in the competition. "I would like to thank everyone for their strong support. Now I want to introduce the rules of the competition. This competition is a one-on-one knockout, and the winner must advance. Everyone must know this. But next, this point may not be very friendly to some trainers." Speaking of which, the host deliberately sold the key and said, "We are all above the sea now, and only the San Anu can protect us. But once it's leaking water, aren't we in danger in the vast sea?" "Yes," the tourists off the field responded in unison. "Very good." The host nodded with satisfaction. "Then the second rule is that no trainer is allowed to use heavy Pokémon during the competition, including some prohibited skills. Now I start to announce the prohibited Pokémon and skills. Rhydon, Nidoking, Nidoqueen, Golem Earthquake, Rock Slide, Surf, Fire Blast, Thunder." Every time I read the name of a Pokémon, some trainers will sigh and sigh. With this ban, many of their strongest Pokémon will not be able to play, and some powerful skills cannot be used, which fills the game. Uncertainty. It is very likely to be overturned by the weaker party. The number of people on the San Annuo is about 1,000 people. After deducting the relevant staff on the passenger ship, there are only less than 900 people left. If more than 1/3 of the people participate, it means that the magic power of skills can be increased. The props are such a big temptation for trainers. Of course, it is not ruled out that some of the trainers participating in the competition are for the mysterious Pokémon egg from Sinnoh region. The dining table in the central hall was empty, and a total of 10 10 competition venues were divided for the participating trainers, that is, 320 contestants. In order to enter the finals, they need to defeat 16 competitors in a row, and there is no one game in the middle. Failing, the difficulty can be imagined. Some of the waiters and sailors volunteered to referee the game. Hisoka belonged to the security personnel from outside and did not have any official establishment of the San Annuo, so he was very free to move, and naturally there was no problem in participating in this large-scale event. Of course, due to politeness, he still needed to report to the iron-hearted captain. "Are you going to participate in the competition, Misty?" Ash asked curiously, looking at Misty, who seemed to have more fighting spirit than him. Misty rolled his eyes at him and said softly, "Nonsense, don't you know how helpful Mystic Water is to me who wants to become a water-type Pokemon master?" "I don't know." Ash shook his head blankly. "You." Misty gritted his teeth angrily. "Then why are you participating in this competition?" "Of course it's to challenge so many trainers." Ash took it for granted, and then said with a smile, "It would be even better if you could become champion. You can get Pokemon eggs from other regions. Just think about it." I felt like my whole body was on fire. Quote, "Aren't you going to participate, Brock?" Misty didn't want to deal with Ash, the hot-blooded idiot, and turned to look at Brock, who didn't make any move. Brock nodded and said with a smile, "You can participate. My Onix is on the banned list. Geodude alone will definitely be eliminated, and Mystic Water has no effect on me." That's true. The game officially started. Hisoka started his first game on the number 9 field, and his first opponent sent out a Beedrill. Weavile used the street knife. Majude tilde. Weavile let out a malicious hiss, and the speed was so fast that the opponent had no chance to react at all. Beedrill can also be regarded as a Pokemon with good speed, and the bug Pokemon is just right to restrain Dart. Unfortunately, under Weavile's high-speed fast break, Beedrill only felt a black shadow flash in front of his eyes, followed by a sharp pain in his wings, and the next second, his entire body slammed onto the floor. Beedrill wasn't incapacitated, but its right wing had been severed by Weavile's street test. Beedrill, who lost half of his wings, is almost half abandoned. He can't fly, he can't even control his balance without wings, and he can only hum on the floor. Beedrill. Seeing this, the Beedrill trainer rushed to the field and hugged Beedrill, who couldn't get up. He felt distressed and touched Beedrill's missing half of his wing, then got up and ran towards the infirmary. "It's time to announce the result of the game." Hisoka silently looked at the sailor who was still in a daze next to him. An amateur is an amateur, and even the judging of the game was such a grind. Oh, the sailor who reacted hurriedly raised the green flag to face Hisoka and shouted, "This game is won by Hisoka from Vidian City." "Hey, how long does this game end?" The crowd outside the stadium murmured for a while. "I don't know. I saw a flower in front of my eyes, and then the half of the Beedrill's wing was gone. That black Pokemon that looks like Meowth is so fast. I don't think it takes more than 2 seconds from the start of the game to when Beedrill goes down." 2 seconds? You're not kidding, are you? Hisoka left the field in amazement, and because the game ended too quickly, he would have a 30-minute break. In the game just now, he had actually let Weavile show mercy. If the street test knife hit not Beedrill's wings, but other parts of his body, he would have been killed with one blow, and he would have no chance of being rescued. As a bug-type Pokemon, Beedrill's body is too fragile, and the attack power of Weavile will kill him. Beedrill's wings can be regenerated, and as a high-energy creature like a Pokemon, its vitality is very strong. Chapter 58. One night, one punch, one child. Pidgeotto is out of combat. The winner is Hisoka from Vidian City. The green flag was waving, and another game of Hisoka ended comfortably. On the field, a large bird creature with a height of more than 1 meter fell on its side on the floor, and traces of frostbite were faintly visible on its back. Hisoka's opponent thought that his Pidgeotto had an air superiority and relaxed his vigilance against Weavile, but he didn't want Weavile agility to jump behind Pidgeotto in a reverse direction, which was an ice punch. With Weavile's attack power and attribute restraint double damage bonus, it's not a big fuss to complete the instant kill. "How long is this game over?" The uncle in flower shirt who had watched Hisoka's first game before poked the man with glasses beside him. The man with glasses pointed at his watch with a smile and said, "This time I deliberately used a stopwatch to calculate it. It only took 1.65 seconds for the Weavile to solve the opponent since both sides sent Pokemon. In other words, it hasn't been 2 seconds." The uncle in the flower shirt first nodded thoughtfully, and then exaggeratedly acclaimed, "Is this kid going to be so perverted? Is there such a thing in the game? I haven't. The game is over as soon as you see what it is." What the uncle in the flower shirt said was also the voice of most of the onlookers. The best match of Pokemon Duel is that the two sides are evenly matched. Such a completely crushing type of game, except for a few exclamations after the end, it seems that the audience can't get anything. After all, after a game is over in a few seconds, you still have to watch AP. In fact, this does not mean that Hisoka is too strong. It is mainly the second competition rule announced by the San Anu that led to the current different situation. Heavy Pokémon are not allowed, which means that many ground-type, rock-type, and steel-type Pokémon with amazing defenses are difficult to play. In addition, there are many restrictions in terms of skills, which has led to some trainers unable to send their strongest Pokémon. Most of the Pokémon used by trainers in competition today on the San Antonio are small and medium-sized Pokémon that are fast but have a crisp defense. This has led to the unexpected situation of Weavile's one-sidedness. Sneasel's speed itself is fast, and after evolution becomes Weavile, it is even more qualitatively improved. With the addition of a long-term special training, Weavile has taken off the gravity ring at this moment. None of the more than 300 trainers in the competition had a Pokémon that was faster than Weavile. There is an old saying in the past life that good, the world's martial arts only fast cannot be broken. As long as you're fast enough to hit your opponent easily without giving them a chance to react, you'll always be on the winning side. Squirtle, Gullbash, Jenny Tilda. A strange Squirtle with sunglasses first put its head into the turtle shell, then its head popped out suddenly, and its body was launched from the spot like a rocket. The Venonat on the other side didn't have time to dodge, and was slammed into the forehead by Squirtle. Venonat's huge red compound eyes were instantly bloodshot after being violently tackled, and then his body swayed and fell to the floor head-on. Venonat is incapacitated and the winner is Ash from Pallet Town. Yeah! Ash jumped up excitedly when the referee announced the result of the match. Successfully won the second match. I'm really strong too. Jenny. Squirtle waved at Ash, then pointed at himself and gave a thumbs up, as if to say you can't, I'm the best. Squirtle, you are great too. Ash understood what Squirtle meant and scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Go and watch the game on the number 9 field. That player named Hiso is so perverted. He can kill his opponent in seconds every time. A passing tourist said something that caught Ash's attention. Hiso. This name sounds familiar. Ash bit his thumb and pondered. By the way, isn't that the cool guy from yesterday? Did he also participate in this competition? In that case, I have to go and see. Just look at how strong he is. Quote, by the time Ash managed to squeeze through the crowd to the edge of the field, the game was already over. The referee holds up the green flag representing victory. On the field is a Weavile with his right hand in a slashing position, and at its feet lies a Tauros who has long been incapacitated. Hit the same. Tauros sprints fast and hard, but Weavile's sideways dodge can make the opponent helpless, and finding an opportunity is a brick break. The fighting system restrains the ordinary system, but still can play the damage bonus. However, Weavile has no fighting attribute, so it lacks the attribute attack bonus when using brick break. When the skill attribute is consistent with the Pokemon attribute, the skill damage will be increased, which is the same as the attribute restraint as the rule of this world. Psychic Pokemon and Dragon Pokemon are naturally intelligent and can learn skills with multiple attributes, but even if a Psychic Pokemon uses a flamethrower, it can't compare to a Charizard's flamethrower, which is the attribute bonus. Why did Ciso let Weavile specialize in the 3 attack skills of Street Test, Ice Punch and Brick Break? This game exemplifies that. The 3 attack skills that can restrain 11 attributes allow Weavile to restrain the opponents that Weavile encounters in the game so as to double the skill damage bonus. Even if the opponent deliberately targets, with Weavile's astonishing speed, he can take the lead in attacking, and once the Weavile Swords Dance is performed twice, no matter how the opponent targets, unless the opponent is an elite character, otherwise he will face the end of being pushed by the first team. Chapter 59 Fame Second Update. It's over. Ash looked at this scene on the field with some disappointment. Fortunately, he came to watch the game with great interest, but he didn't see anything. Ash, you're here too. Brock's voice suddenly sounded aside. Brock, did you come to see his game too? Ash looked back and was happy to see his travel companion. Brock put his arms around his arm, touched his chin, and said with a heavy expression, I happened to be passing by just now, so I stayed to watch a show. Ash, be careful. This boy named Hiso is not easy for you. The strength is terrifying. You have to be mentally prepared. Quote, is there such an exaggeration? Ash became overwhelmed when he saw Brock's words so earnestly. I'm not joking with you, and I'm not trying to undermine your confidence. Brock took a serious look at Ash and continued, I saw the whole process in that game just now, and that Tauros was not more than capable from playing to losing the fight. 2 seconds. It was solved by Weavile's Brick Break. Do you know what this is? I don't know. Except for the current Ash. Except for Satoshi Ming, who has a flash of blood, or the occasional flash of inspiration, it is a bit difficult for his IQ to let him go deep into the meaning. Brock looked like he had known you for a long time, and said with a wry smile, from my professional perspective as a Pokemon breeder, Hisoka's opponent's Tauros are not bad, even better than most Tauros. The straight line sprint speed can be said to be quite astonishing, but the Weavile avoided the opponent's horn attack with the simplest sideways small step, and the counterattack was a brick break. Weavile has no fighting attribute, and in the case of no attribute bonus going down, you can still kill with one hit, which shows one thing, that Weavile's attack power may may have reached a terrifying level. At least you ordinary trainers can't resist. What is an ordinary trainer? I am someone who is determined to become a Pokémon master. Ash was dissatisfied with this statement and continued, and whether the opponent is really good, you don't have to really fight to know. Even if the opponent is really good, strong, I will not be afraid. Quote, sometimes a hot-blooded fool is also a kind of happiness. Ordinary people will be worried, timid, and think about a lot of things when they meet an opponent whose strength is far superior to them. It is not impossible to even give up the game directly. However, Ash, who relies solely on his blood brain, can't manage that much. He is not afraid, and he is full of fighting spirit against powerful opponents. This is one of Ash's few advantages. As the saying goes, a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. Ash is the calf, and Hisoka is the little tiger. The time came to 11:30 noon, which is the lunch time of the day. The competition in the morning stage came to an end temporarily. A total of 120 participating trainers were eliminated, and each of the remaining players went through 6 elimination matches. The afternoon starts at 1 o'clock and ends at 8 o'clock, and after 7 hours, it will be decided who will be the champion of this Pokémon event. Of Hisoka's 6 morning game, the average time for each game was more than 4 seconds from when the referee announced the start of the game to when the opposing Pokémon became incapacitated. This also led to the spread of Hisoka's reputation on the San Annuo. The audience all marveled at the fact that there are such powerful trainers on board, and the players participating in the competition are all in danger, because no one wants to be eliminated. This guy abnormally kills his opponents instantly in every game. It is estimated that he has not even exerted 1/3 of his strength. Who knows how terrible it will be after he goes all out. Monitoring room. Looking at the majestic figure in the video, Zhang Li's mouth was split open, and he couldn't help shouting, how about the boss? Is the subordinate I chose very powerful? This kid usually doesn't see it. Ah, this Weavile frightened me. Your subordinate. Vidian's eyes became too slit, and he returned to his previous posture. Cough. Flip of the tongue. It's a partner. A partner. Vidia looked at the silent white-bearded old man and said with a smile, Captain Tai Shin, what do you think of this young man? It's your intention to recruit bounty hunters as eternal security. Captain Tai Shin said in a deep voice, any accident in the middle is your responsibility. Are you sure this kid won't be Team Rocket? Undercover agent. We recruited 4 in total. Bounty hunters. 3 of them are undercover, so I don't trust this kid. Hearing Captain Tai Shin's words, Zangma couldn't help rolling his eyes. What are the 3 of them undercover? He's an alliance investigator. Can the investigators be called undercover? I'll take all the responsibility when something goes wrong. Vidia's voice has always made people feel very gentle, but these words made people feel his decisive side. Hidden horde. Vidia shouted loudly, arrive. Zangma, who was originally dangling, immediately straightened his body and stood up in a very standard military posture. Inform the brothers, arrange the arrangements tonight, and carefully check the nets that have been cast. Tomorrow night is the time to collect the big fish. No problem, boss. Hearing these words, Zangma once again gave out a cheap smile. The 17th of this book is on the shelves on Monday. I hope that those who like this book can add a reader's skirt. If you have any comments or questions, you can tell me directly in the skirt. In addition, thank you for your support. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 60. The conspiracy is emerging. At the same time, in room 904, the San Annuo was the official room for the security of Mundo. This kid is going to be a big problem. Mundo's marbled face became more serious as he watched Hisoka's sick games in the morning on TV. Meow. Sir Mundo, this guy's Weavile is much stronger than that brat Pikachu. If Weavile is captured and given to Boss Giovanni, then Boss Giovanni will be very happy. At this time, Meow, who was standing upright in the room, was talking in human language, and the reasoning and evidence were very smooth. It made people wonder if there was a human being hidden in this Meowth's body. Soul. Yes, Meowth is right. Dedicate this Weavile to Boss Giovanni, and he will definitely be impressed with us. Next to Meowth, who can only speak human words, stood a man and a woman, all dressed as waiters. The man has short, light blue hair, and looks a little delicate. The woman is tall and slender, with wine-red waist-length hair, and delicate facial features. She is considered a beautiful woman, but her words give off a manly vibe. Just the 3 of you. Mundo looked at the trio in front of him, and suddenly grinned. The famous rookie trio in Team Rocket. Since their debut 2 years ago, every mission has ended in failure. Speaking of which, Mundo's face turned ruthless, and he said sharply, I don't know why the boss Giovanni wants to keep the 3 of you, but you are only worthy of doing chores in the back of this operation. If there are any problems with the mission due to unauthorized actions, I will strip you of your skin. Go away. Yes, Sir Mundo. The 3 were frightened by the sudden turn of the strong man Mundo's face, and quickly opened the door and ran out together. Oh, hey, you don't have eyes when you walk. Lisa was slapped on the head by the 3 who opened the door, and was about to start scolding, but found that the 3 who hit the door had already run away. You came just in time. Mundo waved to Lisa when he saw Lisa coming. Lisa Lisa rubbed her forehead, sat down on the sofa angrily, and asked, "Are those 3 daredevils your subordinate?" "No." Mundo shook his head. "The 3 of them are an independent group and have no direct boss. If there is, then they only need to obey the boss Giovanni." "It's so powerful." Lisa covered her red lips in surprise and murmured, "It's because of the boss Giovanni. The background of the 3 little guys is not simple. Don't talk about them. It's just wait." Mundo sighed and pointed to the photo on the table. "You should know this person." "Let me see." Lisa took the photo, rolled her beautiful eyes, and said happily, "That handsome little brother." "Brother, the picture is very handsome. You won't tell me he is also a member of your Team Rocket, right?" There are 3 candid photos on the table. The photos of Hisoka when he was in command of the battle, and the photos of Weavile and Kirlia. Mundo sneered and said, "You think too much. It is possible that he is an undercover agent of the Alliance. Now there is a task for you." "What a mission." Lisa crossed her legs lazily. "Let this boy not see the sun tomorrow." With a bang, a dagger slammed on Hisoka's photo. "It's not in our employment regulation." Lisa pulled out the dagger and trimmed her nails indifferently. 100 W. Mundo said a number. "Tis tis. Shout brother. Brother is so handsome. If he wants to sleep with me then if he lives well, I want to post him 100 W upside down." 300 W. "Don't test the old lady." Lisa threw the dagger back on the table, stretched out 5 slender fingers and said, 500 W. "The old lady won't do it for a penny less." Mundo's face became ugly for a while. "This stinky bitch is completely open to lions, but now it is difficult to ride a tiger. In order for this operation to be successfully completed, even if she wants more, she has to recognize it first." But on second thought, anyway, after this incident, the boss of Chenyi was already ready to deal with this stinky bitch, and she was spending her life with her light. "No problem. 5 million is 5 million, but you have to do things beautifully. Accidentally fall into the sea. No problem. Old lady, don't worry about it." Lisa gave him a white look, then spread out her right hand and said, "Old rule, pay half the deposit first." Mundo readily took out an Alliance black card from his arms and said, "This is an anonymous black card that does not require any password, and can be transferred directly online." Giggle, "Then I'll accept it." Lisa put away the black card with a smile, turned and walked towards the door with a graceful figure. Looking at the other person's back, Mundo grinned wide, revealing his cold white teeth. Chapter 61. The game continued. After lunch, competing trainers will have a 2-hour break while other trainers take a nap or play. Hisoka took Lulu and Weavile to the gym on the passenger ship. There is no one in the gym. After all, everyone spends money to play. Who would go to the gym alone during vacation time? I didn't practice for 2 days, and I felt like my body was rusting. Majud tilde. Hisoka bent down and pulled the ligament, and there were a few crisps from his body. As a gym on a luxury passenger ship, it goes without saying that the fitness facilities are all top-notch world-renowned brand. I drove 2 treadmills, one for Hiso and Weavile, and ran for 15 minutes to warm up. 1-arm forehand pull-up, Russian push-up, weighted dequat, 200 kg bench press. With the blessing of Lulu's confusion, Hiso and Weavile completed each exercise. An hour later, Hisoka and Weavile were sweating profusely on the cushions, gasping for breath. Hisoka was suppressed by Lulu's confusion, and his body was equivalent to being in a state of aggravation. To be able to do all this was considered a strong physical fitness. Weavile, as a dark Pokémon, can negate psychic skills, but with the gravity mechanical ring around him, this hour of exercise still made him wet-drenched. As a feline, Weavile hates the feeling of being wet. Floppy tweet. With an hour to rest, Hisoka was ready to take Weavile for a good cold bath, then take a nap, and prepare for the afternoon games in perfect form. The strength of the players in the afternoon game has obviously risen by a notch, and Misty is the first to be eliminated in the trio. Soon Ash also encountered a strong enemy in the second game of the afternoon, a teenager who used Marowak. The key is that Ash sent Pikachu out for the competition. You must know that Marowak is a ground-type Pokémon. Pikachu's electric type trick is completely ineffective for Marowak. Pikachu can only rely on the advantage of speed. Use quick attack and tackle like gills for guerrilla warfare. Don't look at Marowak petite, small size, but this little thing's physical defense ability is quite good. Pikachu's tackle and quick attack can't cause effective damage at all. Finally, Marowak caught the opportunity and sent it out with an iron headgill. Game. Hey, Act 2. Two sighs sounded at the same time. Ash and Misty looked at each other, and immediately turned their heads away. How can an idiot let Pikachu come up when the opponent sends out a ground-type Pokémon? Misty said disdainfully. Ash clenched his fists and retorted, You're not the same. You let Staryu play when the opponent used a grass-type Pokémon. That's because I only have water-type Pokémon. Okay, stop arguing. Brock hurriedly stepped forward to persuade him and said with a smile, This tournament is considered to be accumulated experience, and it is a rare experience to play against so many trainers. As for champion, to put it badly, it is unrealistic to stand out among the more than 300 players in the competition with the strength strength of the two of you. Quote, "That's right." Ash and Misty bowed their heads helplessly, and there was absolutely no way to refute them. Hisoka looked at the third draw opponent in the afternoon in front of him, couldn't help but smiled and said, "Mr. Gentleman, what a coincidence." A coincidence is also a destiny. The gentleman Ron lost the arrogant attitude he had when he first met him yesterday, but his face looked a little heavy, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. He had heard people talk about Hisoka's several games in the morning, including the 2 in the afternoon. He even watched Hisoka's games secretly. Only after knowing the opponent did he realize how terrible this young boy was. To be precise, the attack power of the Weavile in this boy's hand is too terrifying. To give up the game and run away is an insult to a gentleman and a blasphemy to family honor. Gentleman Ron is in the midst of a fierce conflict at the moment. This game is not an ordinary duel that he organized privately before. It is impossible to force the opponent to admit to a draw, so he can only fight hard. Hisoka's eyes still sent Weavile. She had already played 2 games and she couldn't see any signs of fatigue. That's of course, it takes only a few seconds to solve the opponent, and the consumption of physical strength is simply negligible. The loser can't lose. The gentleman Ron took out a blue and white baby ball from his arms and threw it out. "Polyrath, use your strength to bring me the glory of victory." Mum Tilda. A person stood up, covered in water blue. A strong frog Pokémon with a black mosquito coil pattern on its abdomen appeared on the field, clenched fist comparable to thick sandbag, and bicep bulging high, telling it powerful arm. Polyrath, one of the final evolutions of Poliwag, has the dual attributes of water and fighting, and is very powerful in both melee and ranged combat. The average height of Polyrath is about 1.3 meters, and this Polyrath of Gentleman Ron is a head taller than ordinary Polyrath, about 1.4 meters, and his body is stronger. Outstanding. The game begins. Sailors on the sidelines wave the red flag. Book number 17, that is, it will be on the shelf tomorrow and Monday. I hope that those who like this book can add a reader's skirt. If you have any comments or questions, you can tell me directly in the skirt. In addition, thank you for your support. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 62 Weavile's Fighting Technique 1 Update for automatic subscription for collection. Weavile Quick Attack has a close-up on the street. Polyrath Water Pulse. The moment the red flag fell, the 2 trainers shouted orders in unison, but one was attacking and the other was defending. Gentleman Ron is not a rookie. He has plenty of practical experience. Polyrath's fighting attribute can restrain the opponent's dark attribute, and its muscle strength is no worse than Weavile. After all, it is a fighting type Pokemon, and its muscle strength is inherently powerful. The only thing to guard against is Weavile's unpredictable and amazing speed. Knowing the process of the opponent's previous game, Ron knew that the opponent would start a fast break as soon as he came up. In terms of speed, if it is in the water, Polyrath can be compared. The word fast swimming in the name proves that Polyrath's swimming speed is very good. It's a pity that Polyrath's poor running speed on land is not even worthy of Weavile's shoes. Following Hisoka's order, Weavile's black figure appeared beside Polyrath in the blink of an eye. His right paw was raised high, and a black curved crescent moon had formed on the tip of her paw, just waiting to be swung with one claw. Down, cut off everything in front of you. Polyrath did not dodge or dodge, and used the water pulse directly on the spot. Clap lala, a sound of running water flashed, and just as Weavile's street test knife was about to slash at its shoulder, a circle of water suddenly sprayed out from around Polyrath's body, pushing out in a ring shape. Weavile felt a strong repulsion from the arm that was slashing down, and then his body was heavy, and was forcefully bounced out by the continuously vibrating water pulse. Majude Tilda. Weavile half knelt on the ground and shook her head. She felt a little dizzy in her head. Water pulse is a defensive skill with low damage, but it can use the high-speed vibration of water to bounce off opponent attack, and sometimes there will also be a special effect of stun. Seeing that Weavile's state was a little unstable, Gentleman Ron's eyes flashed with joy. Maybe he could win the final victory in this game. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but boost his confidence, slammed his stick on the floor, and shouted loudly, "Polyrath, hydro pump." Mum Tilda. Polyrath made a dull growl, and the next second, a thick strong water column with a diameter of more than 10 centimeters spurted out from the middle of the spiral pattern on its abdomen, rushing towards Weavile's position. Weavile, she was apparently hit by the water pulse's stun effect. However, the usual hard training allowed her to quickly recover from the adverse reaction. Double team Tilda. Hisoka said the name of this skill simply in his tone. For speed-type Pokemon, double team is an excellent skill for them to dodge opponent attacks and confuse opponent's sight. Almost every trainer will let the speedy Pokemon in his team learn this trick. Double team learning machine is very cheap, about 10,000 yuan, and many civilian trainers can also accept it. As for how to use it, it still depends on the talent of the Pokemon and the usual training of the trainer. Hydro Pump came in the air, and just as he was about to tackle Weavile's head, Weavile's body appeared blurry for a moment and then returned to normal. This situation is somewhat similar to what Lulu looked looked like when she was using teleport. The next moment, the hydro pump passed through his chest without the screams that Gentleman Ron imagined. Polyrath's hydro pump pierced out of Weevile's body like it was passing through the air. The shadow shattered, and all that was left was the water stains left by the hydro pump's attack. When Polyrath came back to his senses, he found that it was surrounded by 12 identical Weevile. Double Team's use is to see how many clones this Pokemon can have. The lowest level is to separate two avatars, and the image of the avatars is not realistic, and it is easy for a sharp-eyed trainer to find the true body. The more powerful ones can be divided into 5 avatars, and the image is real, and the naked eye of ordinary trainers can hardly distinguish the true from the false. On top of this are 9 clones, and the vivid image can completely confuse some Pokemon with excellent dynamic vision. Hisoka's Weavile can be divided into 12 extremely realistic Double Team, and even the clones can bring their own scent. Canine Pokemon with a keen sense of smell like Arcanine can't tell the difference between the real and the fake. Double Team has a strong sense of visual pressure on the enemy. Polyrath, surrounded by 12 Weaviles, lost his sense of proportion for a while. He couldn't keep calm, and his eyes kept shaking, trying to find which one was the real one. Ron noticed Polyrath's emotional instability, and immediately shouted, "Polyrath, calm down. Don't deliberately use his eyes to find each other. Just use the hydro pump to sweep 360 degrees to force Weavile out." This is the helpless action of most trainers after encountering opponents using Double Team, because this method consumes a lot of physical strength for their own Pokemon, and Polyrath needs to use hydro pump continuously. The violent water column appeared again, and Polyrath controlled the hydro pump to turn and swept 360 degrees. The first Weavile was smashed by the hydro pump, followed by the second, the third, and the 12th Weavile. "It's that Weavile's real body has not been found. How could this be?" murmured Gentleman Ron, who couldn't even keep his composure at the moment. This kind of result made him a little unacceptable. Why are all the 12 Weaviles clones, and where is the real Weavile? Eagerly, he frantically searched for Weavile's traces on the field, until he saw Hisoka on the opposite side with a smile on his face, his index finger pointing upward. Not good. Ron's face turned pale in an instant, and he didn't even maintain the gentleman's attitude that he usually paid attention to. He said sharply, "Polyrath, be careful above you. Quickly avoid." Polyrath was about to look up when he heard the sound, but found that his eyes were dark, and then there was a sharp pain in his head. Weavile fell from the sky and kicked it directly on the forehead, causing Polyrath to roll out immediately. Weavile would not give the opponent the slightest chance, which is what Hisoka taught her. Remember to chase after victory even without his orders in battle. Immediately after landing, he used Quick Attack to catch up. The terrifying speed exploded and quickly caught up with Polyrath, who was in a rolling state. A straight punch slammed into its abdomen without using any skill, just the simplest legs and feet, often hitting Polyrath's body with a bang, bang, like a boxer hitting a punching bag. This is the military fighting technique that Hisoka taught Weavile in his usual training. It was given to Weavile to let her learn how to make her body more fluid when attacking. After all, Pokemon can learn powerful skills, and some martial arts are not really important to them. I just didn't expect that Weavile would use all the fighting techniques he had learned against Polyrath today. Sidekick, elbow strike, pointing guns, arm wrest. Polyrath screamed again and again with fighting skills that cause serious injury. Finally, he squatted down sharply and blasted away Polyrath, who was already bruised with an uppercut. The fighting Pokemon's strong physical fitness did not cause Polyrath to lose his fighting consciousness immediately. He tried to get up on the ground, but was injured in multiple parts, making him unable to do so, and finally collapsed on the field with a desperate cry. The game came to an end. In this game, Weavile did not solve the opponent in seconds like most of the audience thought, but played a wonderful set of fighting combos at the end, which made people addicted to watching but sighed at the same time. It turns out that Pokemon battles can also be played like this. Gentleman Ron took back the incapacitated Polyrath and left immediately, even pretending he couldn't hear his girlfriend calling him from behind. Under the fiasco, he felt that he had no face to stay. Chapter 63 Get Champion. Second update for automatic subscription for collection. Alakazam is incapacitated and the game is over. Let's congratulate Mr. Hisoka and his Weavile for the final victory. It was also the host who could drop a fly on his head, holding a microphone in his hand and shouting excitedly. The 8-hour Pokemon contest on the San Annuo has finally come to an end. At this moment, let us applaud Mr. Hisoka and his Weavile to the front desk to receive the prize as champion. Quote, "Congratulations, Mr. Hisoka." Maggie winked at Hisoka, who came to the stage. She was the referee in the final just now, and she was also the candidate for the award. Hisoka's final opponent is a research scholar from Saffron City. He is not a professional Pokemon trainer, but his Alakazam is really strong. Hisoka has to admit, being able to win 803 inches 16 games in a row and standing out from the 320 20 players is enough to prove his rank. If Weavile hadn't defeated Psychic's Alakazam in terms of attribute, the final outcome is really hard to say. Alakazam's strongest offensive skill doesn't work at all against Art's Weavile. Even at such a disadvantage, the Alakazam's one-handed teleport combined with recover and normal triangular corner attack made Weavile suffer a lot. There is a bit of luck in this game. Although he got champion, Hisoka didn't have any pride. This race on the boat is not fair to many trainers. He just happens to be the beneficiary of the rules of the game. Recognize yourself and see through the reality so that you can go on more correctly. Maggie was holding the hatcher in both hands, and mystic water was just around her neck. Walking slowly to the podium, he smiled and handed the hatcher in his hand to Hisoka. Hisoka took over the egg incubator, and the blue Pokémon egg with black stripes was sitting quietly inside. The glass of this hatcher's cover is made of special synthetic glass, and the bottom chassis has a shock-absorbing effect. Therefore, even if it falls from a high-rise building on the 4th or 5th floor, it will not cause any damage to the Pokémon eggs in the egg hatcher. Maggie took off the necklace around her neck again and handed it to Hisoka with a smile. Actually, I already knew that you would definitely get champion, Maggie whispered suddenly in Sasuo's ear. You really didn't disappoint me. Give me a hug as a reward for giving you a ticket. Maggie still didn't know that Hisoka didn't use the ticket she gave to board the San Anu, but to board the ship for free as an outside security. Beauty asked for each other. Of course, Hisoka will not refuse inexplicably. After taking the mystic water, he gently hugs Maggie's shoulders, feeling her slightly trembling, shaking body. Hugging together. For a time, applause, cheers, and whistles resounded throughout the central hall. People always have a joyful attitude towards the hero's embrace of beauty. As the focus of today's audience, he is handsome, and a beautiful waitress in his arms. Spring cast wrap. Isn't it normal to hug? And maybe the two of them meet each other's eyes. Tonight, there will be a tumult, cloud cover, rain, which is also a reasonable thing. Regarding the evil thoughts of some people, Hisoka just wants to say that you are thinking too much. After the award, he and Maggie just sneaked to the cruise ship to have a few drinks at the bar, exchanged contact information, and went back to their rooms to rest. Playing 16 games today, Susanoo is physically and mentally exhausted. The main reason is that he is mentally tired. After all, the fights are all on Weavile, and he is just commanding from the sideline. Lying in the hot tub, he didn't want to wake up. If Lulu didn't use confusion to put Hiso back on the bed, he might have fallen asleep directly in the tub. Hisoka was satisfied with both prizes from champion. This Pokemon egg is of course the more potential the hatched Pokemon, the better. It doesn't matter if it is rare or not, because the amount of rarity does not represent the excellence of the talent potential. Mystic water can increase the power of water-type skills, and when Feebas evolution becomes melodic, mystic water is just for her to use. Boom, boom. At 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, when almost everyone on the boat was asleep, there was a knock on the door of Hisoka. No rest. The awakened Hisoka abruptly got up from the bed. He was already tired today, and was woken up when he was sleeping soundly. No one would be in a good mood. Hisoka didn't open the door immediately. He wasn't sure who was looking for him in the middle of the night. It is still necessary to maintain due vigilance. Through the cat's eye, Hisoka saw a man standing outside the door wearing a sexy suspender strap shirt with seductive black silk hanging on his long leg. He also deliberately put on heavy makeup, but still vaguely and deliberately saw the somewhat familiar face, which was Lisa, the bounty hunter who applied for security with him. There's something wrong with this woman's brain. Hisoka smiled inwardly, and in the middle of the night, dressed up like this and ran to the door of a hot-blooded boy. An idiot knows what you're up to. His mind instantly calculated a variety of possibilities. Hisoka felt that the Team Rocket cadre named Mundo had watched his game and felt that his strength was too strong, which might have a great impact on their action. If you want to cut weeds and root, get rid of me first. Hisoka sneered. He had seen this kind of routine a lot. Do you really think of him as an ordinary sunshine boy? He used to do bounty missions in the Viridian Forest, and there were not a few people who met black people in intrigue. In addition, the two lives were 0.8 people, and the previous life was a commercial superior. The shopping mall is like a battlefield, and I have never seen any ups and downs. Not opening the door will definitely cause the other party to notice and come up with some conspiracy. It's better to cater to the other party first and see how to deal with him in the end. When the door opened, Lisa leaned against the door with a beaming smile, and asked, "Little brother, don't you ask my sister to come in and sit down?" But before Hisoka could respond, the woman already had half a foot step into the room. Hisoka's body stepped forward, blocking the opponent's progress. Lisa immediately put one hand on Hisoka's chest, and pinched it on purpose. Her beautiful eyes widened, and she said in surprise, "I don't see how hard your chest muscles are. Let my sister in. It's a long night. It's better to let my sister teach me you some fun stuff." Chapter 64 Team Rocket Senior Cadre Chenji 3 Update for automatic subscription and collection. There are still 4 chapters that will be put in the daytime, so if if you say 10 more chapters there will be no less. The night routed the entire sea, and when sailing at night, the cruise ship San Antonio had to slow down and move forward slowly. Even though Captain Tai Shin has to go this route once a year, he still doesn't dare to relax his vigilance. People, it's best to be careful. About 2 nautical miles south of the San Antonio, a speedboat was traveling at a high speed. Around the speedboat, there were more than a dozen motorboats following one after another, all of whom were wearing black tight-fitting uniforms. There is a huge R symbol on it. This is Team Rocket, organizational mark, the R character. On the speedboat, a member of Team Rockets who was driving looked at the faintly visible lights in the distance and reported loudly, "Boss Chenji, we have seen the cruise ship San Anu." Very good. Behind the Team Rockets member is a rough man in a blue-gray turtleneck uniform. He has short black hair, and his strong muscles bulge the uniform. This is a taller man with a taller body. Mundo wants a burly man. He is one of the senior cadres of 15 Team Rocket, Chenji, and is also a Class A wanted criminal of the Kanto Alliance. The reward price given by the Alliance is 2,000 W. Inform all the crew. Increase the power. I have to catch up with the San Antonio. Mundo is still there waiting for us. After Chenji issued the order, he took out 2 Pokemon balls from his arms and threw them towards the sky. After that, 2 giant raptor Pokemon with a wingspan of more than 3 meters appeared in the air. They wield huge wings, which made the surrounding air move at high speed, creating a hurricane-like effect. They have brown feathers and long and slender neck, but the most striking thing is their sharp beaks that are more than 20 centimeters long. Their white eyes are full of the unique murderous intent of raptors, as if they are ready to catch their prey at any time. This is the final evolution type of Fearow, one of the 2 common bird Pokemon in the Kanto region. Fearow. The character is irritable and full of aggression, and is good at using the long sharp beak to use flying skills such as punching, pluck and so on. Chenji's 2 Fearows are highlighted in the wanted list of the Kanto Alliance, and they are also a pair of trump cards that Chenji will definitely send when performing tasks. They are much larger than their counterpart, and are extremely aggressive. They are especially good at combining air strike. Once the 2 appear at the same time, they can produce an effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Chenji stood on the speedboat with his arms in his arm, and ordered to the 2 Fearows in the air, left near, right near. You 2 brothers will fly to the San Anu and Mundo first. If he encounters any trouble, help him first. Solve. Ga. Ga. The 2 Fearows nodded and made a sharp bird call, and then the giant wings flew into the sky and flew at high speed in the direction of the San Anu. The task of attacking the cruise ship San Anu was a task assigned to Tatsuki by Athena, one of the 4 generals of the Team Rocket. Team Rockets has suffered a joint blow from the Kanto League and the Johto League due to its rapid development in recent years. Many large enterprises secretly controlled by Team Rockets were closed overnight, and industries in many cities in the 2 regions were also banned and confiscated by the Alliance. This blow had a huge impact on Team Rocket economy. However, a major experimental project at the Team Rocket's headquarters that cost Boss Giovanni many years of hard work has come to the most critical time. At this time, in order to ensure the safety of the experiment, the amount of money that needs to be invested is huge, and it is only the daily maintenance of the experimental project. It is an astonishing number that makes the minds of ordinary people dizzy. What is burning money? After seeing this project, Chenji realized that sometimes money is like waste paper. The experimental project that has lasted for 5 years has almost burned Team Rocket's 100 billion fund, and it is still unknown how much more will be burned. Athena, the only female general among the 4 generals of Team Rocket, is the most trusted person by Boss Giovanni. At the same time, she is also the number 1 in charge of the economy of Team Rocket. How to help Boss Giovanni to share his worries naturally falls on her head. It is impossible to collect a large amount of money in a short period of time and slowly start a company for development. It can only use this roughest mean: terrorist attacks and kidnapping of rich people. There are more than 900 tourists with good family conditions on the San Annuo cruise ship, including hundreds of VIP rich people. After all of them are kidnapped, they can extort ransom from their families. Once the plan is successfully completed, the ransom is an astronomical sum. What's your name? Lisa. Why are you here looking for me? Get rid of you and earn 500 W bounty. How are you going to kill me? Seduce you and kill you with the poison sting while you're kissing hot with me. Lisa murmured these words with her eyes resting on the sofa, and behind her, a pale, alien-colored Gengar was pressing its ghostly hand on top of Lisa's head, purple evil eyes flashing red. Apparently Lisa is in such a state now that this Gengar is doing her hands and feet behind her back. Hisoka wanted to see where 337 poison sting was hidden by her. Lisa opened her red lip mechanically, and a thin transparent needle was faintly visible under her tongue coating. This thing is blood poison. It belongs to the kind that seals the throat when you see blood. Zangma stood up and explained, I guess this poisonous spider wants to kiss heat with you and use poison sting when you are most relaxed. Solved you. She hides the poison sting under the tongue coating floating, so she is not afraid of accidentally stabbing herself? Hisoka asked curiously. As you said, this thing is the master who sees blood and seals her throat. She still has such courage. Zangma rolled his eyes at him and sneered. You don't have any knowledge. This shows that this woman is quite confident in her oral skill. Do you want to try it now? If you pass this village, there will be no such shock. Hisoka cares about him lazily. This guy is a bitch with a rude mouth. Tell me, what's the matter with me? Kurama snapped his fingers, and the white Gengar let go of the ghost hand on Lisa's head. In the next second, Lisa fell asleep immediately. Gengar uses hypnosis to control Lisa's mind, an advanced use of hypnosis, common in police interrogation method, but this method can easily cause irreparable sequelae to the prisoner's brain. Chapter 65 Attack. For more, seek automatic subscription bag collection. The big fish is about to take the bait. In the dark and silent conference room, Baijia put his hands on his back and looked up at the starry sky outside the window. Hiss! A sound of snake chirping came from the conference room secretly, and it seemed that there were long snakes swimming on the ground. After a while, two Arboks with a body length of more than 4 meters and a ferocious appearance appeared behind Baijia. They slowly straightened up and opened the wing bones of their neck, just like two giant snake statues guarding their masters. Granny Agatha is a ghost-type elite. The ghost-type and the poison-type are originally a family. As the favorite grandson of Agatha's mother-in-law, Baijia is naturally the best at using ghost-type and poison-type Pokémon. San Annuo, 1 deck. Okay, the patrols can end. Mundo looked at his watch and suddenly turned to look at the 4 sailors behind him, with a strange smile on his face. A middle-aged sailor at the head looked puzzled and asked, Mr. Mundo, there is still more than an hour before the patrol time. How can you say it's over? I said it's over. It's over, Mondo said with a smile, and immediately rushed forward with a bow, punching the middle-aged sailor in the abdomen. The huge force made the middle-aged sailor's painful eyes almost pop out. He covered his abdomen, his face flushed red, and he fell down with foaming at the mouth. Mr. Mundo, what do you want to do? Seeing that their colleague was attacked, the remaining 3 young sailors shouted in unison, their eyes fixed on Mundo, who suddenly attacked, and the electric baton was quickly raised in his hand. Mundo scratched his ears, disdained to answer the other party's question. In the end, with a few screams, the 3 sailors also went to the same end as their predecessors. Mundo easily stunned 3 strong sailors holding electric batons with his bare hand, and the 2 were not of the same grade at all. The 4 were tied to the bottom warehouse, and all the cloth balls were stuffed into their mouths. Mundo took out a one-shoulder backpack from a corner of the warehouse, opened the backpack, and there were silver white metal time bombs inside. Mondo installed these time bombs in the main areas of the bottom warehouse according to the original plan. This is a timed, remote-controlled dual-control bomb. If something happens accidentally, just press the button to destroy the corpse. After the bomb was placed, Mundo quickly came to the top deck again, took out a signal flare from his arms, and pressed the launch button below. A red R character symbol. The mission went smoothly, and a look of joy appeared on Mundo's face as he watched the flares explode in the night sky. Once this mission is successfully completed, he will be able to go straight to 1 level, from a squad leader to a squadron leader. Crack, crack. A sudden applause made Mundo's face change suddenly, and then a series of footsteps let him know without looking back that he was surrounded. Excellent work, Mr. Mundo. Baijia clapped and walked out from the back with a smile. Do you feel like everything is going well for me, and I haven't even met a staff member along the way? Don't you have a point? Doubt. Mundo's face darkened. It's you, the sponsor of the Pokémon event. It's really rude. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Baijia, and my real identity is the Chief Search Officer of the Eastern region of the Kanto Alliance. You think you're sure to win? Mundo laughed suddenly. Idiot, if you had stopped me from firing the flares, there might still be a chance, but now that my support has come to the city, you think you can fight against us just by relying on these rubbish. Team Rocket. Quote. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding sailors showed rage expressions one after another, shouting to teach the arrogant of Team Rockets a good lesson. A breeze blew through his hair, and an omen of danger suddenly appeared in his heart. Baijia immediately shouted without hesitation, give it all down to me. After saying this, Baijia immediately rushed to the left. Most of the sailors were confused. They didn't know what Baijia's order represented. However, some witty sailors chose to do the same, covering their foreheads and lying on the ground. At the moment when Baijia rushed to the left deck, the hurricane flashed away, and a giant raptor with brown feathers appeared above where Baijia stood just now, with a sharp beak on the deck and pecked on it. A hole was left. If it wasn't for Baijia's quick reaction and timely dodging, maybe this hole would have been left in him. If it missed a hit, the Firo didn't have the slightest idea of continuing to attack, and immediately spread its wings and flew into the air. And those sailors who didn't listen to Baijia's words were out of luck, and a Firo attacked from the other side, frantically attacking the standing sailor. The sharp beak is like a sharp sword, and a peck is a blood hole. The mournful growl of the sailors resounded through the top deck for a while. Seeing this scene, Baijia's expression turned cold. Quote. Haha, it's Chenji's bosses left and right. Looking at the two Fearos that appeared in the sky, Mangda laughed. What chief investigator is all bullshit. Boss, I'm here. Kurama ran up the stairs panting. Before he could say anything more, he shouted directly, Gengar, Shadow Sneak, Gia tilde. With a wicked smile, the pale white ghost appeared in front of Bai Gia, opened his hands, and formed two black energy balls. With a wave of his hand, Shadow Sneak blasted towards him. The two Fearos that are still causing riot. Shadow Sneak's light trajectory is very fast, and one of the characteristics of a ghost-type skill is that it is silent when activated. When the two Fearos found something different, the two Shadow Sneaks were already less than a meter away from them. The two Fearos are very alert, as a pair of trump cards under Team Rocket Senior Kadri Tatsuki. Their actual combat experience is very rich, and even if there is no trainer by their side, they can still respond effectively in times of crisis. I saw them stick their wings close to their abdomen, and their bodies instantly fell to the deck to avoid the Shadow Sneak that came sneaking up. Shadow Sneak brushes perfectly across their side, taking down a few flying feathers but doing no other effective damage. Chapter 66 Snake and Bird 5 Update for automatic subscription and collection. Boss, are you alright? Zangma wanted to go to help Bai Gia up, but he slapped him away. Are you an idiot? Don't you know that ghost-type skills are ineffective for normal-type Fearo? Bai Gia patted the dust on his clothes without any expression on his face. Well, this is embarrassing. Zangma quickly explained. I'm not worried about your safety, boss. I'm afraid that the two big birds will hurt you. Haha. Bai Gia could only smile bitterly in his heart. To have this kind of subordinates is a kind of test for him by the Alliance. If it weren't for Fearo's instinctive reaction as an intelligent creature, it would have avoided the attacking skill. If their trainer is present, Fearo can be ordered to ignore Shadow Sneak's attack and continue to riot. Come out, Arbok. Bai Gia threw out two Pokemon balls, 2 bowls thick, and a ferocious giant snake appeared on the deck. Seemingly aware of the presence of a natural enemy, the two Arbok straightened up as soon as they appeared, spread their wing bones, and the snake letter confided, making a menacing hissing sound. Two Fearos flew over Mundo's side, the same menacing rattling from their sharp beaks. Snakes and birds are natural 840 opponent, but Fearo, as a raptor, has the advantage of flying, and theoretically occupies the initiative. But in the face of Arbok's deadly terrifying venom, even they didn't dare to act too rashly. Stupid man, look at what this is, Zangma first said cheaply, and then took out a series of metal time bombs from his bag. Mundo's face changed greatly. He immediately took out a remote control button from his arm, and shouted angrily, do you think it will be fine if you remove it? This kind of bomb is dual controlled. As long as I gently press this button, you group people will be bombed into the sky with a bang. Quote, then just press it and try it. Zangma said indifferently, let's see if this thing will blow us all up with a bang. You think I don't dare? Mundo gave a grim smile. Since you're courting death, it's my fault. Just before the boss of Chenji came to clean up some rubbish, the thumb pressed the red button hard, but the expected explosion did not appear. Mundo did not believe in evil, and continued to press the button hard, but the pile of metal time bombs still did not respond. Haha. Seeing the other party's constipated expression, Zangma laughed arrogantly with his hands on his hip. Hey, I remember you don't know how to defuse bomb. Bai Gia asked curiously. It's all down to that little brother named Hisoka. It's rare for Zangma to be serious this time, and I didn't expect him to be good at defuse bomb. With his Hirlia, we can easily be at the bottom. The warehouse found a time bomb that the other party had set up. Just as the two sides faced off on the top deck, the undercover team members Team Rockets had previously arranged on the San Annual cruise ship also started their scheduled operations after seeing the R-shaped flare. The first was the VIP room that they took care of. They used the copied room card to easily open the door and sneaked into it. While these rich people were still sleeping, they first stole all the Pokemon balls on them, and then kicked them all with one kick. Awake! In the frightened expressions of the rich people, they are tied in the room one by one like pig. Quicken! The motorboats and speedboat finally caught up with the San Annuo. Under Chenji's roar, these agile superior Team Rockets members used electric flying claws to climb the cruise ship more than 4 stories high. Each of the Team Rockets members who boarded the ship wore a specially designed space-folding backpack with hole-shaped suction devices on either side of the shoulders, and once the button was opened, the suction burst out amazingly. The Pokemon ball can be sucked directly BFBC into this device by the suction force the moment the trainer takes it out. The attack and kidnapping operation this time is mainly a quick solution, and the Alliance cannot have a chance to react. The original plan was to directly hijack the San Annual cruise ship, but thinking about the huge target of such a behemoth, and the sailing speed is too slow, it is easy to be interrupted by the police force sent by the Alliance after a long delay. Road. With outside support, Team Rocket, actions on the ship were rougher. More than 50 billionaires have been dumped, and the rest is aimed at the ordinary tourist below. Team Rockets will not let go of their money and Pokemon. What do you want to do? A tourist who got got up and wanted to go to the toilet was startled by the dark shadow that suddenly appeared in the room, but before he could move he was immediately stunned by a thunder shock. The purse on the jewelry box on the body and the baby balls were all sucked into the space foldable backpack. Ash was so hungry that he couldn't sleep in the middle of the night, so he wanted to sneak into the hall to grab something to eat. However, as soon as he went out, he saw a figure sneaking into Misty's room. At first Ash thought it was Brock looking for Misty, but then Misty's sharp growl came from the room. Seeing the bad situation, Ash immediately rushed in and saw Misty sitting on the bed with a pillow and desperately throwing the uninvited guest who entered her room. Ash didn't have time to think about it and shouted loudly, "Pikachu, Thunderbolt!" Bright yellow electric current surged out from Pikachu's petite body, and the uninvited guest of the electricity was shaking, shuddering. Finally, a puff of black smoke came out of his mouth, and his body shook and fainted. "Misty, are you alright?" Seeing the uninvited guest being stunned by Pikachu, Misty couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and when she saw the attacker's attire, she couldn't help but say, "It's Team Rocket. How did they get on the San Anu?" Ash also saw the iconic R on the visitor's chest, which was indeed Team Rocket. "Are you alright, Misty?" At this moment, another person rushed in outside the door, and it was Brock who was alerted by Misty's deep growl. Misty shook his head and said, "It's okay. Ash saved me." Brock put his arms around his arms and looked at the fainted Team Rockets with a heavy face, and said, "When I came over just now, I heard sharp growls coming from several rooms. Obviously, there are more than one Team Rockets attacking tourists. Since you have sincerely asked for advice, we will tell you mercifully, to prevent the world from being destroyed, to protect the peace of the world." Chapter 67 The Joint Operation of Weavile and Lulu. 6 more. It's you again. Seeing the 2-in-1 cat appearing in front of him again, Ash felt helpless. Since sabotaging each other's actions in Viridian City, the trio has stuck to him like dog in plaster, and can't be shaken away. "Stinky brat, what's your attitude?" Jesse, who had a fiery personality, couldn't stand it at first, and shouted with his hands on his hip, "Do you think it was just the 3 of us in this attack? Our team of Team Rockets and our superior cadres have all come here. If you are sensible, give us Pikachu and all the Pokémon on you, so that you may be spared." Tilda. Yes, meow. Ash was furious when he heard the word. "I will never give Pikachu to you guys." "So do we," Misty and Brock said in unison. 5th, Hisoka looked at another Team Rockets member who was knocked out by Weavile. "Hey, instead of letting Team Rockets take your Pokémon, fight them to the end." After leaving such a sentence in the room, Hisoka quickly ran out, leaving behind a young couple who shivered and hadn't reacted from the attack. He agreed to Zangma's hiring request. For every ordinary member of Team Rockets he solved, he could get a bonus of 1 W after the task, and a team leader of Team Rocket could get 10 W. "You are indeed the scourge of this operation." Just as Hisoka was finishing the 10th Team Rocket, a cold male voice like hard stone sounded from behind Hisoka. Looking back, the bald-headed strong man named Mundo was standing with his arms crossed and standing away from him. Not far from the corner, he stared at him with a gloomy expression. "That waste Lisa didn't get rid of you." Mundo twisted his neck and continued with a crackling sound. "But it's not too late to kill you now. The kid blames you for going against our Team Rocket. What do you remember in your neck light? What to mess with, what not to mess with?" Hisoka didn't show any expression and didn't respond. He waved his arm forward, and Weavile, who was beside him, immediately understood it, and rushed towards Mundo with a sprint, raising his right paw, ready to solve the opponent in an instant. Looking at the other party's actions, Mundo smiled coldly, and immediately retreated to the corner. At this time, a humanoid creature with a height of about 1.8 meters walked out from the shadow of the corner. He has a body very similar to that of a human male, but his gray-blue muscles are strong and a bit scary. This humanoid Pokémon with 4 extremely sturdy arms just standing there gives a feeling of invincibility. Knowing that the other party is a bounty hunter, how could Mundo not guard against his sneak attack method? The kid is still the kid, it's still far from it. Machamp, fighting Pokémon, with bones and muscles that are very close to human. It is said that the best of the Machamp can throw 500 punches in a second with those 4 developed arms. Machamp, only the wrong name, not the wrong nickname. When human researchers named this kind of Pokémon, they chose the word Machamp because the power of this kind of Pokémon is too amazing. Machamp knelt down on one knee, crossed his hands on his chest, and easily blocked Weavile's fast break in a defensive stand, his sharp claws just leaving a white mark on the rock-hard muscle. Weavile didn't use any special skill, just a normal sharp claw slash could easily cut wood with the thickness of the bowl, but it could only cause this damage to Machamp. The arms in front not only blocked Weavile's attack, but also grabbed Weavile's claws with a backhand, and Weavile couldn't break free due to the explosive force. At the same time, the 2 more developed arms behind Machamp did not stop moving. They raised them high, and slashed towards Weavile's neck in the shape of a palm knife. This is Machamp's hand knife skill. With Machamp's powerful strength enough to break mountains and rock, plus the damage bonus of the fight fighting system to dark Pokémon. Once the vital part of the neck is hit, Weavile is likely to be fatally stabbed by the opponent. Mundo has no concept of showing mercy at all. His plan is to destroy the opponent's Pokémon first, and then kill this unstable factor. Weavile was in extreme danger, but Hisoka still didn't show a panicked expression on his face. This calm attitude made Mundo suspicious. Could this kid have anything else to do? But after thinking about it, kill this Weavile first. Say it again. Once this Weavile is eliminated, it is equivalent to cutting off one of the opponent's arms. Katakana middle dot 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 seeking flowers katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. Why doesn't Machamp move? Mundo suddenly found that the two hands behind Machamp had been raised like a palm knife, but after waiting for a while, he never attacked Weavile. Ha tilde. Machamp frowned and let out a loud cry, blue veins bursting out of his arm muscles, obviously trying desperately, but both arms just didn't obey him and couldn't break down no matter what. At this moment, a smile finally appeared on Hisoka's face, and he said loudly, Lulu, throw it out. Kirlia stepped out from behind Hisoka, her arms stretched out. The original ruby-like pupils were completely shrouded in blue light, and with each step forward, the blue light in his eyes became more and more prosperous. Hey! Lulu let out a coquettish cry and raised her hands up. Machamp, who had been struggling all the time, was suddenly pulled up from the ground by the blue confusion, and floated in the air. Fighting Machamp restrains Dark S. Weavile, and Psychic Kirlia also restrains fighting Machamp. Confusion is counteracted by the dark energy in her body when it touches Weavile, so only Machamp is affected by confusion that wrap both. Lulu pushed forward with both hands, and Machamp, who was completely in the air, had no choice but to throw confusion out. Weavile, who had regained his freedom, did not hesitate at all. He used his quick attack to catch up with Machamp, who flew out at his fastest speed, and jumped on top of his body. Taking advantage of the fact that Machamp was unable to move under Confusion's control, he launched a rapid and violent attack. A note of ice punch slammed into Machamp's face without a word, causing Machamp to let out a whimpering scream. Machamp's facial features were wrinkled from the pain, and the nosebleed was back, but the cold air from ice punch immediately froze the nosebleed. It's not over yet. As mentioned earlier, Hisoka's Weavile is left-handed. Her left hand is stronger than her right hand. She waved her left hand, and a brick break slammed into Machamp's most vulnerable neck. There was a click, and it was the sound of brittle bones breaking. If Machamp's neck muscles were also very strong, it would be deadly for other Pokémon. Machamp didn't lose his life, but he couldn't get back up after he fell. Chapter 68. The Retreat of Team Rocket. Seeing this, Mundo wanted to take out the second Pokémon ball from his waist, but how could Hisoka give him a second chance? How many trainers and bounty hunters lost precious lives because they didn't take out the Pokémon balls in time when they were in the wild? Especially in this life and death confrontation, Hisoka, who had taken the initiative, would definitely not give the opponent any chance. Mundo's Pokémon ball was controlled by Lulu's confusion as soon as he took it out. His arm couldn't control the release of the baby ball, and the drop baby ball was controlled by confusion and sent back to Hisoka. Hisoka tossed the Pokémon ball and laughed. What do you say now? Mundo was also stubborn, without the slightest gesture of begging for mercy, and still said coldly, Little devil, I admit to underestimating you. The winner is the king, the loser is Ko. I have nothing to say, but I have to remind you that since you decided to marry me 337 against Team Rocket, so get ready to take on the next revenge. What's your position in Team Rocket? Hisoka ignored his threat and asked a question that baffled Mundo. Mundo smiled coldly and said, HMP8, there is nothing to hide. This uncle is the team captain. The team leader is 100,000 yuan, plus the 10 ordinary members before. The total is 200,000 yuan. Damn, why does it feel like a big loss? Mundo heard Hisoka muttering to himself and almost spat out a mouthful of old blood, and said incredulously, You're just for 200,000. Against our Team Rocket? Of course not. Hisoka laughed. I am also an honorable citizen of the Alliance. Isn't it normal for Helping Hand Alliance investigators to fight criminal activity? Normal thing. Mundo was speechless. This kid is definitely out of his mind. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the entire San Annuo suddenly vibrated violently. Lulu was inadvertent for a while, and her body almost fell without standing. Fortunately, Hisoka helped her in time. However, Lulu also lost control of confusion. Mundo broke free from confusion, and glanced at the culprit who failed his mission not far away. Before he could say anything threatening, he hurriedly used the Pokémon ball to retrieve the unconscious Machamp, turned and ran towards the corner of the stairs. Hisoka didn't stop the others' escape, stood up again, and looked in the direction of the explosion. I saw the position of the engine at the rear of the San Annuo cruise ship was bubbling with black smoke and open flame. It was very likely that the cruise ship turbine engine had exploded. No good. No good. The cruise ship is flooded. Some terrified shout came from that direction, and the rest of the tourists rushed out of the room. Looking at the open flames, the rear hull shrouded in black smoke showed expressions of despair. Hisoka grabbed a tourist running from behind and asked loudly, "What happened over there?" The male tourist gasped in shock, swallowed his saliva and said, "Someone used magmar to fight the attacking terrorists just now, and his magmar hit a warehouse with a fire blast, which seemed to be filled with fuel, and then it all exploded at once." Quote, "Something happened." Hisoka's face was gloomy and uncertain, and the thing he was most afraid of had happened. Team Rockets attacked the Pokémon of the Snatch trainer on the San Antonio, and the trainer is not dead and will definitely resist. But the environment they were in at the moment was in the Vasi. Once the San Annuo was in the Pokémon battle, the hull was damaged, and even worse, the hull sank. Then the more than 1,000 crew members on the entire ship do not know how much they will survive in the end. Hisoka is not a saint. He can't manage so much, and he can't save so many people. He had to make sure that he, Lulu and Weavile were safe, and he had to hurry back to his room to pack up. The violent explosion also alarmed both sides of the confrontation at the top. The two Arboks were covered in scars, and the two Fearos in the air were also messy with their feathers. One of the Fearos had a purple and dark head, apparently hit by Arbok's toxic. The strongest heterochromatic Gengar in Baiji's hands was held back by Chenji's many subordinates, and in the face of Fearo, who had a normal type, Gengar's ghost-type skills did not play a big role. Chief Inspector of the Eastern Kanto Alliance, Baijia, I remember the name. Chenji's face was very ugly, and he was dragged to death on the top deck by this handsome man who looked like a fox. The time has been dragged on for so long, and the support from the Alliance is already on the way. Baijia also felt uncomfortable in his heart. He obviously underestimated the strength of the other party. Come to think of it, how can the criminals who have been wanted by the Kwantong Union Police for so many years be so easy to get along with? This pair of Fearo's combined combat is perfect, and under Chenji's personal command, the strength displayed is more terrifying than the previous combat alone. Boss Chenji, we have to go. We have sent a message from the undercover police officer in Vermilion City. The Alliance ordered the three major cities of Cerulean City, Celadon, Rainbow City, and Vermilion City to jointly support the San Annuo. If we don't leave again, we will probably be made dumplings by the police. Quote, the eager voices of his subordinate came from Chenji's headset. Damn it. Chenji clenched his right fist and slammed it into the palm of his hand, and then asked sharply, what's the harvest of this operation? 3 teams have lost contact, but all those tycoons are tied to speedboats and can leave at any time. Phew. Chenji took a deep breath. He really couldn't drag it on any longer. Kidnapping so many billionaires is half of the mission, and he won't suffer too much blame when he goes back, but he doesn't need to think about the big credit. Listen to my orders. All retreat. Chen 1.6 made a decisive decision. Yes. Following Chenji's order to retreat, the surrounding Team Rocket's members immediately retreated to his side. Everyone took out a black round smoke bomb and threw it on the ground. Pong, pong, and white smoke instantly enveloped him. On the deck, when the smoke faded away, the figures of those Team Rockets had long since disappeared, leaving only the disfigured deck layer that had been destroyed by the fierce battle. Seeing the smooth retreat of Chenji's side, Baijia did not take any countermeasures. He is weak and weak. The role of those sailors is almost equal to 0, and it is simply vulnerable compared to the elite Team Rockets with extensive combat experience. Just Chenji alone is enough to hold him back. If he wants to prevent them from leaving, he can only block this light, because the other party will definitely break the net. Chapter 69 The Sinking San Annuo, 8th shift. Please subscribe. Run. Keep running. Why don't you run? Zangma kicked the sturdy figure on the floor hard. Ariados is binding for me. This kid is strong. I'm afraid it will be too loose. Let him run away. A giant spider over 1.2 meters in size slowly climbed down from the wall, opened its sharp fang, hissed, and a series of white spider silk braids shooted out, tying around the figure a few times. Ariados, Johto region's large spider-like Pokémon. It is also a police Pokémon that the Johto police like to use very much. The spider web woven by it can make criminals unable to escape. The figure was obviously unbearable to be humiliated, and shouted loudly, if you have the ability, kill me. It was Mundo who had just run away from Hisoka who shouted this sentence. His main Pokémon, Machamp, was abolished, but he was attacked by Ariados while escaping, so that the Tibetan horse who followed him got a bargain. I won't slaughter you. You kid will have to be sent to jail until the bottom of the prison is hooked through. Zangma 15 likes to argue with people the most, and a pair of sharp mouths make Meng's face flush with anger. Boom. Another explosion sounded somewhere on the San Annuo, and with the sound of the explosion, the entire hull of the cruise ship actually began to slant to the right. There's no end. Kurama shouted loudly, then looked at Mundo, who rolled into the corner, and said, Ariados tied this kid to the wall. Don't let him fall into the sea. Cruise ship cab. Captain Taishin, can the San Anu persist any longer? Baijia asked calmly. The violent tilt of the hull just now made the cockpit a mess. Captain Taishin straightened his crooked hat, looked at the many red warning signs on the display, and said with a serious expression, if only only the previous turbine engine exploded, we could still be waiting for rescue on the shore. But just now, Team Rocket bastards used bombs to destroy the outer hull when leaving. Now too much seawater has entered the hull of the San Annuo. We can only arrange for the tourist to leave in lifeboat, otherwise once the San Annuo sank, no one can run. It can only be done as you said. Baiji sighed helplessly. As Captain Taishin said, once the hull sank, none of the remaining 800 tourists would be able to escape. For such natural and man-made disasters, the power of individuals is simply too small. The severe tilt of the hull made it clear to those on board that the San Annuo might be about to sink. In the midst of life crisis, the dark side of people's heart erupted in an instant, and the ship was in chaos for a while, even more serious than when Team Rocket's attack. Everyone does everything they can to ensure that they can board the lifeboat, but there are only 20 large lifeboats placed on the San Annuo. 400 tourists were taken out of danger, and more than half of them remained on board. No one wanted to stay on the sinking San Annuo, pushing and yelling, and the conflict began to be repeated. Hisoka did not go to grab those 20 lifeboats with the more than 800 tourists. That's unrealistic. In such a chaotic situation, even if a lifeboat is grabbed, it is estimated that the daylily will be cold. Once such a tens of thousands of tons of giant ship sink, it will inevitably lead to a terrifying sea vortex at the moment of sinking. At that time, all the life around will be buried with the giant ship sucked into the seabed by the whirlpool. After packing his luggage, Hisoka rushed out of the room. He tied Lulu, Weavile and Feebas' baby balls to the tactical belt around his waist with dead buckles to prevent the baby balls from being lost due to possible accidents in the future. Mr. Hisoka. A surprised female voice stopped Hisoka, who was avoiding the crowd and trotting towards the lower part of the cruise ship. It's you. Hisoka looked back, and it was Maggie who had a good impression on him who stopped him. But beside her were Ash, Misty, and Brock. Seeing that they seemed to want to ask something, Hisoka immediately interrupted. It's too late to explain. If you want to survive, just follow me. After speaking, he took the lead and ran towards the bottom right of the sinking cruise ship. Path. Meichi did not hesitate at all, and immediately followed. What do we do? Ash scratched the back of his head for some reason. Brock pondered for a moment, then said decisively, we also followed. Although we are not familiar with him, it is unrealistic to try to grab so many lifeboats with so many tourists. It's too dangerous. Brock, as right. Misty nodded in agreement. After unifying their opinions, the three immediately followed Hisoka's footsteps and ran towards the bottom of the cruise ship. Hisoka took out 5 diving masks from the military folding backpack. This aqua blue transparent mask can filter the air in the seawater so that the carrier can breathe freely in the water without the heavy burden of the oxygen cylinder. But the disadvantage is this: only the filtering function of the transparent mask can only last for 30 minutes, and it will automatically decompose in seawater after more than 30 minutes. Hisoka distributed the diving 733 masks to the 4 people who followed, and then asked, which of you has a water-type Pokémon? If there is any, let it out as soon as possible. Maggie and Brock shook their heads. I have Squirtle. Ash took out the Pokémon ball and released Squirtle. Misty took out 3 Pokémon balls and waved them. Goldeen, Staryu, Starmie, everyone, come out. Very good, just one per person, Hisoka said and released her Feebas. Although she has no skills and is weak, she only needs to be able to swim at the moment. The 5 put on their diving masks, Ash holding Squirtle, Maggie holding Staryu, Brock holding Goldeen and Misty holding Starmie. All 5 jumped from the deck into the sea. The right side that sank first is the lowest point at present, but at a height of 5 meters, jumping down will not cause any impact on the human body. Feeling a slight suction coming from the back of his body, Hisoka shouted to the 4 people behind him, the San Anu is sinking, you must leave the hull immediately, or we will sink with the San Anu. Everyone nodded in unison, and their legs began to flap up and down with all their might. The water-type Pokemon being hugged by them understood that the situation was urgent, and tried their best to swim forward. Chapter 70 Gyarados at Sea, 9 Update Seeking Automatic Subscription and Collection. The 5 of them swam forward for a while, because it was midnight night, which was the darkest time of the day, especially in the vast sea. Everyone dare not swim too fast, because once lost in the sea, it is quite a terrible thing. Under the leadership of Hisoka, the group swam straight ahead for another 15 minutes. Ash and the others' minds were blank. They only knew that they were following the figure in front of them. It seemed that only by looking at that figure could they muster some confidence. It has been almost half an hour since Hisoka and the others strayed from the San Anu. At this moment, there was a loud bang in the distance. Looking back, the 10,000-ton cruise ship San Anu, which can be called a giant at sea, was heard. The number was actually cut off from the middle by the backflow of the seawater, and the harsh metal breaking sound was horrifying. As the San Antonio broke, it sank to the bottom of the ocean faster. After another 5 minutes, starting from the bow, the huge figure of the San Anu almost disappeared into the sea level. The sinking of the tens of thousands of tons of giant ship brought about a man-made vortex that destroyed the sky and the earth. Even if Hiso and others were far enough away from the San Anu, they could still feel the suction of the seawater dragging them towards San Anu. The slaves sank in the area. Without the slightest hesitation, everyone swam forward immediately to get rid of the suction of the sea. "Everyone, you can stop now." The voice of West 310 sounded in the dark sea. A beam of light appeared, and Hisoka took out a flashlight from the military foldable backpack he was carrying and said loudly, "If you can see the light, swim to me." "I can see it," was Ash's voice. "We can see it too." The voices of Maggie and others. The four of them swam to Hisoka's side, and under the light of the flashlight beam, the four of them still had frightened expressions on their faces. Thinking about it, I was afraid. If they hadn't heard Hisoka's words and left the cruise ship early, maybe they would have died in the sea with San Anu. The San Anu sank on the route to the city of Lampuru. Siso touched the seawater on his face and said, "We can't swim. It's too dark. We can only wait in place." With such a big incident, the police will definitely dispatch support. "We are not far from where the San An sank, and we will seek helping hand when the sun comes out." Quote, Hisoka is now the backbone of the four of them. He can do whatever he says. After what happened before, everyone trusts him very much. Hisoka looked at the time on his watch. BFCF. It was 3 o'clock in the morning, and there were still 3 hours before dawn. It is very dangerous for people to float in the sea like this, and it is easy to be attacked by Pokémon in the sea. Moreover, once a person is tired and falls asleep, a major incident will happen. But it doesn't matter. Everything is ready in his military backpack. Hisoka opened the backpack and took out a rectangular rubber strip that had been squashed with a vacuum pack. This thing is actually an automatic inflatable hovercraft, which is easy to use. As long as the vacuum packaging bag is open, it will immediately expand into a hovercraft that can withstand the weight of 6 people. Under the surprised eyes of the four, Hisoka tore open the package and threw the rubber strip into the sea. The next second, like magic, a simple blue hovercraft appeared in front of everyone. Ash opened his mouth wide in shock and murmured, This is too powerful. Let's get on the boat first. Staying in the sea all the time is easy to be attacked by wild, raw Pokémon," Hisoka said, the first carp to climb up on the hovercraft, and then he pulled them up one by one with his hand. Brock patted the thick rubber air cushion and said with a smile, "I saw this kind of self-inflating hovercraft at the exhibition held by the Syrif group. At that time, I thought the price was too expensive, so I didn't want to buy it." Ash excitedly looked at Hisoka with his eyes closed, and said loudly, "Brother Hisoka, what are you doing? It feels so cool. This kid is also a dog's leg. He used to be Sasuo's bark all the time. Now, after a few contacts, he has become Sasuo's eldest brother." Hisoka was already 3 years older than Ash, and he saved his life again, so it's not an exaggeration to call him Big Brother. Bounty hunter. Bounty hunter. Ash looked bewildered. It was the first time he had heard of this profession. Hisoka smiled and explained, "It's very simple. It's my job as someone pays for it." "Oh." Ash scratched the back of his head with a smirk, feeling that the mystery disappeared all of a sudden. After a night of terror, plus the previous desperate escape, everyone who took the hovercraft to safety now felt tired like the seawater, and everyone felt that their eyelids were heavy. Ash and the others fell asleep on the hovercraft. Hisoka also felt the fatigue of his body, but he still did not dare to relax. The sinking of the tens of thousands of tons of the San Anu did not mean the end of the matter, and the sequelae it brought were also not to be underestimated. Just like the forest fire will make the Pokémon in this forest riot collectively, the sinking of the giant ship will also seriously affect the water-type Pokémon living in this area. Time passed bit by bit, and Hisoka, who had been watching the night and didn't dare to relax, finally couldn't resist the heavy sleepiness and closed his eyes, and when he opened his eyes again, a round of yaoyong was already hanging in the air. I looked at my watch. It was already 8 o'clock in the morning. Something's wrong. Hisoka's face was solemn, and the surroundings were too quiet to hear any birdsong, and there were no fish or other Pokémon on the sea. Roar. A huge roar came from below the sea, and the next moment, a huge wave surged, and a giant snake-shaped, light blue Pokémon emerged from the sea. It had a huge mouth, and its sharp teeth were illuminated by the sun, glittering metallic sheen. What happened? The huge roar also woke up the sleeping people, and when they saw the giant beast in front of them, they all showed horror. Among them, Misty's performance was the most unbearable. She pointed at the giant beast and said, "It as Gyarados." She accidentally crawled into Gyarados' huge mouth when she was a child, thus leaving a huge shadow on the young mind, causing her whole body to shiver when she saw this vicious Pokémon. Gyarados is the evolution type of Magikarp, with a very irritable personality. Even the Magikarp trained by the trainer will not obey the trainer's orders after evolution becomes Gyarados, and some even attack their own trainer. Imagine how aggressive wild Gyarados can be. Chapter 71 I stabbed Gyarados' nest. 10th update. Finally, I am asking for a wave of first orders. Please tell me about the issue of review. I really can't do this. I don't know why. I have asked the editor many times, but he can't do anything about it. Philo has a special review editor, and if there are too many dangerous words, it will be be reviewed immediately. I guess it's a robot in the trial, and I'm asking for the first order at the end. This is really important to me. You can fatten up, but you must order it first. Saga here to thank you. Gyarados apparently targeted the 5 humans on board. Gyarados has a very strong sense of territory, and will launch the most violent attacks on all creatures that break into its territory. Escape or fight? Hisoka pondered wildly in his mind. In the vast sea, a human hovercraft would never be able to run a Gyarados. Ash, let's do it together. Hisoka whispered to Ash beside him. No problem. When dealing with wild Pokémon, there is nothing wrong with using the method of gang fight when you are not ready to subdue the opponent. Misty has lost his mind in the face of Gyarados due to the shadows of his childhood. Rock's Pokémon are all rock type, and in this environment they can't play at all. Maggie has no Pokémon, and her combat power is 0. Roar. Gyarados' irritable character finally broke out, and he roared, raised the giant tail behind him, and slammed the intruder in front of him with a turbulent water column. Aqua Tail. Gyarados' signature trick, wielding a giant tail to attack the enemy like a stormy sea. The power of the skill will be greatly enhanced when used in the water. Pikachu, Thunderbolt, Lulu, Psybeam. Hisoka and Ash also immediately commanded the Pokémon to fight back. The bright, colored electric current hit the giant tail that drove the wave. As soon as the electric current came into contact with the water, it made a harsh squeaking sound, and white smoke filled the air. Gyarados felt pain from his tail, and Thunderbolt's damage caused by the water-type attribute should not be underestimated. And just when Gyarados retracted his tail, Lulu's Psybeam attack hit Gyarados' head as promised. After this attack, Gyarados first screamed in pain, and then after recovering, it did not fight back but used the terrifying giant bit his own scales. The steel teeth that were enough for Crunch Stone bit into the scales comparable to Orbert, like a shield and spear hitting each other, and with a click, a scale was actually bitten off by Gyarados himself. Roar. Gyarados' painful eyes were blood red and swayed wildly in the sea. For a while, the waves burst, making the people on the hovercraft unable to maintain their balance, and they could only hold onto the edge handles tightly to prevent themselves from falling into the sea. What's wrong with Gyarados? How can it attack itself? Ash couldn't help but ask. Hisoka hugged Kirlia, grabbed the edge of the armrest, and said loudly, Lulu's Psybeam has a certain chance to cause the opponent to have a negative state of confusion after hitting the opponent. That Gyarados was too unlucky, and it was generated as soon as the Psybeam was fired. Confused, that's why it's attacking itself, but we'd better get rid of it quickly, or the big guy might go crazy when it wakes up. Ash knew that the sea was never the home of humans, and once Gyarados went crazy, he shuddered just thinking about it. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. At Ash's order, Pikachu used 2 Thunderbolts in a row towards Gyarados. Although his attributes are restrained, Gyarados is huge in size and has sufficient physical strength. 1 Thunderbolt is not enough to make him lose his ability to fight. Gyarados, who was forced to take 2 Thunderbolts, can no longer support it, and a black smoke emerges from his huge mouth. Then closed Tong Ling's eyes. His body swayed and fell to the right. Scared me to death. Seeing that Gyarados lost his ability to fight, Maggie patted Shang's mouth happily, and quickly helped Misty beside him, comforting, okay, Misty, don't be afraid. Gyarados has already been defeated by Hiso and the others. Well, it's alright. Misty's eyes slowly regained focus. Looking at the fallen Gyarados, he finally cried out with a wow. It seemed that the shadows of his childhood were a big burden to Misty. Okay, don't cry. Everyone is okay. Maggie patted Misty's back and comforted her softly. It's good to cry out. Crying out represents the catharsis of emotions, and it can be recovered soon. Fuck, be careful. Hisoka almost roared out, only to see him hook Ash's neck, bumping into Maggie and others and lying down together. At the moment when everyone fell down, an orange beam of light passed over their heads and hit the sea on the other side. As soon as the beam of light touched the sea surface, a violent explosion occurred, and the shock wave caused by the explosion directly sent the hovercraft. Turn the whole thing over. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. As for flowers, katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. It hyper beam. Hisoka would never mistake this skill, the iconic orange beam of light and the terrifying explosion effect. If he hadn't been very vigilant just now, this hyper beam was enough to seriously injure all the people on the hovercraft, and it wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say that it was life-threatening. The crowd fell into the water and seemed a little terrified. It's the same no matter who it is, but a hyper beam shot across their heads just now, which is too terrifying. A circle of vortices began to appear on the sea surface, and then another fierce Gyarados emerged from the bottom of the sea. Before everyone panicked, the second Gyarados appeared, the third, the fourth, and the fifth, including the lost battle before. The Gyarados with the ability has a total of 6 heads. The 5 newly appeared Gyarados surrounded everyone on the sea in a ring, and their already fierce eyes were filled with rage. A drop of cold sweat emerged from Hisoka's forehead. It must have stabbed Gyarados' den, and it was too unfortunate. The leading Gyarados lowered its head and pressed its head against the stunned compatriot, and found that it did not respond, and then roared up to the sky, and the other 4 Gyarados also roared with it. They seem pissed. Ash interjected suddenly. Hisoka smiled wryly. Fools can see that they are angry, but they are angry. What should we do? This is not in other places. This is in the Valley. It is completely the home of Gyarados. Played as small to a family. Gyarados are gregarious Pokémon, which is covered in Chapter 2 of the Pokémon Elementary Tech. Although the 5-headed Gyarados are very rage, it is strange that they did not immediately attack the culprits on the sea that caused the same kind to lose their ability to fight. Chapter 72 Alliance Fury Subscription. Kanto Route 16, a must-pass route from Vermilion City to Lampuru City. And just in the early hours of this morning, a disaster occurred in this area that shocked the entire Kanto. The world-famous top luxury cruise ship San Anu sank in Channel 16 at 2:35 in the morning today. The sinking of the San Anu caused 163 tourists to leave this world forever, and 32 tourists are missing. In this valley, if there is no news of the 32 tourists who are believed to be missing by the police within 3 days, then it is really bad luck. A police speedboat surrounded Channel 16. In addition to the police, there were also reporters from various cities, including relatives of tourists who heard the news. The relatives of tourists are happy and sad, and they cry with joy when they see that their family members are safe and sound. The family members of the tourists who received confirmation of the death from the police were distraught. On each police speedboat, uniformed police officers stood up straight, with their heads down, in a moment of silence for the tourists who died in the San Antonio incident. On the largest police speedboat at the head, the heroic Jenny stood on the bow with a mournful face, holding a bouquet of flowers, and whispered, 163 outstanding citizens of the Union have left this beautiful world forever. I feel extremely sad. Among you are young trainers who are full of vigor and dreams for the future, fathers and mothers of children. There are superiors from various industries, but because of such a disaster. Speaking of this, Officer Jenny couldn't help choking, threw the bouquet of flowers in his hand into the sea, and said loudly, we, Vermilion City, Cerulean City, Celadon, Rainbow City, the 3-party police force here swear that we will solve the case quickly, and put those who lead to Saint all the culprits in the sinking of the Anu will be brought to justice, and I will never let one go. Vengeance. Revenge. The police officers on the surrounding speedboats heard Jenny's oath, and immediately rage roared. Team Rockets was simply a slap in the face, and the top leaders of the alliance were furious and issued a death order to arrest Chenji, the person in charge of this terrorist operation of Team Rocket. Within a short period of time, nearly 50 billionaires have been kidnapped by Team Rocket. The combined influence of the families behind them cannot be underestimated. The mobile phones of the top leaders of the alliance are about to be blown up by those people. Boss, do you think this kid is buried at the bottom of the sea, or is he safe? Zangma was very curious about Hisoka's safety. Vigia looked at the suspension order in his hand and sighed. You know him better than me. What's the use of asking me? This kid is a ghost. Zangma put his arms around his arm, rubbing his chin and thinking. I heard the survivors who had seen him say that this kid packed up and ran away a long time ago, but he didn't go to rescue the lifeboat with them. I think he might have survived a little bigger. Hey, Vigia was too lazy to pay attention to him. His legs were on the desk, and he looked up at the ceiling. This time, it was a steal. Although he finally caught a Team Rocket's leader, he could follow Saint Anne. The major and vicious event of the sinking of the slave is insignificant in comparison. As the chief search officer of the eastern part of the alliance, Vigia, who happened to be on the ship at the time, naturally had to take most of the responsibility. Some high-level officials in the alliance now believe that his unauthorized actions caused Team Rockets to jump over the wall to blow up the San Anu, and many of the kidnapped rich family members also poured their anger on Vigia. This kind of black pot has to be carried by someone. If it weren't for Vigia's grandma who had been an elite for decades, what awaited him now would be more than just a suspension order. Boss, it's none of your business, Zangma said with some slap in the face. Who knew that those guys from Team Rockets would be so daring to bomb the San Anu directly? This is a challenge to the bottom line of the alliance, and the alliance will definitely do its best in the future. Fight against the forces of Team Rocket. Quote, who knows BFDD, who doesn't know? Vigia muttered to himself. I've decided on this pot, but it's okay. Just take a rest for a while, and I don't need to see you nasty guy. Zangma's face instantly looked like he had eaten fly dropping. At the same time, in an unknown sea area, Kaiso and Ash and their group were encountering the greatest crisis. The 5 Gyarados swam around them faster and faster, and the sea began to spin like crazy. Gyarados grew Dragon Rage. Hisoka is well informed. He once saw a short video about Gyarados using Dragon Rage when he hacked the main computer of a research institute. In general, Gyarados living in inland rivers are solitary, as the food in ordinary rivers cannot support the large appetites of multiple Gyarados. The sea is vast and endless, and there are countless foods in the ocean, so most of the Gyarados living living in the ocean live in small groups. The mysterious force drove the sea to boil, and finally formed a huge sea tornado. Hisoka looked solemn and said calmly, "Grasp my hand." The 5 of them form a circle. When Maggie and the others heard the word, they struggled to swim over, and the 5 joined hands to form a circle. Lulu hugged Hisoka's neck and hung it tightly around his body. The sea tornado attacked everyone, and at this critical moment Hisoka shouted, "Lulu, it's now, teleport." Lulu's eyes were full of blue light, and since evolution became Kirlia, her spiritual power has greatly increased. If it was just Hiso alone, she could have done it very easily, but now there are 4 other people, which is a big burden for Kirlia's mental power. The blue light gradually covered the whole body of the 5 people. With Lulu's squeak, the 5 people disappeared from the center of the vortex in an instant, and the next second appeared about 50 meters away from the sea dragon scroll. Damn, it's too close. Hisoka finally couldn't keep calm, but he also knew that Lulu tried her best. Even if he just moved him, it was only more than 200 meters. At this distance, he could catch up with the speed of the sea tornado in a moment. "I'm sorry Hisoka, it's Lulu who is too useless." Lulu was hanging on Hisoka's neck, and a feeble voice sounded in his mind, and teleporting 5 people at once was too much for her mental power. "It's okay, you've done your best," Hisoka said softly, and then used the baby ball to take back the exhausted Lulu. Chapter 73 Scattered on a Desert Island. Huge footprint. 2 more. Please subscribe. Looking at the approaching sea tornado, Hisoka's face became calmer. He has done everything he can, and now he can only resign himself to fate. The sea tornado swept up 5 people and rose into the sky. Hisoka immediately curved his body and clasped his head with both hands. Protect the human body from accidental injury. Gyarados group dragon rage came and went quickly. After more than 10 seconds, it finally dispersed into rain, and the figures of Hiso and others disappeared without a trace. Seeing that the culprit who harmed their brother was annihilated by dragon rage, Gyarados calmed down his anger, and surrounded the unconscious compatriot and slowly swam towards the depths of the sea. Coconut trees stand, and the sun shines on the beach, reflecting crystal light. This is a small uninhabited island, and such small islands are everywhere in the oceans of this world. A crabby was walking domineeringly on the beach, and suddenly a huge black shadow blocked its way. Can this guy endure it? Crabby, who is accustomed to walking on this beach, did not consider walking away, but narrowed his eyes, opened his pair of tongues and moved towards the shadow. Hisoka felt a pain in his waist, as if something was pinching his flesh. While confused, he swiped his right hand towards his waist, only to feel that his palm touched a hard object. Turned over body. Hisoka pressed the hard object grasped by the palm of her body under. Shaking his still dizzy head, Hisoka gradually came to his senses. The sun was a little dazzling. Observing the surrounding environment, he found that he might have landed on an uninhabited island, and Ash was not seen nearby. Meichi and others, it seems that everyone seems to be scattered. Hope they're all right, Hisoka murmured. Although his character is somewhat mercenary, he is not a sinister person. Several people have experienced hardship together, and they are half friends. Now that they don't know whether their life or death is still unknown, Zisuo can only silently bless in the bottom of his heart. There was a tremor under the palm of the hand, and when I looked around, it turned out that the hard object I just pressed down was a crabby. This crabby is small, about 20 centimeters tall, a circle bigger than an adult Alaskan king crab in a previous life. It turns out that this little thing like you caught me. Hisoka grabbed crabby out of the sand with a laugh and scolded, ignoring its intimidating gesture, stretched out his arms and threw the little guy up, and then lifted his right leg to give a neat kick. Crabby crossed a smooth arc in midair and fell into the sea with a thud. Huh. Hisoka put his left hand on his hip. His right hand covered his brows and glanced at Crabby's landing spot. He couldn't help laughing. Nice, beautiful arc. His vent made his depressed mood a lot better. The sudden sinking of the sand Anu left him without a penny. I don't know if the 3 conditions that Zangma promised could still be fulfilled. It is estimated that the bastard probably thought he was buried in the sea to feed the fish. I checked the 3 baby balls on the tactical belt. There were dead buttons on them, and the 3 baby balls were safe. The Pokémon ball used by Hisoka is a yellow and white Ultra Ball, which is far superior in quality than ordinary red and white balls. Hisoka never dared to be sloppy about the quality of its own peripheral equipment, and tried to spend a lot of money to buy the best. This is also one of the reasons why he can never save money. When a person performs a task, an ordinary tool on his body may save your life at a critical moment. Hisoka's military space foldable backpack is waterproof. Open the backpack and take out the Pokémon egg as a champion reward. With the double protection of the egg hatcher and the folding backpack, it is very safe. After checking the tools in the backpack, he was completely relieved after confirming that they were not damaged. There was no signal from the navigator, which once again showed that the small island where Shisuo lived was an uninhabited island that human beings had never discovered before. This kind of uninhabited island is everywhere in the vast and boundless sea. Hisoka has a wealth of experience in the wild, outdoor survival, so he is not very worried about being alone on a desert island. Besides, there is a lot of fresh water and food in the foldable backpack, which is enough for him and the 3 Pokémon to eat for a month. Katakana middle dot 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 seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. According to the direction of the pointer on the watch, Hisoka can determine that his position should be an uninhabited island in the southern seas, but he does not know whether there are inhabited islands around the island. If so, he will be rescued. Chances will be much higher. Of course, Hisoka wouldn't put all his hopes of survival on others. That's not his character. No matter what time, no matter what environment you are in, remember that the one who can save you is always yourself. Wait, what is that? Hisoka's eyes were suddenly attracted by a huge pothole not far ahead. He trotted over and took a closer look. This thing is not a naturally formed pothole, but more like the footprints left by some kind of creature. Hisoka squatted down and estimated it with his palm. The footprint was about 64 centimeters long and 38 centimeters wide. In this way, the owner of the footprint will not be less than 4 meters tall. What kind of terrestrial behemoth can grow to 4 meters high? Hisoka groaned while rubbing his chin. Take Tyranitar, known as the desert tyrant, as an example. The average height of their race is about 2.5 meters, and the best of them can grow to 3 meters or even 3.2 meters. Just as there are adult men who are 1.4 meters tall, there are also giants who can grow to 2.2 meters tall. Although the number is rare, it does exist. The same is true for Pokémon. The stronger individuals of the same race tend to be larger, but even the desert tyrant Tyranitar can't grow to a height of 4 meters. Hisoka couldn't understand that in his existing knowledge or he couldn't find any Pokémon that could match the owner of this footprint. Is it some kind of Pokémon that humans have never discovered before? This possibility flashed in Hisoka's mind. This world is vast and boundless, and the places developed by human beings are only the tip of the iceberg of this world. Every year, researchers release the latest Pokémon files, so Hisoka's conjecture is not without evidence. Chapter 74E3 Update. Ask for subscription. Ask for collection. In nature, the larger the biological individual, the more terrifying the biological strength is. Quite simply, the bigger the body, the stronger the power. Such a large creature needs a huge amount of energy to walk on a daily basis. In order to support their consumption, large creatures must find enough food. Their territory will become larger and larger, and cruel survival competition in nature is everywhere. The discovery of this huge footprint made Hisoka dare not underestimate this uninhabited island, and he was not sure whether there was just such a large Pokémon on the island, or a family group. If it is one, then say. If it is a group, Hisoka can only clamp his tail and be a human being. With such a large Pokémon, if an earthquake stepped on it, it would be impossible to run. If a group once angered them, a group earthquake can make the whole island sink. 15. Hisoka has temporarily given up the idea of exploring the entire island. He has just experienced a life and death crisis, and has been drifting in the sea for a long time. At this moment, both his mental and physical strength have reached a limit. Just in case, Hisoka released Weavile and Lulu. According to past experience, when a person survives in the wild outdoor, it is best not to put Pokémon in the baby ball, so in case of emergency or sudden attack, you may not be able to release the Pokémon in time. Weavile didn't participate in the previous battle with Gyarados, and she was still full of energy and spirit while staying in the baby ball. Lulu, on the other hand, was a little groggy because of the mental energy consumption of the 5 teleport people. Although she rested in the baby ball for a while, she still seemed a little groggy and wanted to rest. Hisoka picked up Lulu and put it on his shoulder. The little girl just hugged her master's neck like this, rubbing her head against his ear, and gradually fell asleep. Lulu fell asleep, and without this omnipotent chef mother, Hisoka could only cook by herself. After a busy night, it can be said that there is no dripping water. I didn't feel it before. Now when one relaxes, the hunger is like a raging tide that hits the fragile stomach. Fortunately, there is room in this world for the great invention of the folding backpack. Hisoka let out a sigh of relief and took out a pocket refrigerator from his backpack. This thing is solar powered. It can generate electricity continuously for 2 weeks when it is fully charged, and it is very convenient to put it in the sun after the electricity is used up. A folding table, a folding chair, small gas canisters, iron pot, pressure cookers, a lot. Hisoka's backpack is like a universal treasure chest from which you can take out anything. Weavile was so alert that Hisoka didn't even need to order her. First, he observed the surrounding situation vigilantly. Seeing that there was no threat, he immediately trotted towards the tallest coconut tree in front of him. The sharp claws caught the bark and jumped to the canopy of the coconut tree. Above the tree canopy, Weavile is like an elite sentinel scouting the surrounding situation for Hisoka. Lunch is easy. Both Hisoka and Weavile are carnivores. They thaw the steak from the refrigerator and fry it directly in the oil pan. By the way, put some remaining beef bones bone, vegetables and some medicinal herbs in the pressure cooker to make soup, and let the Weavile on the canopy lay a few fresh coconuts. Today's lunch is done. Weavile, you can come over for dinner. Placing the steak and beef bone broth on the folding table, Hisoka beckoned to Weavile in the canopy. Weavile nodded lightly, bent lightly, got up and jumped back to the beach from the coconut tree. Hisoka placed in front of her the 2 large and 1 small coconuts that Weavile had picked up. Weavile understood, stretched out, pulled out a sharp claw and lightly drew a circle on the top of each coconut, and then tapped at the round mouth. The fragrance permeates the air. Hisoka woke up the confused Lulu and handed the smallest coconut to the little girl. Lulu's lunch is a fruit salad and some Pokeblock for psychic Pokemon. She used a lot of mental power before, and she couldn't recover in a short time with food supplements, so she could only eat it together with Pokeblock. Lulu slowly sucked the most fragrant and natural coconut milk with a straw, forked a piece of sweet peach into her mouth with a small fork in her right hand, and from a distance she looked like a well-educated noble girl eating lunch, giving a picturesque feeling. For Hiso and Weavile, it's simple. First, each person starts with a half-cooked steak of about a pound, sprinkled with cumin and pepper. Then there was a big bowl of beef bone soup for 1 person, and the eating of 1 person and 1 pet was also very rude. Hisoka didn't use a knife and fork because he was so hungry. He just grabbed the steak and gnawed it in his mouth. Fill your stomach first. Weavile is completely imitated. With a single stroke of his sharp fingers, he cut a pound of steak into 2 pieces, and then ate a piece of it with 1 hand until his mouth was full of oil. It was a lot of fun. Finally, a large bowl of beef bone soup was poured into his stomach. Hisoka's comfortable 387 burp, feeling that the whole person was alive, and the feeling of being hungry before was too uncomfortable. After 1 person and 2 pet finished their meal, they lay down on the warm sandy beach to rest. Hisoka put his hands behind his head, put on a pair of sunglasses, and lay under the coconut tree, while Lulu stretched out her petite body and lay on his belly. Weavile returned to the top of the coconut tree to monitor the situation around him due to his role as a sentry. Looks like my plan to subdue the detectives is ahead of schedule, Hisoka thought while stroking Lulu's smooth hair. What kind of Pokemon is most suitable as a scout? The first requirement is that it can fly, because there are many places with treacherous terrain that cannot be reached by running on all 4s, and a Pokemon that can fly is much simpler. Many bug-type Pokemon and bird-type Pokemon can satisfy this. The second point is to be able to fly is just a basic requirement. You have to fly high enough and fast enough. This has caused many flying bug-type Pokemon to be dropped by path, because the insect-type Pokemon's weak insect wings can only support them to fly at low altitude, and once they encounter bad natural weather such as storms and rain, the insect-type Pokemon or magical babies have a hard time flying. Mission Chapter 75 Giant Beast on the Island. For update please subscribe and collect. Bird Pokemon have strong wings and fly longer, faster. The tail corners of their feathers also secrete oil, so even when flying in stormy weather, bird Pokemon don't have to be afraid that their feathers will be sheet penetrated. With a scout, it will be much more convenient to search for mission target, explore directions, and even go to the cliff to pick some rare medicinal plant. And Hisoka can also install a smart camera on the flying scout, so he can use a computer to observe everything the scout sees in the safest place. There are only a few Pokemon in the Kanto region that can meet Hiso's requirement. Among them, Hiso's favorite is Bobo's final evolution type Pidgeot, which is powerful and can fly at an altitude of 1,000 meters. With a long-distance flight speed of up to 350 kilometers per hour, it is almost a perfect large raptor reconnaissance aircraft. It is said that researchers have also found Pidgeots in nature that can fly at high speeds at the horror speed of Mach 2. Hisoka believes there may be such a powerful Pidgeot because the gap between individual Pokemon can often be described as bizarre. Some of the same individuals can be powerful enough to be comparable to legendary Pokemon, while others are weak enough that Raticate can bully it. It is not impossible, but flying at Mach 2 is by no means a long-distance flight. Hisoka is sure of this. What is the concept of Mach 2? 2,450 kilometers per hour. Fly long distances at that speed, unless it's an Orberg monster like a supersonic fighter. Mere flesh and blood simply can't support such a strong power, and just prolonged friction, rubbing with the air will make Pidgeot feathers catch fire. So the researchers' so-called 2 Mach Pidgeot should be the short dive drop of the powerful Pidgeot when it was hunting. Bang! Hisoka, who was about to fall asleep, was suddenly awakened by a tremor on the ground. Before he could realize what happened, the ground banged again, and then there was the sound of trees breaking in the forest on the south side of the island. There seems to be some huge monster running, ramming in it and heading towards the beach. Mau tilde. Weavile jumped down from the coconut tree, pointed to the south and said something with a very serious expression. Weavile said she just saw a big black monster with horns on its nose coming this way from the top of the tree in that direction. Lulu used telepathy to translate Weavile's words in Hisoka's mind. Big black dark monster with long horns. Hisoka didn't realize what it was, but no matter what kind of Pokemon it was, the power of that movement alone was enough to make Hisoka shy away. Flip, flip, Hisoka murmured. He is not a reckless man. Pursuing advantages and avoiding disadvantages is one of the qualities that a good bounty hunter must have. Besides, this big monster that is about to appear is not his mission target, so why don't you run away quickly and wait for the monster to eat? If the other party is vegetarian, it is better, and his personality may not be too violent. If you eat meat, that's a big problem. This monster has always lived on this uninhabited island, and it may have never even seen such a creature as human beings, but it will think it is a good food. Hisoka picked up Lulu and slid into the forest east of the beach. Weavile followed closely. Just as they had slipped away for about 3 minutes, a huge dinosaur-like creature over 4 meters in size and covered in black armor appeared on the beach. As Weavile said, this giant dinosaur monster has a conical silver-white giant horn on its nose, and its body is as black as charcoal ink. The eyes are broken gold, and just a glance at it made people feel terrified. Isn't this a Raiden? Hisoka and Lulu hid in a big tree and used binoculars to secretly observe the huge creature that appeared on the beach. It is true that the color and body shape are not right, but in terms of appearance, it is indeed a more than doubled Raiden. The average height of the Raiden race is about 2 meters, and even the leader of the large Raiden race, the Raiden King, will not grow taller than 2 meters 5. And what about the dark Raiden on the beach? The visual estimate is 4 meters tall, and the actual height may exceed this figure. Genetic mutation. Is this Raiden gifted? Is there some kind of treasure on the island that just happened to be eaten by this Raiden, so it grows so big? For a time, countless guesses appeared in Hisoka's mind. It's impossible for a Raiden to grow so big for no reason. That's unscientific. After thinking for a while, Hisoka felt that it was more likely that he had swallowed the treasures of heaven and earth. Many special treasures are often bred in the nature of this world. Most of the magical props called by humans are actually formed by using some kind of baby bred in nature and processed by human technology. Take the mystic water that Hisoka previously won aboard the San Antonio. Its material is the pearl bred by a strange mussel that lives in the depths of thousands of meters in the sea. The pearls bred by mussels are very similar in appearance to water droplets, so people like to call them water drop pearl. The bizarre clam that breeds water droplets is not considered a Pokémon by scientists and researchers because it has no intelligence and can only live in the deep sea for life. Once the pressure in the shallow sea area is imbalanced, the clam will die immediately. After this giant black Raiden came to the beach, he was immediately attracted by the food scraps left by Hisoka. Wang Jiao. I saw it strode with a terrifying body to the front of a cow bone thrown in the sand, squatted down, picked up the cow bone with those 3 fingers, first put it on the tip of the nose and smelled it, a smell I had never smelled before. The strange fragrance poured into his nose all of a sudden. Raiden's saliva was drooling, and he shoved this beef bone into his mouth, and there was a click. It was the unparalleled delicacy he had never tasted since he could remember. It just too little. Raiden roared in disappointment. That wasn't enough for him to stick between his teeth. Raiden, who was in a bad mood for a while, raised his huge tail and patted a few times on the beach. It was just a little gesture by Raiden to vent his emotion, but for his size, stomping his feet would make the ground tremble, not to mention slapping the beach with his tail. Hisoka, who was fascinated by his observation, was almost knocked off the tree by Raiden's little gesture. Chapter 76 Raiden Can Swim. Open black lens bracket 1 more close black lens bracket please subscribe. Raiden is an omnivorous Pokemon. It eats everything from plant, trees and fruits down to big fish and meat. Even when he's very hungry, he won't let go of ore. Raiden's powerful stomach can make it digest anything. The few cow bones left on the beach were all found and eaten by this big guy. Its sense of smell is quite sensitive, and after eating a few bones that were not enough to stick between the teeth, Raiden felt that his stomach was even more hungry. It was originally out looking for food, did not expect to find such goodies on the beach. Of course it's delicious. The beef bones that Siso uses to make soup are all high-quality Wagyu beef thigh bone. This human-bred Wagyu is said to have the same ancestor as Toros, but has embarked on a different evolution path. Up to now, one has become the main beef cattle domesticated by humans, and the other is a magical treasure with powerful powers. In nature, ordinary wild animals are almost completely uncompetitive in terms of survival in the face of the powerful abilities of Pokemon. Therefore, the price of meat food in human society has remained high, and there are only a few animals that humans in this world can domesticate on a large scale. At present, the common animal species that can reproduce in the wild, outdoor mainly rely on that amazing reproduction ability. Ordinary species without strong power and weak reproductive ability have long since become extinct. Nature's natural selection, the survival of the fittest, has always been so cruel. When making beef bone soup, Hisoka added high-quality tree fruit such as spicy cherry and pitaya berry, and also added some rare cordyceps and seasonings that he made himself. Raiden was depressed, but his hungry stomach stomach kept pushing him to find new food. When he came to the coconut tree where Hisoka rested just now, Raiden's huge arm as thick as a rock killer hugged the coconut tree and shook it a few times, violently swayed back and forth. After a while, dong coconuts the size of a dozen adult heads all fell from under the tree canopy onto Raiden's head. The coconut that fell straight from a height of more than 10 meters was enough to knock a person unconscious and even bleed his head, but it fell on Raiden's head like a leaf, causing no harm at all. Raiden had a big coconut in his hand, and he didn't even spit out the shell. Wrapped in coconut milk and coconut flesh, he just stuffed it into his big mouth. He secretly observed Dixaso that his teeth were sour. A dozen coconut didn't hold Raiden's terrifying appetite for 2 minutes, and patted the dark gray hard armor on his belly. Raiden was still hungry. He had slept in the cave for a week, and now he wakes up really very hungry. Looking at the boundless ocean in front of him, a trace of fear flashed in Raiden's broken golden pupil. He hates seawater very much, but in order to find enough food, he can only overcome his natural fear and discomfort. With great pride, the figure of the giant Raiden began to walk toward the sea, where it could find enough food to fill its stomach. Hisoka climbed down from the tree and sneaked up behind the giant Raiden. He wants to see what this big guy wants to do, and find out about the other party's situation. After all, it seems that he needs to live on this uninhabited island for a while, waiting for rescue or self-rescue, and there is such a person. With a dangerous neighbor by his side, he really couldn't put his mind at ease. Lulu was hugged tightly in his arms. Once Raiden found out, or the other party did something dangerous, immediately let Lulu use the teleport to escape. The physical strength of the giant Raiden may be earth-shattering, but such a huge body must lose flexibility and speed. But it's okay to run away. The giant Raiden stepped into the sea with one foot, resisting the uncomfortable feeling that rose from the bottom of his heart. Although he had tried many times, this uncomfortable feeling could not be completely eliminated. Step by step, under the shocked eyes of Sasuo from the rear, the giant Raiden walked slowly into the sea, and in the end, only his head was exposed and floated on the sea. At first, Hisoka thought that this giant Raiden had a brain problem and wanted to suicide by running into the sea. If I remember correctly, Raiden is a dual-type Pokémon of the ground type and the rock type. It can be said that this is a guy who hates water even more than the fire-type Pokémon. Its ground properties and rocks are all overcome by the water type, and it is such a Pokémon. How dare it run into the sea? Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. As for flowers, katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. The world is so big. Hisoka could only sigh like this. Today is an eye-opener, let alone the super large Raiden. The key point is that this bastard can break through the attribute restraint and go swimming in the sea. Really, in general, the length of the tail of a common Raiden is 2/3 of its height. The giant Raiden in front of him is just big, and his body proportions are still normal. Its tail is about 2.5 meters, which is almost 2/3 of its height. I saw that it raised the long tail as thick as the bottom of a giant wooden plate, and there was even a silvery white metallic luster on the tip of the tail. This proves that this big guy has used Iron Tail skill. Iron Tail slapped on the sea one after another, making a loud bang, flashing water, and gushing water. At this moment, the giant Raiden proved that his size is not only edible but also strong enough. After about 5 minutes of continuous whipping, the giant Raiden finally stopped its violent behavior. The sharp-eyed Hisoka found through the telescope that there were all kinds of fish and shrimp floating on the sea around Raiden's body at the moment. The water-type Pokémon did not, because they had enough intelligence to run far away when the giant Raiden entered the water. Yes, only these ordinary fish and shrimps without wisdom will face a giant beast into the sea without making any escape. Looking at the food at his fingertip, the giant Raiden narrowed his copper bell-sized eyes happily, grabbed an unknown sea fish that looked uglier than Feebas and stuffed it into his mouth. This sea fish is very big, almost 90 centimeters long, but for Raiden, it was a matter of 3 bites, one for the head, one for the body, and one for the tail. Hisoka knows this kind of sea fish. Its scientific name is called Damascene. Although it looks a little ugly, its meat is fresh and tender. Many fishermen in coastal regions like to eat this kind of sea fish. Moreover, this fish swims slowly, has no thorns meat, and has a long reaction arc when it encounters danger, so it has become one of the favorite hunted foods of many large wild water-type Pokémon. Chapter 77 Go to the Bee's Lair. Second update for subscription for collection. There are countless fish and shrimps in the sea, and this giant Raiden ate in the sea for a whole hour before returning to the beach. Its stroke touches its full stomach, narrows its eyes happily, and it feels really comfortable to be full. Thinking of this, the big guy lay sideways on the beach, and he had a good night's sleep after eating and drinking. After a while, thunderous purrs came from the huge body, and the entire island seemed to hear no other Pokémon except for Raiden's purrs. Come to think of it, with such an overlord-level creature living on this small small island. It is estimated that the Pokémon on the island either escaped or were eaten by giant Raiden as food. If it weren't for the coercion of the crisis of survival, how could Raiden, May 13 inches, who has always been extremely afraid of water, venture into the sea to find food? Hisoka waited patiently behind the rock for about 15 minutes, and when he was sure that the Raiden was completely asleep, he sneaked out from behind the rock, taking off his shoes step by step, slowly approaching the giant. Hisoka's actions seemed so cautious. Lulu in his arms was also holding Hisoka's collar tightly, holding his breath for fear that any movement would wake up the beast. He was highly concentrated. Once Raiden showed any signs of awakening, Lulu was ready to use it immediately. Teleport runs off with Hisoka. 3 minutes have passed. At this time, Hisoka is only an arm's length away from this giant Raiden. Those who have not experienced it have no idea what it is like to have a giant beast that can trample you to death at any time. Visual impact. Hisoka took a deep breath, calmed down his excitement, stretched out his palm, and lightly touched the armor behind the giant Raiden. It wasn't as rough as he had imagined, but instead had the smoothness of marble. Quickly took out the positioning chip that had been prepared long ago from his pocket, tore the plastic strip on it, and carefully stuck the positioning chip on Raiden's back. With this gadget, Hisoka can always watch the trail of the giant Raiden on his laptop. Ended up sneaking, taking a few pictures and scanning its entire body with a precision camera. After doing all this, Hisoka quickly patted Lulu's little head and said softly, "Flip away. Flip away. Lulu Mingyi." The blue light flashed in his eyes immediately, and the air around the body of one person and one pet showed a vague dislocation for a moment. Then they suddenly disappeared in place, and when they reappeared, they were already under the big tree that had hidden their traces before. Hisoka and Lulu smiled at each other, then patted their chests at the same time. "When I was next to the giant Raiden just now, I really didn't dare to breathe." No one knew how terrifying it would be for a Raiden of this size to get angry. Once the two sides clashed and started fighting, Hisoka wasn't sure if Weavile could beat it. Far beyond the size of the same kind, it will inevitably bring more terrifying defense and strength. The giant Raiden can withstand Weavile's multiple attack, but Weavile can't stand its one punch, an Iron Tail. If there is no conflict, it is better not to conflict. This is the truest thought in Hisoka's mind right now. Giant Raiden. Height 4.25 meters. Weight 1235.8 kilograms. Tail length 2.58 meters. This is the detailed data obtained by the precise camera shooting the whole body of the giant Raiden. Hisoka copied the data to the laptop and created a special file. When he has time, he will draw all the detailed 3D 6-dimensional images of the giant Raiden. Come out. Now Hisoka is not very interested in the giant Raiden itself, but is very interested in why it can grow so large. He decided to sneak into its lair while the big guy was still sleeping on the beach. To find the giant Raiden's lair is actually very simple. Such a huge size makes it impossible to hide its tracks at all, as long as you follow the destroyed trees and bushes along the way, and the huge footprints can be easily found everywhere. Next, he did what he said. When he was far enough away from the beach, Hisoka tightened his backpack and put Lulu back into the baby ball and jumped on top of a tree trunk with both legs. He wants to use the distance between trees to run jungle parkour so as to get to Raiden's lair as fast as possible, because no one knows when the big guy on the beach will wake up, or how far Raiden's lair is from here, just in case they have to sprint at full force. Running fast in the wooded jungle is very exhausting and dangerous, because if you are not careful, you may be tripped over by vines and dead branches everywhere, so Hisoka must be highly focused. In the previous life, there was a new type of extreme sports on the earth, that is, jungle parkour. This new type of extreme sports is very suitable for the current situation, which is different from urban parkour. Jungle parkour is more difficult and more dangerous. Fortunately, in this life, Hisoka has never relaxed his physical training, and the physical quality of ordinary people in this world is obviously better than that of the earth people in the previous life. Coupled with the hard training since childhood, Hisoka can complete various tasks in the jungle. Unbelievably difficult moves in the eyes of ordinary people. Minute passed, and it had been half an hour since Hisoka searched for Raiden's lair along the footprints and broken branches. This uninhabited island doesn't look like 5.0, but the interior depth is very wide, and the road conditions are dangerous along the way. He can't go sideways and or collide like the giant Raiden. He's fearless, and naturally he has to waste some time on the road. Fortunately, his judgment was correct. This big guy is not as smart as he thought. After rushing out of the dense bushes, a pit with a diameter of more than 5 meters appeared in front of Hisoka, and the footprints of the giant Raiden started from here. This huge pit looked deep, invisible bottom from the inner opening, and the cross-section is inclined downward at a 45 degree. This giant Raiden seems to live underground, and it may be resting in it all the time. After all, maintaining such a large size requires a huge amount of energy to walk even daily, for it has no natural enemies. It is natural to move without moving. Chapter 78 Going Deep into the Cave. Free ship for subscription. description and collection. To be honest, when he was in the Viridian Forest before, Hisoka didn't miss out on some Pokémon den. Pokémon have IQs and EQs that far exceed those of ordinary animals. For some babies born in nature, not only are humans coveted, but Pokémon will also take the natural treasures of their own territory as their own. This mentality behavior is something that all creatures with a certain intelligence will definitely do. Possess, have, want. As the saying goes, there must be fierce beasts in the treasure land, and the same is true. Turning on the flashlight, Hisoka cautiously climbed down the hole. He wasn't sure if there was only such a giant Raiden on the island, and if there would be any other compatriots in this large underground lair. In theory, it does not exist, and even the possibility of one male and one female does not exist. During the Rhyhorn period, Raiden usually lived in group because of his weak individual strength. When they evolve into Raiden, they prefer to act alone due to the rapid rise in individual strength. Besides, such an uninhabited island can't support a giant Raiden, otherwise how could the big guy go to the sea to find food? The underground cave was deep and dark, but there was no standing water and it seemed dry. After climbing down the 45-degree slope, a new cave appeared in front of Hisoka. The straight height of the entrance of the cave is about 5 meters, and the road is very smooth. At first glance, it is a rock road formed by heavy object for a long time. With such a giant Raiden, what kind of treasure is hidden in its lair? For this, Hisoka, who came to the entrance of the cave, was very much looking forward to it. He is really poor now, and the sinking of the San Anu has caused him to not get a penny for his escort expenses. As for the 3 conditions that the Inspector Zangma promised, it is still unknown at present. There is only a 2W allowance given by the Alliance for free after the last time the Job Agency Assessment Center completed the Superior Trainer test. Although as long as you have the professional certificate of a Superior Trainer, you can get a 2W subsidy every month, but such a small amount of money is hardly money for Hisoka, so it can barely support Hiso and Lulu for about a week. Daily expenses. A month is just for daily expenses, and Hiso has to spend about 10W. That's not to mention all the other input. If you want to raise Pokemon well and train well, it is useless no matter how talented your trainer is. Without money, everything is vain. Of course, if you just want to keep it casually, it's another matter if you keep it as a pet. This is why the Alliance has been established for more than 100 years. Why is none of the region champion and the region elite from a commoner family? When it comes to this, some people must be dissatisfied. Why are there no 4 elites from civilian families? Isn't Mr. Elite Bruno from the Kanto region a commoner? That's right, Bruno is not only born as a commoner, but also an orphan. Being able to become a region 4 elite is enough to prove his talent and potential as a trainer. But no one told you that the eldest ghost in the Kanto region, Grandma Elite Agatha, who is still in power, has been supporting Bruno since he was a child, and even trained Bruno herself for a period of time. This matter is not a secret in the league. Bruno also said in a TV interview about the Agatha mother-in-law supporting him shortly after he became a fighting elite. Bruno also said that the person he most respected in his life was Agatha mother-in-law. Fighting elite Bruno is refreshing and generous, and he is also amiable to ordinary people. In addition, he was born in a commoner and became a 4 elite, so he is the most respected and loved in the hearts of ordinary people in the Kanto region. Although Dragon Elite Land Crossing is known as the strongest elite, but he came from a top wealthy family, and he always has a clear boundary with most ordinary people. People worship him, but they also fear him. No matter how deep the cave is, there will be an end. Hisoka estimates that he has already entered the cave for about 1,000 meters, and at this time, a bright light appeared in front of him. Seeing the light, Hisoka did not rush to run over. Instead, take out the laptop first and observe the information from the positioning chip. It had been almost an hour since he left the beach, but fortunately, the giant Raiden's body had no obvious signs of movement. Putting his mind at ease, Hisoka quickly walked to the place where the light was. He was sure that it was definitely not the light of the sun, but more like the dim light emanating from some kind of ore, or maybe some kind of gemstone. For a while, opal, beryl, corundum, the speculation of these precious gems made Hisoka feel a little overwhelmed. God bless me, it should be the day when I get rich again. Hisoka also found a surprise when he was hunting for the bottom of the Pokemon nest. It was a blue corundum stone. Corundum is just their scientific name. People prefer to call it sapphire. The sapphire obtained by Hisoka is in good condition and the texture is relatively good. Finally, it won a high price of 168W in the underground auction in Viridian City. It is very good that a raw sapphire without any processing can be sold for this price. A ruby of the same quality might be worth more. With full of anticipation, Hisoka trotted to the place where the halo emanated, and when he turned around and looked over, the scene in front of him made him stunned. I rely on. Hisoka couldn't help but let out a foul language. There is no precious gem in the guess. The thing that emits the glowing light in front of him is indeed some kind of ore, but it is the most worthless glow ore. Du's Jiao. Picking up a piece of glowstone that emitted a faint white light from the ground. Hisoka smiled wryly. Indeed, many Pokémon like this shiny thing, and Raiden is no exception. He only thinks about the good, but not the bad. Fluorite ore belongs to the associated ore. It can be found everywhere when you dig a mountain. It can be said that it is as worthless as the stones on the side of the road. It is useless except to emit some white light in the dark. However, Hisoka was not too depressed, calmed down and got into the ore pile to find the treasure. Although the cave in front of you is full of glow ore, maybe there will be some good treasures hidden in a corner. Raiden doesn't know the good, and only likes the shiny fluorite. He is a person who knows the good. Such a big cave can't buy some valuable thing, and he is worthy of the bounty hunter profession. Chapter 79 Got Rich. Get Rich. Open black lens bracket 4 more close black lens bracket subscribe. Hisoka still pays attention to his behavior when he dip into the Raiden cave, and he doesn't mess around. After all, this time he didn't just leave after copying. He still had to live on the island for a while. If Raiden found too many obvious traces for Raiden to discover that an intruder had entered a cave, this kind of naked taunt behavior as any powerful Pokemon are intolerable. I'll just say, how can there be no valuable treasures in such a big cave? Hisoka held a golden bead with 2 fingers, and a happy smile appeared on his face. This is the golden bead he just found from a corner. It is the size of a ping-pong ball. It is of excellent quality and has a high degree of roundness. This kind of golden pearl is a kind of wild pearl, 90% of which is composed of saffron, so many wealthy people also like to call it saffron pearl. Unlike water drop pearls, which have the special effect of increasing the power of the water-type skill, saffron pearls have no additional effects other than being beautiful. They are also bred from a large muscle in the deep sea. A saffron pearl the size of a ping-pong ball, plus a good appearance. From Hiso's point of view, the market price will not be lower than 26W, which is a small income. With this good start, Hisoka's luck seemed to come all at once. In order to speed up the speed of bottom hunting the entire cave, he released Lulu and Weavile. Lulu has been with him for so long, and she is half an old fritter, so she naturally knows what treasure Hisoka is looking for. Weavile's entry into the WTO was too shallow, and he didn't know the use of these shiny things, but under the description of the master, he still joined the big bargain hunter. Lulu's bottom hunting speed was the fastest. She didn't need to rummage one by one herself. After sweeping away her powerful mental power, confusion took control, and gems of various colors floated out from every corner of the cave. Get rich, get rich. Hisoka looked at the bag full of gems of various colors, and his mouth couldn't close when he smiled. This feeling of picking up money is really comfortable. In addition to various colored gems, the bargain hunter trio also found several evolutionary stone, ite in good condition. There are only 5 pieces, 2 water stone, 1 fire stone, and 2 leaf stone, but the quality is excellent, and the internal energy is full. In addition, evolutionary stone, ite has always been a hard currency in the market. In recent years, as many large-scale evolutionary stone, ite veins are on the verge of depletion, the price of evolutionary stone, ite is also increasing year by year. There are many gems in it. Although most of them are in poor condition, they are not too valuable. But I can't stand the amount in the bag. Hisoka conservatively estimates that the market price of this bag will not be lower than 900W, but considering that so many gems appear in a trading area at once, the price will definitely be reduced, so when selling it, you have to go to multiple cities to sell separately. The most valuable among so many gems is this opal. Hisoka played with this whole amber opal with black vertical pupils about the size of an egg. From a distance, it really looks like the pupil of a cat, exuding a warm light. Hisoka is not very good at gem identification, but as a bounty hunter you must have some understanding of most precious gem. Otherwise, you accidentally found an expensive gemstone when you performed a mission in the wild, outdoor, but missed it because you didn't know anything. BFFD, wouldn't it be a blood loss? This is a golden green cat's eye, which is one of the more common types of opal. The golden green cat's eye in Hiso's hand is full and in excellent condition. This one alone can sell for a high price of more than 200W. Compared with the previous life, although the precious gems in this world are also expensive, they are far worse than magical props with special effect. In the eyes of many powerful trainers, these precious gems are as useless as roadside stone. Only those noble ladies and young ladies who were born into wealthy families would love these beautiful gems. No matter which world women make money, they will always make better money than men. Hiso, look here, look here. Just as Hisoka put the bag of treasures into the backpack carefully, Lulu's excited voice sounded in his mind. What wrong? Hisoka asked, but then he thought about whether the little girl found something good again, otherwise her tone wouldn't be so excited. I've found so many gems before and I haven't heard her make a sound. After trotting over, Hisoka saw Weavile and Lulu standing together in front of the deepest rock wall. He remembered that there should have been a lot of glowstones here before, but Lulu seemed to use confusion to remove all the glowstone. Moved to both sides. The two pets didn't seem to see Hisoka approaching, and and they stared at something on the rock wall with an obsessive look. Hisoka was a little curious about what the two pet found, and followed their eyes to look over. It was a critique about the size of an adult fist embedded in the rock wall, and its external material was somewhat similar to artificial glass. There is a vortex halo of colorful colors inside the bead, as if water is flowing slowly in it. Under the illumination of fluorescent light, it gives people a beautiful feeling. Something's wrong. Hisoka shook his head fiercely. He had a feeling of intoxication when he stared at it carefully just now, as if this strange bead had some kind of captivating charm. Hisoka didn't know what this thing was and what it did, but it is definitely a big treasure bay, and it is very likely to be some kind of magical prop conceived by nature. Perhaps this bead with a colorful halo inside is the biggest gain of this dip. Chapter 80 Forced Demolition Method for Subscription and Collection. Drip, drip. The smartwatch on Hisoka's wrist, which can be linked to a laptop, beep. Press the screen switch button above, and a green radar grid screen appears on the smartwatch. According to the data sent by the positioning chip, the red dot representing the giant Raiden has begun to move, and the direction is the cave where Hisoka is at the moment. Giant Raiden is ready to go home, and he must move faster. This colorful bead inlaid on the rock wall must not be missed. Hisoka had a hunch that this might be an incredible treasure. Unfortunately, the computer can't be connected to the internet, and he can't find the answers he needs on the internet. Hisoka touched Lulu's little head, woke her up from her obsession, and asked softly, "Can you feel anything from this colorful orb?" "Yeah." Lulu nodded again and again when she heard the word. Her little hand pointed excitedly at the colorful orb on the rock wall and said, "Lulu can feel a very strange energy from that bead. I can't tell what it is like. The energy, anyway, is very sufficient, just like the feeling of the sun, full of vitality." Mao tilde Mao tilde. Weavile nodded again and again, and she could also feel a very comfortable breath from this bead. Hearing what Lulu said, Hisoka probably already had a bottom line. This colorful orb can basically be confirmed as a magical item, and the energy contained in it is not small. Lulu and the others are at least 3 or 4 meters away from this bead, but they can still be affected by the energy radiation emitted by the colorful orb. Arrive. Lulu, can you use your confusion to get this bead out of the cliff? Lulu can give it a try. Lulu nodded her head, took a few steps forward, then opened her hand. The blue light in her eyes disappeared, and the surrounding air suddenly became dignified, and the invisible confusion slowly approached under the control of Lulu's mental power. This colorful jewel. Lulu didn't dare to open confusion too much at once. She didn't know the texture of this colorful orb. If she accidentally broke the orb with too much force, Hisoka would definitely be unhappy. Feeling that confusion was gradually wrapping around the orb, a faint smile appeared on Lulu's mouth. Just about to manipulate confusion to dig the bead out of the cliff, an inexplicable repulsive force suddenly erupted from the colorful orb. Confusion was instantly dissipated, and even the repulsive force formed a brief magnetic storm, blowing the unresponsive Hisoka and Weavile onto the cliff behind. Cough cough tilde. Hisoka stood up, covering his lower back, but the hit just now was not light. Lulu and Weavile, are you two alright? Helping Lulu up beside him, Hisoka looked at Weavile, who was knocked up from the ground by a car. Lulu is fine. Martin. Weavile shook his head to show that he was fine. Looking around, the 7-colored orb that was originally quiet and motionless now exudes the light of the sun, and the colorful halo inside the bead disappears and is replaced by a blazing light like the sun. For a time, the originally dark cave was illuminated by the orb as if it were daylight. What the hell is going on? Hisoka couldn't help but whisper, but no one could answer the question. The dazzling daylight returned to calm after lasting for a full 2 minutes. The orb once again turned into its previous appearance, and the colorful halo reappeared in the transparent bead. Siso thought for a moment and thought of a possibility, and said to Lulu, who was a little remorseful, "Lulu, you can continue to touch this bead with confusion just a little bit." Lulu replied in a low voice, then raised her hands again. The invisible confusion spread in the air and quickly approached the colorful orb. With the lesson from the last time, Hisoka was mentally prepared this time. He slumped down on the ground, preventing another magnetic storm from whirlwinding him. Weavile was so smart that he didn't even need Hisoka to direct, and immediately slumped down. Confusion touched the colorful orb lightly, and sure enough, the colorful halo inside the bead started rapid spin, and then the dazzling daylight appeared again. Seeing this appearance, Lulu immediately withdrew the confusion. Perhaps the amount of confusion used was too small. This time, the colorful orb did not erupt into the previous magnetic storm. Sure enough, Hisoka stood up from the ground excitedly and threw his fist hard. This baby is really not simple. It actually rejects mental confusion. What does this mean? It shows that this colorful orb actually has a self-protection mechanism. It's not easy. It's not easy. Hisoka kept talking to himself. He had never heard of any kind of magical item or self-protection mechanism before. After leaving this island, he must go and check it out. Information on magical tool. He took out a cutting machine from his backpack. Since Lulu's confusion couldn't handle it, he could only use some some violent demolition method. Hisoka confidently raised the electric cutter in his hand, and said loudly, Lulu, you will use confusion to lift me into the air, and I will use the cutter to cut off all the rocks that are connected to the orb. Lulu understand. Lulu Mingyi, her eyes curved happily for an arc moon. She felt that Hisoka was always so smart. Meanwhile 837. The giant Raiden, who was rushing to his cave, noticed something was wrong, and his heart began to throb. Baby, baby, his baby was moved. The colorful orb flashed twice in a row just now, and Raiden, who grew up with the orb since childhood, had an inexplicable connection with him. A nameless anger quickly burned from the bottom of my heart. Bloodshots appeared in Raiden's originally broken golden pupils, which showed that this big guy was at the extreme of rage at this time. The cave is invaded, and the most cherished treasure is passive. The simple-minded big guy can't think too much. There is only one thing, and that is to tear the guy who invaded the lair to shreds. See. The harsh cutting sound kept coming from the depth of the cave. Hisoka used the electric cutter to cut a circle of about 10 centimeters around the orb. It done. Hisoka wiped the dust off his face and put away the cutting machine whose blade was badly worn. The rock on this cliff is much harder than the usual one, so I wasted some time cutting it. However, it was innocuous, as he thought. Using this primitive means of forcible demolition would not cause the counterattack of the pearl. After all, this orb is not a living creature. It has a self-protection mechanism that shows its extraordinariness, but it is not enough to defy the sky. The bees still want to be refined. You think it is Journey to the West. Chapter 81 Furious Raiden. Ow! A loud roar came from the cave. In addition, some bobos on the big tree heard such a furious roar, and they were so frightened that they were utterly frightened. There were even a few timid guys who were stunned by the roar and fell directly from the branches. Raiden's punch directly blasted the stacked glowstones in all directions, and many glowstones were shattered by this heavy punch. A complete circular pothole appeared on the rock wall, and the colorful orbs that grew up with it since childhood have long disappeared without a trace. Ow! Ow! Raiden thumped his chest frantically with his huge arm as thick as a rock, making a thick metallic tackle. The giant tail swept across the cave, the rock wall shook, and the rock laughed. The dull loud noise that kept coming from the cave made Hisoka, who was hiding at the top of a big tree not far from the entrance of the cave, couldn't help rubbing the cold sweat on his forehead. Fortunately, I slipped fast just now. Who knew this Raiden would come so fast? Fortunately, it didn't block the entrance of the hole, otherwise it would be a big trouble. Raiden's sudden rage shocked Hisoka, and he also had some doubt. How did he know that his lair had been copied? Mingming was still near the beach before, and then he accelerated and ran over. Hisoka looked at the orb still inlaid in the stone in his hand, and frowned. Is there any connection between this colorful orb and the giant Raiden? I can't take care of that much anymore. I've finished copying the bottom, and now I absolutely can't find out for this Raiden that he took this colorful orb, otherwise it will really be endless. Thinking like this, Hisoka wrapped the colorful orb around the rock behind it with plastic wrap and then threw it into the space foldable backpack. I believe that the cover with the space to fold the backpack should not let Raiden notice the location of the orb. What is the concept of a giant beast with a height of more than 4 meters and a weight of 1.2 tons? Especially this giant beast is a Pokémon with terrifying power. It is not an ordinary beast. Raiden, who didn't find anything, rushed out of the cave, looking at the familiar forests around him, but couldn't feel the connection of the baby. Under extreme sadness and loss, Raiden clenched his fist tightly, raised his right leg and stomped on the ground with a ruthless foot. Click, click, continuous cracks appeared on the ground, spreading forward, and then the ground started shaking violently, shaking the mountain for a while. The rock fell, uproot the tree, rock subside. Hisoka, who had already fled some distance, felt the constant vibration from the ground. Holding the trees beside him with one hand, he looked up at the direction of Raiden Cave, and saw that the giant trees that had grown for many years were falling one after another. Hisoka gasped, is this still earthquake ill? The whole island is shaking. Not having a conflict with Raiden before was definitely the wisest choice I made. Twilight is coming. The sun by the sea always goes down so fast. The temperature difference between day and night on the island is huge, and the dazzling and scorching sunlight disappears, replaced by a cold and windy moonlit night. Hisoka did not go back to the beach, but camped on the other side of the uninhabited island. The terrain here is high, there is no beach, and there are surging waves under the cliff. Light a fire. Hisoka sat cross-legged on the cushion and carefully observed the colorful orb in his hand with a pocket-sized telescopic microscope. The outer glass-like shell is not of any known material. It is not as hard as imagined, but has some softness and feels very warm. But when I press it hard, it feels extremely slippery, greasy. No matter how hard I press it, I can't find the place where I press hard, which is very strange. If one were to find a similar natural material to describe its shell, Hisoka felt that jade was a material close to it. All the observed data were recorded in detail in the computer file. The precise camera was aimed at the colorful orb, and soon an identical 3D image of the orb appeared on the computer screen. His slender, perfect hands crackled beautifully on the keyboard like a musician playing the piano, and a dizzying series of computer assembly language kept flowing from the window. Diameter 8.14 centimeters. Outside normal temperature 47.5 degrees. Preliminary calculation of energy radiation 1568 J. Summary: when this orb is exposed to direct sunlight, the energy radiation will suddenly increase to 4429 J in a short period of time. If this level of energy radiation is harmful, the human body only needs to be nearby for more than an hour to produce physical lesion. Beyond 3 hours, the muscles will stiffen or even dissolve, and after 8 hours, you're dead. Living things also have biological magnetic field radiation. The stronger the individual strength, the stronger the magnetic field radiation generated by the living body, which can even affect the surrounding natural environment between static and dynamic. Those Pokémon that have left legends for thousands of years are the representatives of this. The legend of Ho-Oh, the god of life handed down by Johto Lingolingta, and Lugia, who is known as the god of the sea, are Pokémon with a magnetic field of terrifying creatures. To be more precise, they can no longer be called Pokémon. They transcend a certain level of life, and they are not comparable to higher intelligent creatures like human. They can be called God. The magnetic field radiation of an ordinary sapphire good is about 0.15 J, which is harmless to the human body, and this colorful jewel is 10,453 times that of it, and its peak radiation under direct sunlight is 29,526 times that of it. Hisoka wrapped his right arm with a prop similar to testing blood pressure. Under this hard cloth prop, there are 100 pinholes thinner than a hair. They will break the surface of the skin and penetrate deep into the muscle tissue. The human body will not feel pain and will not leave any sequelae. The other end of the prop is connected to the computer. He needs to measure his cell activity and muscle strength at the moment to verify a certain conjecture in his heart. Lulu, I need your help, Hisoka exclaimed. Lulu hurriedly put down the kitchen utensils controlled by confusion when she heard the word, and a teleport came to Hisoka. Little head raised lightly, looking at him expectantly. Chapter 82: The Utility of Colorful Orb. Open black lens bracket 3 update close black lens bracket subscribe. A three-dimensional map of the distribution of human muscle tissue appeared on the computer screen. With the stimulation of Lulu's mental power, the cells were more active so that the calculated data would be more accurate. Cell viability 1.13, muscle strength 3.12. Compared to 3 hours ago, cell activity increased by 0.01 and muscle strength increased by 0.02. This level of improvement used to take about 2 months of high-intensity exercise for Hisoka to achieve, and now it's just 3 hours to get the effect of 2 months of high-intensity exercise subtly. Unbelievable, unbelievable. Hisoka held this colorful orb in admiration again and again. At first he thought it was just a magical prop that had never been discovered before, but he didn't expect it would actually affect the human body. The energy radiation emitted by the colorful orb is also of great benefit to the human body. Living with it for a long time, Hisoka feels that it is not impossible for him to become a Superman when he wakes up one day. Hisoka can now come to this conclusion. This black Raiden can grow so big without deforming the proportions of his body, and it is absolutely inseparable from the energy radiation of the colorful orb. The energy radiation of the orb may affect Pokémon more than human. Curiosity was completely seduced, invited, and Hisoka never once had the urgency of the moment. He is eager to know all the information about this colorful orb, and whether there are other lucky people like him in the human world who have also obtained this kind of orb. Why he had never heard of it before, nor had he seen anything similar in the Encyclopedia of Magical Items. With this impatient curiosity, Hisoka sighed and lay down on the cushion, with his hands behind his head, looking up at the starry sky. Human beings are so small. How many unbelievable things are there in this world and this universe. One day, he will walk the whole world to explore the ancient ruins of 10,000 years ago, to admire the primitive ocean millions of years ago, and the legendary meteorite continent, etc. Raiden's whimper rang through the depths of the forest almost all night. From the roar at the beginning to the weeping in the morning, Raiden's mental journey made Hisoka, the culprit, feel a little embarrassed. Still impossible, Hisoka thought as he stood high on the cliff, and took out his binoculars to observe Raiden's movement. Raiden went back to the beach at dusk and morning, and the baby was gone, and the cave where he grew up was no longer his home. There are no relatives or partners, and there are no other Pokémon on the island except for some Bobos. A round of morning sun began to rise slowly at the far end of the sea level, and the warm sea breeze began to blow on the beach and coconut grove. Raiden felt boundless loneliness at this moment. It has always lived alone, and I don't know who its parents are. From the moment it came out of the egg, it has been eating alone, sleeping alone, and now there is no baby that has been with it. No more. Thinking about it, Raiden became more and more sad, and gradually pea-sized tears flowed out of his eyes and fell on the beach. This big guy actually cried. Hisoka, Hisoka, who had been observing Raiden's movements with binoculars, was stunned by this scene. He was right. A giant Raiden with a height of more than 4 meters was crying sadly on the beach. This style of painting made the scalp numb. Pokémon are indeed highly intelligent creatures, and they also have rich emotions no less than human. But in the afternoon before, this giant Raiden was still looking like a rage that was about to destroy the world, but now in the early morning, it is more like a poor child who lost his precious toy and cried sadly. This big guy looked so pitiful. Lulu used confusion to float herself beside Hisoka, then sat on his shoulder, and said telepathically, "We stole the big guy's treasure. Didn't we do something wrong? Isn't it?" Cough cough tilde. Hisoka put down the binoculars in his hand embarrassedly, took Lulu off his shoulders, stared into her eyes and said seriously, "This is not stealing, just like what we did in Viridian Forest before. We found out a treasure, and went in and found it. That's it. Got it. Katakana middle dot 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 flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot." Lulu understand. The little girl said so, but she rolled her eyes silently in her heart. She was no longer a child. Hisoka really used this kind of excuse to deal with her. Raiden was crying and he felt hoot hoot growling in his stomach. He was hungry again. Yesterday because the baby disappeared, it was very angry, and then lost its mind and used skills to destroy it everywhere, consuming a lot of energy and stamina. The baby is gone. It can't be found again. But starvation is something in front of you, so let's fill it up first. Raiden's simple and young mind immediately put aside the previous frustration, stood up from the beach, and strode toward the ocean with heavy steps. Still the same fishing method as yesterday. Raiden still hit the sea with his huge tail, and then used Iron Tail to strengthen the tail, so that the tail and the seawater tackle violently generate shock waves that stun the fish on the bottom of the sea. But unfortunately, after some predation yesterday, the fish and shrimp in this sea area have long since died and ran away. How long has it been since then? This big guy came to this place to fish again. The key point is that its head is still very iron, so it is nailed to this place and does not move. In fact, this is still to blame on Hisoka. In the past, Raiden would sleep for 4 or 5 days after eating once in this sea area. With the buffer period of this time, the fish on the bottom of the sea would come back to fill up the place and wait for Raiden. The next day, this has been the case for several years, until the arrival of Hisoka, an uninvited guest, broke this simple cycle. But Raiden didn't understand. He was still waving his tail and hitting the seawater. Until I was exhausted and out of breath, there were still not many fish and shrimp floating on the sea. Putting all the remaining fish and shrimp on the sea, bit by bit, into his mouth, Raiden felt even more hungry. The rough fishing method he used before consumed some of his energy, but the harvest was not enough to make up for it. Chapter 83 Compensation to Raiden. 4th update. Please subscribe for collection. Raiden did not dare to go any further, though he had overcome his natural fear of water in order to find enough food. But after all, it is still a ground-type Pokémon, and fishing in shallow seas is already the limit. Go any further, and at its astonishing weight, it will immediately sink to the bottom of the sea, and then it will be dangerous. There are factors in biological nature to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. Raiden, who can't catch fish, can only return to the beach in frustration. Sitting on the beach, the whole ground trembled, moved lightly, and it was thinking about how to fill its stomach next. It wants to eat meat and doesn't want to go back to the cave and eat those hard stone. Raiden family is an omnivorous Pokémon, and usually eats some ores, but Raiden's habit of eating ores is mainly used to better digest the 330 food in his stomach, rather than eating this stuff. Unless he really can't find food and is hungry and red-eyed, Raiden will eat some minerals rich in trace element. Raiden is not Tyranitar and Aggron. The former like to eat some high-energy ores the most, while the latter like to eat all kinds of metals more exaggeratedly. It is said that if Larvitar wants evolution to become Tyranitar, he must first eat ore that is comparable to the weight of a small mountain. While the rumors may be exaggerated, you can imagine how terrifying the appetites of these giant Pokémon are. Goo, goo, still hungry, Raiden thought, rubbing his stomach. Then he got up and ran under the coconut tree. This time, instead of shaking the coconut tree, he uprooted the 10-meter-high coconut tree with brute force. The big berry above was already eaten by Raiden yesterday, and there were only some small and green coconuts left. This big guy ate the whole coconut tree as a candied Haas, whether it was the unripe coconut fruit or the leaves on it, all of which crunch rudely stuffed into his stomach. I'm afraid this big guy is really hungry. Hisoka was a little surprised by Raiden's exaggerated eating appearance, but thought about it as if he was the culprit behind everything. Hisoka sighed. Looking at the hungry appearance of this big guy, he felt a little sorry. Although Pokémon have an IQ far beyond that of ordinary animals, their emotions are still too simple and immature. Raiden's appearance now made him feel like he's bullying a 4 or 5-year-old kid. Hisoka decided to prepare some food for it. Just take it as compensation competition for it treasure. My own meat and Pokémon rations are running out. Enough food for Hiso and Lulu and Weavile for a month is probably not enough for this giant Raiden. So you have to figure out a way to replace food with highly concentrated Pokeblocks. So-called high concentration Pokeblocks were developed by researchers to solve the problem of feeding large Pokémon at home. Otherwise, does a trainer like Snorlax have to prepare 400 kilograms of food for him every day when he take him out on a trip? Not to mention the cost and energy. The space folding backpack has a weight limit. Once the item is overweight, it is easy to cause damage to the space folding backpack. After all, he is also a person who has passed the Pokeblocks level 4 production certificate. High concentration Pokeblocks are relatively simple Pokeblocks, and those with a secondary production certificate can try to make them. Hisoka remembers that the main material for making Pokeblock for ground type and rock type Pokemon is sandscale. He rummaged through the tree fruit box in his backpack for a while, only to find 2 sandscales. Sandscale fruit is mainly growth in desert areas with long sunshine hours. Artificial planting also needs to simulate a special desert environment, so the price of sandscale fruit in Viridian City is relatively expensive because Viridian City is surrounded by forests, and it is difficult to find a suitable place for sandscale fruit planting. This bit of sandscale fruit is not enough. Hisoka pouted. Then it could only be made with siliquy and garnet. Anyway, this guy Raiden gnaws at the bark and leaf, and Pokeblocks of slightly lower quality are definitely acceptable. With the help of an expensive Pokeblocks maker, Siso only needs to control the critical heating time. In addition, diced tree fruit and some other materials need to be added in time. About 15 minutes later, a crispy aroma similar to toasted bread continued to waft out of the heat sink of the maker. Hisoka leaned forward and fanned under his nostrils with his hand. The aroma was rich and not anxious, proving that this furnace of highly concentrated Pokeblocks is complete. High concentration Pokeblock don't have the added utility of regular Pokeblock, except that they fill up quickly. Taking Tauros as an example, it only needs 3 square Pokeblocks about 1 centimeter or so to meet its daily consumption. This high concentration Pokeblocks is 25 pieces, and even if this Raiden is so large, these high concentration Pokeblock can fully satisfy his appetite. In addition, Hisoka specially opened a small stove for it, took out some of the remaining Wagyu beef from the refrigerator, sprinkled it with seasonings and started to fry it in the oil pan. Boom! A red apple fell from the sky and hit Raiden's head, who was lying on the beach at rest. Woo tilde. Raiden let out a whimper, then opened his broken golden eyes and scratched the part he had just hit. Suddenly his eyes lit up, and a red fruit the size of an adult fist was lying in the sand in front of him. Raiden didn't even think about how the fruit came from, and immediately picked up the apple with 3 fingers, shoved it into his mouth, and with a squeak, the unique crispy aroma of the apple made it look like he was enjoying it. Apple is not the fruit of the tropical region. It is the first time that the Iron 5.8 Tyrannosaurus has eaten this kind of berry from the inland. It's just too little, Raiden thought in his heart, and shook his head humanely and let out a sigh. Boom! Another red apple smashed over, but instead of hitting Raiden this time, it smashed onto the beach not far in front of him. Boom! Boom! And fruit of various colors flew over one after another, forming a straight line towards the depths of the forest, placing into. Wow! It turns out that food can really be dropped from the sky. Raiden's simple mind only had such a childish thought. It began to follow the fruit trail, picking up and eating it one step at a time, and slowly walked into the forest. Chapter 84 Exchange As for Subscription and Collection. Under a big tree, a large plate filled with fruits of various colors. Raiden's eyes lit up as he came out of the forest, and he strode towards the bottom of the tree. Holding the basin-sized plate with both arms, he raised his head and shoved the plate of fruit into his mouth. Enough fruit for an ordinary person to eat for 2 weeks, and this big guy solved it in 3 seconds. Caw! Caw! Raiden ate it so fragrant. The juice water flowed, and the copper bell-sized eyes squinted happily. He completely lost the stance that he wanted to destroy everything because the 7-colored orb disappeared a day ago. Weavile, is this steak delicious? Maju tilde Maju. At this time, a rustling voice caught Raiden's attention. It was the first time he had heard the language, and then a scent that had never been smelled before came wafting from the bushes. Raiden put down the plate in his hand. His nose with a huge silver-white horn kept sniffing in the air. Stood up, just closed his eyes, leaned his nose to sniff the fragrance, and walked towards the bushes path. Raiden cautiously pushed away from the bushes, stuck his head out and peeked at the opposite, only to see 3 strange creatures eating some kind of very fragrant meat. Hisoka bit the steak in his hand, but his heart was still tense. He could already feel the giant Raiden hiding in the bushes behind them, and his broken golden pupils were staring at them. Lulu, once that Raiden has any tendency to attack, you will use teleport to take me away immediately. Hisoka communicated with Lulu in his mind. Lulu understand. The little girl nodded lightly. As for Weavile, the dark energy in her body will hinder the use of teleport, so Lulu can't teleport with her. But at Weavile's speed, there was no problem trying to escape. Raiden didn't show any intention to attack attack, and he didn't think Hisoka and the others were the thieves who stole his treasure. If it were a human, or some smart and cunning Pokémon, they would definitely think that these guys who suddenly appeared were probably the guys who stole the treasure. Raiden secretly hid behind the bushes and observed everything in front of him. After a while, maybe the aroma of the steak was too strong, and Raiden was drooling. The big guy finally stopped hiding his figure, pushed away the bushes, and strode over. When he was still 4 or 5 meters away from Hisoka, he suddenly sat down on the grass. With a bang, grass clippings splashed all over. Ow! Ow! Raiden opened his mouth and let out a few deep squeaks, his broken golden eyes staring at the steak in the frying pan with a hint of yearning. Hisoka glanced at him and found that Raiden was not inclined to attack and could not help but relieve, but he still did not let go of his vigilance. He was not sure whether this big guy would suddenly go crazy. After all, the lessons from yesterday were still fresh in his mind. The simpler the guy is, the harder it is for you to grope, explore the other person's psychology. What is this big guy Lulu talking about? Hisoka asked curiously. The big guy said if he could join us, he wanted to eat those delicious meat. Lulu used telepathy to directly translate what Raiden said to Hisoka. Huh. After hearing these words, Hisoka finally felt relieved. His previous guess seemed to be correct. The mind of this giant Raiden was indeed very innocent and immature. If it comes up to use violence to grab the steak recklessly, overbearingly, Hisoka will run away with Lulu without saying a word, and then he will not provoke Raiden again, and the fate of the two ends here. Hisoka said in a low voice, just tell it, we welcome it to come and eat together, but it can't attack us. Lulu uses confusion to control herself to float in front of Raiden. The little girl's expression looked calm, but she was actually very nervous, holding a teleport in her hand at any time. Even if such a big Raiden didn't have any malice just sitting here, it was a great deterrent. Big man, the master said, you can come and eat with us, but you can't bully us or grab food. Lulu's ethereal voice resounded in Raiden's mind. Raiden was stunned at first, and then he realized that this little guy in front of him was talking to him. Ow! Ow! Raiden patted his chest hard, nodded his head, and said, I won't bully you. After eating your food, I will go to the sea to catch fish and give it back to you. Lulu translated Raiden's answer to Hisoka. Knowing Raiden's answer like this, Hisoka burst out laughing. This big guy is really cute and stupid, and he knows how to report people by eating other people's food. Hisoka sat cross-legged beside Raiden, handed over a plate of fried steak, and said with a smile, big guy, how long have you lived in this place? With Lulu, the universal translator that directly acts on mental communication, Hiso and Raiden can communicate without any obstacles. Ow! Lulu translate. They've been here since I was a kid. Do you have any friend? What is a friend? Friends are those who can accompany, play together, and visit other places together. Oh, but I don't have any friend. I've always played by myself. If you want to be friends with me, I can take you out of here and take a look at the outside world. As the outside world? Okay, Zhao. Raiden suddenly stopped eating and asked longingly, is the outside world fun? Of course it's fun, Hisoka said with a smile. You can also meet a lot of people who look the same as you but are smaller than you. No, Raiden shook his head. My baby is gone. I'm going to find it, but we can be friends. I'll take you to catch fish. Hisoka stopped in embarrassment. If this big guy knew that the culprit who stole his treasure was the person in front of him, he didn't know how he would react. To be honest, he felt a little guilty for cheating on such a simple and immature fellow, Hisoka. But if you have done it, you can only resist it hard, and the methods are all devised by people. Hisoka was going to use a little trick to help this giant Raiden solve the knot in his heart caused by the disappearance of the baby. Chapter 85 Subscription Plan Open Black Lens Bracket Second Update Close Black Lens Bracket for Subscription and Collection. Why don't you eat it? Hisoka held a small bowl full of high concentrated Pokeblock in front of Raiden. Out tilde. Raiden shook his head, then gestured with his fingertips as thick as dry branches, and snorted disdainfully when he looked at the 1 centimeter long square in the small bowl. Sneasel laughed and couldn't help but scolded with a smile. Yeah, you're quite picky. Lulu tells it what it is. Don't look at how small it is. A dozen yuan is enough to eat you up. Lulu telepathically conveyed all of Hisoka's meaning to Raiden. Raiden didn't believe it at first, but after hearing what the other party said, with a hint of curiosity, he lightly picked up a piece of high concentration Pokeblocks with his fingertip, rolled his tongue, head, and hadn't tasted what it was, and the high concentration Pokeblocks melted immediately. It opened, and it flowed into Raiden's belly along with the saliva. Hiccup. Raiden couldn't help burping in his throat, then felt his stomach warm, and his already hungry stomach immediately filled up a little. Eyes lit up. I didn't expect this gadget to be really powerful. Raiden didn't hesitate any longer, grabbed a handful of highly concentrated Pokeblocks with his open palm, and threw it in his mouth. Under the shade of the tree, Raiden leaned against the giant tree that two adults could not embrace, and touched his stomach, burping his mouth from time to time. His stomach was obviously bigger than a few minutes ago, so it was really okay to eat. For the first time in his life, Raiden had a taste of what to eat. Seeing Raiden like this, Hisoka couldn't help laughing. Eat it. Ow tilde. Raiden shook his head, not wanting to admit defeat, and pointed to the small bowl with only a few crumbs in front of him, indicating that he could eat more. 3 highly concentrated Pokeblocks can support the consumption of Tauros after a hard day's work. There are 25 high concentrated Pokeblock in this small bowl. Raiden has eaten a lot of things before, so it's no wonder that he can't eat it all at once. Hisoka originally thought that if Raiden could eat more, 10 yuan would be enough for him to be full. Who would have thought that this guy would always eat in this way, especially such inconspicuous gadgets as high concentration Pokeblock. Raiden was unable to move at all, and after lying on the giant tree for a while, he fell into a deep sleep. Hisoka watched Raiden fall asleep unsuspectingly in front of him, and he couldn't help thinking he already had a bold idea at this moment. He decided to subdue the giant Raiden with a height of more than 4 meters in front of him. There was a shortage of tankers in his preset team. This giant Raiden was undoubtedly the most suitable choice at the moment. The size is large enough, the physical defense is amazing, and the attack power is also good. It can even be said that it is abnormal. The key point is that this product will still have some water. It doesn't mean that it completely overcomes the attribute control, but this way it reduces the weakness of ground-type Pokemon's fear of water a lot. Although it eats a lot, and if you want to cultivate such a large body, your daily consumption is definitely a lot. But it doesn't matter. The bag of gems collected in the Raiden cave before leaves the uninhabited island and goes to the human society to sell it, and it will have a huge sum of about 900 W. This amount of money is only for cultivating Raiden. Support for a year or 2 should be no problem. The giant Raiden has always lived on an uninhabited island, isolated from the outside world, and it doesn't know what it means to conquer, so Siso must make friends with it first, and maybe he can use this potential without even fighting. Full general income account. After a short period of contact, Hisoka already understood that Raiden's mind was a blank piece of paper, and he was the one who was about to paint on it. As for whether the plan was successful or not, it was up to him to do it. Thinking of this, Hisoka walked to the bushes on the other side with his hands behind his back, and at the same time, his hands behind him made a light move towards Weavile. Weavile was extremely intelligent, and he quickly followed him as soon as his eyes rolled. Hisoka squatted on his body. His right knee was half kneeling on the ground. His right hand was attached to Weavile's ear and whispered something, and Weavile nodded repeatedly. You just find a bird's nest or cave on the island to put things in, but you can't leave that treasure too far. You must keep an eye on it at all times. Katakana middle dot 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 seeking flowers katakana middle dot Majud tilde. Holding the black cloth bag handed to her by the master, Weavile slightly bent her knees and jumped onto the tree trunk. Her extraordinary agility made her walk on the ground in the forest. After a few jumps, she disappeared into Hysolan. In sight, looking at Weavile's retreating back, Hisoka's mouth twitched into a smile. This plan is completely full of loopholes. Of course, any ordinary person with an online IQ can see through it at a glance, but it is the most suitable method for Raiden's pure white paper. There is never a dumb way, only what worked best for someone or something. 3 days passed in a flash. After establishing an initial relationship, Hyso and Raiden spent 3 days together. With Lulu as a top chef, Raiden can enjoy food that he has never imagined before in these 3 days, although every time he can't walk. In order to find enough food, Zisuo and Lulu are racking their brain. This uninhabited island is poor in resources, and there are hardly any traces of animals. I can only pay attention to the fish and shrimp that hit the sea. No matter how delicious the seafood is for 3 consecutive days, Hisoka is tired of eating. But Raiden doesn't matter. It usually lives by eating fish and shrimp, especially the fish and shrimp after being cooked by Lulu. It's even more delicious. It's a joy to eat. In the shallow sea, Raiden took the lead along the coastline with a bamboo basket on his back, and the seawater that was enough to completely submerge the 2-meter-tall giant could only reach its abdomen. A loop of rope wrapped around Raiden's waist and extended behind him, and the front end of a simple wooden boat was tied with a rope that just connected to the rope around Raiden's waist. Hisoka was standing on this small wooden boat, holding a bunch of red balls in his hand, each about the size of a golf ball, and threw a red ball towards the sea. With a bang, the water column rushed up, and the water splashed around. After a few seconds, a circle of fish and shrimp rolled their eyes and floated out of the sea. Raiden snorted with a smile, then stretched out his giant hand to fish, and threw all the stunned fish and shrimp into the bamboo basket behind him. Chapter 86 White paper covered with traces. 3 Shifleys subscribe. This is Hisoka's self-made air bomb. It has no power and can't blow up people, and it has no effect on Pokemon. In the beginning, he made it to make noise when performing tasks, or to attract the attention of the Pokemon group. There's nothing good about this thing, except that it's loud enough. I just didn't expect that it has a miraculous effect in frying fish now. The air bomb collided with the water surface violently and exploded, and the turbulent shockwave whipped on the fish and shrimp shrimp at the bottom. Boom, bang. Hisoka smashed the air bombs into the surrounding sea one after another, and soon a dozen air bombs were exhausted. Instead, dizzy big fish and prawns can be seen everywhere around the sea. Raiden cheered and held a handful of hands until he filled the 2-meter-high bamboo basket. The fish frying time of 807 inches is over. Hisoka stretched on the boat, then untied the rope from Raiden's waist, and jumped from the small wooden boat to Raiden's back. The arm caught the spur on its back, and like a nimble little monkey, it scrambled to Raiden's shoulder in a few. With one hand on its horn, he sat firmly on Raiden's shoulder. Raiden didn't mean any repelling. Instead, he stretched out, pushed his head and gave Hisoka's face affectionately, grabbed the rope at the front of the small wooden boat with one hand and started walking towards the beach. Under the setting sun, between the beaches, a handsome young man with a long black ponytail sat on the shoulders of a giant beast. Such a strange style of painting seemed to have a different kind of harmony at this moment. 3 days of getting along day and night was enough for Hisoka to paint his own picture on the white paper of Raiden. It's not purely intentional, and most of the time, they get along with the flow. These 3 days are also the happiest time in Raiden's life. In the past, in addition to eating rest, he was sitting on the beach and watching the sea in a daze. The tide ebbs and flows, day after day. Maybe this kind of day will accompany him until his life. The end of. And now, for the first time, Raiden enjoys the feeling of being accompanied by someone, playing together, catching fish together, and eating delicious food together. There was already a big bamboo basket full of fish and shrimp on the beach, and with the one on Raiden's back, the fish and shrimp in the 2 big bamboo baskets were enough for him to eat for 2 days. A bamboo basket full of fish and shrimp is estimated to have more than 400 catties, and 2 bamboo baskets are more than 800 catties. But for Raiden's giant fort, it was just a drizzle. Holding one by one, he strode towards the camp in the forest. The 1.2-ton weight quickly ran like a tank and swept away. Bang, bang. 2 large bamboo baskets full of fish and shrimp were placed in front of Lulu. This kind of bamboo basket specially made by Hiso for Raiden was 2 meters high. The average height of Hirlia family is 0.8 m, and Lulu is a relatively tall type, but it is only about 1.1 m. The 2-meter-high bamboo basket completely covered Lulu's figure like a hill. The little girl couldn't help but rolled her eyes and rubbed her nose at Susanoo, who was sitting on Raiden's shoulders and giggling all the time. He opened his left hand and lifted it back, and the fish and shrimp in the bamboo basket on the left side instantly poured out from the bamboo basket as if being swept away by a gust of wind. Then he opened his right hand and lifted it back. The fish and shrimp were also gushing frantically. Lulu's ruby-like pupils suddenly flashed blue light, which was the abnormal phase produced when her mental power was greatly consumed, and pieces of magical leaf as sharp as blades appeared around her petite small body. Shish, shish. More than 20 pieces of magical leaf shuttled fast in the sea of fish, and the sharp magical leaf easily wiped off the scales and cut open the fish belly for a while. A piece of fish scales, and the inside, dirty of the fish was like rain. The sky poured down. Useless department positions were all abandoned by Lulu. This little girl has some obsessive-compulsive disorder and can't stand the slight flaws in her work. A piece of snow white and crystal clear fish meat and shrimp meat were rearranged into 2 large bamboo baskets. In less than a quarter of an hour, all the fish and shrimp over 800 catties were perfectly processed. Looking at the scales and internal organs all over the ground, Lulu's eyes filled with disgust. With a wave of his hand, there were scales all over the place, and the internal organs of the fish floated into the air again and then collectively fell into the stream not far away. The fishy smell in the air is even more pervasive. The little girl was prepared and put a mask on her mouth. Although you can still smell some fishy smell, it will not be so unbearable. Hisoka and Raiden didn't care. They were both rough men and they didn't care about the fishy smell. On the contrary, Raiden looked at the bamboo basket that had shrunk too much in front of him with a pity. It used to eat fish and shrimp and just stuff it in its mouth, no matter what. The fish and shrimp treated by Lulu only left the best and most tender part, and the rest of the natural part, fish scales and internal organs, were generally thrown into the stream over there. It's not just about eating well, but eating well. This is an important life attitude that Hisoka taught Raiden in 3 days. The sun has already set in the west. The stars and a huge moon dominate the sky at the moment. At this time, a dazzling meteor streaks across the night sky, and finally I don't know where it falls. Hisoka lay on the grass, stretched out his hand and grabbed it in the air, as if he wanted to grab the meteor that had just disappeared. Hey, big guy, I may have to leave here, Hisoka said suddenly, looking up at the starry sky. Woo tilde. Raiden, who was lying on the grass with him watching the stars, sat up and scratched the back of his head. After getting along with him these days, he knew that Big 0.3 was calling himself, but it was a little difficult to understand the following word. After all, Raiden had never seen him before. It takes a while of learning to understand these words in the past human being. Lulu, who was also lying on the side, floated on Raiden's shoulders and telepathically translated what Hisoka had just said to him. Out tilde woo tilde. Raiden, who understood the meaning, suddenly stood up from the ground, probably because he was afraid of hurting Hisoka and the others. Raiden deliberately slowed down his movement. Measured. Friend, we're friend. We don't want to go back to the way we used to be all alone. Raiden whimpered, tears welling up from his eyes. Chapter 87 Pidgeotto, funny, 4 more. I can take you away and take a look at things outside together. Hisoka patted Raiden's big leg. His height is 1.75 meters, which is considered tall among his peers, but even if Raiden is sitting, he can only feel his big leg. Don't worry about your baby. Lulu and I will definitely help you get it back, and then we'll go together again. Hisoka was a little hesitant to say anything when he saw Raiden, and immediately added this sentence. Woo tilde woo tilde. Raiden shook his head and shook his arms excitedly. The big guy said it doesn't want any more treasures. It wants to leave here with you, not to be separated from us. Lulu translated. Hearing these words, the corner of Hisoka's mouth could not help but lift lightly, and said loudly, we are friends. Friends will not make friends sad. I will definitely help you find the treasure you lost. At this moment, Hisoka's attitude is very firm, and his acting skills are comparable to the Oscar-winning actor 15. Although it was a little shameless to deceive Raiden like this, Hisoka really regarded this big guy as his friend and family after spending the past few days together. He has always put 100% of his energy into his Pokémon. Maybe there will be some preference for Lulu, the Earl Dervish Pokémon, but after that, both Weavile and Feebas will do their best to cultivate them. Ow! Hisoka's firm and optimistic mood infected Raiden, and the big guy nodded his head vigorously, expressing his belief in you. Then he regained his happy mood. Early the next morning, Hisoka was fully armed and put on the hat used for field outer exploration. Standing on Raiden's thick shoulders, his black horns in one hand, Lulu Zhao's small body sat on Raiden's right shoulder. With the giant Raiden, the heavy tank, Hisoka was in high spirit for a while. He was like a tank commander. With this giant beast to open the way, no matter what kind of treacherous road he could ram through, he was invincible. Raiden started to trot. It weighed a lot, and its running speed was not fast, but after all, with that huge body there, one step was equivalent to 5 steps for an ordinary person. In this way, its running speed is at least unmatched by human being. A dead tree fell across the road, and Raiden, without saying a word, went up and smashed the tree with a stomp. A tangled web of vines appeared in front, and a rock comparable to the size of a wash basin exploded, directly smashing the intertwined vine web into pieces. This is Raiden's rock blasting trick, which can continuously throw boulders at the opponent to attack. The power of continuous casting is quite amazing. What if there is a cliff block? Don't be afraid. Raiden directly digs with the huge conical horn that is 50 centimeters above the tip of his nose, and drives it from the ground. At this moment, Hisoka truly understood what a mega drilling machine is. Buzz! The big conical horn above Raiden's nostril started rapid spin like an electric drill, and the seemingly solid, hard rock soil was as fragile as tofu against the big horn of rapid spin. Dig! As the housekeeping skill of ground-type Pokémon is naturally very good at it. Bang! The dust was filled with dust, and a large hole appeared at the bottom of the cliff. Raiden used his dig skill to drill a large hole with a diameter of more than 3 meters from east to west. Looking back, there is a dark bottomless hole in the back. Thinking of the experience inside the mountain just now, the screech when the giant rapid spin drilled through the rock wall, Hisoka couldn't help shivering, but the smile on his face became stronger and stronger. It was simply too exciting. Raiden, you're amazing, Hisoka acclaimed heartily. Lulu also nodded in agreement. Ow! Tilda. The big guy narrowed his eyes happily, just like a child praised by his family. His tail immediately turned up, and he patted his chest and made a huge fluffy sound, indicating that he was so powerful. With Hisoka deliberately taking a detour, Raiden and his party wandered around the island for more than 2 hours, and finally arrived at the long-planned location at noon. Look, the big guy's treasure is there. Lulu's sharp eyes were the first to spot the trace of the colorful orb just above a big tree not far southeast of them. The colorful orb with a rock behind it is lying quietly in a large bird's nest, and a Pidgeotto is surrounded by the colorful orb, enjoying the energy radiation emitted by the orb. This kind of energy radiation is of great benefit to the biological species. Pidgeotto has not left the nest since he found such a good thing in the nest yesterday. Ow! Raiden followed Lulu's guidance and saw his baby in the bird's nest, especially when his baby was actually lying under his body by a thief. That petty temper immediately came up. There are no other words, just go up and do it. Raiden found a handy stone from the ground, but he didn't find a big one, because he was afraid that he might accidentally hit his treasure. Arms raised, with a swoosh, the fist-sized rock burst shot out from above Pidgeotto's head, and although it didn't hit it head-on, the strong friction rubbing it brought about made the feathers on his head ignite. Pidgeotto was stunned by the movement for a long time, until he noticed that the feathers on his head were on fire, and then he hurriedly flew up from the bird's nest and put out the flames with his wings. Seeing the Raiden with a face full of rage below, and the rock that has been tossed tossing and turning in its hand. Pidgeotto still doesn't know who is the culprit who attacked it. The invincible king of the island. This Pidgeotto had seen the destructive power of this giant Raiden before, but now he was terrified when he saw the other side staring at him as if he had killed his father and enemy. Although I don't know what happened, the 36 strategies are the best. I don't dare to take revenge. I can only bury my resentment in my heart. Looking at Pidgeotto's disappearing figure in the distance, Hisoka could only mumble in his heart, "Brother Pidgeotto, I'm sorry, you can only carry this black pot first, but yesterday you were irradiated by the orb's radiation for a whole day. It is also a great benefit, not a loss." Chapter 88. Leaving the island, Lampruchi City. A yellow and white ultra ball fell from the air on the beach, and the white button in the middle began to flash red. Beep beep dong. This is the sound of the Pokémon ball representing the successful capture. Nice. Seeing the baby ball calm down without any resistance, Hisoka waved his fist excitedly. The giant Raiden was successfully subdued. The most crucial tank player, able to resist and fight. From now on his team has been regarded as the beginning of prototype. But before Hisoka was happy, the ultra ball, which had been quiet before, began to shake violently, followed by a bang, and the entire senior level actually exploded to pieces. Out tilde woo tilde. Raiden sat on the beach with an innocent face, scratching the back of his head as he watched the ultra ball shard scattered all around him. Hisoka's smile stiffened, and then he patted his forehead with a wry smile, all because he was so excited before that he forgot that this was no ordinary Raiden. The size of the big guy is more than twice that of its counterpart, and the weight is 1,200 kilograms. The quality of the ultra ball is completely unable to withstand the weight of the giant Raiden, so it is normal for it to burst after the successful capture. Fortunately, 317 still had something to prepare. Hisoka immediately opened his backpack and took out his special box for storing Pokémon balls. In addition to the 3 yellow and white ultra balls, there were also 2 Pokémon balls in camouflage colors. It is a safari ball, which is mainly used in forests, wetlands and swamp regions to capture Pokémon. In addition, there is a baby ball with a grid pattern and a black and white, with a gray stone bead inlaid on each side of the top of the black part. Hisoka picked up the special black and white baby ball. This kind of Pokémon ball is called the overweight ball, which is specially used to conquer some large or heavy Pokémon. The overweight ball arced through the air and hit Raiden lightly on the head. With a bang, the overweight ball opened from the middle, and a red light shot out, covering Raiden's huge body. Boom! Hisoka picked up the overweight ball that stopped shaking, vibration from the beach, put it in the palm of your hand and tossed it a few times. The price of such special balls is relatively high, because they cannot be mass-produced mechanically, and can only be handmade bit by masters who have decades of craftsmanship in making treasure BFAG shells. Fortunately, he is cautious and always like to prepare a few more hands. If it weren't for this overweight ball, Hisoka would have had a bit of a headache today, because Raiden would not be able to take it with him. The wooden boat they made couldn't bear Raiden's terrifying weight at all, unless Hisoka left the island first, went to the human society to buy overweight balls, and then returned to the island to rein in Raiden, which would be too troublesome and prone to accident. It's time to leave. Hisoka looked back at the beach. It had been 5 full days from the sinking of the San Anu to the time he was swept into this uninhabited island by the Dragon Raid, a group used by the Gyarados group. During these 5 days, he received huge profit. Harvest is a blessing in disguise. The small wooden boat was slowly drifting on the ocean. Hisoka kept his laptop open, and at the same time took out his Falconer drone to explore the situation in the distance. Once the laptop can be connected to the internet, it will prove their location. Not far from human society. The technology in this world is very advanced, but there are 2 things that are far from the Earth in the previous life. That is satellite technology and aerospace technology. There are no satellites in the orbit of this planet, and the flying tools people use are still airships and propeller planes that have long been eliminated from the Earth in the previous life. It's not that people in this world are not smart enough to build satellites and jets. Instead, a terrifying monster lives in the ozone layer at a height of 2 meters above the ground. It will attack any object that enters its territory, whether it is living or dead. There are cases of launching satellites in research institutes all over the world, but without exception, every satellite will be destroyed as soon as it reaches the position of the ozone layer, let alone breaking through the planet to the universe. This terrifying life living in the ozone layer, Hisoka, who has the memory of his past life, still knows a little bit. Its name is Rayquaza. Of course, people in this world prefer to call it the god of the sky. Rayquaza is one of the guardians of this planet. While protecting the planet from being invaded by large meteorites and alien creatures, it has also seriously hindered the development of human spaceflight technology. It can be said that there are advantages and disadvantages. Rayquaza has a very violent character, but it has always lived in the ozone layer of tens of thousands of meters, feeding on water and energy particles in the atmosphere, and does not like to land on the ground, so there are legends about it. Phew, drip, drip. After drifting at sea for a day and a night. Just when Hisoka thought he had judged the wrong direction, a short message appeared in the lower right corner of the computer desktop. Dear visitor, welcome to the resort, the city of Lampruchi, and wish you a great time in this beautiful seaside city. This was a short message greeting from the city, and after seeing this message, Hisoka was relieved. It seemed that the direction he chose was correct. If he lost his way in the vast sea, his scalp would be numb. At this time, the Falconer drone that had been away for a long time also sent information that there was a seaside city 15 nautical miles southeast of the small wooden boat. The smart camera on the drone took a miniature photo of the city and sent it to the terminal computer. Lampruchi City is the most famous seaside resort in Kanto, and it is far more famous than Cerulean City around the world. The original destination of the San Anu was to go to Lampluch City, but it was a pity that the accident. Thinking of this, Hisoka doesn't know whether to hate Team Rockets or not. If it hadn't been for Team Rocket, he might have been taking missions in a city to make money right now. There will be no adventures in the future. It can only be said that everything has a cause, and there must be an effect. Since things have already happened, it is useless to think so much. It is better to calm down and move forward bravely. People in my generation work hard because of their own effort, rather than blame others. The big pier in Lampluch City, cruise ships of different sizes, cargo ships stop at the port outside this big pier. This large pier is the first attraction for tourists to come to Lampruchi City, and cruise ships from various cities in Kanto come to this place every day. Although the sinking of the San Anuo not long ago had a certain impact on the tourism industry of Lampruchi, the problem was not a big one, and tourists came here to travel in an endless stream. Chapter 89 Sell Gems. Second update. Ask for subscription. Ask for collection. Dear, look at that. Look. On a large cruise ship, a couple was taking pictures. The girl suddenly saw a small wooden boat slowly approaching not far ahead. The wooden boat was very simple and unexpectedly still leaking. A small wooden boat slowly approached from afar, heading towards the large pier in Lampluch City. Hisoka stood on the mast wearing a hat, with one hand on his hips and a telescope in the other to observe the situation on the pier. The sea breeze blew his black ponytail, and a small wooden boat actually made Hisoka feel like he was out of a pirate warship, as expected of a famous tourist destination. Quote, seeing the endless stream of people on the pier, Hisoka's mouth twitched slightly. Hey, little brother, your ship is leaking. A young male tourist was shouting loudly on the large cruise ship. He was the boyfriend of the girl who took the photo just now. Although it was a kind reminder, the young man couldn't hold back any longer, and he laughed out loud after shouting, "It's really fun." Among the many cruise ships and cargo ship, the picture of a leaking wooden boat slowly moving forward is really funny. When Hisoka heard the words and looked down, almost a third of the hull had been submerged by the sea. At this time, there were still about 500 meters away from the pier. Hisoka quickly jumped down from the mast, picked up the small wooden barrel on the bow, and went out to fetch water. Sir, there is a parking fee for private boats at the dock. A fat middle-aged man with a beer belly and small round glasses in a suit and leather shoes stopped Hisoka from going ashore. Hisoka smiled lightly, jumped lightly from the mast, walked in front of him, patted his shoulder, and said, "I don't have cash. Can I swipe my card?" "No problem." The middle-aged fat man smiled and took out a POS machine from his arm. "Thanks for reviewing. 500 union coin." With a smile, Hisoka took out a card and swiped it on the POS machine, then strode to Lampluch City. "Hey, sir, your stop ticket and your stop time are only until 12 o'clock tonight. If you exceed the time, you will have to pay extra," the fat man shouted from behind. "No need. The ship will be given to you." Hearing the word, the fat man looked back and saw that the leaky wooden boat had sunk long ago, and only one mast remained. "Okay, it looks like I have to work overtime to pick it up tonight. 500 yuan is a big loss." Fatty wanted to cry but had no tears. As a famous seaside resort city, beach and bikinis are the constant theme. Blonde, brunette, brown hair, all kinds of tall, pickled beauties with all kinds of hair color boldly displayed their beautiful bodies, upturned hip, breast, wave, and long legs to see every passing male tourist both eyes glow. Hisoka is not a gentleman, and with the good mood of returning to human society, he even whistled at some of the best of them when he looked at the bikini beauties on the street. The beauties looked back and saw that a handsome young man was whistling and teasing them. Ocean Blue Auction House. Hisoka stood under the huge signboard and whispered the words on it. He came here to quickly dispose of the bag of gems on his body. He really had no money, and the card cost was more than 10,000 yuan, which was only enough to buy a few pounds of premium Wagyu beef. For the consumption outside for a while, many props and materials need to be replenished, and it is impossible to get it without 100,000 yuan. Selling these gems in the same auction house will definitely reduce the price. Hisoka can't wait that long, and he doesn't want to go to the major cities to save some money. It's too troublesome. "Sir, welcome. This ocean blue auction will start at 8 o'clock tonight. Is there anything I can help you with?" A beautiful girl in an OL uniform stopped Hisoka's way. Good manners made her just stand on Hisoka's left hand, with a low head and and gentle eyes, giving people a feeling like a spring breeze. You guys should be collecting gems here, right? Hisoka went straight to the subject, holding a bag in front of him and shaking it. The girl was stunned for a moment, but she quickly reacted and said with a smile, yes, if the gemstone in the hands of Mr. is of high quality, it can be put at the auction tonight, and we can guarantee that we can auction you a favorite one. Praise, and our ocean blue auction house only accept 5% of the employer's handling fee. Katakana middle dot, katakana middle dot, katakana middle dot. Hisoka shook his head. Of course he knew that auctioning these gems would give him more profit, and selling them directly to the auction house would definitely make a loss. However, the amount will not be too large, because the opal in this bag of gems is of better quality, and if the rest of the gems are not processed, they will not be able to sell for too high a price. Young man, the quality of your bag of gemstones is very ordinary. An old man with gray hair and a kind-hearted appearance took a magnifying glass and looked at each gemstone carefully, then picked up the opal and said loudly, this gold-green cat's eye is of better quality and the highest price. So, if you are willing to sell all these gems to our auction house, my old man will help them decide. 800 W buy in price. How about it? Deal. Hisoka didn't hesitate. Although the price in his heart is 900 W, but that requires him to travel to multiple cities, find multiple auction houses and precious metal stores to sell separately. This old man is also a real person. He didn't directly cut a knife in order to obtain more profit. 800 W is completely acceptable. The transaction was directly via online bank transfer, and 800 W quickly arrived in Hiso's account. In addition, he also got a VIP invitation letter from this auction house tonight. As long as it is a tourist with a net worth of more than 500 W, they will issue this invitation letter. Hisoka did not refuse, and if there is nothing to do tonight, you can come and have a look. In case there is something good and the price is not too high, you can still take 1 or 2 pictures. As the saying goes, if you have money in your hand, don't panic. Hisoka, who walked out of the ocean blue auction house, felt that he was full of confidence now. In fact, if you think about it carefully, the 800 W is not too much. He now has another mega eater in the team. Just purchasing the materials and training equipment for making high-quality concentrated Pokeblocks is a lot of money. In addition to the prism scale required to purchase Feebas evolution, it is a very large expense, especially in the face of Hoenn region, Esutopolis Gym, a formidable competitor. Wow, just thinking about it makes my scalp go numb. Chapter 90 Lampuchi Ocean Hotel Open Black Lens Bracket 3 Shift Close Black Lens Bracket Subscription. Lampuchi Ocean Hotel is the only 6-star hotel in Lampuchi City that integrates leisure, sightseeing, entertainment and luxury. It is said that even the most common single suite here costs 3,666 alliance coins per night. Hisoka is a guy who won't treat him badly if he has the condition. Just after getting out of the extreme poverty state, he actually dared to go to a 6-star hotel to spend, and the package is a luxury suite under the sea. The price is 58,888 alliance coins per night. One package is 10 days, and the 58 W is gone. Under the guidance of the waiter, Hisoka took the elevator to the bottom floor of the ocean hotel. The rooms on the bottom floor were all built in the ocean. In order to ensure the safety of customers, the hotel uses the highest quality tempered glass when building these submarine suites, and each piece of glass has 3 interlayers inside. 2 layers of glass are also enough to last for 24 hours. Pushing open the gilded door, he entered the room. It's like entering the underwater world at once. Through the transparent glass, you can see the colorful coral reef outside the room. Countless colorful fish and shrimp live freely on the coral reef. Horsey, Staryu, Starmie, Tentacool, Big Sheep. These oceanic Pokemon swim through the glass every now and then. A mischievous little horsey left the pack chasing a small red fish. The little red spotted fish swam towards the seabed room. Because the light was turned on in the room, the fish were easily attracted by the light. The little horsey also chased after him closely, and the little spotted fish turned sideways and swam in style, while this little outlier horsey was not so agile. Swim too fast and bumped into the tempered glass. Woo tilde. Little horsey's cylindrical bus was accidentally sucked on the glass because of tackle. After the little guy came back to his senses, his body swam back desperately, and finally it took a lot of effort to slam the bus from the glass. The surface was holed out. The little guy was angry, and poo-poo puddles of ink spat out at the tempered glass in front of him. The surface of the tempered glass has been specially treated, and these inks do not need to be scrubbed, and just slip off from it. Boom, boom. Hisoka stood in front of the glass and knocked, and little horsey, who wanted to take revenge, suddenly found a human standing in front of him. With this kind of scenery, 588,888 yuan is not a loss for a night. Hisoka threw his backpack on the sofa, and lay down on the big water bed in the middle. Comfortable. I couldn't help but sigh. When you make money, you have to spend it and enjoy it. Otherwise, what's the point of life? After closing his eyes and resting for a while, Hisoka got off the bed and took out his notebook. After enjoying it, he should go to make make money, otherwise it will not be so comfortable later. Hisoka didn't let Lulu and the others out. He needed to be quiet for a while before he could concentrate on work. After many measurements and comparisons, he roughly calculated all the data of the giant Raiden. Open the log file and find Raiden's category. Soon a 3D picture of Raiden appeared on the desktop, and arrows were drawn from the 3D picture to the right, and the detailed data of each part of Raiden's body was written on it. His current job is to categorize and summarize these detailed data into 6-dimensional graphs. Giant Raiden. Attribute: ground, rock, height 4.25 m, weight 1235.8 kg, physical strength S, physical attack S, physical defense S+, special attack D, special defense A, B, C. These 6-dimensional map data are all set by Hisoka according to his own habit, and other people can't understand it at all. D represents the lowest value of a single attribute, and SSS represents the highest value of a single item. From this 6-dimensional map, it can be seen at a glance that Raiden's physical defense attributes are excellent, followed by physical strength and physical attack. The minimum special attack is almost equal to 0, and the special defense can only be considered okay. Because this giant Raiden has been living on the island before, in order to find enough food, it learned to go into the sea to fish and even swim, overcoming its natural fear of water. Attribute restraint is still effective for it, but it will not be as serious as the same kind, so 1 extra point for special defense. BT. Needless to say, with such a large body and such a terrible weight, a straight sprint can be faster than a human's running speed, but the degree of flexibility is not enough, especially when running. It will be very difficult to turn. Such a large body as easy caused Raiden to roll over while turning. Hisoka already had a rough plan in mind for the big guy's training method. It doesn't need any weight training. That's not suitable for it. Hisoka is going to make it the strongest heavy tank on land, the Tiger. And more importantly, Raiden can continue the evolution that's right. The theory that Raiden is the final evolution form Pokémon by the Kanto region researchers is wrong. Raiden can use the red rock armor to make the evolution again, becoming a powerful Pokémon called Rhyperior. This is a major discovery made a year ago by Sinoregensar's Secret Evolution Research Institute. Sneasel used the sharp claws to evolve into Weavile at midnight and is also one of the products of this institute. This so-called SR Secret Evolution Research Institute aims to study whether Pokémon that have completed their final evolution form still have the possibility of evolution. Since the last time he accidentally hacked into the other party's main computer, Hisoka made a small trick on their computer. Once the other party has any latest result, he will know it as soon as possible. Although it is a bit shameless, it can be said that it is stealing the research results of the other party. This kind of behavior is a serious crime in this world. Once found, it will be sentenced to 10 years in prison and a huge fine of 0.9. However, Hisoka made a fortune in a low voice. It was enough for one person to know. He would not sell these research results for some money, unless the other party discloses the research results himself, or he is ready to rot the secret in his stomach. As for whether the sudden appearance of Rhyperior in the Kanto region would arouse suspicion from the other party, Hisoka could only say that he thought too much, not to mention whether it was a coincidence. The Kanto region and the Sinnoh region are separated by 100,000 Normans, and this world region is very independent. Even if the SR Secret Evolution Research Institute knows the news, as long as Siso dies and refuses to admit it, the other party will not have the slightest way without evidence. There is no law in the world that prevents evolution from happening to your Pokémon. As for what method to use, that's up to you. Chapter 91 Delicacy. Buy Sand Scale Fruit. 4 more. Seek automatic subscription. 58,888 Union coins for a night of luxury suites under the sea is very worth it. Not only the room with a 360-degree seabed view of more than 200 square meters, the VIP area of the Sky restaurant on the top floor of the Ocean Hotel will be completely open to Hyso for free. There is also a private beach arranged by the Ocean Hotel. Of course, the private beach in a tourist resort such as Lampuchi is not too big. Although the 6-star Ocean Hotel has amazing financial resources, it has a large beach around it. In addition to reserving a large public beach for other ordinary guests, there is not much private beach area for VIP customers. If it weren't for the previous sinking of the San Antonio, plus the kidnapping of dozens of billionaires by Team Rocket, there is still no news. As a result, many rich people did not dare to come to Lampuchi for a vacation after hearing about it, for fear of being kidnapped by Team Rockets halfway through. It is estimated that these private beaches have long been booked by those who have money. Hisoka got a hard gold card with the number 016 and a key from the waiter. This gold card means that he will have the right to use the private beach of Ocean Hotel number 16 for the next 10 days. Enjoyed a gluttonous feast from the Sky restaurant on the top floor. Even the food in the ordinary dining area in this kind of 6-star hotel is quite exquisite and delicious. Not to mention the special food in the VIP area. Polar ice shrimp from the Arctic Sea. This ice shrimp is almost completely transparent and only about the size of an adult's index finger. After washing it, dip it in some green plum vinegar and eat it raw. A cool and refreshing taste erupts from the taste bud, with a hint of sweetness. The shrimp shell is very crisp and can be eaten with meat. The caviar produced by deep-sea whitebait is one of the best and most expensive caviar in the world. The price of 100 grams is more than 3,000 Union coin. Even restaurants in the VIP area can only supply limited quantities every day, and there will be no more customers if they go late. Black mushroom puffs are made from a very precious black mushroom. This kind of black mushroom, which is quite rare in the wild outside, is not only a delicious food material but also a medicinal material with excellent medicinal value. Long-term consumption will greatly improve the immune system of the human body. The most important thing is that this stuff has aphrodisiac effect, and it is an ingredient highly respected by many rich men. A bite of ice shrimp makes the taste buds bloom and increases appetite. Gently take a bite of the black fungus puff. The sweet but not strong crispy aroma flows into the throat, and finally spoon a mouthful of caviar from deep-sea whitebait. The silky and sweet smell will not dissipate on the moss for a long time, and people can't help but close their eyes for a while and savor the aftertaste. In the VIP area of the Sky restaurant on the top floor of Ocean Hotel, customers are not allowed to bring Pokémon into the venue. Every kind of food here is expensive and most of them are in limited quantity. This kind of food, carefully prepared by special A-level chefs, is not only delicious and nutritious but also because the top ingredients contain a lot of energy. A person's appetite will be more than enough to eat a plate, and a carnivore like Hiso, a healthy body, and at the critical growth age of the 15-year-old, the usual appetite is far beyond ordinary people. You can order 3 black fungus puff, a small bowl of deep-sea whitebait caviar, and half a caddy of polar ice shrimp, and you feel that your stomach is obviously thicker. But it would be different if it was replaced by Pokémon. Petite small Pokémon are fine. If they are similar to people, or some large Pokémon, it is estimated that the hotel can be eaten into bankruptcy. Finally, drink a small glass of blackberry wine to digest the food, and today's good breakfast time is coming to an end. Back in the room, Hisoka put on a green-colored shirt, a pair of white 5-point pants, a straw hat, and a pair of flip-flops, and walked out leisurely. The entrance to the Ocean Hotel. It is rare to come to such a famous resort one, and I have some spare money on me, so naturally I have to take a good stroll. Those 5 days on an uninhabited island can be regarded as suffocating. Broken for yourself. Hisoka first came to the fruit trading place in the city of Lampruchi. As an important resource in this world, tree fruit is comparable to the strategic development resources of oil, coal and natural gas in the previous life. Each city will have a special trading place stipulated by the Alliance. You don't have to worry about the quality of the fruit sold here. The Alliance's supervision in this regard is still quite strong. The shelf life of each fruit must be strictly controlled, and whether it is wild or artificially planted must be marked. The price of wild tree fruit is generally cheaper, and the varieties that have been carefully cultivated by the famous Tree Fruit Research Institute are more expensive. Boss, do you have any sand scales here? Hisoka came to a booth where the trademark was composed of 3 trees, and the brand of this tree fruit was called 3 Tree. The brand's partner is the famous Black Forest Institute. It is a relatively well-known mass brand in the Kanto region. Although the quality of the fruit is good and the price is close to the people, it lacks some rare varieties. Sandscale fruit, right? The owner was a very enthusiastic middle-aged man. Hearing a customer inquire, he hurried to the rear warehouse, and after a while, he brought a wooden box with the logo of 3 Trees. Picking up the crowbar on the table and skillfully prying at the opening of the wooden box, a whole box of Wangsha-colored tree fruit with scales on the surface appeared in front of Hiso. The middle-aged uncle picked up a sandscale fruit and said cheerfully, I have been doing the tree fruit business here for more than 10 years. In terms of quality, customers can give 100 hearts. This box of sandscale fruit was just researched last night. It was shipped over from the Institute. Lee's how. Look, this scale pattern, this color, is definitely a sandscale fruit carefully cultivated by the Black Forest Research Institute. Yes, the Black Forest Research Institute. You know how to cut. Stop. Hisoka waved to interrupt the middle-aged uncle's eloquent introduction, picked up a sandscale fruit from the wooden box and put it in his hand and played with it for a while. I have been learning tree fruit planting and medicinal material identification since I was a child in the orphanage school, and I have also obtained the 3rd level certificate for tree fruit planting. Can you cut some and try it? Hisoka asked. Of course, it's fine. The middle-aged uncle smiled and handed over a knife. Basically, if you want to cut a little and taste it, you are considered a veteran in the field of tree fruit identification. The quality of tree fruit is not detected by smell. One depends on handling, playing, and the other depends on taste. Chapter 92. How can you become strong without spending money? Open black lens bracket 5 update close black lens bracket subscribe. Different types of tree fruit can be combined with corresponding secret recipes to make different Pokemon food or Pokeblock. As the main material in this regard, tree fruit is particularly important, so an excellent Pokémon trainer will try his best to choose tree fruit by himself. Many tree fruit can actually be eaten by humans, but only a small part of the tree fruits meet human taste. Sweet peach is one of the representative popular tree fruit, which is both nutritious and in line with the tastes of humans and sweet-loving Pokémon. Sandscale fruit is obviously the kind of tree fruit that does not meet human taste. Hisoka used a knife to gently cut the crusty crust on the outside, and the pulp inside was dark gray. He cut a small piece of the pulp and threw it into his mouth. Hisoka spit out the chewed sandscale fruit, which was really hard to eat, but according to past experience, this sandscale fruit is not of top quality, but it can meet the standard. How much is a box? Hisoka wasn't procrastinating. The number of sand scales he needed was a bit huge, and the stock of just one booth would definitely not be able to satisfy his need. The middle-aged uncle had a happy expression on his face when he heard the word, and said aloud, "I have a box of 20 pieces, 1W yuan." Hisoka nodded. An average of 330 is worth 500 yuan for a sandscale fruit. It is also the Black Forest Research Institute as its supplier. The appearance and quality are also good. 500 yuan is really not expensive. How many boxes are left in stock? 5 boxes. Take it all out. I've packed it. Okay, wait sir. The middle-aged uncle smiled happily for a while, rubbed his hand, and hurried to the warehouse at the back. Today's first business, an account of 50,000 yuan. He can probably get 1/10 of the net profit from it, which is 5,000 yuan, which is only a month for some families with poor economic condition. Income. Hisoka didn't bargain, and paid the full amount directly, asked the middle-aged uncle to deliver it to the Ocean Hotel, then reported a room number and asked him to tell the waiter to sign for it. I will continue to stroll around the exhibition area here to see if there are any better fruit, except for the sandscale, which is suitable for ground-type and rock-type Pokémon. He will also buy some kiwis for dark Pokémon, white mangoes for psychic Pokémon, and blue oranges for water-type Pokémon. If Hisoka went to the wild tree fruit exhibition area to buy sandscale fruit, it would definitely be much cheaper, at least half the price. However, the quality of wild tree fruit is uneven. Of course, the good wild tree fruit can be better than those cultivated by large research institutes. Unfortunately, most of them can only say that they are not qualified to make Pokeblocks, so they are barely able to serve as a Pokeblock. Pokemon's daily ration, nothing more. The quality of the fruit used to make Pokeblocks is much stricter than that of the Pokemon food, because the fruit of poor quality is easy to pass through the fire, and the material cannot be condensed into a concentrated block, which means the production fails, which will not only waste the fruit but also all the auxiliary materials that are not cheap will be scrapped. So for most civilian trainers, Pokeblocks are a luxury. This thing is indeed a great help in training Pokemon, but the cost is also huge, and it cannot be supported without certain financial resources. After strolling around the tree fruit trade venue for about an hour, Hisoka bought a total of 15 boxes of sandscale fruit, 2 boxes of kiwi fruit, 3 boxes of white mango and 1 box of blue-orange fruit. There is not much difference between the prices of these kinds of tree fruit, except that the white mango is more expensive. The whole party of the tree fruit trading venue spent a total of 23W of Zisuo Alliance coin. The next step is to go to the pharmacy to buy some auxiliary medicines for making Pokeblock. The quality of Pokeblocks is good or bad. In addition to the quality of the fruit, the craftsmanship of the maker, and the auxiliary materials are the most critical factors, accounting for about 60%. Sometimes I'm really glad that I learned firsthand medicinal material identification and tree fruit cultivation in the Welfare Institute when I was a child. Hisoka walked out of the door of the pharmacy and couldn't help sighing. These two skills have saved me a lot of detours in cultivating Pokemon. BFBB, the left and right hands each carried a large bag of things. These things are the auxiliary materials needed to make Pokeblock, and the price is not cheap. Looking at the 2 bags of things in his hand, Hisoka shook his head mockingly. Spending money is like running water. I spent almost 50W in just one morning. Hisoka was always in short supply of money, but he never considered saving money, or putting it in the bank to get some meager interest. Money can only be called money when it is spent. Use money to use the economy to make your team stronger and stronger, so you can earn more money. Use more money to buy better resources to cultivate Pokemon. A virtuous circle, and those guys who care about each other and focus on some interest in front of them will never be able to become high-ranking people. This world has never been like this. There will be no pie in the sky, only pay can be rewarded. God rewards hard work. This sentence is the life creed that Hisoka has always believed in. Back to the hotel. It was 11:20 noon. It was lunchtime. As soon as Hisoka walked through the door, he saw the lady who received him from yesterday hurriedly walk towards him. The waiter bowed slightly and said softly, "Sir, we have temporarily placed the fruit you purchased in the hotel kitchen for you. If you need to check it now, I can take you there." Hisoka waved his hand and said with a smile, "I don't need it for now. I'm going to have lunch first. I'll call your front desk later, and you can help me move to the private beach on the 16th. Have they all moved in? The waiter asked politely. All. Hisoka nodded. As the saying goes, eat breakfast and eat lunch. Different from the exquisite breakfast, the lunch provided in the VIP area of the Sky restaurant is mainly some meat and fruit salad. Of course, the top ingredients are also used. For Hisoka, a carnivorous creature, it can be said to be a positive appetite. The 6-star hotel chef craftsmanship is extraordinary, and the steak is much better than his own. Help me pack 5 more steak. Hisoka beckoned to the restaurant waiter while wiping the napkin. The steak for lunch is unlimited for VIP guests, but after 6 steaks have been eaten, they have to pack again. This is an example. All the other VIP customers around looked at the shouting with a strange look. A teenager who asked for packing. This is the VIP dining area of a 6-star hotel. It's not that kind of small country restaurant, and you have to pack it after eating. The restaurant's waiter's face is also a little embarrassed, but the customer is God. Then the VIP guest is Godfather. How can this small requirement of packaging be dissatisfied? Maybe this little handsome guy just has a bigger appetite. The young waiter thought so, and immediately ran to the restaurant to notify the chef and let him cook 5 more steak. Chapter 93 Body Care. Open black lens bracket 1 more close black lens bracket. Seek automatic subscription. Yes, put things here. Put this over there. Hang some over there. Okay, that's it. Great. Hisoka lay on the beach chair, covering his face in black, holding a glass of orange juice in one hand, and at the same time he waved his hand and directed the engineering team on the beach to work. On this private beach provided by Ocean Hotel, a small crane is slowly lifting 2 large sandbags with a length of more than 3 meters. At the same time, there are 2 cranes on the other side that are comparable to the thickness of an adult's arm. The steel pipes are built into single parallel bars. Thank you for your hard work. Hisoka picked up a stack of cash from the table and walked over. Hello boss, we don't work hard. The captain of the engineering team, who is wearing a helmet, looked flattered. This is a gold master, so he must be well served. Hisoka handed over the stack of cash in his hand and said with a smile, it's so hot, buy some clear bars for the guys. The captain of the engineering team is a good person. Hearing the other party say this, it is obviously an order to evict guests. After taking the stack of banknote, he immediately waved and drank. Brothers, the work is done. It's time to go. The boss invites us to drink sake. The engineering team came and went quickly. What was left on the beach was a piece of large training equipment that had just been built. These large training equipment had been rented by Hisoka at the Pokémon gym. These large training machines are used to give Raiden initial corrective training to adjust some of his bad habits as a wild Pokémon. Come out, everyone. 3 Pokémon streak through the air. Kirlia, Weavile and the giant Raiden over 4 meters tall. When Lulu and Weavile landed, there was no sound. Raiden jumped down from the air, and with a bang, the sand splashed, and 2 large footprints over 60 centimeters appeared on the beach. Ow! Raiden, who had been in the overweight ball for a whole day, couldn't help roaring at the sea as soon as he came out, and then saw Hisoka looking at it with a smile on his face, and the big guy scratched the back of his head a little embarrassedly. Hisoka picked up the basket on the beach table, walked over to Weavile and Raiden, and said with a smile, come here, this is for the 2 of you. Then he brought out 5 steaming steak from the basket, 2 for Weavile and 3 for Raiden. After the points were settled, he looked at Lulu, blinked and smiled, and then brought out a plate of fruit salad. Lulu never eats meat, and her favorite food is fruit salad. Woo tilde. At the 3 fragrant steaks in front of him, Raiden couldn't help swallowing. He quickly put his 3 fingers on the plate, opened his mouth and threw it in his mouth. Weavile is not as rude as Raiden, popping the claws and cutting the steak into neat long strips, then inserting a strip into the mouth and chewing slowly. Wild Pokémon are often infested with a large number of parasites and bacteria, so the first thing a qualified trainer does after capturing a wild Pokémon is not to train it, but to give it a good bath. A large bucket of potassium permanganate and wormwood is combined with disinfectant water. Hisoka put on a white mask, holding a spray in one hand and a brush in the other. The giant Raiden is so tall that Hisoka rented a lift to help him take a bath. Hisoka stood on the elevator, patted Raiden's head with his hand, and said, sit for me, big guy, and don't allow me to move without orders. Out tilde. Raiden nodded obediently. First, a large bucket of disinfectant was poured from the top of his head, and Raiden snorted uncomfortably as soon as his head touched the water, but he didn't react violently, and sat on the beach obediently. If this was replaced by a regular Raiden bucket of water, it would have run away. Bathing Pokémon has never been an easy job. Water type and grass Pokémon are fine, they like bathing the most, but fire type, ground type, rock type, and electricity type Pokémon are too difficult to serve. Just like those cat slaves on the earth in the previous life bathed their cat, the scene that destroyed the world. After the antiseptic water is finished, it is to use a steel bristle brush to rub every part of Raiden's skin vigorously. Raiden's skin is composed of hard-coated stratum corneum, which is very hard, and can be said to be wearing a set of biological armor. Katakana middle. katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. The steel brush scoured the places where the disinfectant water had been poured one by one. Pieces of old dirt, fallen dead skin, and some unknown black insects all fell on the beach with the water flow. A big guy with a height of 4 meters has lived in the wild since he was a child. You can't imagine how dirty his body is. Hisoka took 5 full buckets of disinfectant to wash Raiden inside and out 3 times. Especially creek nest, neck, big leg cracks are the most likely places to breathe wag. After washing it, it didn't count. After smearing Raiden's body with the special skin care oil for Pokémon on the ground, Hisoka picked up a piece of sandpaper and began to carefully grind it everywhere. Grind off all the cuticles that haven't fallen off and the bumps on the skin caused by an irregular lifestyle. Out tilde woo tilde woo tilde. Seeing Raiden groaning comfortably with narrowed eyes, Hisoka touched his forehead with sweat and couldn't help but feel happy. This dinky boy really enjoys it. He almost didn't get tired by doing full body SP for such a big guy with a height of more than 4 meters. For 2 full hours, after finishing all the nursing work, Hisoka lay directly on the beach and didn't want to move. Rao was because his physical fitness was far superior to that of ordinary people, and he was exhausted. Of course, the effect is also amazing. After such cleansing and care, Raiden can be said to have changed. Under the sunlight, the black armor on its body exudes a cool, jet black luster, and the black is as pure as the most perfect obsidian. Why trainer Pokémon are always stronger than wild Pokémon with the same strength. Scientific and regular exercise is one point, and investment in all aspects is also the key. It is impossible for wild Pokémon to get enough food every day, and there is no Pokéblock, and no one will help it take care of it. Raiden felt the changes in his body most deeply. It has never been so relaxed as it is today, as if reborn from ashes. Looking at the tired figure not far away, a trace of admiration gradually emerged in the broken golden pupil. Chapter 94 Boxing Training Open Black Lens Bracket Second Update Close Black Lens Bracket for subscription and collection. Raiden's daily diet consists of concentrated Pokéblock. Some beef and fruit are used as a small stove to help it supplement the protein and vitamins needed by the body. With these 15 boxes of sand scales plus a wealth of auxiliary materials, Hisoka can make a lot of concentrated Pokéblock. At least for this month, he won't have to worry about Raiden's food problems again. Bang, bang. On the beach, the 3-meter-high large sandbag was hit by the force and flew high, making a dull sound that made people tremble, as if the sandbag might be directly blown up by the force. While hitting the small sandbag in front of him, Hisoka yelled at Raiden, who was following his example. Drink, pay attention to dodge, don't stop your leg, and walk in small steps. 360. Ow! Raiden let out a roar, and then threw a straight punch out, hitting the sandbag hard, with tremendous force, and the large sandbag was raised high. When it reached the limit, it flew back very quickly. Raiden tilted his head to the left, trying to avoid Tackle, who flew back with the sandbag, but his speed was still a step slower, and the sandbag slammed into its right face. No, don't keep your eyes on the sandbag. Learn to rely on your senses and use your reflexes to hide. Hisoka punched the sandbag in front of him. The sandbag also flew high and immediately flew back upside down. When he was about to hit Hisoka's head, he stepped on his feet and his head flickered slightly to the left, easily avoided the impact of sandbag. Hisoka is training Raiden in boxing, correcting the bad habits he developed as a wild Pokemon. What he needs is not only a tank that can resist and fight, but also learn how to dodge some unnecessary attacks reasonably. No matter how strong the defense is, there will be cracks under the continuous attack. It is the most stupid way to rely on your heavy armor to not care about any attack. Raiden's head is very iron. Hisoka is the Iron Man. He will forge this iron into steel. When watching the training videos of boxing champion Tyson's peak thing in his previous life, Hisoka would often marvel that a heavyweight boxer could have such amazing agility, not because of how fast he was, but because of Tyson's neural response. The small steps between meters to dodge can be said to be perfect. He can use a small range of up and down, left and right movements to easily dodge the opponent's attack. With Raiden's gigantic size, it's a living target, no doubt about that. Hisoka didn't expect it to be able to evade all attack, but learning boxing can greatly improve its neural response. Many unnecessary attack, and Raiden, which can do this, will have a qualitative improvement in its overall combat effectiveness in a short period of time. Weavile had been with Hisoka for almost 2 months, while the master had devoted himself to training Raiden. She didn't go to play secretly, but put on a mechanical gravity ring, very self-made, picked up a surfboard and started balance training at sea. Lulu accompanies Feebas to play on the beach. According to Hisoka's instruction, the little girl should use telepathy to encourage Feebas anytime, anywhere, and let her know that she is the most beautiful, and she will become the most beautiful in the world after evolution. Pokémon, come on, don't be afraid of being hit. You are covered in armor. What are you afraid of with this little injury? Hisoka's voice became hoarse. Raiden's face was full of grievances, and he didn't know why his good friend, who was always gentle before, suddenly became so fierce. While deserting, the sandbag that flew back slammed into its face again. Bang tilde. Raiden covered his right face and sat down on the beach, whimpering in his throat. No matter how much Hisoka shouted, he couldn't get up and continue training. Hisoka put his hands on his hip, and he was also very happy. This stinky boy is also petty, and it can be said that the whole afternoon of boxing training has achieved very little. He admits that Raiden's physical fitness is very good, and his body shape far exceeds that of his peers, which gives him incomparable strength and terrifying defense, but he has lived alone since he was a child, without the education of his parents, and he has not been exposed to other biological factors. Make Raiden's mind a little stupid. Hisoka took a deep breath. He didn't blame Raiden for being petty. It was because he was too hasty, or because his expectations for Raiden were too high, and he suddenly failed to meet the psychological requirement, which made his mood a little unstable. The sun is setting, and the sky is getting darker. Hisoka sat next to Raiden and looked at the big guy, who turned to his side to play his temper. He couldn't help laughing. What's the matter? Why are you still angry? Woo tilde. Raiden growled, but didn't look back at Hisoka. It wasn't that he was afraid of the hard training, but that he didn't like Hisoka's angry expression, which made Raiden feel very uncomfortable. I apologize. I shouldn't yell at you before. It's my fault. Hisoka raised 3 fingers and said sincerely, I promise that in the future training, I will never get angry or yell at you. Out tilde woo tilde. Raiden understood the meaning of the apology, turned around, and slowly raised 3 fingers, perhaps feeling that the number was not right, raised 3 fingers of his left hand, and then pointed to his own big brother. Hisoka couldn't understand Raiden's meaning. After a period of time, the big guy can understand human language, and he himself often 1.4 cannot understand its meaning. I don't know if every Pokémon has this talent. Their ability to understand human language seems to be innate. At this moment, Lulu came over with Feebas in her arms and translated with a smile. The big man said that he would have to eat 6 steaks before he would forgive you. No problem, Hisoka exclaimed. Of course, this small requirement can be met, and the most important thing is that it cannot affect the favorability of himself and Raiden. Raiden slowly stretched out his right fist. Seeing this, Hisoka drew a smile and then extended his right fist, which was a gesture agreed between him and Raiden. 2 fists, one big and one small, collided gently in the air. Chapter 95 Video phone open black lens bracket 3 update close black lens bracket please subscribe and collect. Lampruchi City Pokemon Center. Hey, who is it? A feeble voice came from the phone. The video shows a man with glasses wearing a hard hat, protruding front teeth and a wretched appearance. Mr. Zangma, long time no see, Hisoka said. On the other side of the video call was the undercover investigator who had joined the external security as a bounty hunter a week ago on the San Annuo. Ha! With a lazy and powerless yawn, Zangma twisted his eyes and said slowly, so familiar voice. Wait, Zangma reacted and looked at the ponytail boy who appeared on the video. As if seeing a ghost, he suddenly stood up from the chair, stared at the video phone and shouted, are you a human or a ghost? Hisoka chuckled and said, let's not talk about this issue for the time being. The 3 conditions we mentioned earlier on the San Anu. Wait, Zangma interrupted his words with a wave of his hand and smiled. Hey, being able to say something like this proves that your kid is still alive. Where did your kid go? After the San Antonio sank 15, I looked for you for 3 whole days, but there was no news. I thought you were buried in the sea to feed the fish. Don't talk about it. What 3 conditions are left? I can't protect myself. Zangma slumped back into the chair, pointed to the safety helmet on his head and said, have you seen this hat on my head? Investigator, all his jobs have been dismissed, and now he has been assigned to build a reservoir in the forest on this side of Fuchsia City. Quote, this hat is quite suitable for you. Hisoka held back his smile. This guy was actually wearing a green hard hat. Thank you. Zangma rolled his eyes. Hisoka asked, in other words, you don't have any official position now, so I won't bother you. I still have something to do. Don't hang up yet. Zangma put his whole face on the video phone and said, I'm still the captain of the reservoir engineering team. Can I ask you one thing? Those 3 conditions. Brother, I'm calling you brother. Zangma cried. Don't hang up. Please, I really can't do anything right now. The San Anu incident has had too much impact, and the boss of Baigia has also been suspended. The wives that I had saved with great difficulty in the new year have already paid for the tourists who had accidents in the disaster, and now I really don't have a penny. Quote, speaking of this, he might be afraid that Hisoka would hang up immediately, so Zangma quickly said flatteringly, but I and Nurse Joy from Fuchsia City are fellow villagers, and the relationship is usually good. The one who applies for the right to cultivate Chansey should still be no problem. Hisoka fell into deep thought when he heard the word, while Zangma on the opposite side of the video call was fidgeting. He is really in too much trouble right now. He has just earned his back recently, and even building a reservoir would create instability. Hisoka put his arms on his chest and said expressionlessly, I trust you again. Tell me, what's the matter? Zangma breathed a sigh of relief, and resumed his sleazy expression. It's still funny, my brother. Didn't I arrange to build a reservoir in the forest over Fuchsia City? Because of this damn Diglett disaster, the follow-up vehicles and tools cannot be transported in at all. The reservoir is halfway parked there, and a day of shutdown will cost tens of thousands of dollars. The Alliance has issued a death order that the reservoir must be completed by the end of the month. If the Diglett disaster isn't resolved and the reservoir doesn't work at all, I'll have to get out of my bed and sweep the street. Zangma sighed and said, I have now posted this quest on the official bounty hunter website and the Pokémon Center in various cities. I hope some bounty hunters or trainers with good reviews can deal with this Diglett disaster. What did you pay? Hisoka asked curiously. Zangma quickly picked up a stack of paper from the table and said, it's the 4 days and 3 nights of free hospitality in Hot Spring Township. Do you want to be so stingy? Who do you think will treat the Diglett disaster for a hot spring? Of course it's you, little brother, Zangma said meanly. Not only do you have free hot springs, but also Chansey's cultivation rights. Since you have a criminal record, I need to see Chansey first, otherwise it's all for nothing. Zangma patted his chest and assured loudly, no problem, this matter is covered by me. Is your name Hisoka? Just as Hisoka was standing under the quest screen in the Pokémon Center to check what good quests were recently available, Nurse Joy's sweet voice came from behind him. I am. Hisoka looked back and said, Nurse Joy, what's the matter? Nurse Joy smiled. It's like this. A trainer named Ash posted a message video at the Pokémon Center saying that if there is a black ponytail boy named Hiso, tell him. To be honest, I've been watching you over there for a long time just now. Teenagers with ponytails are rare. Nurse Joy chuckled lightly. Hisoka followed Nurse Joy to the front desk. Nurse Joy tapped the keyboard a few times, and a video of the message was transferred to the desktop. Video 237 opens. Ash, Misty, Brock, and Maggie all appear on the screen, but each one has a trace of sadness on their faces. Ash took the lead and said, Brother Siso, if you can see this message video, it proves that you are still alive. Me and Maggie are alright. I am now ready to challenge Celadon, Rainbow Gym in Celadon, Rainbow City. If you see it, please send us a message for this video and let us know that you are not in an accident, please. Video end. Nurse Joy said with emotion, your friends really care about you very much. Every time they go to a city, they will immediately post a message video. This is the latest one. Need to send them a message of peace. Nurse Joy asked softly. Hisoka smiled and said, thank you. Don't use it for now. I'm going to give them a surprise. He was just about to set off for Fuchsia City, not only to help deal with the so-called Diglett disaster, but more importantly, Chansey's right to cultivate. Celadon, Rainbow City is adjacent to Fuchsia City, so you can drop by to see Maggie and the others, which can be considered safe. Since the other party regards you as a friend, you have to give the news yourself so that they don't have to worry all the time. Chapter 96 Departure. For update, ask for subscription, ask for collection. Sunlight. BC. What a beautiful thing. Under a parasol, Hisoka had a strong upper body, and the thick chocolate abs were tanned to a sexy bronze color during these few days of vacation. Lulu floated behind Hisoka, pressed his head with a pair of small white hands, looked serious, and carefully massaged Hisoka's temple. Woo. Hisoka sighed in relief. The little girl's massage skills are getting better and better. Lulu, are you tired? Do you want a glass of juice? Hisoka asked with a smile. Lulu, who was massaging, rolled her eyes when she heard the word, and with a small gesture, the juice in the original cup immediately boiled, and then flew out of the cup like a water dragon. The little girl opened her mouth, and the water dragon formed of juice slowly flowed into Lulu's mouth. Drip, drip. The computer on the desktop suddenly flashed a video call invitation. Hisoka clicked the mouse lazily to accept the invitation, and the next second, Zangma's exaggerated voice came from inside. Boss, I really called you boss. Zangma looked bitter. It's been 5 days. When are you going to set off? If you don't come again, you really have to go to sweep the street. It has been 5 days since the last time I called Zangma 350 times at the Pokémon Center. Zangma has made a video call almost every day for the past 5 days. Hisoka took off the black super glasses on his face, stretched his waist, and said lazily, I booked a room in a 6-star hotel for 10 days, and I only stayed for 7 days. If I leave now, the hotel will not return. The cost of those 3 days. How much? I'll pay you 58888 1 day. 3 days is 176,000. Just give you a discount and give me 150,000. Zangma's worn expression instantly stiffened, and he said pitifully, boss, don't play with me. My salary is 500 yuan a day now, and I have already contacted Nurse Joy in Celadon, Rainbow City, Chansey's breeding certificate. It's already opened. If you don't come again, I can prove it to others. Hisoka raised his eyelids lightly and said with a smile, threat me. How dare you? You are my life-saving straw now. Zangma put his hands together. Please, little brother, this time I'm not kidding. I really can't find anyone. The reservoir can't be completed on time. It's really finished. Give me a day. Hisoka got up from the beach chair and twisted his neck. BFCB. I should be able to get to Celadon, Rainbow City City at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Good. Zangma immediately smiled and said loudly, "Little brother, give me a call when you arrive tomorrow, and I will help you arrange a table to catch the wind and wash the dust." On the beach, a horizontal bar is built with a steel pipe that is 3 meters long, 6 meters high, and the thickness of an adult's arm. Raiden has one hand behind his back and one hand on the single bar, the one-handed pull-up that is extremely difficult to sit up and down with his body. This kid weighs more than 1.2 ton, but his own muscle strength is amazing. From the beginning of discomfort, after 2 days of running and training, now he can do this pull-up with a lot of trick. After doing 20 reps on his right arm, Raiden immediately switched to his left arm. However, there are 5 more arms in the left hand than the right hand. Raiden is an upright creature. In daily life, just like humans, the right hand is the main force. Therefore, when doing these strength exercises, in order to ensure that the thickness of the left and right arms is the same, and the strength of the 2 arms will not be too different in the future, the exercise volume of each set of the left hand must be increased by a quarter. After doing 2 sets of 1 arm pull-up, Raiden immediately trotted to the big sandbag. First, he punched the sandbag high, and when he was about to fly back, he immediately stepped on the boxer's sign with both feet. In small step. The 3-meter-high sandbag quickly collided back, only to see Raiden take small step with his shoulders and suddenly dodge in a small area, successfully dodging the galloping sandbag. At the same time, its giant tail was suddenly slapped on the sandbag behind it, and it was also blasted high by the giant force, and immediately flew back upside down. It didn't look at it with eyes at all, just relying on sound and feeling. The body moved quickly to the left in small step, once again dodging the counterattack of the sandbag. The straight punches bombarded, the giant tail slammed, and 2 large sandbags with a height of 3 meters flew in midair like tumblers. Raiden in the middle position seems to be addicted to the game, stepping on the rough little step, dodging the double tackling of the 2 sandbags, although the middle sometimes still gets hit by the sandbag, but compared to 5 days ago, the progress can be said to be very large. Raiden is not stupid, it's just that his past life experiences have made him see too few things. It may be uncomfortable at first, but under Hisoka's patient teaching, he quickly grasped the general essentials of boxing, and then it will take a long time to become proficient. Good job, lad. Hisoka gave a thumbs up to Raiden, who was a little pissed off. Raiden, who was praised, let out a roar of delight, then followed suit and raised a finger. But this guy only has 3 fingers, and the one in the middle is the one in the middle. It feels like a middle finger is erected, which makes Hisoka can't help laughing. Lampruchi is an island city, and if you want to leave the city, you must take a passenger ship. Hisoka's Divine Bird 3 off-road motorcycle was buried on the bottom of the sea with the luxury cruise ship in the last sinking of the San Annuo. The Sheniao 3 off-road motorcycle was checked in the bottom warehouse, but I didn't expect that the San Annu would suddenly sink. The Sheniao series motorcycle is a big brand of the heavy industry group under the Syrif company, and it is also the best motorcycle brand series currently sold in Kanto and Johto region. Hiso has consumed about 150 W in Lampruchi City in the past 7 days, and purchased various high-quality tree fruit, medicinal materials and some training equipment. It has also supplemented many top wild, outside survival equipment, which can be said to be foolproof. Walking out of the door of the Ocean Hotel, an obsidian-like motorcycle parked in the open space in front of the fountain. The perfectly streamlined body attracted many passing tourists, and some sharp-eyed veterans recognized the origin of this motorcycle at a glance. The iconic eagle head logo. The Sheniao V series just launched this year by Syrif Heavy Industry Group. The market price is 40 W. Hisoka walked over slowly, and under the surprised eyes of many tourists, he picked up the black helmet on the seat, raised his right leg and straddled the Divine Bird V. Put on the helmet. Insert the key. Twist the right hand. Hum an engine sound that makes every man hot. Blood suddenly rang out. With a bang, the Divine Bird V immediately rushed out like a wild horse, heading towards the big pier at a high speed. Chapter 97 arrived at Celadon, Rainbow City. 1 update for subscription and collection. At 8:45 in the morning, a speedboat departed at high speed from the Grand Pier in Lampruchi City, and its first stop was Vermilion City, a port city located east of Lampruchi City. This speedboat was provided free of charge by the Ocean Hotel to compensate for the 3-day room fee of Sisina. After the speedboat docks at Vermilion City, you only need to make a phone call to Ocean Hotel, and they will arrange for someone to accept the speedboat. The speed of the speedboat is very fast, and the ordinary passenger ship takes several days to travel, and it can be reached in just 1 day. When the night was getting late, Hisoka, who was standing in the driver's seat, could already see the outline of Vermilion City. Celadon, Rainbow City is a large city located in the central region of Kanto. It is the second largest city in Kanto in terms of city size, second only to the mega metropolis Saffron City in the east, and its economic strength is also very developed. If you start from Vermilion City, if you want to go to Celadon, Rainbow City, you must pass through Saffron City, which is the most developed highway system in the eastern Western region. The top-end Sheniao motorcycle I just bought just came in handy. Hisoka patted the streamlined body of the Divine Bird V, showing a fascinated look. He doesn't like cars, but he loves motorcycles as a means of transportation. When you have money in the future, you must take all the motorcycles with the highest performance in the world. This top-equipped Sheniao V spent 58W on its own, and the top speed can reach 380 km per hour, which completely exceeds the speed of Pidgeot's long-distance flight. Some staff in Ocean Hotel uniforms are helping to unload Sheniao V from the speedboat. They are sent by Ocean Hotel from the local travel agency to ensure the interests of every VIP customer with the most considerate service. Hisoka prepared to drive overnight, ate a random meat dog on the street, and then got on the motorcycle again. The engine roared suddenly, and under the gaze of the people walking along the street, an obsidian-like motorcycle galloped through the wide street at high speed. Superior. The highway is so silent at night, except for the occasional chirping of some bird Pokémon in the forest along the edge. You can hardly see any vehicles passing by. The world has always been vast and sparsely populated. It is comparable to the highways of Texas in the past life, and you may drive for 3 hours before encountering the second one. Buzz buzz. At this time, there was the roar of the locomotive in the distance, and the headlights were far shot. Hisoka saw that the speed on the dashboard had reached 260 km per hour. In the middle of the night, the whole person still felt so excited. At the current rate, it would take about 6 hours to get to the outskirts of Celadon, Rainbow. The area of this world is too large, and the distance between cities often requires trainers to cross mountains and forests, and it may even take a whole week or half a month to reach them on foot. During this highway journey, Hisoka never stopped except to get off the car at 2 in the morning and go to the forest by the roadside to feed Raiden and Lulu. Finally, when the rising sun loomed in the east, a black magic bird motorcycle appeared on the outskirts of Celadon, Rainbow City. Celadon, Rainbow City, Pokémon Center. As one of the most developed cities in Kanto, the Pokémon Center in Celadon, Rainbow City covers an amazing area, the size of a football field. Even the Pokémon Center in Saffron City to the east is not the size of Celadon, Rainbow City. The difference is that Saffron City, as a cosmopolitan city, has 2 Pokémon centers, one in the suburbs and one in the center of the city. The Divine Bird motorcycle stopped at the entrance of the Pokémon Center, and Hisoka took off the black helmet on his head. At this time, the sun had just risen, but at this time, there were not many figures at the entrance of the usually lively Pokémon Center. Little brother. Hisoka just pulled out the key when he saw a figure rushing over from the flower bush. Taking a closer look, it was a Tibetan horse wearing a green helmet and a little muddy stain on his face. Zangma's expression seemed a little excited, and he grabbed Hisoka's hand and said, "Little brother, I ran over without having breakfast as soon as I received your call. Nurse Joy, I have already contacted you. As long as you through her assessment, you can have the right to cultivate Chansey. Katakana middle dot 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 as for flowers katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot." Assessment. Hisoka frowned slightly. Seeing this, Zangma quickly explained loudly, "This is none of my business. It was proposed by Nurse Joy. You also know that Pokemon like Chansey are very rare in the Kanto region, and it is impossible to encounter this kind of magic in the wild. Baby, only Joy family has the right to cultivate Chansey. But in recent years, Nurse Joy has opened up the right to cultivate Chansey. Those trainers with good reputation and ability can have the right to cultivate a Chansey as long as they pass their assessment." Quote. Speaking of this, Zangma changed his tone again and said in a low voice, "Brother Zisuo, if all you want is temporary cultivation right, I will definitely be able to help you with it easily. But I think you want 100% permanent cultivation. Quan, in addition to the recommendation from the official alliance, you also need to pass the assessment of Nurse Joy, the permanent cultivation right. Nurse Joy, they will only issue 5 per year. Take me there." Hisoka nodded. Of course, what he wants is the permanent cultivation right. No one wants to take back the Pokemon that he has worked so hard to cultivate. Nurse Joy stretched forward and leaned on the front desk, her jade hand resting on her chin. Her beautiful eyes stared at Hisoka, and after a while, she said with a smile, "You are what Mr. Zangma said." Hisoka, as expected, a little boy. What a handsome guy. Zangma bumped into Hisoka's arm beside him and whispered, "Take it out." "Take what?" Hisoka asked in confusion. "You have shown me your proof from your childhood to the big exam, even if it's a primary school graduation certificate. This is a good time to add point." Hisoka understood, quickly opened his backpack and took out a plastic box, which contained all kinds of certificates he had taken. Tree Fruit Cultivation Level 3 Certificate, Medicinal Material Identification Level 4 Certificate, Pokeblock Production Level 4 Certificate, Superior Trainer Vocational Certificate. And this. Hisoka took out the Silver Bounty Hunter's dog tag from his neck. Zangma looked at the row of proofs in front of him and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Brother is awesome. Chapter 98 Nurse Joy's assessment and second update. Please subscribe. Sure enough, as soon as these documents were placed on the desk at the front desk, Nurse Joy's beautiful eyes flashed with brilliance, and she said with a coquettish smile, Mr. Zangma is right. You are not only handsome, but also very strong. In fact, you can. Showing these certificates is enough to show you're excellent, but the established rules still cannot be broken. If you want to get the permanent right to nurture those children, you must pass my assessment. Joy walked out of the front desk, beckoned to the two of them, and then took the lead and walked towards the backyard of the Pokémon Center. Zangma looked at Nurse Joy's beautiful back with a hint of fascination, and said, "Let's follow." After he finished speaking, he turned to look beside him, only to find that Hisoka had long since disappeared. Has rode past. "Little brother, wait for me," the Tibetan horse monster called 333, and quickly chased after him. "These children have to get up at 6 every morning to study," Nurse Joy said, and opened the iron door with the key. "There is no room for sloppy care in terms of medical care, and Chansey, who can be our assistant, has experienced after years of training in medical-related aspect. Each of them is the best nurse." Quote, lucky. The iron door opened, a sound full of vigor, and a shy and energetic growl came from the room. Looking around, a cute Pokémon wearing a nurse's hat, pink, and an egg-shaped body was walking around the room. Some of them are pressing back and forth on the dummy model, practicing the techniques of nursing massage. Some were bandaging wounds of injured wild Pokémon, while others were sitting on a tatami mat while holding a medical atlas. There were a total of 5 Chanseys in the room. When Nurse Joy walked in, Chi-Chi smiled at her, and then still focused on the work at hand. "They are all excellent children," Nurse Joy said with emotion. "Chansey is a kind of Pokémon, and their hearts are very delicate, so they are easily hurt. An inappropriate trainer is often easily hurt. I don't want to see any of their children get hurt." Nurse Joy, I understand how you feel. Hisoka felt the same way. The damage a bad trainer or a trainer who doesn't care about Pokémon can cause to Pokémon's hearts is often unimaginable to ordinary people. I've seen too many Pokémon abandoned by trainers. Speaking of this, Nurse Joy's face became a little heavy. Chansey's fighting ability is very weak. They can't do anything other than take care of Pokémon. A lot of trainers get Chansey just because of her rarity and to show off to friends. There will be scum everywhere. Zangma suddenly said aloud at this time, but I can guarantee that Brother Zisuo is definitely a person who loves his Pokémon with all his heart, and every one of his Pokémon has been bred very well. The Pokémon also love him very much. Quote, Nurse Joy showed a sly smile. Really? But I don't believe what Mr. Kurama said, unless Hisoka can show me his Pokémon. Hurry up and take it out. Zangma urged him again and again, as if he was even more anxious than Hisoka himself. Hisoka shrugged helplessly, took the Ultra Ball belonging to Lulu from the tactical belt around his waist, and pressed the button on it. "Come out, Lulu." The red light flashed, and Lulu's graceful and pretty figure appeared in the room. Wow! The moment Nurse Joy saw Lulu, she couldn't help covering her red lips in amazement, and then said excitedly, "What a beautiful Pokémon, like a beautiful little princess. Hisoka is her name. Is it called Lulu?" Hisoka nodded and smiled. "Lulu is the name I gave her. Her scientific name is actually Kirlia. She is a Pokémon from Hoenn region. Kanto and Johto region don't have one." "I see. No wonder I've never seen it before." Nurse Joy understood. Lulu's name is Lulu, not Kirlia. An ethereal girly voice like a wind chime rang in Nurse Joy's mind, and this telepathy made Nurse Joy speechless for a long time. Lulu is Psychic's Pokémon, and telepathy is her innate talent, Hisoka explained with a smile. "Yeah." Nurse Joy reacted and glanced at Hisoka enviously. "You passed the first level, and Lulu can say something like this. It proves how much you hold her in her heart. Treat her well. Well, you will have many Pokémon in your life, but Lulu is the only one in your life. Quote, you can rest assured on this point. The relationship between me and Lulu is unimaginable by others. We have laughed together, cried together, and were hurt together, have all the best memories." Hisoka and Lulu looked at each other, and both saw the most sincere feelings in each other's eyes. "Okay." Nurse Joy clapped his hands and said with a smile, "The touching time has passed, and now the second test will begin. Since you want to obtain the permanent cultivation right of Chansey, you must have done a lot of homework in this area. Now I just test your knowledge of Pokémon like Chansey." Quote, after speaking, Nurse Joy asked directly without giving Hiso any time to think. "First question, what kind of Pokémon is Chansey?" "General," Hisoka replied without hesitation. "Second question, the little pocket in Chansey's stomach can lay up to a few eggs a day." 2.6. This question is no longer as simple as the first one, and if it is a trainer who doesn't know Chansey, it will be even more confusing. Hisoka thought for 2 seconds before answering. 3. But if Chansey uses his egg-laying skills to speed up the formation of egg, the correct answer should be 6. "You sure?" Nurse Joy smiled. This question buried a small trap. Nurse Joy asked about the maximum number of eggs to lay in a day. People who knew Chansey would name 3 immediately, but if you think about it carefully, Chansey has the skill to recruit eggs. "Sure," Hisoka answered firmly. Hearing this answer, the smile on Nurse Joy's face became even stronger. After being silent for a while, he said softly, "Congratulations, you got it right." Chapter 99 finally got Chansey's 3 update. Please subscribe and collect. Question 10. What is the official power rating of Chansey's egg frying skill? 100. Hisoka answered confidently. Fortunately, in my default team, Chansey has always been regarded as the best team doctor option, and at that time, I learned a lot of important knowledge about Chansey. I didn't expect to use these in today's assessment. I can only say that everything in the world has a drink and a peck. Okay, you can choose one of these 5 children as your future partner. Nurse Joy put his hands behind his back, squinting his eyes and looking at Hisoka with a smile. The assessment is over. Zangma was the first to speak out. He was puzzled. Wait, Nurse Joy, didn't you say that there are 3 assessments? Mr. Hisoka has performed so well that I decided to skip the 3rd test. Nurse Joy vowed to speak. However, Hisoka still sensed a hint of cunning in her eyes, and things couldn't be that simple. When I heard Zangma say that there was a 3rd assessment, I couldn't help but shudder. It seems that there is a big hole in front of me waiting for me to jump, and once I choose the wrong one, I feel like I have lost all my effort. The 5 Chanseys have no difference in appearance. They are completely 5 twins, and they are exactly the same in height and size. Hisoka doesn't have too many requirements for the team doctor in her team. She doesn't need to be very strong, and she doesn't need to have much potential. She just needs to be able to treat teammates in time in possible team battles in the future. Without any hesitation, Hisoka walked directly to the Chansey closest to him. That is, the Chansey sitting in the chair watching the medical chart carefully. "Hello, can you get to know me?" Hisoka squatted down and said softly. "Lucy, Chansey is a very kind Pokémon. Even in the face of a stranger who suddenly appears, he will treat it kindly." Put down the medical atlas in his hand, and politely stretch out the petite, small short hand, and Hisoka's palm gently touched. In addition to her famously kind personality, Chansey is also a very sensitive Pokémon. She saw the love for her in the eyes of the young man in front of her, and also felt the positive elements of the other party's emotion. At this time, Nurse Joy also came over, bent down and said to the Chansey, "This is the trainer that my sister chose for you. Would you like to travel with him?" Chansey hesitated, then looked back at the 4 fellow students who were studying and working. The 4 Chansey also heard Nurse Joy's words and quickly put down the work in their hands and trotted over with their round bodies shaking. Lucky tilde, lucky tilde. For a while, the lucky growl of Chansey was ringing in the room. The 4 Chanseys who ran over looked at their sisters with reluctance in their eyes, and one of the Chanseys even had tears in their eyes. The rich emotions of the Pokémon are displayed vividly at this moment, and they will also feel sad because of the separation from their companion. "Lulu, what are the Chanseys talking about?" Hisoka secretly communicated with Lulu in his mind. The Chanseys said that they are very reluctant to leave their sister, and the Chansey you chose seems to be the eldest sister among them. Nurse Joy, if her sisters don't want Chansey to leave, I don't want to nurture them forever. After all, I don't feel good about breaking them up. Lucky. The Chansey chosen by Hisoka suddenly became angry when he heard this, and called out to the 4 crying sisters. The eldest sister, Chansey, clicked hard on the heads of the 4 younger sisters. Lucky in her mouth, Uki kept screaming as if she was teaching the 4 younger sisters. Lulu continued to use telepathy to translate what the big sister Chansey said. Chansey said she believed in Sister Joy's choice. She would be the best nurse whether it was at the Pokémon Center or traveling with a trainer. Sisters should be happy for her. Actually, if you are hesitant to choose Chansey, or even choose Chansey like a commodity, no matter how good you are, I will never let you pass the 3rd stage. Nurse Joy's always gentle voice turned serious once in a while. Hisoka finally understood that it turned out that the most critical assessment was the selection of a partner in the final stage. At the entrance of the Pokémon Center, the sun was already hanging in the air at this time, and some trainers who got up early stopped when they walked out of the door, and looked at the scene at the bottom of the stairs with a curiosity and a trace of jealousy. Nurse Joy can be said to be the first dream lover of most trainers when they first debut. The beautiful and wholly delicate face, the graceful and slender figure, and the always gentle and pleasant voice. But it was such a former dream lover who was looking at a handsome young man with a reluctant look, which made the trainers who saw this scene in the morning very unhappy. "He looks so handsome. Please treat this child well." Nurse Joy reluctantly handed over the Pokémon ball belonging to Chansey. "I understand that these children will leave me one day, but I didn't expect this day to come so quickly. When I chose her, Chansey was already my family. This is a man's promise," Hisoka said solemnly. He took Chansey's baby ball from Joy and was honestly very happy. Encounter Chansey in the wild, outside at all. And even if you get a Chansey from some special channels, there is no breeding certificate issued by Nurse Joy. So sorry. Once it is discovered, the Alliance will immediately send someone to take this Chansey back. To be able to get Chansey so smoothly, the most important thing to be thankful for is the line led by Zangma. This seemingly unreliable guy, I didn't expect to be able to come in handy at a critical critical moment. He seemed to sense the meaning revealed in Hisoka's eyes. Zangma put his hands on his hip. His head was raised at a 45-degree angle, and turned into a rude look again, and said with a cheap smile, "What, do you suddenly feel that this uncle is very handsome?" Hisoka smiled helplessly, and then raised his middle finger amid the others' scolding. Chapter 100 Xiaoshui Breeding House. For update please subscribe and collect. By the way, I almost forgot to tell you. Zangma, who was driving a dilapidated jeep, suddenly patted the back of his head and said, "You will have a 3-month inspection period after you get the permanent breeding right of Chansey, and you have to choose one day every month during these 3 months. Time to take Chansey to the local Pokémon Center to give Nurse Joy a full body check. If you find that you have abuse or Chansey is malnourished, the perpetual breeding rights will be revoked immediately, and you will also be pulled by the Pokémon Center." Blacklisted. Understood. Hisoka nodded. His Magic Bird V motorcycle is temporarily parked in the underground garage of the Pokémon Center. Since the reservoir construction site I went to is in the deep mountains, it is easy to damage the motorcycle when driving in. Moreover, the top matching Bird V Sasuo, which I just bought for 58W, is really reluctant to drive it as a truck, so we sit together on the Tibetan horse's jeep. When Hisoka was sitting in the co-pilot thinking about how Chansey should match his skills, a familiar figure walked out of the street. The long flowing red hair that was originally flowing is now cut into short hair that reaches the ears. "Stop the car, I see an acquaintance," Hisoka said. "Woman," Zangma said with a wicked smile. "Isn't that the beauty with short red hair at the crossroads in front of her, who has a really great figure?" Hisoka was too lazy to pay attention to him. Zangma shrugged his shoulders with no interest in himself, and slowly drove the jeep to the intersection over there. "Maggie," a very familiar voice came, and made Chi panic, and the vegetable and fruit bag in her hand suddenly fell. He looked back quickly, and the familiar smile came into view again. "Mr. Hisoka," Maggie shouted excitedly. A tear couldn't help but flicker in her eyes. "Mr. Hisoka, it's really good. Very good. I always believed that you would be fine." Diaresis. Maybe because of the excitement, Maggie, who was in the jeep, seemed a little incoherent. Hisoka could understand the other party's mood and said with a smile, "The dragon rage, a group of Gyarados blew us away, and I ended up on an uninhabited island, lived on it for 5 days, and then did it myself. A small wooden boat managed to escape." Quote, Maggie wiped the tears from her eyes and said, "Ash and I were blown to a large island where a theme park was built, and there are some super-sized Pokemon made by machines, each of which it was more than 10 meters high, like a hill. At the time, we all thought it was a real Pokemon, but Ash accidentally broke a few robotic Pokemon. Speaking of which, Meichi seemed to have thought of something funny, and suddenly burst out laughing." Hisoka took out a pack of tissues and handed it over, and asked softly, "Maggie, what are you going to do now?" "The San Annuo sank. What about your work?" Hearing Hisoka ask this, Maggie scratched her head and said a little embarrassedly, "Actually, I'm learning how to become a Pokemon breeder with Miss Xiaoshui from Beauty Street, although I don't have a Pokemon right now." Quote, Pokemon breeder. Hisoka nodded lightly. This profession is indeed quite marketable, especially in big cities with developed economy. An excellent Pokemon breeder can often earn unimaginable money. However, it is not easy to spend energy to help guests cultivate Pokemon. After all, it is not their own Pokemon. Just like a pair of parents spend a lot of energy to take care of a child belonging to someone else's family, it is actually difficult for ordinary people to really do their best. Ash and the others went to Saffron City after they challenged Celadon, Rainbow Gym. If they knew that Mr. Hisoka was alright, they would be very happy. Meichi was in a very good mood today, and the gloom and worries that had been hidden in her heart for a long time finally disappeared at this moment. "This is the Koyuki Breeding House." Maggie pointed to the Fitmall shop on the right when Beauty Street entered. Compared to many beauty salons with luxurious exterior decoration, this breeding house is much simpler. This street with a length of about 1,000 meters is a famous beauty shop street in Celadon, Rainbow, and it is also a must-see for every female tourist who comes to Celadon, Rainbow. Next door to the cosmopolitan Saffron City, those ladies who have nothing to do all day like to drive a sport car and bring their pet to this beauty street for daily maintenance. This beauty street is not only serving female customers. There are many beauty salons set up specifically for Pokemon because it is impossible for many male trainers to pay for their own beauty, but they are willing to spend a lot of money to shape and maintain their Pokemon. After all, who doesn't want their Pokemon to look good all day long? Xiaoshui Breeding House is a one-stop service that specializes in beauty, shaping, massage, and maintenance for Pokemon. Despite the fact that this breeding house covers an area of more than 100 square meters and the decoration is very simple, it is one of the most profitable shops on this beauty street. Miss Xiaoshui is a famous Pokemon breeder. As Maggie introduced, she pushed open the glass door of the breeding house. "Miss Xiaoshui, I'm back. It's Maggie. I'm giving a massage to an Ekans. You can come and take a look." Wow, there is a hint of sweetness in this gentle voice, and a hint of amorous feelings in the sweetness. Zangma took a deep deep breath and said intoxicated, "If I am not mistaken, Miss Xiaoshui must be a long-haired girl. Intellectual beauty." Quote, entering the hall of the breeding house, a big beauty with blue-green hair was giving a full-body massage to Ekans lying on a small bed. She wore a slim, white uniform that resembled a nurse, and she had a very focused expression on her face. Her face can't be said to be so beautiful. Judging from Hisoka's aesthetic, this so-called Miss Xiaoshui can only be regarded as more than delicate. The key is her temperament from the inside out. Leisurely, intellectually, gentle, it may people feel like a stream of clear spring slowly flowing down from the mountain wall, which makes people feel very comfortable when they first see her. Chapter 101 Genius Breeder. Please subscribe. Ekans and its evolution type Arbok are both notoriously difficult Pokémon to take care of. In addition to its own trainer, it is extremely aggressive towards other people or Pokémon. But such an Ekans who should be fierce is now like the most obedient child, squinting his eyes comfortably under Miss Xiaoshui's delicate and white hand, and occasionally raises his earth-colored rattlesnake-like tail to gently touch Koyuki-san's arm. For most women, Arbok's horrible appearance and slippery, greasy body is a nightmare existence. Just look at Maggie's performance. What she fears most is this kind of snake-like Pokémon. When she walks about a meter away from Ekans, she will no longer dare to approach. Koyuki smeared the skin oil on the palm of her hand to help Ekans remove the parasite deep in the scale. Glancing at Maggie's frightened expression, she couldn't help smiling softly, and said, "Actually, the Pokémon that the trainers have subdued are not too aggressive anymore. They are accustomed to contact with humans. These children are very smart. As long as you have a kind heart, they won't hurt you." "Miss Xiaoshui, I'm really sorry," Maggie said a little embarrassedly, feeling ashamed for her performance just now. Xiaoshui shook her head and said, "It's okay. It's normal for you to be afraid when you meet Ekans for the first time. But if you want to become a qualified Pokémon breeder, the Pokémon we face should be cute or vicious in appearance. Treat them equally and treat them as your own partners, not just a deal." Quote, crack, crack. "Miss Xiaoshui, what you said is really good." Zangma clapped excitedly, so scared that Hisoka almost didn't punch him. "Who are you two?" Xiaoshui looked at the strange man who suddenly applauded with a puzzled look, but then smiled. "If you need me to help with the beauty of the Pokémon, please wait a moment." "Miss Xiaoshui, no, they are my friend. Just came to see me," Meichi explained from the side. "I see." Xiaoshui nodded lightly and said, "Sorry, I still have some work in hand. I'll receive you when I'm done." "It's okay, it's okay. Miss Xiaoshui's business is important. You can do it first." Kurama has a completely intoxicated expression. "There is such a beautiful woman in the world. Why didn't I hear it when I came to Celadon, Rainbow City before? It's a pity. Ekans, I'll pick you up." At this moment, the door of the breeding house was pushed open, and a beautiful, with red vertical hair and a sexy figure walked over with a swaying figure. "Why does this sound like a man?" Zangma first saw the beautiful woman entering the store, and was a little excited at first, but when she heard the sissy voice, she felt that a basin of cold water was poured from the top of her head. Reverse up. What kind of beauty is she? She's obviously a monster who is neither male nor female. White powder on his face and thick lipstick. That's okay. The key is that this guy is wearing a miniskirt, but the leg hair on his legs is not shaved clean. I can't help it. Let me vomit for a while. Zangma immediately turned his back, clutched his chest, let out a retching sound, and rolled his eyes. Fortunately, he had been thinking about that figure for a while, and now he felt goosebumps all over his body. Why would I be with an idiot? Seeing that sissy's look at rage, Hisoka smiled awkwardly, and then explained, "I'm sorry, my friend has throat cancer, so I'm going to vomit." The sissy curled her lips in disdain. "Smelly men are really annoying. Miss Kelly, your Ekans has just finished nursing today." Miss Xiaoshui walked over slowly, while the Ekans was wrapping around her, kissing Xiaoshui's face with a snake letter. "Good boy, don't make trouble. Your master is here to pick you up." Xiaoshui hugged Ekans away with a smile and handed it to Miss Kelly. "Wow, what beautiful scales." Miss Kelly forgot her previous unpleasantness and covered her face, stroking Ekans' wax-coated scales intoxicatedly. Katakana middle dot, 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 seeking flowers, katakana middle dot. "Thank you very much for coming," Xiaoshui said, bending over. "Let's come again next time." Ekans, that Miss Kelly readily paid for Ekans' hair and grooming fee. When passing by Zangma, she suddenly stepped on the soles of his feet with her 7-centimeter high heels. Amid the screams of a Tibetan horse butchering a pig, Miss Kelly swayed her butt and walked out of the gate of the breeding house happily. "This damn sissy dares to sneak attack on this uncle, and the crime of attacking the Alliance investigator is one more class. I will take him to prison." Sitting on the chair, Zangma said fiercely, covering his red and swollen feet. Hisoka sighed, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Dude, save your time. Your Alliance investigator has long since been withdrawn, and you are now a reservoir foreman." Reservoir foreman. Thinking of this terrible fact, the Tibetan horse immediately deflated like a burst balloon. "Mr. Hisoka, I must give you a grand introduction to my master, Miss Xiaoshui." Xiaoshui. Maggie took Xiaoshui's arm and said cheerfully, "Don't think that our breeding house is small and the decoration is very simple. But our store manager Xiaoshui is the most powerful person in this beauty street. Since the breeding house opened 3 years ago, Miss Xiaoshui has won 3 consecutive champions in the beauty street breeder competition, but this is not the most powerful person of Xiaoshui. The amazing thing is that Miss Xiaoshui is just 20 years old this year, but she has already passed the level 7 qualification certificate for breeders." Quote, Hisoka was slightly surprised by what Maggie said. A 20-year-old Pokemon breeder with a level 7 qualification certificate. That is indeed very powerful. It can no longer be said that it is very powerful. This Xiaoshui is completely a genius breeder. To know that a Pokemon breeder is a profession that requires research, the Alliance divides the breeder's examination certificate into 10 levels. Xiaoshui can get to level 7 at the age of 20, which proves that she can become a level 10 Pokemon breeder, and even region elite level characters will have to treat her as a guest. Chapter 102 The Diglett Disaster. Open black lens bracket. Second update. Close black lens bracket. Hisoka is naturally very willing to know such an excellent potential talent. Resources sometimes not only represent money, but also a very important resource. Even the value of contacts is often far more than money. It was rare to meet such a genius who became a level 7 breeder at such a young age. Hisoka immediately became interested, and he couldn't help but tell Xiaoshui all the difficulties he had encountered in raising Pokemon before. Xiaoshui is a gentle person. After helping Hiso with a cup of coffee, the two sat on the sofa and chatted with each other. "Miss Xiaoshui, how can I make a Pokemon who usually has low self-esteem become more optimistic and confident?" Xiaoshui took a sip of the coffee in her cup and replied with a smile, "It depends on how the inferiority complex is formed. I have a Pokemon, and her appearance is really not in line with people's aesthetic. If it sounds ugly, it look ugly," Hisoka explained. "But for me, Pokemon is my relative. No one will despise their relative." Quote, Xiaoshui nodded and said, "If that's the case, I recommend you go to the perfume store in Celadon, Rainbow City to have a look. There is a special perfume for Pokemon, which is extracted from Gloom's saliva. Apply this ranged perfume in Pokemon. Pokemon will feel very happy all day long, and like people, Pokemon are always in a happy mood, and their mood will become more and more optimistic." The conversation between the two was very pleasant. Hisoka's knowledge reserve is very rich, and he also has many unique insights on the cultivation of Pokemon. Zangmu lowered his head in frustration. He must be very good if you let him catch criminals, but his knowledge of Pokemon breeding is really shallow, and he can't get into the topic at all. The jeep slowly moved forward on the street, and Zangmu, who was sitting in the driver's seat, had a gloomy expression on his face. But Hisoka, who was sitting in the back, covered his face with Erlang's leg crossed, was in a good mood, and talking with Xiaoshui made many of his previous problems suddenly clear. The perfume extracted from Gloom's saliva is called number 18 perfume. It is a kind of perfume suitable for Pokemon developed by gym leader Erica in Celadon, Rainbow City. The price is not cheap. The price of a 200cc bottle of number 18 perfume is 2W2. It's a luxury item. Celadon, Rainbow is one of the most economically developed cities in the Kanto region, and its citizens have high spending power, and luxury brands from all over the world can be seen here. The reservoir site is located on the edge of the eastern forest in Celadon, Rainbow City, not too far from Fuchsia City, only separated by a mountain range. The jeep drove for 3 full hours before gradually seeing the shape of the Fuchsia Mountain, and the half-finished reservoir is on the mountain, which stores water from a large lake on the mountain so that it can irrigate the farmland of a dozen villages around Fuchsia City. Boom! The jeep suddenly dashed forward violently. Hisoka responded in time, stepping on the seat in front and resisting the force of the dash. The hidden horse in the driver's seat is not so lucky. This guy used to be an Alliance investigator, and he didn't even wear a seat belt when driving. This rush made his head hit the steering wheel hard. Although it hurt, he slammed straight into the air, but still slammed on the brakes in a timely manner. Zangmu covered the swollen bag on his forehead, got out of the car to check what happened, and saw that the front of the car was stuck in a hole in the ground. He was so angry that he yelled, "It's these Diglets again! How long have I been gone? These nasty little things have spread the territory all over this place." The Diglett disaster is actually caused by the excessive number of a kind of Pokemon called Diglett that breeds in a certain place. They are crazy on the ground, seriously destroying the surface environment of the surrounding area, and causing damage to local buildings and crops. Serious impact. Studies have shown that a small amount of Diglett digging in the ground can make the soil more active and promote the growth of crops. However, once the number of Diglett is too large, it will lead to a sharp increase in the hollows under the surface so that the rhizomes of the plant cannot absorb nutrients well and then wither. There are too many holes in the ground. Zangmu stepped on another pit, and shook his head helplessly. "We can only walk to the construction site. Cars can't drive here at all." Hisoka got out of the car, walked around in a circle, stepped on it hard, and a hole appeared immediately. Diglett is a group Pokémon. Generally speaking, a Diglett group will have a Dugtrio as the leader. Hisoka took out a metal rod from his backpack and inserted it into the soil, and said slowly, to solve the Diglett disaster, we must first understand how many Diglett group there are in this area. The second is to find the traces of Dugtrio. To get it out, the 30,000 hectare forest area is best kept in 3 to 5 Diglett clusters, which will not damage the land structure and make the local soil more active. Quote, I don't think you're fit to be a bounty hunter. Zangma was silent for a moment, then suddenly acclaimed excitedly, little brother, it's a waste of your skills if you don't become a search officer. Hehe, that's what I thought too. Hisoka narrowed his eyes, looked at Zangma, and said word by word, so the second condition I put forward on the San Anu was a temporary search officer's certificate. Proof, no real power is required. Quote, 3.2 At the beginning, Siso had this idea purely because he wanted to have a superficial official identity so that in the future, the identity of the investigator can provide him with a lot of convenience in terms of performing tasks. As soon as these words came out, Zangma scratched his head in embarrassment. He has been dismissed by the Alliance now, and the former backer, Boss Baiji, still doesn't know where to go on vacation, let alone to help Shisuo get the temporary investigator's certificate. Hisoka took out another bundle of silver metal rod from his backpack, threw it into Zangma's arms, and said, don't stand there stupidly, and quickly put a signal rod every 10 meters for me. What about you? Zangma couldn't help asking while holding the metal bar weighing dozens of kilograms. Hisoka clapped the laptop in his hand. Of course it's work. Chapter 103 Capture Dugtrio 3 Update for subscription for collection. As night fell, the reservoir construction site was silent at this time. The reservoir could not be started because the materials could not be brought in. In order to save labor costs, Zangma, who is in charge of the construction site, can only let the workers go home first, and then let the workers come back after the Diglett disaster is resolved. In a temporary office converted from shipping containers, a huge incandescent lamp illuminates every corner of the office. Zangma was covered in dust, as dirty as a mud monkey, lying in the middle of the sofa with a bald face. Sighed, I'm really exhausted, uncle. He held a pile of metal rods weighing dozens of pounds and stuck it in the old forest deep in the mountains for a whole afternoon, during which time he didn't even have time to take a sip. Taking money to do business is one of Hisoka's life tenet, and he got a chancy by the other party's matchmaking. Since Zangma paid his reward, Hisoka naturally wanted to help him solve the Diglett disaster. On the computer desktop, a green topographic map is gradually taking shape, and the signal rods inserted in the mountains and forests are transmitting the information of the surface to the computer step by step. Drip, drip. 15. A red dot on the green topographic map is blinking at this time. Hisoka immediately pressed the red dot with the mouse, and a string of coordinates was displayed. 1,127,986. Working. Hisoka picked up the coat from the chair and walked towards the office door. Zangma closed his eyes in pain, and his legs were still shaking with exhaustion. But for the sake of a happy life in the future, instead of being sent by the Alliance to sweep the street, I can only fight. With a loud cry, he also rushed out of the office. Come out, Raiden. As soon as he left the office, Hisoka threw the black overweight ball belonging to Raiden on the tactical belt around his waist. Ow! Raiden roared excitedly, and his tail twitched heavily on the ground, flashing several dust. The thick arm slowly stretched out in front of him. Hisoka's knees bent slightly, and a bounce jumped on Raiden's arm. Raiden then raised his right arm against his left shoulder, and Hisoka stepped onto its shoulder again. Sitting on Raiden's left shoulder, Hisoka put his right hand on its horn, and said aloud, listen to my command, go. Out tilde. Raiden was so excited that his whole body was like a moving tiger tank, galloping on the ground at high speed, and charged into the forest with an indomitable momentum. Wow! Zangma, who appeared behind his butt, saw a 4-meter-high bee suddenly appear in front of him, and almost ran into the office again in fright. Taking a closer look, he found that Hisoka's figure was sitting on the shoulders of the giant beast, and then he ran out with confidence. Could this Raiden be his Pokémon? Looking at the giant Raiden that was drifting away, Zangma's face was full of shock. When did this kid subdue such a terrifying Raiden? The size of the big guy is not even comparable to Johto's Tyranitar, who is known as the Desert Tyrant. Wait for me, I also want to feel what it's like to sit on such a big Raiden, Zangma said enviously, then pushed up an off-road bicycle left by a worker and followed. With a height of 20 cm and a weight of 0.8 kg, Diglett is one of the smallest Pokémon in the world. Its strength is very weak, but it runs away very fast. It is said that its head can reach a top speed of Mach 3 the moment it retracts into the ground. Guji tilde. Digletts are nocturnal creatures. At this time, the Digletts with brown ellipsoid heads are light soldiers in neat rows, moving quickly towards the cave with tree fruits on their back. They have the habit of accumulating food. Tree fruit is the favorite food of the Diglett. Of course, these little things will eat leaves or roots when they are very hungry. They are completely vegetarian. Boom, boom. There was a tremor on the ground, and the affected Diglett stopped one after another and looked back at the entrance of the forest. A huge shadow appeared in front of the Diglett, a Rhydon with a height of more than 4 meters. Pokémon Digletts like Rhydon have also seen it a few times in the forest, but they have never seen such a big one, especially the jet black Rhydon staring at them with malicious eyes. Digletts are quite timid when they only have one, but once in a pack, these little guys are fearless. Thinking that this Rhydon came to snatch their food, the Diglett group immediately raged, turned their guns, dived into the ground and quickly swam around Rhydon. The best way for them to deal with these Pokémon that are far larger than them is to put the surrounding hollow out the ground. Rhydon's broken golden eyes looked at the little Dick surrounding him with disdain, remembering Hisoka's order to use Earthquake as soon as these Digletts surrounded him. Roar! Rhydon clenched his arms into fists and stepped on the ground with his right leg. He didn't use the Earthquake with all his strength, otherwise it should have been a double leg volley splash, using the instant fall of his body weight to accelerate to greatly enhance the power of Earthquake. Boom! One after another crack began to spread rapidly from Rhydon's body, and those Diglett who had just surrounded him before 383 had time to hollow out the ground were immediately stunned by Earthquake as powerful shockwave. The Diglett core in the rear saw that the first wave of charging comrades were wiped out. Diglett's attack methods are few, in addition to sand throwing as the mud shot. These attacks were nothing but tickling for Rhydon, or not even a tickling. With another foot on the ground, the dense Diglett core fainted again. Lost in 2 wars, the Diglett group was completely disorganized, and they began to flee into the surrounding forest. Rhydon turned the big silver-white horn on the tip of his nose and started digging a big hole in the ground. Although its size is large, its first-hand dig skills are not weaker than Diglett. After a while, a huge cave that can accommodate adult men to walk appeared on the ground. "Are you sure the Dugtrios will be here?" Zangma asked suspiciously. No wonder Tibetan Horse would ask this question, because this is a small lake. You must know that Diglett and Dugtrio are both ground-based Pokémon, and they hate water the most. Shut up, Hisoka whispered. Look hard and study hard. Chapter 104 Lake Water Inversion 4 Update. Please subscribe and collect. Diglett's favorite food is tree fruit and plant root, and both of these foods are full of water, so Diglett doesn't need to replenish the body's hydration from elsewhere. Here, Hisoka said suddenly in a low voice. Zangma's face was puzzled. What coming? Boom tilde boom tilde. There was a slight trembling sound from the ground, passing under the feet of Shisuo and Tibetan horses to the small lake not far ahead. Who suddenly, the surface of this small lake began to bubble, and as time passed, as time goes by, the blisters become more and more intense. Crash! A black giant rushed out of the lake. Under the moonlight, the iconic silver-white unicorn told its identity, and it was Tr Hyden that drove the Diglett group to one direction not long ago. With a trembling index finger, Tibetan Horse pointed at Rhydon, who appeared from the lake, and said loudly, "I remember Rhydon as a Pokémon of the ground type and rock type. In theory, it should be 4 times weaker water type. How can Rhydon still be in the lake swimming? Water type Pokémon like Psyduck can appear as a landlubber, and a Rhydon from the ground and rock type can appear as a swimmer. Isn't it strange?" Hisoka said ponderingly. "It's not very strange. It's very strange." Zangma wanted to shout loudly, but seeing Hisoka's gesture to silence him, he quickly covered Zuiba. Rhydon turned ashore and saw that a whirlpool appeared in the center of the small lake. Rhydon used his dig skill to cooperate with the horn drill to dig a tunnel in the ground leading to the small lake. The bottom of the lake is now penetrated, and the lake will naturally spread out with the cave at the bottom. As time passed, the water level in the small lake became shallower. Hisoka deliberately chose such a small lake with not a lot of water storage in front of him, so that even if the water pressure eventually goes out of control, it will not have too much impact on the surrounding forest. Diglett can only drill holes in shallow places, so it's easy to catch Diglett. But Diglett's evolution Dugtrios are different. Not only did they move faster, but they're also said to be able to dig up to 100 kilometers underground. Both Diglett and Dugtrio are good helpers in agricultural reclamation, and the land they reclaim often becomes very fertile, which is very popular among farmers. Even the villagers in some remote villages regard Diglett and Dugtrio as the incarnation of the harvest. But everything can easily lead to disaster. Once the number of Diglett worms multiply in the same place and the wild fruit and plant root cannot meet their need, the Digletts will go to the farmland to steal the vegetables and berry grown by the farmers, and they will directly bite off the root, causing heavy losses to farmers. To prevent the Diglett disaster that may occur in various places, the Kanto Alliance invests a lot of manpower and material resources in this area every year. Digletts are still beneficial beasts in general, and the Alliance can't really hurt them, and can only use the transfer policy. Send too many Digletts that appear in a region to those barren and even desertified places in the northeastern Kanto. The lake water poured into the ground and spread rapidly along the holes dug by Rhydon. The ground of the surrounding forest was dug into a hollow shaped by a large number of Diglett, and the lake water flowed into these holes unimpeded. The Digletts were out of luck for a while. They began to run wildly underground like headless flies, dodging the attack of the water. Many Diglets had no choice but to jump out of the ground and lay shivering on the ground. The younger brothers are almost wiped out, and the old nature can't stand. A strange Diglet with 3 heads emerged from the ground. The heads were of different height, as if 3 Diglets of different heights were combined. Lulu, Weavile, it's your turn. Hisoka saw Dugtrio appear for a moment, and immediately threw the 2 treasured balls he held tightly in his hand. Lulu, confusion has Dugtrio under control. Don't let it escape. Weavile stuns this little thing with Ice Punch. Hisoka gave 2 orders at once. A blue light appeared in Lulu's eyes, and when he grabbed his right hand, Dugtrio, who had been panicked by the backflow of water, immediately felt that his body could not move. The strong wind hit. Weavile used Quick Attack's high-speed sprint to come to Dugtrio in an instant, and his fist covered with cold air knocked each of Dugtrio's 3 heads at an extremely fast punching speed. G tilde. Dugtrio didn't even know who the attacker was, so he was instantly KO'd by Ice Punch with double damage bonus. Now it's your turn to deal with the Diglet disaster in a region, and take the initiative to help the Alliance solve the problem. Although the credit is not too big for a superior, a caring subordinate is more pleasing to the eye than a subordinate who will take credit. Hisoka is a smart guy, and dealing with the Diglet disaster won't help him at all. I originally came here for Zangma's personal request, and the Alliance will definitely not reward him. It is better to repay the favor and let Zangma take the credit. A look of joy flashed in Zangma's eyes when he heard the word. He was just agitated that the reservoir could not be completed in time due to the Diglet disaster. I almost forgot that if the Diglet disaster in an area was dealt with in time, it would save a manpower and material resources of the Alliance, which would be a good bonus for the return to job assessment at the end of the year. Coupled with the timely completion of the quality of the reservoir here, maybe he will be able to resume his post in a few months, and he will no longer have to worry about being sent by the Alliance to sweep the street. Thinking of this, the corners of Zangma's mouth almost cracked, and he couldn't help but patted Hisoka on the shoulder and said, "Thank you, little brother. I won't forget you when my official resume." After finishing speaking, Zangma took out an ordinary red and white baby ball from his pocket and approached Dugtrio. Dugtrio, who was knocked out, was subdued by Zangma without any resistance. Good money. After the first Dugtrio appeared, soon the second Dugtrio could not stand the backflow of the lake and appeared on the surface. It was still a tacit cooperation. Lulu confusion controlled the field. Weavile Ice Punch knocked out. Then Zangma Shinto grimaced and took the Pokémon ball up to subdue it. At 5 o'clock in the morning, wisps of morning sun began to slowly emerge in the eastern sky. Hiso and Zangma returned to the construction site of the reservoir. A large truck was filled with metal cages that were 1 meter long. Each metal cage contained more than 20 shivering Diglets. 13 red and white Pokémon balls were placed on the desk one by one. Looking at these baby balls, I couldn't help laughing. These are all achievements. I will contact the assessors to hand over the Dugtrios to the top. After walking around the relationship with the boss of Baijia, after a few months, the eldest brother is a hero again. Chapter 105 Considering being a gym leader. Open black lens bracket. One more close black lens bracket. Large pickup trucks loaded with building materials went straight from the Celadon, Rainbow Highway to the Fuchsia Forest. Because of the Diglet disaster in the forest over there, these large pickup trucks would immediately fall into the underground cavity as soon as they entered the mountain road over there. Lost a lot of manpower and building materials in vain. Now that the Diglet disaster has been resolved, the underground void has been refilled. The reservoir that can benefit more than a dozen villages has finally started again. On the reservoir site, construction workers wearing green hard hats directed Machoke to carry heavy building materials and processing machines from pickup truck. Machoke is a type of Pokémon that work best in the construction industry. In order to exercise their muscles and use up the energy that has nowhere to vent, Machokes like to do the physical work of carrying goods. No need to use your brain to think at all, just use your muscles to speak. For Machoke, a few hundred caddies or 1,000 caddies is as easy as carrying a dozen caddies of rice. As an official reservoir project approved by the Alliance, there is absolutely nothing to worry about in terms of resources for Pokémon. Almost every 20 construction workers who returned to the construction site had a Machoke, and the 2 leading 410 captains each had a Machoke. These Machoke and Machamp are ent Pokémon that belong to the workers. It's just that the Kanto Alliance has deep pockets and was directly transferred from some large construction company. Moreover, these Machokes and Machamps are not free labor, and the wages that should be paid are still a lot of money. The reopened reservoir site appears to be in full swing. At this moment, in the office converted from containers, Hisoka was saying his final goodbyes to Zangma. Now that the Diglet disaster here has been resolved, he will also embark on a journey. I have seen several quests with rich rewards on the official website of the bounty hunter. The location of the quest is not far from the Fuchsia Forest, so let's drop by. One look. Although he still has a deposit of more than 6 million, Zisuo will not dislike his lack of money. You must know that if some auction house websites on the internet have prism scale auctions in the future, then these more than 600W are really not qualified to compete with Suitopolis Gym. When it's time to be counseled, you have to counsel BFDH. After all, there is the new region champion of the Hoenn Alliance behind the scene. Are you really going? Zangma looked at the young man in front of him with some emotion in his heart. The unintentional acquaintance on the Saint Anne, but now the two have become friends with similar temperament. At first, when Zangma first saw Hisoka, he just thought he was an ordinary trainer with excellent strength. At a young age, he has seen too many trainers with excellent strength, but after several contacts, Zangma was amazed by the other party's treatment of people and things, and the response and handling in the face of danger and difficulty. He didn't have the kind of enthusiasm that 15-year-olds usually have, and he always seemed very calm, as if any difficulties and setback could not bring him down. After the contact, you can deeply feel the unique charm of his body, which is a convincing charm. Are you waiting for you to invite me to dinner if you don't go? Hisoka joked. The work here is done. Of course I have to find another one. Now with Chansey, I have 5 Pokémon, and I have to find a way to make money to feed them. Little brother, are you going to be a bounty hunter all the time? Zangma's expression suddenly became serious, and he said solemnly, this job as a bounty hunter is not always the right way. Just a thought. I've seen too many bounty hunters gossip, and unless you're always doing it alone, being a lone ranger, you're bound to encounter those things. I don't want your name to appear on the League's wanted list one day. Hisoka could hear the sincere tone of the other party. He smiled and said, you don't have to worry about this situation. I am a law-abiding citizen, and of course I won't do some illegal and criminal things. Zangma sighed when he heard the word. The other party is a very rational person, so the decision he made is definitely not something that others can shake with a few words. Kurama's eyes light up when he thinks of some of the news he got while chatting with Nurse Joy from Celadon, Rainbow City. Little brother, would you consider becoming a gym trainer? Zangma suddenly asked such a question. I won't consider it for the time being. Hisoka shook his head. I'm not talking about the kind of private gym that's on the bad street. Zangma quickly explained. It's the official gym officially recognized by the Alliance, which can enjoy a part of the tax from the city where the gym is located, and the Alliance will allocate a large amount of money every year. Ancillary fund. Hearing these words, Hisoka was slightly surprised, and Zangma's expression didn't seem like a joke. But if you think about it carefully, if this guy can have such skills and connections, he will be sent to the reservoir construction site by the Alliance to be the person in charge of the construction site. Don't look at me with that kind of eyes. Zangma's scalp was numb when he saw Hisoka's distrustful eyes, and he shouted, what I said is true. The Alliance is going to decentralize over the Dark City, an official gym spot, and the gym qualifier arranged by the League 3 days ago has already set off. Quote, Dark City. Hisoka had heard the name of this city. It was located in the northern part of the Kanto region, and its economic conditions were very backward. If Saffron City is an international metropolis, Celadon, Rainbow City is a first-tier city, Cerulean City is a second-tier city, and Vidian City is a third-tier city, then the Dark City is a city that can just reach the fourth-tier tail. Even some towns with famous specialties are more developed than the Dark City. There are 10 official gyms officially recognized by the Alliance in the Kanto region so far. Although you only need 8 gyms to participate in the court tournament, some arrogant trainers often collect 10 badges in order to prove their strength. P.S. The original Gary has 10 badges. If it's the official gym officially recognized by the League, then Hisoka does have a tinge of interest. If he remembered correctly, there were 2 gyms competing with each other in the Dark City at this time, and the 2 sides even fought to qualify for the official gym. The Dark City is poor, but once it becomes the official gym of a city, the benefits that can be earned during the period are not comparable to the Pheasant Gym on the side of the road. Chapter 100 Go to Dark City. Second update for subscription and collection. The plan proposed by Zangma is very feasible. Now the 2 gyms in the Dark City are competing with each other and fighting each other, which has even seriously affected the daily life of local residents. As a result, the local residents hated these 2 bully-like gyms. At this time, if a savior suddenly appeared, defeated the 2 major gyms, and saved these residents from fire and water, presumably the residents of the Dark City will definitely support this savior as their local official gym to protect their life safety. The Nurse Joy of the gym qualification appraiser is the eldest cousin of Nurse Joy in Celadon, Rainbow City. The relationship between the 2 is very good. As long as you arrive in the Dark City in time to resolve the conflict over there, I will go from Nurse Joy again. Let go to the relationship. Maybe this will happen. Quote, Zangma's voice lingered in Hisoka's mind for a long time, and Hisoka had to admit that he was indeed tempted. It is naturally very good to have a profession with extra income, and it is also the official gym leader of the Alliance. It will be different when you go out in the future. Dark City is economically backward, and its geographical location is between the Wild Wilderness area and Cinnabar Island _. Compared to the Dark City, Cinnabar Island is much more famous. Not only only is it the home of the famous hot spring, but there is also a Cinnabar Gym on the island. Speaking of Cinnabar Gym, that is quite famous among trainers. Cinnabar Gym has the title of the strongest gym in the Kanto region. The so-called title of the strongest gym is not officially awarded by the Alliance, but is more and more popular among trainers by word of mouth. Cinnabar Gym is a gym specializing in fire-type Pokémon, and Mr. Gym Leader Blaine is even more amazing. He is the predecessor of the Kanto region, the Fire Elite, and a person from the same era as Agatha's mother-in-law. Today's fighting elite Bruno is to defeat Blaine and become the new Kanto 4 Elite. Region 4 Elite is collectively referred to as Title Elite, which means the strongest among elite. A region will only have 4 titles elite. They were almost at the top of the trainers' pyramid. The status is noble, the power is huge, and the Alliance will give them a large amount of funds every year for the elite to use. However, there are more than 10 million Pokémon trainers on a region continent, and how many hidden powerful trainers are there? Whether it's for money, power, or fame, the number of powerful trainers who have rushed to the only 4 thrones in each region is endless. Do you think Region 4 Elite is a good candidate? They are also under a lot of pressure. The Alliance will hold an elite tournament every 3 years. The current Region 4 elites are in the ring, and all powerful trainers are welcome to come and challenge. It goes without saying that the successful challenger honor, money, right, etc. All the beautiful things in the world are within your reach. In doing so, the Alliance naturally hope to ensure the vitality of competition. It also allows the trainer not to slack off after becoming the Region 4 Elite, and always maintain the strongest or even stronger posture, otherwise you will be surpassed by the younger generation. The strong go up, the weak go down, no matter which world you are in. This is an established law that will not change. An obsidian-like bird motorcycle drives at a constant speed on a forest trail. Hisoka's original plan was to go to Stone Town to complete the quest to explore the evolutionary stone, ITE mine, the largest local snake force in Stone Town. The Eevee family has a cave that produces high-quality evolutionary stone, ITE, that seems to be occupied by a group of mysterious Pokémon. Eevee family can't deal with this problem, and can only post a bounty task on the official website of the bounty hunter, with 50 W in cash, plus a set of high-quality evolutionary stone, ITE, with a total value of almost over $1 million. This lucrative quest is naturally coveted, salivated by many bounty hunters. However, since this quest was posted on the official bounty hunter website 2 weeks ago, it has been shown as unfinished, and the number of accepted quests below has exceeded 36 times. This shows that at least 36 bounty hunters or groups have accepted the task, but unfortunately no one has completed it. The short-term benefit of 1 million and the official gym qualification of the Alliance is more important. Hisoka can still tell the difference. He is going to go to the Dark City to investigate the situation first, and then he has time to complete the bounty task. Of course, the premise is that the town's quest was not completed by the other bounty hunters. Dark City is located in the north of the wild wilderness area. It is a city surrounded by forest. The road to there is very remote and difficult to walk. The city was built on a low plain surrounded by endless mountains. Katakana middle dot 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 seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. To be honest, Hisoka almost thought that he had traveled to ancient times when he first saw Dark City. Standing under the city sign and looking around, you can't see any modern buildings in this city, let alone building. A row after row of ancient wooden houses are located on both sides of the street that is only paved with rock. Hisoka has studied the history of this world, because if you want to understand a strange culture, you must understand its history. This architectural style is completely the building of the unpacking era 200 years ago. Walking on the street, you seem to have traveled through time and returned to the ancient unwinding era. The old bots on each ancient house are like people telling the city's heritage. Although it was daytime, there was not a single passerby on the street. A gust of forest wind blew, and dust was everywhere. Hisoka covered his mouth and nose and looked around. He found that many wooden houses had been damaged, some were burned, and some were cut off by some kind of sharp object. Patilda. A plaque with Appo's Ramen written on it fell right in front of Hisoka, and there were still many scorch marks on the plaque. Hey, boy! At this moment, the closed shop of Grandma's Ramen secretly opened a small slit, and saw an old woman with gray hair, a hunched back, and a height of less than 1.5 meters, whispering, "Young man, quickly push your car to in the backyard of my house. You have to hide in, and there is going to be another war outside. It is too dangerous for you to be outside alone." Got it, Grandma. Hisoka didn't reject the old woman's kindness. He was a newcomer and didn't know the specifics of the Dark City. You have to hide temporarily, collect information secretly, and after everything is ready, hit the key with one blow. His competitors are mainly the two local tyrants, Kaz Gym and Yas Gym. As the saying goes, strong dragons dragons don't overwhelm local snake. Let's look at the situation first. Chapter 107 Kaz Gym. Yas Gym. Open black lens bracket 3 more close black lens bracket. Come on, try my mother-in-law's cod ramen. The old woman came over with a large bowl of steaming ramen noodles. Although she was very old, the old woman's hands were very steady. She picked up such a large bowl of ramen with one hand and placed it on the table firmly, without a drop in the middle. Soup lashed out. The old woman named Hiso who hid in the house is called Kana, and she is almost 70 years old. She has been a ramen business in the Dark City for 50 years since she was a 20-year-old young girl. The cod meat is crystal clear, and you don't need to smell it deliberately. A poached egg and a splash of chopped green onion make up this simple bowl of cod ramen. Mother-in-law Kurana, thank you for your hospitality. Hisoka picked up a pair of chopsticks and gently picked up a strand of noodle. The noodles were very thin. 500 took a sip. Delicate hue bombing. The freshness of the cod is completely integrated into the noodles, which is refreshing and fragrant. It is indeed very delicious. This bowl of cod ramen is simple and doesn't have any expensive ingredient, but it is one of the most delicious foods that Hisoka has ever eaten. Mother-in-law, do you know Kaz's gym and Yas's gym in this city? After eating ramen, Hisoka helped to clean up the dishes together, during which time he asked mother-in-law Kurana about the two gyms. Granny Kurana put down the bowls and chopsticks in her hand, sighed, and said, what a sin. These two gyms are fighting every day now, making this place a mess. These bastards don't care about our feelings at all, and when they fight innocent residents are often injured, and the signboard at the door of the mother-in-law was broken several times by them. Quote, pung tilde pung tilde. While Hisoka was talking with Granny Kurana, there was a sudden sound of crackling glass shattering outside. My god, it's starting again. Granny Kana stomped her feet angrily. Originally, the living conditions of the residents were not good. They fought like this every day, and finally some tourists came to scare them away. Hisoka walked to the window, opened the curtains and looked outside. I saw two groups of people wearing blue and green uniforms running fast on the empty street. Brothers, I must beat Yas Gym's bastard to the ground today. Lan Fang was headed by a short, stout, dark-skinned man with a red K logo on his chest and a red leather wind around his neck. The trainer headed by Lu Fang was a tall and thin man with an inch head. They all wore green overalls, and a Huang-colored Y symbol was tattooed on the chest of their clothes. Everyone, we won't give up until Kaz Gym is driven out of the Dark City this time. The tall and thin man shouted confidently. It's just a pair of fat and thin heads. Hisoka, who was observing secretly, wanted to complain about each other's style and taste. Isn't it shameful to wear this gym uniform? Go, Electabuzz, with Thunderbolt. The chunky black man on Kaz Gym's side attacked first. The Electabuzz, whose hair was covered in tiger stripes and looked ferocious, rushed to the front of the team. Ha Wu Tilda. The Electabuzz snarled with exposed fangs, raised its arms high, and two violent bright yellow currents spurted out from the two conductor organs above its head, directly hitting the Yas Gym members who were rushing in front. Thunderbolt was too fast, and the people on Yas Gym's side couldn't dodge in time, and several members were directly hit by Thunderbolt. Rao is a person in this world with excellent physical fitness. He was also fainted on the ground by the electric shock. His hair stood on end, his body was charred, and even after he lay down, he was still foaming at the mouth. Obviously, the injury was not serious. At the same time, the electric current spread from Electabuzz not only attacked the people of Yas Gym, but also shattered the glass on the houses on both sides of the street. Seeing that his subordinates collapsed before they could make a move, the tall and thin man's eyes were bulging, and he waved and shouted, Scyther, don't leave me alone, hack them to death. The voice fell, and a green shadow jumped from the house next to it, attacked from behind, raised the sharp white scythe and slashed directly at the Kaz Gym who hadn't reacted yet. Hey Tilda. Scyther's worm wings waved and used agility. Green shadows kept flashing in the crowd, slashing at their flesh body one by one. Their clothes were torn, blood was flowing. Those Kaz Gym members covered their wounds and lay on the ground howling. The old streets in the Dark City are relatively narrow, and Scyther didn't control his speed, so he cut the shop door in half with a single knife. Are these guys crazy? Hisoka couldn't understand the other's thought. Did you eat leopard gall? In broad daylight, he even dared to directly order the Pokémon to attack the trainer's body. This is a crime that the Alliance cracked down on. In particular, deliberately attacking the trainer caused serious injury to the opponent, or even lost his life. Needless to say, if you catch it, you will sit in prison. The laws of this world are somewhat similar to those of the US imperialists in the previous life. The Alliance does not have the death penalty. Even if it is intentional homicide, it is only a sentence of life imprisonment and deprivation of all property. The fight lasted for about 40 minutes, and many people were injured, but no one was seriously injured or lost their lives. Fighting with Pokémon, directly attacking the human body, and being caught by the police will only be detained for 4.5 years at most. Anyway, Shuangfang has so many people, just spend some money to find someone to take the blame. But if it causes serious injury or death, the nature changes changes completely. It seems that these guys are still somewhat measured. Hisoka put down the curtains and didn't care about the situation outside. He already had a good idea in his mind. Gym leader of the Dark City. He made up his mind. Mother-in-law Kurana, do you know where there are dojos for sale locally, or some big houses with courtyard? Dojo, big house. Granny Kana thought for a while, then whispered, as for the dojo, I remember there seems to be one in the southernmost part of the city, but it's already very dilapidated, and the owner's family has long since moved to the big city. Go, talk to the mayor if you want to buy it. Chapter 108. Buy the dojo. 4 more, for subscription, for collection. This is the municipal building of the Dark City. Looking at the 2-story wooden bungalow in front of him, Hisoka shook his head with a wry smile. The economy of the Dark City is indeed quite backward, and he has never seen a house with more than 3 floors along the street. The architectural style is uniform in wood, and the exterior walls are whitewashed with lime. However, if the economy is lagging behind, it is also a 4th-tier city. If you become the official gym here, you can get 5% of the city's tax revenue every year, not to mention the batch of funds allocated by the Alliance every year. There is not even a security guard at the entrance of the municipal building. Hisoka can be said to have walked into the so-called building, unimpeded. Mayor's office. An old man with thin hair and glasses that was as thick as a beer cap was sitting on a wooden chair, holding a huge porcelain steel water glass in his hand. After helping the reading glasses, it seemed that they might fall off at any time. The old man asked in a slow tone, you mean that big street in the south of the city? Yeah. Hisoka, who was sitting on the opposite chair, nodded. I think about it carefully. Oh, yes, there is indeed such a dojo. The owner moved to a big city 10 years ago. When they left, it seemed that they gave the gym to the city. I don't remember very well. The guest. Wait a moment, I will go through the archives of that year. Quote, the old man stood up from the chair, walked tremblingly to the bookcase at the back, and took out a pile of dusty yellow-colored archive from the bottom drawer. Cough cough tilde. The old man blew, and the dust on the documents made him cough again and again. Hisoka wanted to come forward to help find it together, but was rejected by the old man with a wave. Young man, don't worry. Although the old man is old, his memory is not very good, but he can't even find a document. The old man glanced at Hisoka with satisfaction, and said in a low voice, you are better than those who are outside every day. The bastards who do things are much more polite. If you are going to open a gym in this city, please don't harass innocent residents like Kaz Gym and Yas Gym. Their lives are not easy. Hisoka's mouth rolled into a smile, and he asked softly, old man, how did you know that I would open a gym in the Dark City? Ha ha. The old man smiled heartily when he heard the word. Don't look at me wearing such a thick pair of reading glasses. The old man's vision is very accurate. Our Dark City has an underdeveloped economy, and there are few famous specialties. Some foreigners will buy a house on our side, let alone that kind of big market. So you just want to open a gym on our side? Quote, I really want to open a gym here. Hisoka did not sell anything, but directly agreed, saying, the competition between Kaz Gym and Yas Gym has seriously affected the normal development of this city, even if either one of them won, and the league will never give them official gym qualifications due to their previous misdeeds. Quote, after hearing Hisoka's answer, the old mayor couldn't help but sigh. Even such a small child understands the truth. Why don't those two bastards understand? The official gym is used to protect the city and protect those innocent citizens, not to destroy, to hurt them. Quote, the old man shook his head in disappointment, then buried his head and continued to search for the land deed contract of that year in many documents. Found it. The old mayor stood up from the ground, probably because he had been squatting for a long time. His body was low in blood sugar. His leg could not stand firm, and he stumbled and fell to the ground. Be careful. Hisoka's eyes were quick and his hands were fast. He propped himself on the desk with one hand, and his body jumped over immediately. At the moment when the old man was about to fall to the ground, he supported his shoulder in time. The old man who sat on the wooden chair again rubbed his temples and said with a smile, it seems that people can't accept it. I can't stand it after sitting for a while. Thank you, young man. Speaking of which, the old man put his hand in his hand. He threw the folder in front of Shisuo. This is the land deed contract left by the owner of the dojo back then. Take a look. If you want to take over, it will be sold to you at the price of the year. Hisoka opened the file bag, and there was a letter in addition to the yellowed land deed to the effect that the son of the owner of the dojo had made a fortune outside, so he brought the whole family to live in the big city. The owner of the dojo has lived in the Dark City all his life, and he is not willing to sell the dojo to others, so he decides to give the ownership of the dojo to the city, thinking that it is to make a final contribution to his hometown. This dojo is a typical martial arts dojo, the kind of place that specializes in teaching people or fighting Pokémon martial arts routine, covering an area of 5 acres, that is, more than 3,000 square meters. There are 3 courtyards in the front, middle and rear. If a dojo covering an area of 5 acres is located in Saffron City or Celadon, Rainbow City, even if it is located in the suburb, then you don't have the capital of more than 1 billion yuan, so don't even think about it. Economically backward places have the advantages of economic backwardness. Compared with big city, the land price is simply away. The price of this martial arts dojo was 80W 10 years ago, and the transfer contract dated clearly. But 093, you have to consider the issue of inflation and currency devaluation. Even if the dark market is poor today, such a large piece of land will cost at least 150W. Hisoka didn't take advantage of it. If he wanted to run this gym well, he had to have a good relationship with local residents and government personnel, so he couldn't save when he shouldn't. Even if the old mayor refused, Hisoka still wanted to buy this dojo at the current price. The old man had a very good impression of this polite young man, and didn't want the other party to spend so much money. In desperation, the two took a step back, and Hisoka finally bought the land deed contract at a price of 100W, becoming the new owner of the dojo that had been abandoned for 10 years. Standing at the gate, looking at the gradually receding back, the old man sighed a little, and at the same time felt that the money in his hand was a little hot. Once this teenager really opens a gym, he will definitely become a thorn in the side of Kaz Gym and Yas Gym. The two gyms have been competing with each other for so long, and suddenly there is a third party who grab food, and they will definitely find trouble with each other with the enemy. The old mayor was worried, and in the end he could only sigh helplessly. The young man is too young. How could a 15-year-old boy be the opponent of those two bastards? Chapter 109 New Home for Subscription for Collection. That year, the theory of Pokémon characteristics that made Birch Professor famous all over the world was still in the stage of project approval. That year, Fatong Professor of Mega Evolution was just a young guy who was just excited to have an independent laboratory. That year, the fairy attribute was just a recessive gene hidden in several Pokemon's body. That year, Hisoka came to the first dojo in his life, his dojo. Withered vine, old trees and crows, small bridges and flowing water. Walking through a bamboo forest, the outline of an ancient dojo with the architectural style of the Penkang era can be vaguely seen. A meandering river, an arched circular bridge made of bluestone. Standing on the bluestone art bridge, overlooking the ancient dojo not far away, the breeze was blowing, and for the first time, Hisoka had an extremely peaceful state of mind. It was as if the world had completely stopped at this moment. Before he came, the dojo in Hisoka's imagination might be dilapidated, but he didn't expect that the outside environment was already so leisurely and beautiful, like a paradise. This 100W is really worth it. After sighing for a while on the art bridge, Hisoka began to stride towards the dojo that was in front of him. The gate of the dojo was closed, and the original plaque had not been taken care of for a long time. Under the wind and the sun, the paint surface on it was seriously peeling off. A nail had burst open. A sour squeak. Hisoka took out the key that the old mayor gave him, and stepped forward to unlock the big iron lock on the gate. With a slight force on his arm, the two doors, which had been peeled off and turned white, began to slowly open to both sides. Just as Hisoka was about to step into the door, he seemed to have thought of something, and a small smile formed on the corner of his mouth. He immediately returned to the gate and looked at the crumbling plaque above his head. Since I've become the new owner of this dojo, it's time to change the board at the door. Saying that, Hisoka slightly bent his knee, jumped up with his legs and weight, and grabbed the top of the board with his right hand. As soon as he exerted force, he only heard a click, and this old black plaque was forcibly broken down by him. Putting the plaque temporarily in the corner of the door, Hisoka walked slowly into the dojo with his hands on his back. When entering the dojo, the first thing that catches the eye is the large school field of more than 500 square meters. The school field is square as a whole and is paved with blue brick. There are many ancient exercise equipment on the edge of the school field. For example, some stone locks, stone piers, and stone dumbbells. This should be the place where the disciples of the dojo used to exercise together. Hisoka walked through this bluestone campus step by step, and he could imagine in his mind that there must be many disciples and fighting Pokemon wearing training uniforms sweating on this bluestone campus during the PP period of this martial art dojo. Walking past the former school ground, the middle courtyard is the area where the disciples live and where the dojo kitchen is located. Due to the 10 years of abandonment, the yard is now full of weed, and the trees that were originally planted in pieces have all died because no one has taken care of them. The backyard covers the largest area, with a total of 1330 square meters. This data is written on the land deed contract. The front yard area is 800 square meters, and the middle yard is 1200 square meters, adding up to a total area of 5 acres. According to the old mayor, this ancient Duford gym has a history of more than 100 years. In that era, there was still a class of nobles. The predecessor of this Duford gym was a mansion of a small noble. Hisoka likes the layout of the backyard very much. A large main room similar to the ancient palace style. The main room is on both sides, a garden on the right, and a wooden corridor leading to the pavilion on the left. In addition, there is a rockery pond with an area of more than 300 square meters. Although the water in the pond has already dried up, the pond pond is also full of weeds. This piece of architecture, similar to the Chinese garden style of the previous life, made Siso very satisfied. BFEG, this will be my second home. Hisoka couldn't contain his excitement. He wanted to share it with his Pokémon. This will not only be his home, but also the home of the Pokémon. Come out and see our new home. Lulu, Weavile, Raiden and Chansey. Hisoka tossed all 4 Pokémon balls from his weight. Of course, because the pool was dry, Hisoka did not release the Feebas for the time being. After that, he cleaned up the rockery pool, refilled it with water, and put the Feebas in again. Water-type Pokémon are actually not comfortable for them to stay in Pokémon balls for a long time, and fish naturally have to swim in the water. Siso, is this our new home? Lulu's ethereal and charming voice resounded in her mind again. Yeah, new home. Hisoka nodded with a smile, and also introduced to Weavile, Raiden, and Chansey, a new member of the team. We will live here for a while. As you can see, the house was just bought, and it hasn't lived in it for 10 years. Well, it's a mess right now, so the first thing to do is to clean up. Maju tilde, out tilde, lucky tilde, the sun is shining. Hiso and the 4 pets in the dojo could not feel much enthusiasm. This dojo was surrounded by the bamboo sea outside, and the breeze slowly crossed the plains and mountains. After filtering through the bamboo forest, it blew into the dojo with the unique fragrance of bamboo. Lulu used confusion to make herself stand in the air. 2 small white hands stretched forward, and purple energy leaves began to take shape in the air. Ha ha tilde. Lulu Zhao, with a drink, her hands slammed to both sides. Swoosh, swish, with the sound of bursting air. 12 purple magical leaf flew out like a sharp sword. Magical leaf kept flying in the most weedy part of the yard, and for a while, only the buzzing sound of cutting was heard, and the weeds that were more than half a person's height immediately fell in pieces. The seemingly tough rhizomes of the weeds are as fragile as white paper in front of the sharp magical leaf. Under Lulu's subtle mental control, each magical leaf became the most flexible weeding machine. In less than a quarter of an hour, the weeds in the entire backyard, including the weeds in the rockery pool, were all cleaned up by Lulu. Even the roots and seeds buried deep in the ground were dug up by Lulu with confusion. Chapter 110 Clean up. Open black lens bracket. Second update. Close black lens bracket. A black phantom is agility among the dead trees, and the cold light appears from time to time, and every movement of the shadow will be accompanied by the fall of a dead tree. Bang tilde, bang tilde. The fallen dead wood flashed several lines of smoke and dust, and the dead tree fruits were all cut off by some kind of sharp blade from the root base, and the incision was very smooth tilde flat. Maju tilde. Weavile put one hand on his hip, looked at his masterpiece, squinted his eyes and wiped his nose happily. She was sent by the master to clean up these dead trees in the middle yard. In front of Weavile's claws that can cut off Orbert. Cleaning these dead trees is not much different from cutting tofu. Out tilde. Raiden's roar came from behind. Weavile looked back, and saw that this big guy was holding a hemp rope as thick as an arm in one hand, and a large tree with a diameter of more than 20 centimeters on his shoulder. This derigi is a heavily rotted pillar in the main hall of the main hall. In order to prevent this pillar from breaking suddenly, Hisoka directly asked Raiden to forcibly demolish the gray tree. Anyway, the main hall of the main hall must be completely renovated. The dojo has been abandoned for 10 years. Even if the quality of the original building is very good, Hisoka is not very worried and does not renovate it properly. In case the beams and pillars suddenly break during the rest, well, isn't that dangerous? Raiden raised his head at Weavile as a greeting, and threw the derigi from his shoulders to the ground. Raiden dragged the hemp rope into the fruit forest, carried all the dead trees that Weavile cut off to one place, and tied them with the hemp rope in his hand. Out tilde woo tilde. Looking at the dead wood piled up as high as a hill in front of him, Raiden patted his chest and hurried forward. The sturdy arms held both ends of the dead wood, gritted his teeth, roared, his muscles instantly exerted strength, and the terrifying power erupted, and the dead wood that was tied into a pile of hills slowly lifted to the ground. Boom! Raiden stepped on the slate, and the terrifying weight immediately caused a crack on the slate. He carried the bundle of dead wood that weighed several tons and walked to the gate of the dojo step by step. Hisoka was wearing a mask, holding a broom in his left hand and a feather duster in his right. A house that hasn't been cleaned for 10 years. You can imagine how much dust there must be in it. Lucky. Chansey followed behind Hisoka, also wearing a mask, holding a mop in both hands, and a tin bucket full of water at his feet with a snow-white rag hanging on it. Hisoka dusted off the dust with a feather duster, then swept away with a broom, and Chansey followed with a mop dipped in water. One person and one pet. With a tacit understanding, the main room was quickly cleaned up. It took a whole day for Hiso and Lulu to clean the inside and outside of the dojo. Sunset. The night wind blew the surrounding bamboo forest and made a pleasant rustling sound. I am so tired. I don't want to move at all. Hisoka fell to the floor of the corridor, his whole body in a large font. Lulu slowly fell from the air, and her petite small body leaned sideways in Hisoka's arm. Weavile came over, put his hands behind his head, and lay on his back on Hisoka's lap. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly lightly, and he leisurely watched the stars in the sky with his blood-colored cat pupils open. Chansey has only joined the team for a few days. His temperament is still a little shy, and he doesn't dare to be so close to Hisoka. Just standing quietly in the room, looking at Lulu and Weavile with an envious look. Raiden really wanted to go up and get close to him, but with the guy's size and weight, how could the wooden hallway be able to support him? Suffocated. The dojo is cleaned up. The next step is to import some decoration materials, and then buy some furniture to decorate the dojo. As the saying goes, people rely on clothes, and Buddhas rely on gold clothes. Hisoka wants to win the qualification of the official gym in the Dark City. Then he must first have a qualified gym, and the first impression of this gym must be high-end atmosphere. This dojo has a history of more than 100 years, and its heritage and spirit are not comparable to those of modern buildings. Although it has been abandoned for 10 years, the quality of the building is not bad. It only needs to be renovated a little to keep the original nobility of the unwinding era. The style of the mansion is absolutely the first impression on others. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. As for flowers, katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. The economy of the Dark City is too backward, and it is obviously impossible to buy a lot of building materials and furniture here. You can only ask Angma to buy a batch of building materials and furniture in Celadon, Rainbow City, and then use his big pickup truck to deliver it. You want to buy a batch of building materials and furniture. On the other end of the video call, Zangma said loudly while biting the chicken leg in his hand, "What kind of money does this kind of thing cost? I have it on the construction site here, and I will send a big truck tomorrow. Ship it to you." Hisoka smiled and said, "Isn't this a public tool for private use? Are you not afraid that the Alliance will trouble you?" Zangma threw the chicken bones into the trash can and said indifferently, "What does it matter? The big deal is to write a little more material loss in the quotation, and the little building materials needed to renovate the dojo is just trivial." Quote. Hearing that, Hisoka is not refusing. How did the contact come from? That is, the other party asked you for one thing, and you helped him. Then you ask the other party for one thing, and the other party also helps you, and the friendship will become stronger and stronger. Zangma has prevented the Diglett disaster in the region in advance since handing over the Doug trio to the Alliance. I heard that a high-level executive in the league nominated him to praise him at a certain meeting, and this guy's life suddenly became much better. The Reservoir Budget Union has also allocated a larger sum than before, saying it compensates for progress lost due to the Diglett disaster. That kid definitely did some tricks on the quotation or exaggerated some losses when reporting. Hisoka is very clear about this point. The previous funds from the Alliance are actually enough for the reservoir to be completed on time and with high quality. The excess funds are likely to be enriched by hidden horses. Hisoka didn't even bother to point him out. In fact, this kind of thing is commonplace in any world's government. As long as you don't get too greedy, and the tasks are completed on time and with high quality, the Little Money League doesn't bother to chase after the poor. Chapter 111, the second gym in the world. Free update. Please subscribe. Zangma moved quickly, and arranged for his men to go to Celadon, Rainbow City to purchase furniture overnight. At the same time, a large pickup truck loaded with building materials first drove to the Dark City. The first ray of sunlight in the morning just hit the entrance of the dojo, and two large pickup trucks with a length of 12 meters have already driven over from the forest. The urban roads in the Dark City are too narrow for a large truck of this tonnage to pass through. In desperation, I could only spare a long way and walk through the plain path on the side. It was impossible for the truck to pass through the arched stone bridge at the entrance of the dojo, and it could only stop on the other side of the stone bridge. Is that Mr. Hisoka? A dark-skinned middle-aged man wearing a helmet climbed down from the cab of the big pickup, and the Machamp on the co-pilot came down with him. The big truck on the 943 side also got off a burly man with quite dark skin, and his co-pilot was also sitting on a Machamp. "I am." Hisoka nodded lightly. The middle-aged man laughed and said, "We have brought the building materials and furniture, but we can't cross this small stone bridge, so we have to let Machamp and the others carry it over." Zangma has always attached great importance to Hisoka, who has helped him. One is the person of the other party, and the other is the potential of the other party. Even if it was just a small matter of transporting goods, he sent the only two Machamps under his engineering team. "Raiden, go and help Machamp." Hisoka flicked the Pokémon ball, and Raiden, who was almost as high as Pickup, appeared in front of everyone. The two middle-aged men were startled by the sudden appearance of the giant Raiden, but they also relaxed after knowing it was Hisoka's Pokémon. This Raiden is not only terrifying, but also different in color from the general Raiden. It is actually pitch black, as if wearing a black armor, especially those broken golden eyes. The two middle-aged men lowered their heads and dared not look at Raiden. The two Machamps were wary at first seeing Raiden approaching them, but they calmed down after a while. There were three Pokémon with muscles all all over their body, a truckload of building materials, and a truckload of furniture, and it took only half an hour to move them all into the dojo front yard. After completing the task instructed by the foreman, the two middle-aged men said goodbye to Zisuo, then drove the truck and left the place. They had to hurry back to the construction site. After all, the project over there is also urgent, and there will be another month. Time to deliver. The decoration drawing was drawn last night by Siso. He is a genius in mathematics and is very sensitive to numbers. Especially the decoration requires a lot of surveying and mapping. With the help of Raiden and Lulu, Hisoka decided to renovate the dojo by himself. For a whole week, the sound of machines in the southernmost suburban dojo in the far dark city had not stopped. The last Dailiang pillar was replaced, and this renovation project came to an end. Today's dojo can be said to be refreshed. The gate has been repainted, a layer of waterproof dry sand has been added to the school grounds in the front yard, and all those stone locks and stone piers have been replaced with the latest modern exercise equipment. The intermediate courtyard has also replanted several varieties of fruit trees. Hisoka already has a 4th level certificate for tree fruit cultivation. Naturally, such a good place must be used. The main room of the main hall in the backyard, as a rest place in the future, is the most energy-consuming point of Hisoka. It retains the garden style of the aristocratic mansion in the Hinkang era, but the interior of the main room is mainly modern home decoration. Hisoka just likes this kind of old-fashioned architecture, but he doesn't want to live in the same place as the ancient. He belongs to the kind of living method that has no money and no money. If you have money, you can't treat yourself badly. The water pump connected to the blue water pipe kept pumping the water in the small river outside the rockery pool that had been dried up was gradually filled up. The lotus flowers that were originally flower bones actually bloomed quickly with the rise of the pool water, and the fragrant fragrance lingered on the top of the pool for a while. Celadon, Rainbow City, is not only famous for perfume in Kanto and Johto, but also the city is also very famous as the hometown of flowers. Gym leader Erica of Celadon, Rainbow, is a famous flower master. She has 2 well-known shops. One is Celadon, Rainbow Perfume Shop, which specializes in selling some handmade and precious perfume. There is also a flower shop, which sells some flowers or other ornamental plants cultivated by Erica herself. Which gym is the richest in the entire Kanto region? Celadon, Rainbow Gym is definitely the first. In addition to the city tax and the grants under the Alliance, the 2 stores operated by Erica can also be said to be making money every day. These special lotus flowers in the rockery pool are purchased from the flower shop under Erica. These special varieties of lotus are naturally expensive. Hisoka didn't spend a penny. These furniture and decorative plants were all sponsored by Tibetan horses under the slogan of the Alliance's slogan of repairing the reservoir to benefit farmers. This way, Feebas' home is complete. Watching the pool fill up, Hisoka took down Feebas' Ultra Ball from the tactical belt around his waist. The white light morphed in the air. Feebas swung his tail, and with a thud, he fell straight into the water. The little guy raised his head and blew bubbles as soon as he entered the water. The little guy was obviously very satisfied with his new home. Hisoka patted Feebas on the head dotingly, taking a few Pokeblocks from his trouser pocket and placing them in his palm. Feebas narrowed his eyes happily, and the little Zui lifted it up, swallowing all the Pokeblocks on Hisoka's palm. 4.8 Dojo Front Yard. A blank plaque about 1.5 meters long was placed on the wooden table, and Hisoka danced on it with a brush in hand. After a while, the 4 were vigorous and powerful, and the font of the iron-painted silver hook appeared on the plaque. Second in the world. Not bad, not bad. Hisoka threw away the brush, looked at the 4 characters with satisfaction, and praised again and again. I didn't expect that. I haven't practiced for many years. This brush calligraphy is still so beautiful. These 4 characters on the plaque will be the name of Jim later. As for why he didn't write the number 1 in the world, Hisoka said how tiring the number 1 in the world should be, or the second most comfortable. People's eyes are often only placed on the person with the first on the head. The second, third, and fourth are actually not. Chapter 112. Someone is going to smash the field. Open black lens bracket 4 more close black lens bracket. Listen carefully. Soon, the gym qualification appraisers of the Kanto Alliance will come to this city. Before that, they must defeat the Kaz gym people no matter what. The tall, slender man was sitting on his knees on the floor. In front of him was a group of serious-looking younger brothers who were uniformly dressed in overalls like the Yas gym. A city doesn't need 2 gyms. We can't give those thugs at Kaz gym a chance. Get it? The lanky man shouted. Got it, leader. The younger brothers responded with confidence one after another, which made the tall and thin man nod his head in satisfaction. Mr. Yas, it's not good. At this time, the wooden sliding door was pulled open from the outside, and a blue-haired girl wearing a red and white peacock ran in anxiously. The good glaring atmosphere was interrupted by this girl who suddenly entered. Yas's face became a little ugly, and he said solemnly, Landuo, I didn't tell you, if you want to become an excellent trainer, you must with a calm mentality. Even if the mountain collapses, it will not not be humiliated. 15. This girl named Landuo was beautiful and cute, with a boyish air between her brows, a red ribbon around her neck, and the green overalls worn by Jim. Landuo swallowed his saliva, bowed slightly, and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Mr. Yas, I was too rash, but I have important news to tell you." Hearing the girl's sincere apology, Yas's tone softened a bit, and said, "Could it be that the villains at Gym are planning to plan a poisonous scheme against us?" Gym. Landuo is the only female disciple under Yas's. Because of her beautiful appearance, she is often sent by Yas to Gym to inquire about news. Those hot-blooded young people often inadvertently reveal a lot of important information in the face of a beautiful girl's request. Therefore, for Tolando's blessing, Gym will always have the upper hand when the two sides compete and fight in group. "Mr. Yas, it's not about Gym." Landuo shook his head vigorously, and said with a solemn expression, "I just saw a message on the facades of many shops outside and on the city bulletin board." "What?" Yas raged it up from the floor and shouted sharply. "You mean, another gym opened in Dark City?" "That's right." Landuo nodded and said, "And that gym's name is very arrogant." "What is the second gym in the world?" He said that he sincerely invites all the trainers in the Dark City who think they are excellent to join his gym. After listening to all the news reported by Landuo, Yas was very angry, but he couldn't help thinking to himself that he had never heard of any famous trainer coming to the Dark City before. The Dark City is a low-end fourth-tier city with a very backward economy. Those superior trainers with a bright future are naturally reluctant to come to such a poor place. Before Gym and Yas Gym, there were actually several pheasant gyms in the Dark City, but they were all driven away by Gym and Yas Gym. After driving away the competitors, the former partners also turned against each other for the sake of profit. Now another guy who doesn't know how to live or die is running over and trying to cut his beard. Yas is a cautious person. Without knowing the specific strength of the opponent, he is not ready to take the lead and provoke the second gym in the world. I think that bastard who came to also got this news. He must not be able to bear his violent temper. It is estimated that he has already sent his own men to the gym over there. Yas was secretly proud in his heart. "Hey, it's better that you two gym fight to the death, and Yas Gym can take advantage of the fisherman." Thinking of this, Yas already had a very perfect plan in his heart. Looking at the slim blue-haired girl in front of him, the corners of his mouth could not help but rise. "Lando, here." Hearing the leader calling his name, Lando immediately stood up straight. "Don't be so nervous. Relax a little." Yas's face was kind at the moment, and his voice became kinder, and he said softly, "Lando, you are the most outstanding one of my many disciples, and you also contributed to our Yas Gym. The most one person. I have always valued you very much. If our Yas Gym can become a city officially recognized by the League in the future, I have decided to hand over the position of the deputy leader of Yas Gym to you." Quote, as soon as these words came out, there was an uproar in the room, and the disciples who were sitting on their knees all looked at the shocked girl at the door with jealous eyes. "Is this true?" Landuo heard the words and covered her red lips in disbelief. "What I said has never been a lie." Yas hugged Shang in both hands with a proud expression, beckoned to Landuo who was still in a state of excitement, and said softly, "I have a very important task for you now. This mission is about whether our Yas Gym can become the official gym officially recognized by the Alliance. Guaranteed to complete the mission." After Landuo heard it, she didn't hesitate at all. Yas's previous deputy Hall 020 promise made her so excited that she could no longer think. Anyway, this task is no different from what she did before, that is, to provoke a conflict between the newly opened gym and Kaz. Looking at the girl's back, Yas curled his lips in disdain. "Do you really think you can be a deputy leader? A naive little rookie. Don't even look at how much he has. Brother, is the newly opened second gym in the world really in this place?" In the green bamboo sea path, 3 youths with different hair colors and wearing blue tight uniforms of Kaz Gym are striding forward, and the one who just made a sound is the green-haired youth on the left. The yellow-haired young man in the middle smiled and waved the notice in his hand. "Did you see it? It clearly written. That shit. The second gym in the world was opened on the former dojo in the southern suburbs of the city, and the leader asked us to say it." "Wait, the guys wait. If he doesn't have the ability, just smash that gym. Big brother is right." The red-haired young man on the right nodded repeatedly, with a hint of rebelliousness on his face. "It must be a garbage gym. How dare you call it the second best in the world? We will give that plaque to you later. It's smash, and the leader will definitely give his 3 brothers a second look." Chapter 113. Do you have to follow the basic law to kick the gym? 5 update. The 3 Huangmao brothers walked across the arched stone bridge, and the avenue that covers an area of 5 acres is already within easy reach. Looking at this magnificent ancient building, Lu Mao felt a little frightened in his heart, and couldn't help but whispered, "Brother, I remember that when we passed by here last year, this dojo was still in tatters. How could it be so good now? What a shit." Huang Mao said with disdain on his face. "I guess the bastard who drove this gym has a little money. He just renovated this place. I'll smash it for him later and make him so arrogant." Kaz Gym's leader, Kaz originally wanted to buy this avenue as the facade of Kaz Gym. It's a pity that the price is too expensive. The old mayor is very disgusted with these culprits who have made a mess of the Dark City, so he directly shouted a sky-high price, 500 W. The former owner of the Daocheng gave the dojo to the city, and only the old mayor can decide the ownership of the Daocheng. Although Kaz Gym is arrogant and domineering, he doesn't dare to snatch the property in the city. A local small society dares to rob the government property. Isn't that plucking the hair from the tiger's head? The Alliance can send a superior investigator at random, and they can slap Kaz Gym to death with a single slap. Gym. Two lifelike Arcanine stone statues sit on both sides. This is the custom of the big families in this world. The ancients were superstitious and liked to use the stone statue of Arcanine at the door to ward off evil spirits and to show their status. Arcanine has a majestic figure, gorgeous mane, and a majestic roar, full of soul-stirring majesty. Therefore, in the ancient times of the Kanto region, people generally believed that Arcanine was an auspicious beast that could bring good luck. Strong in strength, mighty in appearance, loyal in character, and only recognizes one master in his life. These advantages have conquered the hearts of countless trainers since ancient times. Second in the world. This easily beaten plaque is quietly hanging above the gate. In fact, the 4 words, second in the world, are purely his own at the moment, with some spoof thought. At the same time, it is also to let the name of Gym spread quickly throughout the Dark City, after attracting hatred, then take down Kaz Gym and Yas Gym in one way. Zangma has heard some words from Nurse Joy in Celadon, Rainbow City. If there are no unforeseen circumstances, the eldest cousin of Joy in Celadon, Rainbow City, who is the gym qualification appraiser this time, will come to the Dark City for a secret inspection next week. This means that Hisoka only has 1 week to deal with the 2 local snakes, Kaz Gym and Yas. If the appraiser Joy came to the Dark City to investigate, but found that the development of the Dark City was in a mess, the reason was actually that the development of the city was stagnant because the private gyms fought each other to compete for the official gym qualifications, and the local residents were unhappy. Reported to the Alliance in a rage, the Alliance may directly cancel the plan to set up an official gym in the Dark City. Brother, do you want to smash this recruitment right now? I don't feel good about it, said the grumpy red-haired young man in a vicious voice. Little brother, we have to go through the process of kicking the gym. The green-haired young man walked up to him and said slowly, why don't we call the door and demolish the signboard first, which makes us very unprofessional. Second brother is right. Huang Mao nodded with satisfaction after hearing this. Let go first and call the door, and then give the leader of the second gym in the world a meal, and then give the signboard to the last time we leave. Demolished it. This makes us look professional and showy. The yellow, green, and red 3-haired youths were talking rhetorically at the gate of the dojo, but they didn't find a pair of beautiful and divine eyes hiding in the bamboo forest and secretly observing a few people. Isn't that the 3 Matt brothers from Kaz Gym? Lan Duo, who was hiding in the bamboo forest, recognized the other party's origin at a glance, and secretly said in his heart, Mr. Yas is right. Kaz Gym will definitely try the second gym in the world first. I hope it will hurt both sides. Our Yas Gym is the most suitable official gym to be officially recognized by the league. Lan Duo whispered, and then carefully spared her body from behind the bamboo forest. She had to sneak into this avenue first. Find out the background of this newly opened gym. Dojo backyard. Hisoka sat cross-legged in the pavilion covered with tatami mat, and from time to time he picked up a round Pokémon food from a bowl beside him and threw it into the rockery pool. At this time, a khaki-colored fish Pokémon with brown spots all over its body will often rush out of the water. Feebas has lived comfortably these 2 days in the wide pool, with her favorite food and Pokeblocks every day, and a group of buddies who never laugh at her. Lucky Tilda. Chansey was standing in the gazebo with a serious look, because Hisoka said this morning that he would help her with a medical examination and physical data mapping, in order not to leave any bad impression on the new trainer. This little girl with a stable and delicate personality came to the pavilion early to wait. Okay, don't be so nervous, just relax. Sisso touched Chansey's smooth round head and said with a smile, it's just some simple mapping. As your trainer, I must take responsibility and understand you. Detailed data on every part of the body so that we can prescribe the right medicine and better nurture you. Quote, Lucky Tilda. Chansey nodded in understanding. Sisina, good luck to the king, took up the tape measure and the precise camera and began to measure Chansey's body data. At the same time, he took out a small piece of paper similar to a band-aid and gently pressed it on Chansey's hand, and a drop of bright red blood was immediately absorbed by the paper. This small piece of paper similar to a band-aid is a blood test tool commonly used in some large Pokémon research institute. There are 100 tiny needles on the surface of the paper that cannot be seen by the naked eye, cause any pain to them. The crackling keyboard never stopped. Chansey couldn't help being attracted by Hisoka's movement. He moved his chubby body step by step and approached Hisoka carefully. Looking at the trainer who was working hard, Chansey's eyes showed a hint of approval. Color. In Chansey's mind, a person who takes everything seriously makes a good trainer. Chapter 114 Chansey's skills. Update. Please subscribe. Chansey. Attribute. General Department. Height 1.15 meters. Weight 34.68 kilograms. Physical strength S. Physical attack D. Physical defense D. Special attack C-. Special defense A. B. C. 3D 6-dimensional map shows that Chansey's physical attributes are very good, and he has an S-level rating. But the next physical defense and double attack attributes are not enough to see. Other than that, only the special defense is still outstanding. Chansey won't have any attack power. Hisoka already knew about this. He himself needs Chansey to prepare for possible teamfights in future missions. The tanker is in front, the scout is harassing from the side, and the quick attacker cuts the opponent's crispy Pokémon in the back row. The auxiliary hand protects the trainer himself and also needs to support the tanker to prevent the opponent from focusing fire. The artilleryman was at the center of the team, and the team doctor, Chansey, performed physical recovery and treatment for his teammate. Hisoka's Chansey has mastered a total of 6 skills at present. In addition to the 2 life skills of raw eggs and fried egg, it is almost innate, and he has also learned Heal Pulse, Fresh, Sing and Light Green. If laying eggs is a single recovery skill, then Heal Pulse is a group recovery skill. These 2 healing skills are the 2 moves that Chansey 427 needs to focus on mastering in the future. They must be proficient enough to not be proficient. This is the training task that Hisoka set for Chansey. Refreshing skills can remove the negative states of yourself, including your teammates, such as poisoning, burn, paralysis and other abnormal states. It is a very good auxiliary skill. Of course, freshness is not a panacea. If it is directly bitten by the fangs of Arbok and other toxic Pokemon, then freshness cannot remove this poisonous state. Think skill, like Lulu's hypnosis, is an auxiliary skill that can make the opponent fall asleep. It has no attack power, but it can overwhelm the opponent at a critical moment. The last light screen skill can be used in the face of concentrated enemy firepower, creating a transparent light green to weaken the attack power of enemy Pokemon skills. Light green can only weaken the attack power of skills such as Flamethrower and Psybeam. If you are facing the melee attack of the fighting Pokemon, the light screen will have no effect. Chansey family's strongest healing skill is actually called Healing Wish. Unfortunately, this healing skill must be learned by Chansey after evolution becomes Blissey, because the stamina of auspicious eggs is not enough to support the consumption of Healing Wish, and even if evolution becomes Blissey, Healing Wish, a healing skill that consumes a lot of stamina, can only be used once within 24 hours. So demanding and so costly, Healing Wish also has a powerful healing effect that will not disappoint anyone. It can revive a dying Pokemon with almost full blood and remove all abnormal states. Even if he was seriously injured by toxic Pokemon bite's throat, Healing Wish could save him as long as he could breathe. That's why Hisoka is so obsessed with Chansey. Hello, anyone? Outside the courtyard, the red-haired youth patted the red-painted door hard. The gate of this dojo is more than 4 meters high, and its thickness is more than 20 centimeters. Moreover, it is all solid wood, and its natural weight is amazing. Even if the red-haired young man's hands were red and swollen, he didn't see the door shaking at all. MD, the red-haired youth exclaimed in exasperation, and then kicked fiercely towards the gate of the dojo. Hearing a bang, the solid wood door remained motionless, but the red-haired youth covered his toes and let out a scream like a pig. Is it useful to release all our Pokemon? Push the door together, and hide inside and not come out. If we don't open the door, we will smash the door. The yellow-haired youth shouted loudly on purpose, and now he already thought in his heart that the owner of this new gym should be a coward, or why would there be no movement after knocking on the door for so long? Bang, bang, bang. The white light of the 3 baby balls deformed on the ground, and a Primeape and 2 Mankeys appeared beside the 3 brothers. Primeape is the Pokemon headed by the yellow-haired youth, and is the eldest of the 3 brothers. His strength is also the strongest. Zisso, why don't you go and have a look when it's so noisy outside? While Lulu was manipulating the magical leaf to trim the newly transplanted flowers and trees, she looked at Hisoka, who was training at coaching Raiden. Very good, well done. Let's maintain this movement, and then let the waist and leg slowly rise. Hisoka put his hands on the ground paved with bluestone, and his legs rose slowly in the air. He's teaching Raiden the Russian push-up, a tough push-up that not only works the upper body, lower back, and abdominal muscles but also improves flexibility. Ow! Raiden gritted his teeth and let out a low growl from his throat. Its body is too heavy. Even if a pair of giant arms contain terrifying power, it is very difficult to support the 1.25-ton weight to do standard Russian push-up. In particular, the giant tail behind Raiden will affect its body balance when performing stinging movement, which once again increases the difficulty of this exercise. After finishing a set of 20 Russian push-ups, Raiden couldn't hold it any longer, and his body fell heavily on the bluestone school ground. The terrifying weight and the ground tackle made a loud noise, and the ground couldn't bear it at this moment. Shake, move a bit. The sudden loud noise started rival the three brothers who were just about to smash the door. "Brother, what happened inside?" Green Hair asked. Hong Mao rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, and said, "It doesn't matter, let's smash the door first." Mankey hits the gate with a lower kick. Hong Mao was the first to be unable to hold back, and directly instructed Mankey to start smashing the door. "Primmy, use the hand knife at the gate." "Mankey, we also use the bottom kick." Boom, boom. The constant sound of slamming the door outside the door made Hisoka frown. There were some troublesome guys outside, and the training could not continue. "Raiden, go and open the gate." "Ow." Raiden nodded and stood up from the ground, walked to the door, took out the latch with one hand, and then began to force his arms to both sides, accompanied by a series of creaking sounds. The solid wood door that weighed several thousand pounds was slowly smashed. Come on. The sudden opening of the door made the three Matt brothers outside the door unable to control their strength, and they fell in, including two Mankeys and a Primmy. Rolled in. Chapter 115. Hit your scalp numb. Please subscribe. Ow. Raiden let out a roar, and the violent sound caused the air to vibrate, creating a hurricane-like effect. "Big brother, there are monsters." Red Mao, who seemed to be the most arrogant and domineering at first, hugged Mankey beside him and stepped back again and again, his face turned pale from fear by Raiden. The red bangs that originally covered the eyes were blown back by the sound. The giant Raiden is more than 4 meters tall, with a solid and sturdy body, black armor, and broken golden pupils are enough to make every ordinary person who sees it for the first time feel fearful. "Do you want to kick the gym?" Hisoka squatted down and smiled at the three Mats on the ground who were scared by Raiden. "No, no." Huang Mao shook his head fiercely, with a flattering smile on his face. "Hello, little boss. Our three brothers are just here to see. By the way, you didn't post it on the notice board in the city. Is there a job advertisement?" "Our three brothers came here just to join your gym and hang out with you," the little boss quote. Speaking of which, Huang Mao blinked at the two brothers behind him, for fear that they would say something they shouldn't say. Lu Mao's reaction was quick. Seeing the boss wink at him, he immediately shouted, "Yes, that's right. Our three brothers are here to join the little boss's gym. Look at the second gym in the world. How domineering the name is. Just listen to it. It turns out that gym leader is a very good Pokemon trainer." Quote. Hong Mao was confused by the words of the two older brothers. They are obviously not from Kaz's gym. It was Kaz-sama who asked them to come over and smash the scene. However, under the eyes of the two brothers who were about to kill, they could only swallow the words they wanted to say. "Do you think you can be considered a good trainer?" Hisoka didn't stand up, but was still half squatting on the ground, turning his two thumbs with his hands crossed. Seeing that the little boss didn't get up, and looked at the terrifying Raiden behind him, the three brothers sat on the ground like three docile sheep and didn't dare to stand up at all. Huang Mao swallowed his saliva, summoned his courage and said, "Although our trainers are not very powerful, we are very loyal. Little boss, you told us to go east, and I would never dare to go west. You asked us to fight ya gym. We don't play Kaz gym." "That right, that right." Green and red also agreed in unison. Hisoka's mouth curled into a smile, stood up, and walked over to Raiden. With a snap of his fingers, a Karenwood Taishi chair floated slowly from the air, and finally placed it firmly behind Hisoka. Hisoka stepped back, sat on the Grand Master chair, rested his chin with his left hand, looked at the three in front of him, and said loudly, "We welcome any trainer to join us in the second gym, but only if there is a small test." "You said it, little boss," the three brothers said impatiently. "You can join forces one-on-one or three people. As long as you can defeat one of my Pokemon, you can join gym," Hisoka said indifferently, but seeing the fearful expressions of the three, he added, "Don't worry, it's not this Raiden. Lulu, come out and play with them." The voice fell, and Lulu's petite, small body like a ballerina suddenly appeared in front of the three brothers with a blur of air. Using the teleport skill, he teleported to this side directly from the central court. "Is it this Pokemon?" Huang Mao asked, raising his hand. Although it was a Pokemon I had never seen before, compared to the giant black Raiden, this little girl-like Pokemon was obviously much more bullying. Hisoka nodded slightly. "You can 3-on-1. As long as you beat her, you can join my gym. I'll give you 3 times the salary of Kaz's gym." "Boss, triple your salary." Hong Mao jumped up from the ground excitedly. "Idiot, we expose." Huang Mao is smarter. As soon as he hears the words behind the other party, he knows that the three of them are exposed, but the other party didn't go after the poor, and could only bite the bullet. "We choose 3-to-1. Hisoka shrugged casually. Lulu used confusion to float herself in the air, looking at the two Mankeys and a Primip under her with a calm expression. She is a Pokemon of Psychic, and her attributes are the same as Mankey and Primip of the fighting department. Katakana middle dot 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 flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. "You can attack first, and I'm not going to command." Hisoka's words gave the three brothers a boost of confidence, knowing that the power of a Pokemon under the command of a powerful trainer and a Pokemon without a command command are completely different concepts. Primi, jump into the air, use the X-scissor. The distance that Lulu can float using confusion is not high. With Primi's bounce ability, the height of 7 or 8 meters is trivial for it. The hands with black handcuff were crossed in front of Shang. Primi's well-developed leg suddenly jumped on the ground. With a swoosh, the body jumped up, more than 10 meters high. X-scissor skill the use of caused Primi's crossed arms to glow white. At this moment, Primi is condescending, and the X-scissor with a power rating of 100 slashes upward to the motionless Hirlia. The yellow hair below saw Primi's offensive, clenching his hands and looking very excited. He secretly said in his heart, "Let you pretend to be a stinky boy." The power of Primi's X-scissor is enough to split a big tree. For such a small Pokemon, if you hit it, you will have to send it to the Pokemon Center. Lulu didn't dodge at all. Just when Primi attacked from a high position, she raised her right hand slightly. The blue light faded from her ruby-like pupil, and an invisible spiritual force spread out from her body. Primi was less than a meter away from the target at this time, but suddenly he felt his body tighten, and then he could no longer lean forward. As if caught by an invisible net, the body was oppressed, and it was difficult to breathe. "Ya tilde." Lulu snorted softly, and through her right hand suddenly Primi was like a tattered doll being manipulated at will, screaming and being thrown out by confusion, slammed into the front yard wall. Cobweb-like cracks appeared on the snow-white wall, and Primi slowly slipped from the wall. Just as he was about to stand up, he felt his head dizzy and fell down again with a thud. Chapter 116 Conspiracy to Cooperate. 2 more for subscription. Green hair, red hair and their monkeys also stepped up to Primi's end. After being caught by Lulu with confusion, it flew in the air like 2 balls, and finally all of them were smashed to the ground paved with blue bricks on the school ground. The 3 brothers ran out of the dojo gate with their incapacitated Menki and Primi. Hisoka didn't bother them. He still needed these 3 guys to inform Kaz Gym. Hisoka believes that after today, Kaz Gym and Yas Gym, who realize the strength of the new gym, are likely to join forces. The 2 gyms have long regarded the qualifications of the official gym of the league as their own. It is one thing for the local snake to compete maliciously with each other, but suddenly a spoiler emerges, and the 2 naturally have to join forces first to drive this new gym who wants to cut his beard out of the Dark City. Click tilde 217. A slight flash of white light from the camera flickered on the wall behind. Hisoka looked back, only to see a strand of blue hair flashing across the eave. "Hiso, do you want to get this little mouse back?" Lulu fell from the air and sat on the armrest of the Taishi chair, a pair of slender green legs swaying back and forth. "No need, I guessed correctly. It should be Yas Gym's person." Hisoka communicated with Lulu in his mind. "I don't have much time to hide and seek with them, so I might as well wait for them to come to the door and catch them all in one go. It's very dangerous. I was almost discovered." Lan Duo helped the crooked cat, patted the mouth, looked at the camera in his hand, and couldn't help showing a smile. "These photos are almost enough. The black one the size of Raiden is really terrible. I have to go back and tell Mr. Yas. We must join hands with the people of Kaz Gym to drive this second gym in the world out of the Dark City first." Quote, "The sun goes down. Night has once again enveloped this ancient and backward city. The Dark City is not as brightly lit at night as ordinary city. Although the Dark City has already been powered on, the citizens here are still accustomed to the sunset, plus the reason of Kaz Gym and Yas Gym. Residents did not dare to go out at will at night in order to defeat each other. These 2 gyms once used money to bribe passing trainers and even locals, including the gangsters in the surrounding city. The disciples in the 2 gyms are of mixed quality, and those gym disciples from gangsters are even more domineering in the Dark City. They often go to some shop to eat and drink for free, and then force the boss to take credit in the name of Kaz Gym or Yas Gym. Forced by the strength of the 2 giant gym, those restaurant owners can only speak in distress. The mother-in-law Kurana who invited Hisoka to eat ramen was one of the victims. Her grandmother's ramen was already quite famous in Dark City. These little gangsters who were recruited by the 2 gyms often go to their mother-in-law's ramen shop to eat and drink for free. After Hisoka helped all the Pokemon to complete their daily care work, they went to bed early and woke up early to keep their bodies in their peak state. But at the same time, the atmosphere in Kaz Gym was extraordinarily solemn. "Are you telling the truth?" Kaz, who was dark-skinned, short and stout, with a Chinese character face, had a solemn expression and stared at the 3 brothers in front of him. Hearing Kaz's leader's question, Huang Mao quickly complained bitterly, "Lord Kaz, I swear that what our 3 brothers said is true. That stinky boy is really too powerful. Not only does he have an oversized Raiden, there is also a Pokemon that looks a lot like a little girl. My Primi didn't even walk through the hands of that Pokemon, and that Pokemon seemed to be able to use a mysterious method to make my Primi unable to move." Quote, after listening to the explanations of the 3 brothers, Kaz fell into deep thought. If what they say is true, then this new gym that pops up out of nowhere seems like a bad guy. "Master Kaz, the leader of Yas Gym is asking outside, saying that he has something to discuss with you." The door of the hall was open, and a disciple in a blue uniform walked in. Yeah, what is he doing here? Kaz pondered in his heart, then looked at the disciple and said, bring that guy in. Yes, a long table, a beacon. Kaz and Yas sat cross-legged at the end of the long table. The two used to be friends who traveled together. Now it is against each other, and the once deep friendship cannot withstand the erosion of time and interest. There's a saying that's true, your best friend didn't betray you. That's just because the betrayal wasn't enough. Yas, we don't seem to have anything to talk about. What are you trying to do here? Kaz's temper was relatively hot, so he seemed aggressive when he spoke. Yas was not angry at all. He hummed and said, no matter how long you have passed, you will always have this stinky temper. It's okay, I don't want to talk nonsense with you, nasty guy. Rondo gave those photos to me. Come and show our Kaz leader. Okay, Mr. Yas. Lan Duo, who had been standing behind him, walked over slowly, took out the photos taken during the day in the avenue from his pocket, and placed them on the long table. Look, this is the so-called second gym in the world. See that huge Raiden? Kaz folded his arms and looked at the photos on the table with a serious face. The boy with a long ponytail sitting on the chair of the master, the mysterious Pokémon that looks like a little girl, and the Raiden who is covered in black armor and is a bit terrifying. Yas picked up the photo of Raiden, pointed at the Raiden on it and mocked, I know your strength very well. All of your Kaz gym disciples may not be able to beat that giant Raiden. Then all of your Yas gym disciples including you Yas can beat that Raiden. Kaz slapped the table fiercely, and 0.0 said viciously. Kaz shrugged and said helplessly, don't always act like a powder keg blowing up at one point. Maybe we alone can't beat the new gym that popped up, but the two of them work together to cut this off first. Wouldn't it be nice to drive away the bastard? But why should I trust you? Do you think there is still a choice? Yas sneered. Compete with me and you may still have a chance to qualify for the official gym. With that mysterious boy and that Raiden, do you think there is still a chance? This sentence hits the heart of Katz's heart. He didn't know the specific strength of the mysterious young man at all. Just that giant Raiden gave him unimaginable pressure. If the other party still has a backhand, then the qualification of the official gym will instantly become the moon in the well. Chapter 117 Timid Mouth 3 Update. Please subscribe. Although I don't know what kind of Pokemon you will have, you are much luckier than your predecessor. Hisoka carefully wiped the Pokemon egg he won from the San Antonio in his hand. The original egg incubator has been transformed by him. The top part was cut, and the colorful orb from the Raiden cave was embedded in it, and several high-power small white lamps were installed around it. The principle of simulating sunlight keeps the positive energy radiation of the colorful jewels at a certain concentration. In the last experiment, it has been concluded that the radiant energy of the colorful orbs has a lot of benefits for the human body and Pokemon. But after a period of in-depth research, Hisoka discovered that the radiation energy of this orb was even more beneficial to the juvenile body, to be exact, to the life that was still in the forming stage. Refer to Raiden's upbringing. Using Lulu's telepathy, Hisoka knew that the seven-colored orb had been inlaid on the rock wall when the boy was born from the egg, which means that Raiden was enveloped by the radiation energy of the seven-colored orb from the beginning of the egg. Right, now this Pokemon egg will also be nurtured by the radiant energy of the colorful orb until the little one is finally born. No matter what kind of Pokemon it is, Hisoka is sure that its talent and potential, and even its eyes, will far exceed those of its kind. Hisoka has checked a lot of information on the internet, and he has flipped through the encyclopedia of magical props in the past 10 years, but still nothing similar to the colorful orb was found. However, some clues have been found in the literature from some previous research institute. A thing called Life Jewel is somewhat similar to the seven-colored jewel, and it can only be said that it is somewhat similar because there is only one slate carving in the shape of the colorful jewel in these documents, but there is no detailed description of the function of the Life Jewel. These documents about the precious jade of life were discovered by researchers from a super ancient relic which has a history of more than 2,000 years. These guys are really slow enough. Hisoka stretched and put the cleaned Pokemon egg back into the hatcher. It had been 3 days since the last time they beat the three Matt brothers away. Neither Kaz Gym nor Yas Gym had moved at all. The two gyms were terribly quiet for a while, and there were not even people sent to monitor them. Of course, it can't be said that it is completely absent, but there is a little mouse that has been persevering and wandering outside the dojo. Lulu also discovered that the little mouse had actually set up a tent in the bamboo forest and stayed there 24 hours a day. In terms of a girl's character, she is very patient, and on the other hand, she can be said to be tenacious. In the bamboo forest, Lan Duo is biting the white steamed bun with one hand and writing and drawing on the notebook with the other. The first few pages of her notebook are filled with observations made during these 3 days. Raiden is awesome. He works out every day. Little girl Pokemon is very slack off. Rest every day. Black cat Pokemon is very diligent. Pruning branches every day. Looking down at the information recorded by this little mouse, Hisoka couldn't help but have black lines all over his head. What the hell is a little girl Pokemon? Even if you don't know sincerely rest every day. That's Lulu doing calm mind. Obviously, Lulu on the side also saw the record about herself in the notebook, and the blue light in her eyes began to flicker. The black hat Pokémon should refer to Weavile. Pruning trees, fruits and flowers and plants is a daily task given to Weavile by Sisso. He can also practice in life and work. Cough cough tilde. It seemed that the writing was too serious, and Landuo swallowed a big mouthful of white steamed buns too without paying attention. The buns too were stuck in her esophagus, and her face flushed from choking. Would you like a glass of water? Thank you. Landuo didn't care why a glass of water was stretched out beside him. Grabbed the glass and poured it into his mouth. Phew, I'm saved. Landuo breathed a sigh of relief. It would be too funny if he was choked to death by a steamed bun too. He shook his head mockingly, then looked behind him and said, by the way, thank you for the water. You're welcome. Hisoka put his hands on his back and looked at the stunned little mouse in front of him playfully. You. Landuo was so frightened by Hisoka who suddenly appeared behind him that he retreated again and again, hiding in the tent and zipping the zipper before he dared to come out. You can tell from your clothes that you belong to Yas Gym, right? No, you were the one who stole, photographed on the eaves for 3 days. Not me. Landuo wrapped the cup in the tent and shivered. It's over. This time it's really over. He was caught by the other party. With the strength of this boy as a gym leader and the giant Raiden, I watched it for myself this time. It's hard to escape. Hisso, this is a timid mouse. Lulu said expressionlessly, waved the notebook that fell on the ground and was sucked into his hand by confusion, looking at the dazzling line of words very slack off. Rest every day. Bah. Confusion wrapped the notebook, and with a slight force, the entire notebook immediately shattered into pieces. Looking at 480 feet's non-stop trembling, shaking tent, Hisoka shook his head helplessly and said, I'm not here to trouble you. I just want you to send a letter to Yas Gym and Kaz Gym. Don't linger. I'm going to fight together. I'll fight their 2 gyms by myself. The time will be set at 2 o'clock in the afternoon tomorrow. The location is on the small plain in the suburb. Don't always fight in the city and affect others' business. Do you understand? Hisoka suddenly shouted loudly. Landuo was so frightened that he almost fainted. He nodded in the tent, and responded with a tender voice. I understand. I will definitely tell Mr. Ya. It should be gone. Hearing that there was absolutely no movement outside, Landuo slowly raised his head from the quilt, carefully unzipped the tent, and stuck out a head, looking left and right, and found that there was no trace of the young man. It really scared me to death. Landuo patted his mouth vigorously, then took out the photo that he had been secretly hiding in his arms, looked at the ponytail boy in the photo, and couldn't help laughing. Although this kid is a bit fierce, but it's still pretty cool. The strength is good. If Mr. Yas is defeated by him, it would be a good choice to go to him to apprentice. Chapter 118. Let fight. Open black lens bracket 4 more close black lens bracket subscribe. Dark City is located between the wild wilderness and Cinnabar Island. Although the economy is backward due to its proximity to the wilderness area, the surrounding natural environment is well protected. Canyon, plain, wetland, lake. The main industry of Dark City is still agriculture. This is an ancient city where the residents work at sunrise and rest at sunset. It maintains a delicate balance with the surrounding Pokémon and the natural environment. The residents will not be very rich, and their life will be very simple, but it is so peaceful and indifferent. A monsoon from the Guangdongan Sea swept over Cinnabar Island, bringing a trace of the volcanic island's scorching heat across the mountains and rivers, and finally blowing to this low valley plain after being filtered by patches of forest. The breeze blew his hair. Hisoka was wearing a black high-necked short-sleeved suit, a pair of sky blue jeans, and a pair of red and white canvas shoes. Sitting on Raiden's thick left shoulder, he quietly watched the rising and falling figures in the distance. A headband with a silver hollow pattern perfectly tied the long hair behind her head, swaying from time to time as the breeze on the plain blew past. The 2 teams assembled on the plain. One side was Kaz Gym in blue tights and the other was Yas Gym in green bib uniform. Under the leadership of their respective leaders, there was a trace of despised rage on their faces, as well as fear of the huge figure in front of them. One person heads up 2 gyms. Whoever loses gets out of the city. When this sentence was brought to Yas by Lando, this tall and thin man who was usually calm couldn't help smashing a few cups. So arrogant. What does he think of us, Jim? Very good. Since you care so much, you want to solve us all at once. That's what you want. So Yas went to Kaz Gym overnight to discuss, although it was a bit shameful to bully the left. But in order to ensure that the qualification of the official gym is not cut off by this new gym, the 2 still prepare to cooperate with each other to drive the other away first. Kaz Gym has more people, and Kaz himself has a total of 19 people. The number of Yas Gym was reduced by 3, and with Yas, there were only 16 people in total. Kaz and Yas looked at so many subordinates behind them, couldn't help but smiled at each other, and their heart gradually relaxed. Although the opponent has a very large Raiden in charge, but we have more than 30 trainers on our side. With more bullying the less, the match is won. Fat Tiger, stop squeezing. There will be a fight right away. 3 little black-haired boys boys were sneaking up and down the hillside. The speaker was a freckled boy with a telescope. They are all local children of Dark City, and all 3 are 5 years old this year. The boy named Fat Tiger was a little fat man, and he saw a happy smile on his fat face, and said, "Xiaofu, which side do you think they can win? Anyway, those who drive Jim are not good people, and it is best to play a lose-lose." The husband spit on the ground. "I hope the big brother with the long hair can win. He doesn't look like a bad guy," said Didi Hoot, the third little boy wearing myopia glasses. Xiaofu curled his lip in disdain and laughed. "Nobita, you are really stupid. People who drive gyms are not good things. You forget that your fruit shop is often eaten by people from Yas Gym and Kaz Gym for nothing. Did you take it for nothing? I just don't think that big brother is a bad guy," Da Shang said stubbornly. "He has been stubborn since he was a child, and what he believes will not be easily changed because of the denial of others." "Stop arguing." Dart. Fat Tiger stopped the quarrel between the two and pointed to the plane. "Come out, Geodude. Let go too. Dodrio, Nidorino, Pidgeotto, Macho." In the vast and boundless lane, the white light unique to the Pokémon bulb kept flickering, and Pokémon with different shapes and attributes appeared on the plane. Although most of them are relatively common Pokémon, so many Pokémon gathered together can give people a great sense of oppression. Alakaz, Scyther, Kaz and Yas also released their respective ace cards. 35 people, 35 Pokémon. Such a number of Pokémon, even if most of them are weak chickens, can kill some powerful trainers with the number. Hisoka jumped off Raiden's shoulder, swiped his right hand on his waist. 3 white lights transformed in place, and the figures of Lulu, Weavile, and Chansey appeared in front of him in turn. 4 vs 35. No one knows how this big showdown will go. Faced with the mob of gangsters and chicken trainers, Hisoka didn't have the slightest worry. The only thing the opponent can get is Electivire and that Scyther. Weavile, Sword Dance. Hisoka wasn't going to give them any chance, and they didn't need to conquer them with absolute crushing strength. These bastards would never give up. "Brothers, let go together. We must drive this foreigner out of the Dark City today," Kaz shouted loudly. "The qualifications for the official gym in the Dark City can only be our Kaz gym. Electivire, use Thunderbolt on that black cat." Cats had never met Weavile, and of course didn't know her name, so she could only use the black cat instead. But the dance of battle that the opponent danced must never be allowed to complete. Good Jiao good. Sword Dance is such a disgusting buff skill. If you let it go, a Pokémon with low combat power will be able to make a comeback after a Swords Dance comparison with a Pokémon that is obviously stronger than it. A bright colored electric current shoot from the circular conductive organ above Electabuzz's head, and with a piercing crackle, it shot through the air in an arc and hits Weavile of Swords Dance on the spot. Sword Dance stimulates the Pokémon's muscle tissue, causing the muscles to expand and become more active. In this way, it can increase the physical attack power. The disadvantage is that the Pokémon cannot move when the battle dance is performed, and it is easy to become the target of the opponent Pokémon to focus fire. In fact, as long as you are an online IQ trainer, when you see the opponent's Pokémon using Swords Dance, the first reaction is to attack with all your strength. Otherwise, after the opponent completes Swords Dance, the next game can basically be said to be GG. Chapter 119 Group Battle. Open black lens bracket 5 more close black lens bracket. Ow! A black armored arm stretched out from one side and directly blocked Weavile's head. The bright colored electric current that galloped and flew over hit the giant arm, and disappeared without a trace after a slight crackling sound. Raiden has the attributes of the ground system, and Electabuzz's Thunderbolt can't do any damage to it. Majude tilde. Weavile was very excited after completing a Swords Dance. The black hair stood up slightly, the whites of the eyes were covered with some bloodshot, the blue veins on the wrists above the claws protruded, and the biceps on the two arms were obviously 1/3 thicker than before. Continue the Swords Dance. This order from Hisoka made Kaz tremble with anger, and the other party was ignoring him at all. No way, his Electabuzz was defeated by Raiden, and there was no way to hit the Black Hat Pokémon that kept Swords Dance under the protection of Raiden. Thinking of this, Kaz glanced at Yas next to him, and said in a deep voice, "We go together. We can't let the other party continue the Swords Dance. Let all the disciples go together." Yas nodded. He had already gotten to this point. His face was already torn, and he would drive the other party out of the Dark City without 180. It would be a joke that they had been fighting for the official gym status in the Dark City for so long. "Brothers, let go together," Yas yelled. Scyther, agility, rush forward and use the scissors cross punch. Scissor cross fist. The name sounds like a fighting skill, but it's actually a bug skill. Scyther used the two side-like arms to cross the Shang mouth. When approaching the prey, the cross eyes quickly tore the side, which could cause a very terrifying cross wound. Dodrio, rush over. Use the ram. Geodude, roll out. Nidorino, poison sting. For a time, all kinds of tricks attacked Hisoka. Raiden slapped Shang's mouth hard, and took the lead in blocking the front. Poison Sting, who was flying directly with his right hand, slapped all of them back. Ding ding ding. With the crisp tackle sound, the Poison Sting, who flew flew back upside down, stabbed the Pokémon of the 2 gym disciples into pain. The rock-type Geodude is not bad, and it is not afraid of Poison Sting's attack because of its excellent defense. The worst part is the Dodrio running at the front. How strong is Raiden's waving arm? Poison Sting, who shot back, shoved Dodrio's 3 head tightly. A person with intensive phobia looks at it, and it is estimated that the scalp is numb. The severe pain from the 3 heads made Dodrio lose his mind. He frantically shook his head to throw the Poison Sting out of his face, and even started attacking the friendly Pokémon beside him. The scene became extremely chaotic for a while. Idiot, don't take your Dodrio back. Kaz was looking at the atmosphere, and slapped a disciple on the head. This mad Dodrio is his disciple. The disciple who was reprimanded was shivering and his face was pale. He hurriedly took out the treasure ball and took back his Dodrio who was attacking ally. The 2-meter-long giant tail swung from the ground with a smashing sound, and pulled directly at the guy behind him who wanted to sneak attack. Better than. Pidgeotto screamed and flew back at a faster speed. Although Raiden's tail didn't use any skills, the kinetic energy of his muscles alone was not enough for Pidgeotto's small body. Raiden snorted in disdain, and at the same time his left arm quickly stretched out, grabbing the sharp mouth that wanted to attack its eyes. Because Fearo's beak was caught in Raiden's palm, he flapped his wings desperately trying to break free, but against Raiden Machamp, it's just in vain. Raiden grabbed Fearo's long beak and turned a few times in place, then stepped forward with his right leg and threw Fearow directly in the pose of a baseball pitcher. Fearow, who was completely out of balance, was thrown into the air by this huge force and rolled in the air. Finally, he plunged into the army of Pokémon charging on the opposite side, and smashed 3 Raticate heads before stopping the momentum. After more than half a month of boxing training, Raiden's physical flexibility and neural response are much better than those on an uninhabited island. Before the change, this big guy didn't know what dodge was, and he was fearless with his extremely tough armor. If it doesn't sound good, it's the Iron Head baby, and it will only blindly face the front. The opponent wasn't an idiot either. Fearow had just used his long beak to sneak into Raiden's eyes just now. This guy has hard armor all over his body, and only his eyes are the most vulnerable. Once he was attacked by Fearow's beak in the eye just now, even if Raiden was invincible, he would definitely not be able to withstand this kind of damage. The second Swords Dance took longer than the first, but under Raiden's protection, Weavile successfully completed the second Swords Dance. After 2 Swords Dances, Weavile's whole body changed even more. The hair stood on end like steel needles, a vision of hyperactive muscle cells. The white part of the eye is completely covered with blood, and with the blood-red vertical pupil, just looking at it made people feel a thrilling trembling. Majude Tilda. Weavile felt the explosive force coming from all over his body and couldn't help screaming up to the sky. 2 Swords Dances are her limit, and her muscle activity and swelling have reached a very terrifying state at this time. Encore Swords Dance is not about increasing the attack. Weavile's muscle strength can no longer bear the burden, and it will definitely be torn apart instantly. Crack! Kick! Weavile raised his hand, and the 3-fingered claws collided lightly. With a bloodthirsty look in his eyes, he looked at the group of Pokémon attacking in front of him. As a dark Pokémon, her nature is cruel and cunning. Although her personality has improved a lot after being subdued by Hisoka, the nature hidden deep in her genes will never disappear. The 2 Swords Dances unleashed Weavile's bloodthirsty nature that he had been hiding. Almost without waiting for Hisoka's orders, Weavile's body bowed slightly. Boom! There were only 3D claws left where Weavile was standing just now. In a blink of an eye, her figure had already rushed into the opponent's formation. Chapter 120. Weavile. Invincibility is also a worry. Open black lens bracket. One more close black lens bracket. Face some crispy Pokémon with no special skills. Sword Dance. Weavile rushing into the formation is like a tiger rushing into the flock, and there is no enemy in one round at all. A Victreebel who just jumped up and was about to use the Razor Leaf only saw a shadow flash in front of him. A fist with a chill slammed into its face. Double damage bonus. Damage bonus when attributes are the same. Victreebel didn't even send out the miserable growl, and after flying upside down for a distance, he fainted. The 3-fingered claws lifted up and slashed down suddenly. Weavile didn't even look at it, and directly slashed a brick break on the head of the small fist from rollout tackle. With a click, a crack bred on Geodude's head. Seeing this, Asulip tried to use hypnosis to hypnotize Weavile, but was stared at by the bloodshot red vertical pupil, and only felt an inexplicable fear spreading from the bottom of his heart. Weavile's body was blurred for a while, and 12 identically lifelike clones appeared all over the venue. She used Double Team, and for a while, in midair, overwhelming skills burst forth. Thunderbolt, Flamethrower, Bubble Beam, Water Gun. The attacks of countless skills smashed all the Double Teams one after another, but Weavile was not left behind. Sulip suddenly felt someone tap his shoulder, looked back, and almost fainted. I saw the black cat that should have been shot off by the teammates appeared behind him. Weavile's mouth grinned, revealing a sly smile. The sharp claws raised high, the black moon half glowed, and the severing ability of the street test knife directly left a deep mark on Sula's face. Being hit directly in the face by the dark ill, Sula, who has the psychic attribute, was almost instantly planted on the grass head-on. How terrifying! Weavile after Swords Dance twice can only be described by statistic. One Swords Dance can increase the attack power of a Pokémon by 2 levels. The attack bonus for 1 level is 50% and then stacks linearly. 2 levels of attack increase by 100%. After Weavile Swords Dance twice, a total of 4 levels have been raised, which is 200%, and the limit of 3 Swords Dance can increase the attack equivalent by nearly 4 times. What a terrifying equal increase is this! Weavile's physical attack power itself is as high as 8+ in Hisoka's 60 chart rating. After the 200% increase, facing these rabble at this moment, it can be said that the last sentence of invincibility is a kind of faint sorrow. In such a big melee, the trainer's instructions have actually been difficult to convey to the ears of the Pokémon in a timely manner. It is more about the ability of the Pokémon to fight alone. The more than 30 trainers at Kaz Gym and Yas Gym are almost screaming their throat. Baby is in disarray. A little mouse came from the ground. Lulu had been standing at Hisoka's feet, her white and slender little hand holding Hisoka's big hand. Hisoka smiled slightly, showing a clear look. He's been on guard against those bastard trick for a long time. He can't beat Pokémon, but he can kill Pokémon trainer first. At this time, less than half a meter away from Hisoka, the plain grass suddenly bulged, and a Pokémon that looked like a pangolin but more than 1 meter in size broke out of the ground and raised its sharp claws, headed towards Hisoka. This is Sandshrews final evolution Sandslash, with its back covered in tough brown bristles, giving it far more attack power than Sandshrew. This kind of Pokémon is a natural dig expert. It obeys the orders of its master and hides in the ground, and when it finds an opportunity, it will directly attack the trainer on the opposite side. Don't say kill the opponent, but definitely make the opponent injured and unable to fight again. Sandslash's big claw smashed into the air, and it found that the target of its sneak attack had disappeared out of thin air. Sandslash touched his head on the ground, unable to understand what happened just now with his IQ. Lucky Tilda, Chansey murmured angrily, and the Pokémon that suddenly attacked her made her very angry. Chansey is a very honest and loving Pokémon, and she hates this kind of Pokémon that will directly attack humans. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. Lucky Tilda. Chansey took out the white round egg on his stomach and threw it at Sandslash. Sandslash saw a foreign object attacking, and raised his big claws again to slash at the foreign object. The moment the white round egg touched Sandslash's big claws, a bright white glow appeared, and then, boom, the white round egg made a loud noise and exploded instantly. Just like a high-explosive grenade exploded in the head, the scorching air wave directly blew Sandslash out. As Chansey's only one-handed attacking skill, Fried Egg has a power rating of 100 in the league's official skill table. Saying it's a high-explosive grenade doesn't have any problems at all. Chansey's stomach pocket, when she is in a good mood, is a food with very high medicinal value and a very delicious food. Chansey's egg-laying skills must work best with eggs in his pocket, and feeding an injured Pokémon can quickly restore a Pokémon's stamina. But when she is angry, the inside of the egg will change and become a fried egg grenade used to attack the enemy. The blasted Sandslash didn't lose his fighting ability, but his head was a little dizzy. Chansey's own attack is too low. Even if the power of fried eggs is as high as 100, it is difficult to really cause serious damage to the enemy, and it can only play some harassment and blow up effect. The sneak attack failed, and Sandslash was more tactful and did not look for Hisoka, but turned to prepare for Dig to escape. However, when Sandslash got half of his head into the hole, a sense of oppression came from all over his body, and then he felt his body light up and was pulled directly out of the hole. Lulu grabbed Sandslash with confusion. For the culprit who wanted to sneak attack on Hisoka, she was completely unprepared to show mercy. She slowly opened her right hand, and a piece of purple energy magical leaf quickly formed. Sandslash is a ground-type Pokémon. Grass-type magical leaf's damage to it simply explode. Woo tilde woo tilde. Sandslash's tragic growl continued to be heard for a while.